Chapter 1, Dumped on the day we got our marriage certificate. The sun had just climbed over the spire of the Civil Affairs Bureau on May 20th, and golden light fell on the bouquet of flowers that Chen He was clutching tightly. It was a bunch of red roses, the edges of the petals still glistening with morning dew, the wrapping paper on the stems crumpled from his fingers. He picked this out yesterday during a break from delivering takeout, taking a detour to the flower shop. He specifically chose the Corolla variety that Shen Ruyan had mentioned liking, and it cost him 3 days' worth of food money. Chen He was wearing a faded navy blue security guard uniform, with the collar specially ironed and the cuffs carefully rolled up to his forearms, revealing his strong wrists. He pleaded with the property management of the community for 3 days to get his non-stop overtime work arranged, and even wrote a leave request half a month in advance, all in the hope of getting that red booklet with Shen Ruyan. He glanced at his watch again, the hands pointed to 9:10. An hour had passed since the agreed upon 8 o'clock. Couples streamed into the Civil Affairs Bureau, girls holding flowers and arm in arm with their partners, smiling as they discussed the style of their wedding photos. Every sweet husband they uttered felt like a needle pricking Chen He's heart. He took out his phone, and the words Ruyan on the screen lit up and then went dark. This was the 18th call he had made that day. The busy signal rang for half a minute before finally being answered just as he was about to hang up. "Hello?" Shen Ruyan's voice came through the receiver, carrying a hint of drowsiness from just waking up, with the faint sound of a man coughing in the background. Chen He's heart sank, and his knuckles gripping the phone turned white instantly. "Ruyan, where are you? Didn't we agree to come to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate at 8 o'clock today? I've been waiting for you at the door for over an hour." "Get a marriage certificate?" Shen Ruyan paused, then her voice turned impatient. "Chen He, let's break up." "What did you say?" Chen He wondered if he had misheard, and subconsciously raised his voice, attracting the attention of a couple next to him. "Today is May 20th, didn't we already make plans? You were looking at wedding dresses with me last month, saying you wanted to wear a mermaid style, have you forgotten?" "I haven't forgotten, but I can't get the marriage certificate with you." Shen Ruyan's tone suddenly became firm, even with a hint of barely perceptible boasting. "Ting Xian is back from abroad. He just contacted me yesterday, and we made up." "Gu Ting Xian?" These 3 words struck Chen He's heart like a block of ice. How could he not recognize that name? It was Shen Ruyan's fellow villager who had abandoned her without a word and gone abroad, leaving her in a rented room where she cried for a whole month. It was when Chen He was on night shift that he saw her drunk and passed out at the entrance of the residential area. He helped her home and stayed with her all night. The next morning, Shen Ruyan, with red eyes, planted a kiss on his cheek that smelled of alcohol and asked him, "Chen He, do you want to be with me?" At that time, Chen He had a crush on her for 2 years. Seeing her miserable state after being abandoned by Gu Ting Xian, and seeing her grievances when she was harassed by her employer as a nanny, he had long since placed her in his heart. That confession was more exciting for him than winning the lottery. He held Shen Ruyan's hand and said okay 3 times, vowing in his heart to give her the best of everything in this life. "Gu Ting Xian? Didn't he dump you back then, leaving without even saying goodbye?" Chen He's voice trembled. "You told me back then that he was a womanizer and heartless, and that you would never have anything to do with him again. How come now?" "That's all a misunderstanding." Shen Ruyan immediately interrupted him, her tone urgent yet somewhat self-righteous. "Ting Xian said that there was an emergency at home back then, and he didn't have time to explain to me. Over the years, he has been thinking about me while starting his business abroad, otherwise why would he come looking for me as soon as he came back?" "Thinking about you?" Chen He suddenly laughed, his laughter full of self-mockery. "He's been abroad for so many years, and with technology so advanced, he hasn't even sent you a WeChat message. You call that caring? Shen Ruyan, can you stop fooling yourself?" "Chen He, don't give me that nonsense." Shen Ruyan's voice suddenly became sharp. "I told you we were breaking up, not so you could argue with me. Think about it yourself, you work overtime every day as a security guard, earning only a few thousand yuan a month, and you don't even have time to spend with me. How can I spend my whole life with you? Who am I working overtime for?" Chen He's chest heaved violently as the pent-up grievances in his heart surged up instantly. "Your dad lost 30,000 yuan gambling last month and was besieged at the door demanding repayment. Who was it that ran a food delivery business for half a month straight, sleeping only 4 hours a day, to pay off the debt? Your mom was hospitalized and needed to pay for a caregiver. Who was it that stayed up all night writing a novel, not sleeping for 3 days, to send you the royalties? And what about the alimony for your ex-husband who was disabled, your son's tutoring fees, your brother's down payment for his wedding? I scraped together every single one of them." He became more and more agitated as he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. I make $5,800 a month as a security guard, $3,000 as a food delivery driver, and $2,000 when I'm doing well writing novels. I can't bear to spend any of that money on myself. I wear the same clothes for 3 years, and I've even quit smoking. I've spent it all on you and your family. That LV bag you're carrying was bought with half a year's salary that I saved up. You said you liked it, and I didn't even blink. That was your own choice. Shen Ruiyan's voice carried a hint of guilt, yet remained firm. I've been with you for 7 years. Isn't my youth money? What's wrong with you spending some money on me? Do you expect me to live in a rented apartment with you for the rest of my life, worrying about daily necessities? I'm already 40 years old. I don't want to suffer anymore. Suffering? Jenny found it absurd. To prepare for the wedding, I applied to the property management last month to work extra night shifts, and I also took on 2 freelance novel writing jobs. I only slept 3 hours a day, all to save up for a down payment so you could have a home. And what did you do? You said you'd been helping your mother clean the house for the past 2 weeks, but it turns out you were spending time with Gu Tingxian? He recalled that last night, he was still revising his novel manuscript under the lamp when Shen Ruiyan sent him a WeChat message saying, "Go to sleep early, don't overwork yourself." Now that he thought about it, Gu Tingxian was probably sitting next to her at that time. So what if it is? Shen Ruiyan decided to throw caution to the wind, her tone full of smugness. Tingxian has been back for half a month and he's been with me every day, taking me to eat at clubs and shopping malls. The staff treat us like VIPs, inviting us to a VIP room for special service. He always goes out in his Audi, unlike when I'm with you, I'm always squeezing onto buses and riding electric bikes. Audi? Clubhouse? Shenhe felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly, the pain making it almost impossible for him to breathe. What did Gu Tingxian buy for you? Just this? He bought me a big gold ring and said he would buy me a house and put it in my name. Shen Ruiyan's voice rose, tinged with a condescending tone. Shenhe, it's not that I'm materialistic, it's that you can't give me the life I want. You're a good man, handsome, healthy, and unmarried, but so what? You're just a security guard. I can't entrust my future to someone who can't even afford a mortgage. A good man? Shenhe suddenly sneered, his laughter filled with disappointment. Shen Ruiyan, put your hand on your heart and tell me, how have I treated you these past 3 years? When you were sick, who took time off to accompany you to the hospital? When your son was bullied by his classmates, who went to the school to stand up for him? When your brother got married, who ran around helping to find a wedding planner and book a hotel? I remember all of that, but feelings can't put food on the table. Shen Ruiyan's voice softened a little, but she still didn't give in. I know you can't take the breakup right now, but I have to be honest, we're not right for each other. Don't bother me. Tingxian is going to propose to me soon, and we'll have a good life together in the future. To pester you? Chapter 2, the female CEO who married in a flash at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shenhe suddenly felt incredibly ironic. Shen Ruiyan, in my entire life, Shenhe, have only ever knelt before heaven, earth, and my parents, never before anyone else. Did you think I would kneel down and beg you not to break up with me? He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and said in a terrifyingly calm tone, I agree to break up. I find a woman who has changed her heart disgusting, and there's no need to try to keep her. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Shen Ruiyan's incredulous voice, You just agreed like that? You didn't even try to stop me? Shenhe raised an eyebrow, What do you mean by keep me here? Keep you spending my money and hanging out with other men? You! Shen Ruiyan reacted as if she'd been stepped on, her voice exploding instantly. Shenhe, are you doing this on purpose? Trying to use this trick to control me, make me feel guilty, and then come back to you? Let me tell you, don't even dream about it. Her tone was full of anger, as if Shenhe's failure to stop her was a grave sin. In her mind, Shenhe should be the same as before, always going along with her, coaxing her, and even kneeling down to beg her no matter how much she made a fuss. But now, Shenhe's resolute decision has completely shattered her vanity. You think I can control you? Shenhe found it amusing. Shen Ruiyan, you think too highly of yourself. I just think it's not worth wasting time with a materialistic woman like you. You're saying I'm a snob who favors the rich and the poor? Shen Ruiyan's voice was trembling with sobs, not from sadness, but from having her sore spot touched. I just want to live a good life. I've suffered so much before, can't I pursue a better life? Tingxian can give me what I want, but you can't, that's reality. The reality is, if Gu Tingxian could dump you once back then, he can dump you a second time. Shen He's tone turned cold. You think he really loves you? He just returned to China and needs a woman to pass the time. You're just a tool for him to relieve his loneliness. You're talking nonsense. Tingxian isn't that kind of person. Shen Ruyan shrieked. He's so good to me. Yesterday he even took me to buy a necklace that costs 20,000 yuan. You could never afford such an expensive necklace in your entire life. A necklace worth 20,000 yuan was enough to buy you off? Shen He's voice was full of disappointment. Shen Ruyan, do you remember the silver bracelet I bought for you on your birthday last year? That was money I saved by delivering food for more than 10 days, skipping a meal every day. You said you liked it then, but then you turned around and told your best friend that the bracelet was too cheap and not presentable. He remembered that time when he overheard her talking to her best friend on the phone, and his heart ached as if it were being pricked by needles. But he comforted himself, thinking that as long as he tried harder, he would eventually satisfy her. Now it seems that his efforts were nothing more than a cheap joke in her eyes. Didn't I apologize to you back then? Shen Ruyan's voice was somewhat evasive. I was just joking with my best friend. A joke? Shen He shook his head, his last glimmer of hope shattered. Shen Ruyan, you don't need to explain anymore. Between us, it ended the moment you chose Gu Tingxian. Do you think I'll be upset by what you're saying? Shen Ruyan's tone hardened again. Let me tell you, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't turn back. Tingxian and I are getting engaged soon, and I'll invite you to our wedding banquet so you can see how well I'm doing. No need. Shen He interrupted her directly, saying, I'm afraid of offending my eyes. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Shen Ruyan to speak again, and blocked the Ruyan contact, along with all the chat history and photos. He looked down at the rose in his hand. The petals were already wilted, deformed from his grip and his excitement. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, tossed the bouquet into the nearby trash can, and turned to walk out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The sunlight was still blinding, and the couple at the door were still sweet, but Shen He's heart had turned completely cold. He thought about all the effort he had put in over the past 3 years, the days he had lived frugally, and his hopes for the future, and suddenly felt utterly ridiculous. He pulled a small box from his pocket, inside which was a ring he had bought 2 weeks ago. Although it wasn't expensive, costing only a little over 3,000 yuan, it was the best he could afford. He opened the box, glanced at the silver ring, and then threw it into the trash can without hesitation. Shen He, what are you doing here? A familiar voice came from inside. Shen He looked up and saw Lin Wan, a resident of the community, standing in front of him wearing a black suit and holding a briefcase. Lin Wan is the president of Xingxing Group and lives in the community he is in charge of. She is usually gentle and kind. Occasionally, when she works overtime late, Shen He will help her open the unit door. President Lin. Shen He wiped his face somewhat awkwardly. I came here to take care of something. Lin Wan glanced at the Civil Affairs Bureau behind him, then at his reddened eyes, and roughly guessed what was going on. She handed him a tissue. Are you having some troubles? Shen He took the tissue, wiped his eyes, and nodded with a wry smile. I was supposed to get my marriage certificate with my girlfriend today, but she ran off with someone else. Lin Wan paused for a moment, then nodded knowingly. I see. Actually, I also came to get my marriage certificate today, but something unexpected happened on my end, and my partner can't make it. She looked at Shen He with a candid gaze. I came to get my marriage certificate this time to deal with my family's pressure to get married. I had already made plans with someone, but he changed his mind at the last minute. Lin Wan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. There was a man right in front of her. Anyway, it's just about getting a marriage certificate, completing a task, and putting on a show for the family. Every man is the same. Besides, Shen He seems like a pretty good person. Shen He, I know we're not that close, but I think you're a good person. If you don't mind, we can get married first. We'll not interfere with each other after marriage, and then we can get a peaceful divorce after some time. Of course, I'll give you appropriate compensation, such as a house, a car, or cash. You can name whatever you want. Shen He was stunned. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a suggestion under these circumstances. A whirlwind marriage? And with a big shot like Lin Wan? Looking into Lin Wan's sincere eyes, and recalling Shen Ruyan's vanity and betrayal, a strange impulse suddenly welled up in his heart. Perhaps, this is for the best. At least, it can help him get over this failed relationship quickly, and it can also show those who mocked him that Shen He is not someone who can only be abandoned. Most importantly, he can now give his family back home an explanation. Mr. Lin, there's no need for compensation. Chen He took a deep breath, his eyes hardening. If you don't mind, I agree to get the marriage certificate. After marriage, we will not interfere with each other, and we will divorce when the time is right. Lin Wan glanced at him with some surprise, then nodded. Okay, it's settled then. Shall we go get our marriage certificate now? Without hesitation, Chen He followed Lin Wan into the Civil Affairs Bureau. After queuing, taking photos, signing, and getting stamped, the whole process took less than half an hour, and he had a red marriage certificate in his hand. Looking at the photo of himself and Lin Wan on their marriage certificate, Chen He felt a mix of emotions. He never imagined that his marriage would begin in such an absurd way. But he knew that from this moment on, his life had to be lived in a different way. As Lin Wan left the Civil Affairs Bureau, she checked the time and said to Chen He, I have a meeting to attend, so I'll be going now. This is my business card with my phone number and address. Feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Chen He took the business card and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Wan turned and left, her black high heels clicking crisply on the ground, and she quickly disappeared into the crowd. Chen He stood there, clutching the marriage certificate in his hand, and suddenly felt a great sense of relief. Although his marriage to Lin Wan was a transaction, who can guarantee that it won't turn into an unexpected surprise? Chapter 3, Beating Up the Scumbag Girl's Brother. As Chen He emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sweltering heat in the wind seemed to be wrapped in thorns, pricking his bare forearms. He clutched the red marriage certificate, the gold-embossed words "marriage certificate" on the cover digging painfully into his fingertips, like a hot potato. Half an hour ago, he was a heartbroken man who was dumped by his girlfriend of 7 years on the day they were supposed to get their marriage certificate. In the blink of an eye, he became a married man, and his wife was still Lin Wan, the president of Xingxing Group, who lived in the same neighborhood and always wore an exquisite suit. My mind was a jumbled mess. One moment it was Shen Ruiyan showing off her Audi car and big gold ring on the phone, the next it was Lin Wan's gentle gaze as she handed me a tissue, and then there were images of myself saving money and working all night delivering takeout for the past 3 years. They kept flashing through my mind like a revolving lantern. He walked slowly along the roadside. When he passed the bus stop, he saw a couple arguing. The girl was crying and hitting the boy's chest, but the boy smiled and hugged her, coaxing her, "Don't be angry, I was wrong." Chen He looked away, feeling a tightness in his chest, as if something was blocking his heart. He lived in an old residential area. It was a 6-story building without an elevator, and the hallways were cluttered with debris and the walls were peeling. However, he still did some simple renovations for the wedding. Every time he came back before, he thought that once he saved enough for a down payment, he would move to a house with an elevator so that Shen Ruiyan wouldn't have to climb stairs. But now, that idea has shattered like a bubble. As he took out his key to open the door, his fingers paused, and he suddenly hesitated to push the door open. This was the place where he and Shen Ruiyan had planned their future. The wallpaper they had chosen together was still on the wall, and a scarf that Shen Ruiyan had half knitted was on the sofa. Now, thinking about it, it was full of irony. The key clicked as it was inserted into the lock. As soon as the door was pushed open a crack, a mixture of smells, cigarette smoke, instant noodles, and sweat rushed out, making Chen He frown. He pushed open the door, and the scene before him made him freeze in place. The living room was a mess, with cigarette butts and food waste bags scattered all over the floor. The floor, which he had just mopped yesterday, was stained with oil. Several wrinkled coats were lying on the sofa, and a few empty beer cans had rolled under the coffee table. What made him furious was the celadon ornament he had placed on the TV cabinet, a keepsake left to him by his deceased family, which he usually wouldn't even touch. Now, several pieces of pink lace underwear were hanging on it, with the lace trim dangling from the mouth of the ornament, looking like a blatant provocation. "You rascal, be gentle." A woman's sweet voice came from the bedroom, followed by a man's laughter, and even the sound of the shower curtain swaying, coming from the direction of the bathroom. Chen He's face turned deathly pale instantly, and his teeth clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. He almost immediately concluded that Shen Ruiyan had brought Gu Tingxian to his house, and even brought other people with her, to mess around in his carefully maintained home. For the past 3 years, he has treated this place as his home. Shen Ruiyan said she likes cleanliness, so no matter how tired he is after get off work, he will mop the floor and wipe the table every day. Shen Ruiyan said she likes warmth, so he saved up money to buy a warm yellow table lamp. Even when Shen Ruiyan's younger brother, Shin Shouhai, occasionally comes to stay, he specially prepares a guest room and buys Shin Shouhai's favorite snacks. But now, his home has been ravaged like this, his family's belongings have been desecrated, and his dignity has been trampled on. Anger burned through his body like fire. Chen He turned and rushed into the kitchen, grabbing a rolling pin leaning against the corner of the wall. It was the one he had bought to make hand-pulled noodles for Shen Ruiyan, solid wood, heavy. He gripped the rolling pin, his knuckles turning white from the force, and stomped heavily on the floor as he walked toward the bedroom. Bang! He kicked the bedroom door, the old wooden door slamming open with a loud bang. The sight in the bedroom made his pupils shrink. The blankets on the bed were in a mess. Two naked people were hurriedly covering their bodies with the blankets, and on the chair next to the bed were the man's pants and the woman's skirt. Ah! The woman screamed, while the man frantically shrank back under the covers. Chen's eyes turned red, and he swung the rolling pin at the bed, yelling, "You bunch of beasts! How dare you mess around in my house!" The rolling pin slammed down on the blanket, leaving a dark mark. He turned to look at the wardrobe next to him, thinking that someone was still hiding inside. Just as he was about to swing his hand, he heard a whoosh from the bathroom. The shower curtain was pulled open, and a man wearing only underwear and a woman wrapped in a towel ran out. When they saw Chen He holding a rolling pin, they screamed in fright. "Don't hit me! Don't hit me! It's me," a man shouted in a panic, his voice trembling. Chen He stopped what he was doing, panting heavily, and looked closely. The man in the bedroom was not Gu Tingshan at all, but Shen Ruyan's younger brother, Shin Xiuhai. His hair was disheveled, and he still looked sleepy. The blanket had slipped off, revealing his heavily tattooed arms. He vaguely recognized the men who had run out of the bathroom. They were Shin Xiuhai's usual cronies. Shin Xiuhai had asked him to buy cigarettes a few times before, and he had seen them there. "The you bastard," he had just heard was shouted by one of the women. Was it a false alarm? No, this infuriated him even more than seeing Gu Tingshan. Shin Xiuhai had actually brought his friends to his house, treating it like a place for pleasure, and even desecrating his family's belongings. "Shin Xiuhai, what are you doing here? And bringing a group of friends to my house to cause trouble?" Chen He's voice was as cold as ice, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Shin Xiuhai slowly sat up in bed, not flustered at all. He even picked up a cigarette from the bedside table, lit it, took a puff, and blew smoke rings as he said, "Didn't you see? We're just playing." His tone was flippant, as if he were talking about a trivial matter, and his eyes were full of disdain. "Play?" Chen He tightened his grip on the rolling pin. "Your sister Shen Ruyan and I have broken up. This is my home, not a roadside inn, much less a hotel for your pleasure. Get out of here right now." Upon hearing the word breakup, Shin Xiuhai paused for a moment, then sneered. He slowly put on his clothes, his zipper still undone, and walked up to Chen He, looking him up and down with undisguised contempt in his eyes. "You broke up with my sister? You didn't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage certificate this morning, but my sister didn't show up, did you?" He paused, then deliberately raised his voice so his friends could hear. "Didn't my sister tell you? Why did you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau alone? You're really stupid." Chen He's face flushed instantly, not from embarrassment, but from anger. He never expected that Shen Ruyan's whole family knew he was going to get his marriage certificate today, and were even laughing at him behind his back. He recalled that Shin Xiuhai would occasionally come to his house and would always intentionally or unintentionally mention things like, "My sister is being treated so badly by being with you, and what can a security guard like you give my sister?" At that time, he thought Shin Xiuhai was just young and ignorant, and he tolerated it for Shen Ruyan's sake. But now he realized that Shen Ruyan's entire family had never looked down on him from the very beginning. A friend of Shin Xiuhai came over with a smile and patted Shin Xiuhai on the shoulder. "Brother Hai, your future brother-in-law is too persistent. He was dumped but still went to get a marriage certificate. He's such a devoted lover." "What future brother-in-law?" Shin Xiuhai glanced at Chen He and said contemptuously, "He doesn't even deserve it. My sister is so beautiful, there are plenty of handsome guys chasing after her, and many people want to spend money on our family. Chen He is nothing, he's not even my sister's backup plan." He walked up to Chen He, chin held high, like a big shot. "However, it's not like I can't help you. Go buy me that Armani coat I had my eye on last time, and buy my buddy's girlfriend the LV bag she likes, and I'll talk to my sister and ask her to give you another chance. How about that?" The people next to him immediately chimed in. "That's right, Chen He, Brother Hai is doing this for your own good. You should hurry up and buy it, or you'll miss your chance." "Exactly, think about it, if you can be with Hai Ji's sister, will you ever have to worry about money in the future? What's a little money?" Chapter 4 Licking the Dog? They chatted back and forth, their tone full of mockery and disdain, as if Chen He were a clown they could manipulate at will. Looking at their ugly faces, Chen He's anger gradually subsided, replaced by a chilling coldness that seeped into his bones. He recalled how he had treated Shin Xiuhai over the years. When Shin Xiuhai said he was short of money, he transferred his newly received salary to him. When Shin Xiuhai said he wanted to buy a new phone, he saved up 2 months' worth of takeout money to buy the latest iPhone. When Shin Shohei got into a fight and needed to pay compensation, he even borrowed money from his colleagues and ate instant noodles for half a month. But what he received was Shin Shohei's contempt and scheming, and the disdain of the entire Shin family. I'll say it again, Shin Hye's voice was terrifyingly calm, but his eyes were like knives staring at Shin Shohei. This is my home. Now, get out of here immediately. Shin Shohei was taken aback when Shin Hye actually dared to resist. He paused for a moment, then laughed. He walked to the sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs. Shin Hye, don't push your luck. I know you're upset and want a vent, but don't you know your place? You're just a lowly security guard. What are you doing, acting so tough with me? He paused, then adopted a condescending tone. All right, stop standing here, go cook us a bowl of noodles. Can't you see we've been playing for so long and are exhausted? Don't you see we need something to replenish our energy? In the past, Shin Shohei often ordered him around like this, making him buy cigarettes, meals, clean, and even buy sanitary napkins for his girlfriend. Back then, Shin Hye tolerated it for Shin Ruyan's sake. He always felt that as long as he treated Shin Ruyan and her family well, he would eventually gain their approval. But now, he has fully woken up. There are some people who, no matter how good you are to them, will not be grateful to you. They will only think you are foolish and easy to bully. Your sister and I have broken up. You have no right to order me around. Get out of here right now. Shin Hye's tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Get out of here now, or I'll break your legs right now. Shin Shohei's smile froze instantly. He looked at Shin Hye in disbelief, as if he were seeing him for the first time. In his memory, Shin Hye was always a meek and submissive person. No matter how he bullied or ordered around, Shin Hye would never fight back. But today, Shin Hye actually dared to tell him to get lost and even threatened to break his legs. You stinky security guard, who are you telling to get lost? Shin Shohei's face turned red with anger. He stood up abruptly, pointed at Shin Hye's nose, and yelled, How dare you talk to me like that? Believe me or not, I'll call my sister, and she'll make sure you can't even be a lapdog anymore. Simp? Shin Hye suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with self-mockery and coldness. Over the past few years, I've spent money and effort for your Shin family, paying off your father's gambling debts, paying for your mother's caregiver fees, and scraping together the down payment for your wedding. So, in your eyes, I'm just a simp? He took a step forward, the rolling pin in his hand swaying slightly, and the murderous aura in his eyes made Shin Shohei and his friends subconsciously take a step back. Let me tell you, from today onwards, I, Shin Hye, have absolutely no relation to your Shin family. Go find whoever you want to be your lapdog. Shin Hye's voice suddenly rose, Get out of here right now. If you dare stay in my house for even a second longer, my rolling pin won't discriminate. One of Shin Shohei's friends got a little scared and tugged at Shin Shohei's arm. Brother Hai, let's just leave. He seems serious. Where are you going? Shin Shohei still wanted to stand firm, but when he saw Shin Hye's bloodshot eyes and the heavy rolling pin in his hand, he was a little scared. He knew that Shin Hye was a manual laborer and very strong, so if they were to fight, the rest of them might not be a match for him. Fine, Shin Hye, you've got guts. Shin Shohei gritted his teeth and walked towards the door, threatening, You just wait, I won't let you get away with this. My sister won't let you get away with this either. His friend hurriedly packed his things and followed Shin Shohei out the door in a disheveled state. As he reached the door, Shin Shohei turned back and glared at Shin Hye, muttering curses under his breath, but dared not linger any longer. Bang! After they left, Shin Hye slammed the door shut, leaned against it, and gasped for breath. After the anger and excitement, all that remained was a deep sense of exhaustion and powerlessness. He looked down at the rolling pin in his hand, which still had fibers stuck to the quilt he had just hit. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and tossed the rolling pin onto the ground beside him. The living room was still a mess, with cigarette butts and trash scattered on the floor, and a pink bra hanging on one of the family's celadon ornaments. Shin Hye walked over, carefully took off the bra, threw it into the trash can, and then gently wiped the stains off the ornament with a tissue, as if he were caressing a rare treasure. My dear family, I'm sorry for making you suffer. He murmured softly, his eyes slowly reddening. He squatted on the ground, looking at the mess, feeling as if his heart had been hollowed out. 7 years of relationship, 7 years of dedication, only to be met with betrayal, humiliation, and the destruction of their home. He remembered Shin Ruyan saying on the phone, You're just a security guard, and I can't entrust the rest of my life to you. He remembered Shin Shohei's contempt and scheming, and the teasing of his friends. Finally, he couldn't hold back his tears. He didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly stood up, walked to the window, and drew back the curtains. Sunlight streamed in, falling on him with a touch of warmth. He took out his phone and looked at Lin Wan's business card on the screen, which read Lin Wan, president of Xinxiang Group, and included a phone number. He recalled what Lin Wan had said at the Civil Affairs Bureau: "We will not interfere with each other after marriage, and we will get a peaceful divorce after some time." He recalled Lin Wan's gentle gaze as she handed him a tissue and the red marriage certificate. Perhaps this absurd, whirlwind marriage wasn't such a bad thing after all. Shen He took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and his eyes slowly hardened. He went to the living room, picked up a broom and mop, and began to clean up the mess on the floor. No matter what, this was still his home, and he couldn't let himself dwell on the pain of the past. He wants to start over and live for himself. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the balcony and onto him. Looking at the sky outside, Shen He suddenly felt a sense of relief. He knew the road ahead was long and fraught with difficulties, but he would no longer compromise himself for unworthy people, as he had done before. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Wan's number. Lin Wan's cool voice came through the receiver. "Shen He? What's the matter?" "President Lin," Shen He's voice was calm and firm, "you said before that we could live together after marriage to take care of the household, and I agreed. Also, I will pay you the utilities and rent on time." Shen He thought to himself that although he was a security guard, he was still a man and shouldn't squander women's money. Even though he didn't earn much, he still had to have some backbone. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then Lin Wan's voice came through with a hint of surprise. "Okay, I understand. I'll be back tonight, and we'll discuss the specifics then." Chapter 5, Throw Away the Trash, Start Afresh. After hanging up Lin Wan's call, Shen He finally relaxed his grip on the rolling pin, his knuckles turning pale from the force he had just exerted. The loud crash of Shin Shohai and his cronies slamming the door and leaving still echoed in the living room. He glanced down at the rolling pin in his hand. It was the one Shen Ruyan had dragged him to the market to pick out when she said she wanted to learn how to make dumplings. The handle was made of red sandalwood and was polished smooth and warm. But now it was stained with soy sauce that Shin Shohai had spilled when he was throwing a tantrum. It was black and yellow in patches, just like their relationship that had been turned into a complete mess. The room was a mess. Several beer cans were left on the coffee table, cigarette butts were scattered all over the floor, and Shin Shohai's friends had left their leftover takeout boxes upside down on the sofa, the oil stains seeping into the beige cloth cover, making it sticky. Shen He frowned and kicked away an empty can at his feet. A smell of smoke, alcohol, and grease wafted out, and he suddenly felt nauseous. This was no longer the home he had carefully tidied up. It had clearly become a garbage dump where the Shin family ran rampant. "It's time to clear it out," he said softly, as if confirming with himself. Turning into the bedroom, the first thing that caught his eye was the pink bed sheet and duvet cover. Shen Ruyan said pink looked gentle and insisted that he change the original light gray one. The day they bought it, she laughed and rolled around on the bed, saying, "This will be our little nest from now on." But now, looking at that glaring pink, Shen He felt uncomfortable all over. He reached out and grabbed the corner of the duvet cover, pulling it off forcefully. The duvet cover slipped onto the bed, revealing the yellowed edges inside. Shen Ruyan never liked washing duvet covers. He always had to urge her to change them, and in the end, he was the one who washed them. He shoved the sheets, duvet cover, and pillowcases into a large plastic bag with swift, decisive movements. Next, he took out Shen Ruyan's clothes from the closet, dresses and coats she'd only worn once or twice before discarding, and the t-shirts that filled half the closet despite her constant complaints of having nothing to wear. One by one, he pulled out a beige knit sweater he'd bought for her at the mall after receiving his year-end bonus last year. She was delighted, saying, "You finally have good taste." But after wearing it once, she said, "It pills, it doesn't look good," and tossed it to the back of the closet, never to be touched again. Shen He clutched the collar of the knitted sweater, his fingertips touching the soft fabric, but the warmth he once felt was gone, replaced by an empty sense of relief. He folded the sweater and put it in a cardboard box, then moved to the dressing table, a whole table full of Shen Ruyan's skincare and makeup products, some open but only slightly used, others still unopened. She always said, women should treat themselves well, but she never asked him how much he had saved on meals to buy her that set of imported skincare products. "These should be returned to you too." Shen He picked up an unopened bottle of face cream, stuffed it into a cardboard box, and the sound of the bottle caps clinking together was particularly clear in the quiet bedroom. After tidying up the bedroom, he went to the kitchen. Shen Ruyan rarely cooked, but she loved buying things that looked high-end: imported salad dressing, pasta in glass jars, and an air fryer she bought on a whim, which she used once and then said was too much trouble, leaving it to gather dust in a corner. Jenny opened the cupboard and took out all the seasonings and ingredients Shen Ruyan had bought, even the white fungus and red dates that she had said she would make a love soup but had never touched. There was a ceramic bowl with a cartoon design, which Shen Ruyan brought when she first came to his house, saying, "I'll use this bowl to serve you food when I cook." To this day, the bowl is still on the top shelf of the cupboard, the tag still attached. Chen He took the bowl down, glanced at the price tag, sighed softly, and then put it in the cardboard box. He found 3 large cardboard boxes and finally packed all of Shen Ruyan's belongings into them. Each box was crammed full, and the sound of the tape tearing as it was sealing them was like severing some kind of bond. Shen He squatted down and patted the top box, suddenly remembering the first time he brought Shen Ruyan to his home. She smiled, looked around, and said, "The house is small, but it's very cozy." At that time, he felt that as long as she was there, even the smallest house was home. Looking back now, it was just a casual remark she made to appease him. He took out his phone and called a delivery service, filling in the address of Shen Ruyan's employer. He remembered clearly that Shen Ruyan had boasted to him that her employer was a retired professor with good family conditions. She said that all she had to do there was cook and keep the elderly person company, and the work was easy, and room and board were provided. At the time, he was happy for her, thinking that she had finally found a stable job. But now he felt that staying in such an intellectual's home had only amplified her vanity. The delivery guy arrived quickly, carrying 3 large boxes downstairs. He even glanced back at Chen He, as if curious about who all these things were for. Chen He stood at the door, watching the boxes disappear at the bottom of the stairs, and the weight that had been pressing on his heart for so long finally seemed to lift. Closing the door, the room suddenly felt empty. He walked to the sofa, picked up a tissue, and slowly wiped away the oil stains, his movements slow and deliberate, as if he were organizing his thoughts. Halfway through wiping, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out. The screen was blank, devoid of any messages. He had previously deleted Shen Ruyan's WeChat and phone number, but he could recite her phone number with his eyes closed. It was etched into his mind and couldn't be erased for the time being. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the text message, entered that familiar number, and typed only one sentence: "Everything related to you has been packed up at my home. Please check." No punctuation, no superfluous emotion, just like a simple announcement. A notification popped up indicating that the message had been successfully sent. Chen He tossed his phone onto the sofa, leaned back in his chair, and stared blankly at the ceiling. What should be done next? Cancel the wedding. The moment the thought popped into his head, he felt a wave of dizziness. He recalled his childhood. When he was 2 years old, his parents died in a car accident, and he became an unwanted child. It was his grandfather, who collected garbage, who took him home from the scene of the accident on a snowy day. His grandfather's family was poor, living in a leaky mud brick house. After his son got married, he lost contact with his grandfather and usually made a living by collecting garbage and receiving occasional charity from neighbors. He still remembers one particularly cold winter when his hands were frostbitten and oozing pus. His grandfather tucked his hands into his own bosom, warming them with his rough palms, and said, "My grandson must study hard and become an educated person, not end up like me, picking up trash." To support his education, his grandfather would go out to pick up trash before dawn every day, and sometimes he would work on construction sites carrying bricks. When he returned at night, he would always be covered in dust and sweat. The villagers would advise his grandfather, "Don't be silly, this child isn't your own, why work so hard?" Some even said, "Old Chen, you can't even feed yourself, yet you're supporting his education, you really don't know what's good for you." But Grandpa never listened. Every time, he would deflect the gossip and stuff the crumpled money he had saved into his hand, saying, "Study hard and don't care what others say." Later, he was admitted to university. Grandpa held the admission notice, sat on the doorstep, and cried for a long time, saying between sobs, "My grandson has made something of himself. I didn't raise him in vain." So he originally planned to have a grand wedding with his bride back in the village, to make his grandfather very happy. He even told his grandfather, "Grandpa, after I get married, I'll take you to the city for a few days so you can see my new home." His grandfather was all smiles and said, okay, I'll be waiting. But right now, Chen He felt a pang of pain in his heart, as if something had tugged at it. Chapter 6, How to Get the Size Right. But soon, a smile slowly appeared in his eyes. He thought of Lin Wan, the girl who always worked quietly at the company, but would secretly save him a hot meal when he worked late. Last time he had a cold and fever, Lin Wan brought him medicine and told him to remember to take it on time and drink plenty of hot water. Lin Wan wasn't like Shen Ruyan, who loved to dress up or act coquettishly, but she was very gentle and down to earth. The villagers have never seen what the bride looks like. I just need to take her back to get married. Who cares who the bride is? Chen He smiled at the empty house, his initial confusion gradually replaced by a firm resolve. Grandpa didn't want Shen Ruyan as a granddaughter-in-law, he wanted happiness, someone who cared for him. Since Shen Ruyan was unreliable, Lin Wan might be a better choice. He believed that middle-aged people could develop feelings for each other by living together. Even if they divorced, at least it helped them get through their current crisis, which was a good thing. He picked up his phone, found Lin Wan's WeChat, and hovered his finger over the screen for a long time before finally putting it down. It wasn't the right time yet. He would talk to Lin Wan properly after he had completely settled things here. Meanwhile, after being kicked out by Chen He, Shin Xiuhai walked to the entrance of the residential area, cursing all the way. He took out his phone and called Shin Ruyan, his tone full of grievance and arrogance. Sis. Your brother was bullied. That Chen He, he's a madman. He actually kicked me and my friend out of the house and even hit me with a rolling pin. He almost hit my friend. Shin Ruyan was picking vegetables in her employer's living room. The elderly lady of the family was sitting on the sofa next to her watching Peking opera, the volume neither too loud nor too soft. When she saw the caller ID showed Shin Xiuhai, she frowned, went to the balcony to answer the phone, and lowered her voice. Xiuhai, don't get agitated, tell me slowly, what happened? What's going on? That Chen He is just a simp, and now he dares to talk back to me like that. Shin Xiuhai embellished the story, portraying himself as an innocent victim who had been bullied. He must be upset because you broke up with him this morning, and he took it out on me. Sis, you can't let him get away with this. Shin Ruyan listened to her brother's words, but she didn't take them seriously. She thought it was just a little trick Chen He was playing to win her back. After all, she said such hurtful things when she broke up with him this morning, and he must be regretting it now. He's probably trying to force her to contact him by bullying Shin Xiuhai. She remembered how, in the past, whenever she and Chen He had a disagreement, as long as she gave him the cold shoulder, he would eagerly try to coax her, buying her favorite snacks and gifts, and never daring to talk back to her. Last time, she gave him the cold shoulder for a week because he didn't buy her the latest phone on time. In the end, he still took time off work and went to several shopping malls to deliver the phone to her, apologizing and saying, "It's my fault for making you wait so long." Xiuhai, don't be angry. Shin Ruyan's tone was relaxed, with a hint of disdain. Chen He did this just to make me go back to him. He's just pretending. Don't take it to heart. In a few days, he'll definitely come begging to you. Shin Xiuhai thought about it and agreed. Chen He, that simp, loves his sister so much, how could he possibly break off his relationship with her? He must have felt that his sister was angry this time, and he wanted to get her attention through a forceful approach. Thinking about it this way, Shin Xiuhai's anger subsided a little, but he was still unwilling to give up. I don't care. Sister, if you still love your brother, this time you have to make him kneel down and apologize to me and my friend, and you also have to promise to buy me that game console I mentioned last time, and he has to cover my friend's bottles of wine too. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this, and you are not allowed to talk to him. Shin Ruyan originally wanted Chen He to reflect on his actions, since he had dared to talk back to her that morning, saying, "Can't you think about me for once?" This was something that had never happened before. She felt she had to let Chen He know who was in control in the relationship, and she couldn't let him have any thoughts of resistance. So she agreed without hesitation. Okay, I understand. When he comes to beg me, I'll talk to him and make sure you're satisfied. Hearing his sister's assurance, Shin Xiuhai was overjoyed. Then, remembering the dowry and wedding house, he quickly asked, "Sister, are my dowry and wedding house okay?" Chen He's house is a bit old, but it's worth a lot of money in Beijing. I can barely afford it. He won't back out because of this, will he? Shin Ruyan chuckled, her tone full of confidence. Don't worry, little brother. He wouldn't dare. That house and the dowry were things he personally promised before, and they're the last link between us. If he dares to go back on his word, he'll have no chance of getting back together with me. He loves me so much, how could he possibly give up this opportunity? She figured that in a few days, Chen He would be as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, calling her and begging her to bring her family to his old house for dinner. He would also personally deliver the household registration book to Shin Xiuhai, along with the 100,000 yuan dowry. At that time, considering that she will need Chen He's money in the future, she will take her family out to dinner, giving Chen He enough face so that he thinks he still has a chance. But she also knew that she had to be careful with this approach and absolutely could not be soft on Chen He. After all, she was thinking about Gu Tingxian, the man who drove luxury cars and lived in a villa. She couldn't let Chen He ruin her relationship with Gu Tingxian. She had already cultivated a gentle and sensible image in front of Gu Tingxian, and she absolutely could not let him know that she was still involved with Chen He, a lower-class person. "Sister, whether I can bring honor to our Shin family depends on you," Shin Shohai said with a grin, his tone full of anticipation. "Okay, don't worry." Shin Ruyan hung up the phone, turned around and went back to the living room, a smug smile on her face. She felt that everything was under her control, and Chen He was just a pawn in her hands, to be manipulated as she pleased. Just then, the doorbell rang. The employer's housekeeper went to open the door and came back to tell Shin Ruyan, "It's a delivery person. They said there's something for you." Shin Ruyan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately guessed that it was sent by Chen He. She sneered, thinking to herself, "I really overestimated Chen He. I didn't expect him to be so eager to send things to apologize that he couldn't even last a day." She followed the aunt to the door and saw the delivery man carrying 3 large boxes, which were sealed tightly with tape. Shin Ruyan's gaze fell on the box, wondering what was inside. It must be the birthday gift Chen He had promised to give her, a few saplings, which he said represented their love would grow strong. Thinking of this, Shin Ruyan's face instantly showed a look of disgust. She thought Chen He was really stupid and unromantic at a time like this. He still sent such meaningless things. "How old are you? Why don't you give me something more practical, like a designer bag or jewelry? What's the point of giving me a broken sapling? I don't want this. I'll take it down and throw it away," Shin Ruyan said to the aunt, her tone full of impatience, as if the box contained some kind of garbage. The aunt paused for a moment, then said, "It's such a waste to throw away such a big box. Why don't you open it and take a look?" "No need to look, it's definitely useless stuff." Shin Ruyan waved her hand firmly. She felt she had to make it clear that she would never accept trash from Chen He again, lest he think she would get back together with him. After saying this, Shin Ruyan carried the box downstairs and threw it into the community's trash can. Shin Ruyan returned to the living room, took out her phone, and sent Chen He a text message with only 2 words, "Lost." She imagined Chen He's anxious expression when he saw the text message, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. After sending the text message, she checked her phone again, but there were still no messages from Gu Tingxian on WeChat. She felt a little anxious, but quickly reassured herself, "Mr. Gu is so busy, he must be preparing a surprise for me. The big gold bracelet I saw at his house yesterday weighed a full 50 grams and was dazzlingly shiny. It must be for his proposal. He must want to give me a grand proposal ceremony, which is why he hasn't contacted me yet. Wow! They really are rich. The gifts they chose are exactly what I wanted." Yesterday, when she went to Gu Tingshuan's house to deliver some documents, she accidentally saw the big gold bracelet in the bedroom drawer, and her heart started racing. She picked up the bracelet and weighed it in her hand. It was heavy and obviously valuable. She immediately concluded that Gu Tingxian was definitely going to propose to her. That's why she so decisively distanced herself from Chen He this morning. Having figured this out, Shin Ruyan's mood improved. She hummed a song as she walked into the kitchen, preparing to make lunch for the old lady. However, her movements became clumsy. She almost cut her finger while chopping vegetables, and accidentally spilled soup on the stove while ladling it out. She's now completely preoccupied with the image of herself in a wedding dress and wearing a big gold bracelet, and has no interest in working at all. Chen He was cleaning up the trash in the living room when his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw a text message from Shin Ruyan with only 2 words, "Lost." He stared at those 2 words for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. It wasn't anger or sadness, but a complete sense of relief. He knew Shin Ruyan would react this way. She never cherished anything he gave her. In her eyes, his sentiments were nothing but worthless trash. "Well done," Chen He said in a low voice, "trash should be thrown into the trash can." He put his phone back in his pocket and continued tidying up the house. The living room, which had been a mess just moments before, was now clean and tidy. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting warm dappled patterns on the floor. Looking at these dappled patterns, Chen He suddenly felt a sense of peace. Chapter 7 Cheers. A new beginning. The sound of a phone vibrating suddenly broke the silence in the quiet living room after Chen He finished tidying up the house. He picked up his phone and saw the name Su Fan flashing on the screen, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. This was his bunkmate from college, and one of the few close friends he had kept in touch with over the years. "Hey, He, where are you?" Su Fan's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone, with music faintly audible in the background. "I'm at the Nightfall bar near your house. Want to come over for a couple of drinks? It's been a while." Chen He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the empty living room. During the years he dated Shin Ruyan, he devoted almost all his time to making money and spending time with her. Forget about going to bars, even going out for a casual meal with his friends became a luxury. Every day after get off work, he would either drive for Didi or work as a designated driver, and sometimes he would stay up all night writing novels to earn royalties. He even had to squeeze in time to sleep, so he had no time for entertainment. This is the first time I've had such complete leisure time in the past few years. Okay, I'll be right there. He hung up the phone, changed into a clean coat, and took the trash with him as he left. The Nightfall bar is not far from his home, just a 10-minute walk away. Pushing open the glass door, deafening music instantly flooded in, mingled with the scents of alcohol and perfume. People on the dance floor swayed to the rhythm, and colorful lights flickered in the air, creating a lively yet surreal atmosphere. Shenhe wasn't used to this environment, so he frowned and found a corner to sit down. Su-fan quickly came over with 2 glasses of beer. Hey, what a rare guest. Su-fan placed a wine glass in front of Chunhee and patted him on the shoulder. You've really disappeared these past few years. If I hadn't taken the initiative to invite you today, were you planning to be tied to Shinruyan for the rest of your life? Shenhe picked up his glass, took a sip of beer, and the bitter liquid slid down his throat, making him frown involuntarily. He looked at the revelers on the dance floor. Despite the lively atmosphere around him, he felt empty inside, devoid of any interest in entertainment. Perhaps he hadn't yet recovered from his heartbreak, or perhaps he was worried about his future with Lin Wan. He hadn't figured out how to tell her his feelings, and he wasn't sure if she would accept such a request. Seeing that he remained silent and only drank in silence, Su-fan had a rough idea of what was going on. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, I remember you were supposed to get your marriage certificate with Shinruyan today? How come you have time to come out for drinks? Did you get the certificate and come to celebrate? Shenhe paused for a moment, holding the wine glass, then tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The wine dripped down the corner of his mouth and onto his clothes, leaving a dark stain. I won't take them anymore, I'll distribute them. His voice was soft, but it carried an unprecedented sense of relief. What? Su-fan suddenly stood up from his chair, his voice so loud that it attracted the attention of several people around him. He quickly lowered his voice and looked at Shenhe in disbelief. Big brother, are you out of your mind? Or did I hear you wrong? You've suffered so much for Shinruyan these past few years, and now you're just breaking up with her like this? Su-fan knows Shenhe too well. He witnessed firsthand how Chunhee transformed from a spirited and promising young man into a mere tool revolving around daily necessities and part-time jobs, all for Shinruyan. Shenhe had dated several girlfriends, but only with Shinruyan did he give his all, even to Shinruyan's vampire-like family. Shenhe repeatedly compromised, helping Shinshohai find work and pay off gambling debts, ultimately emptying his own savings. When Shinruyan said she liked designer bags, Shenhe scrimped and saved for months, spending his entire salary on them. When Shinruyan said she didn't want him to travel for work, Shenhe gave up a high-paying technical job and took a relaxed security guard position. Shenhe's security guard job was near the upscale villa community where Shinruyan worked as a nanny. Living close by meant they could commute together. In Su-fan's eyes, Shinruyan was an absolute scumbag, and the entire Shin family were bloodsuckers. He had advised Shenhe more than once not to put all his eggs in one basket, but Shenhe always smiled and said, Ruyan isn't that kind of person. She just has a bit of a temper. Over time, Su-fan couldn't say anything more and could only watch his good brother sink deeper and deeper into this relationship, which even made him fear marriage at one point. Even a good person like Shenhe could be bullied like this. Marriage is too terrifying. You heard me right, you really broke up. Shenhe put down his wine glass, his fingertips lightly tracing the rim. It's a complete breakup. She's with someone else and they're getting married. And I. He swallowed his words, realizing he hadn't yet explained things to Lin Wan himself and didn't want more people to know, lest it cause unnecessary trouble. Su-fan froze for a few seconds, then his eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed Shenhe's arm, his voice filled with ecstatic joy. Brother. You've finally come to your senses. This is absolutely fantastic news. You know, being with Shinruyan was like being in prison, like being in hell. Now you're finally out of prison, you should be happy. What are you sad about? Jump up and cheer. Shenhe was amused by Su-fan's exaggerated reaction, and finally a genuine smile appeared on his lips for the first time today. Upon careful consideration, he realized Su-fan was right. Shinruyan and her family were a bottomless pit. It was better to discover this early and leave than to regret it after marriage. If he really married Shinruyan, he would not only have to support her but also her entire family, which would be utterly disastrous. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'm not sad anymore. Shenhe raised his glass and clinked it with Su-fan's. To my rebirth, cheers. The two took a sip of their drinks, and Su Fan suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, now that you've broken up with Shen Ruyan, are you still planning to work as a security guard? When the topic of security guard work came up, Chen He's eyes darkened. He was a college graduate, majoring in computer science, and was a well-known tech genius at school. He never imagined that he would end up working as a security guard. Shen Ruyan initially said she hoped he would find a job close to her workplace that was also easy, so she would feel safe and could spend time with him every day after work. Shen He couldn't persuade her otherwise, and in the end, he can only choose a security guard position in the villa area near Shen Ruyan's workplace. The job was indeed easy. Besides patrolling and standing guard every day, he could squeeze out time to write novels and drive for Didi to earn some extra money, which was barely enough to meet Shen Ruyan's ever-increasing expenses. But as Shen Ruyan's demands increased, she wanted to buy the latest mobile phone, go to high-end restaurants, and buy Shinshohai a game console. Shen He could only work overtime and take on more part-time jobs. Sometimes he could only sleep 3 or 4 hours a day, and he almost fell asleep while driving. Even so, Shen Ruyan still complained that he was poor and busy, and never asked him if he was tired. I plan to resign, Shen He said firmly. If I continue like this, my body will eventually give out. Several times when I was driving for Didi, I almost crashed into other cars because I was too tired. It's too dangerous. Chapter 8. Shen He is actually a long-lost big shot. He had mentioned his intention to resign to Shen Ruyan before, but Shen Ruyan made a scene, saying things like, if you resign, who will keep me company? Who will give me money? In the end, he could only compromise and broke up with Shen Ruyan. Now he can finally do what he wants to do. Su Fan slapped his thigh and said excitedly, that's right. Brother Chen, with your talent, you could earn a high salary anywhere. It's such a waste of your talent to be a security guard. I'm currently a product manager at a tech company, the pay is pretty good, and the boss values talent. Why don't you come work with me? I'll recommend you to the boss, and I'm sure I can get you a good position. Chen He shook his head, a glint in his eyes. No need, I plan to start my own business and build Yuanda technology up and running. Yuanda technology? Su Fan was taken aback for a moment, then realized, you mean the company you registered after graduating from university? Chen He nodded. Back when he first graduated, he had already found a partner and was preparing to use the seed money from his research projects to build a successful business. But when Shen Ruyan heard about it, she cried and insisted that starting a business was too risky and unstable, and that he should find a stable job and live a quiet life with her. She also said that many educated young people were now working as security guards or nannies, jobs that were easy and paid well, so there was no need to go through all that trouble. Under Shen Ruyan's persistent pleading, Chen He finally gave in, locking the company license in a drawer for several years, living a listless life. Su Fan suddenly stood up from his chair, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Chen, are you serious? You really intend to rebuild Yuanda technology? Yeah. Chen He nodded, his tone carrying a long-lost firmness. I was too foolish before, giving up my dreams for people who weren't worth it. Now I've figured it out. In this life, you have to live for yourself at least once. Su Fan excitedly picked up the bottle on the table, took a few gulps, and said, great. That's fantastic. I'll quit my job tomorrow. Even if my dad beats me to death, I won't work for his company. I want to work with you. We're both over 40, and we won't be this daring and enterprising for many more years. We have to seize this opportunity. Su Fan came from a well-off family. His father owned a building materials company and arranged for him to work in management after graduation. However, Su Fan had absolutely no interest in the building materials business and didn't want to drift along under his father's nose. He had been feeling quite stifled all these years. He had long wanted to do something with Chen He, but Chen He had been so focused on Shen Ruyan that he hadn't had a chance to bring it up. Chen He was deeply moved by Su Fan's excited expression. He knew that Su Fan wanted to support him not only because he wanted to start his own business. Many people don't know that Chen He had already achieved considerable success in software development during his university years. He had developed a core algorithm for self-driving cars, which caused quite a stir on international technology forums. However, instead of selling the technology to any company, he donated it to his alma mater under the anonymous nickname Suihua. He always remembered what his mentor told him: science has no borders, but scientists do. He was Chinese, and he couldn't sell such important technology to foreigners for his own selfish desires, allowing others to gain an advantage in this field. He only told Su Fan about this, and from that moment on, Su Fan admired Chen He immensely. He was capable, had a strong sense of national responsibility, and was devoted to his relationship. Such a man was simply a rare gem. But it is precisely this kind of good man who is over 40 and still single. He always gets friend-zoned when he tries to date. Sufan sometimes thinks that this may be a common problem for men with science and engineering backgrounds. They don't know how to sweet talk, they don't understand romance, and they always love someone in the most practical way, but they are often not appreciated. With you by my side, I have even more confidence. Chen He raised his glass and clinked it with Sufan's. Let's have a good fight this time, brothers. Absolutely. Sufan downed his drink in one gulp, his eyes full of anticipation. The two were chatting enthusiastically when a commotion suddenly broke out nearby. Chen He looked up and saw two men in floral shirts surrounding a woman in a booth not far away, holding bottles of liquor and forcing her to drink. The woman's face was flushed, her eyes were glazed, and she was clearly quite drunk. She clutched the hem of her shirt tightly with both hands and kept shaking her head, saying, "I can't drink anymore, I really can't drink anymore." But the two men wouldn't let it go. One of them even grabbed the woman's wrist and brought the glass to her lips. "What's wrong with having a drink? If you keep us company and have a good time, you'll get your share." The woman was so frightened that tears welled up in her eyes. She struggled to get away, but another man held her shoulder down. The people around either pretended not to see anything or watched the commotion with great interest. No one stepped forward to help. Chen He frowned, his anger rising instantly. He couldn't stand this kind of bullying of women, especially since he had just been happy about his rebirth, and now seeing this scene, he couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up, strode over, grabbed the glass the man was offering to the woman, and said coldly, "Can't you see she's drunk? I'll drink her wine." The two men were taken aback for a moment, looked Chen He up and down, and seeing that he was dressed plainly and didn't seem to have any background, they immediately laughed. One of the men, with blonde hair, patted Chen He on the shoulder and said in a flippant tone, "Oh, so here comes a knight in shining armor? Okay, since you want a drink for this beauty, then down the rest of the half bottle in one gulp, and I'll let her go, how about it?" As he spoke, he pointed to a bottle of whiskey on the table that was more than half full. The bottle contained about a pound of whiskey and had a fairly high alcohol content. At this moment, the woman could no longer hold on, her body went limp, and she collapsed to the side. Chen He reacted quickly, reaching out to support her and letting her lean against him. The woman reeked of alcohol, and her breathing was rapid. She was clearly completely drunk. Chen He carefully helped the woman to sit down on the sofa next to him, then took off his coat and covered her with it. He then picked up the whiskey bottle on the table, unscrewed the cap, and drank it down his throat. The pungent liquor burned his throat and stomach, choking him and causing him to cough a few times, but he didn't stop and finished the remaining half bottle in a few seconds. He placed the empty bottle on the table, wiped his mouth, looked at the two men, and said coldly, "Is that enough? Let her go." The blond man's smile vanished instantly. He hadn't expected Chen He to actually drink that half bottle of wine. Feeling humiliated, his face darkened, and he reached out to touch the woman's face, saying arrogantly, "You want us to let her go? Not so easy. You've ruined our fun. This isn't over." Chen He's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He grabbed Huang Mao's wrist and picked up an empty wine bottle from the table with his other hand, smashing it against Huang Mao's head with a loud bang. The bottle shattered instantly, splattering wine and glass shards all over the floor. Huang Mao screamed in pain, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from between his fingers. Seeing this, another man grabbed a chair and tried to smash it at Chen He. Su Fan, who had already followed, rushed over when he saw the situation was getting out of hand. He grabbed the man's arm and twisted it hard. The man screamed, and the chair crashed to the ground. Su Fan then kicked the man in the stomach, knocking him to the ground, and then straddled him, punching him several times in the face. "Hey, let's go!" Su Fan shouted as he fought, "There are too many people here, we'll get into trouble if the police come." Chen He nodded, bent down to pick up the woman from the sofa, and quickly walked towards the bar entrance. Su Fan also quickly got up from the ground and followed behind Chen He, glancing back every now and then to prevent the two men from catching up. The group ran out of the bar and sprinted all the way until they had run several blocks and were sure no one was chasing them before they stopped to catch their breath. As the night wind blew, the whiskey Chen He had drunk began to take effect. He felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. What should we do with this woman?" Su Fan leaned against the wall, panting heavily, looking at the unconscious woman in Chen He's arms, somewhat troubled. "We can't just leave her on the side of the road, can we?" Chen He looked at the woman in his arms, then looked around and saw a hotel not far away. He said, "Let's take her to the hotel first, get her a room and let her rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning." Su Fan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll keep watch at the hotel entrance while you go in and check into your room. Shen He carried the woman into the hotel. The receptionist saw the unconscious woman in his arms and looked at him with some doubt, but she didn't ask any questions. She quickly completed the check-in process and gave him a room key. Shen He, holding the room key, helped the woman into the elevator and to the room. He opened the door, gently placed her on the bed, and covered her with the blanket. The woman's makeup was completely ruined, her eyeliner was smudged into a mess, and most of her lipstick had come off, making it impossible to recognize her original delicate features. He didn't linger. He turned and walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. Then, together with Su Fan, who was waiting for him at the door, they disappeared into the night. Chapter 9 Dare to humiliate me? I'll make you disappear on the spot. When Shen He opened the door, the motion sensor light in the entryway slowly turned on, and under the warm yellow light, the empty living room seemed particularly quiet. The clock on the wall was well past 2 a.m., and the ticking sound of the pendulum was amplified in the night, as if silently reminding him of his broken promise last night. He had arranged to meet Lin Wan that night to talk, but an unexpected farce had made him completely miss the appointment. He slumped onto the sofa, his fingertips tracing the screen of his phone, and tapped the chat window with Lin Wan. He typed, "Sorry, something came up last night and I was delayed several times, but ultimately couldn't send it." At this hour, Lin Wan must already be asleep. He didn't want to disturb her rest with a belated explanation. The aftereffects of the alcohol were still lingering, his temples throbbing. He tossed his phone onto the coffee table, leaned back against the sofa, closed his eyes, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When I woke up again, the sunlight outside the window was already casting dappled shadows on the floor through the gaps in the curtains. Shen He rubbed his throbbing temples, picked up his phone, and saw it was already 8 in the morning. He remembered that yesterday was supposed to be a day off, and the original plan was to take Shen Ruyan to a nearby ancient town for 2 days after they got their marriage certificate. Now, looking back, all those carefully planned itineraries had become laughable illusions. Fine, saves me the trouble. He gave a self-deprecating smile and got up to walk towards the bathroom. The man in the mirror had faint dark circles under his eyes and some stubble on his chin, making him look somewhat haggard, but the previous repression in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a sense of relief. He shaved briefly, changed into a clean security guard uniform, ironed the collar, and then straightened his collar in front of the mirror in the entryway. In fact, he harbored a small expectation, because the villa area where he worked was where Lin Wan lived. Maybe I'll run into her on my way to work today. When he arrived at the security booth at the entrance of the residential area, his colleague Lao Zhang, who was on duty next shift, was already waiting for him. "Brother Chen, why did you come to work when you took the day off yesterday? Why didn't you rest a little longer?" Lao Zhang asked curiously as he handed him the walkie-talkie. "I heard you broke up with Miss Shen? You should have broken up with her a long time ago. That woman is obviously not the kind of person who wants to settle down. You really wronged yourself for her before." Shen He took the walkie-talkie and casually replied, "I had nothing to do at home, so I came over for a look around." He didn't pick up on the topic of breaking up, but his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the entrance of the residential area. This is a well-known upscale villa area in Beijing, where most of the cars coming and going are luxury cars. There are many people coming and going every day, but he can always quickly spot a familiar figure in the crowd. He used to hope that Shen Ruyan would pass by, even if it was just a glance. Now, that expectation has quietly shifted to someone else. He stood beside the security booth, maintaining order for vehicles entering and exiting. The morning sun gradually became dazzling, and he subconsciously squinted and raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight. Just then, a black Cayenne slowly drove up, and the familiar license plate made Shen He's heart skip a beat. It was Lin Wan's car. His eyes lit up instantly, his gaze fixed on the driver's seat. The Cayenne stopped at the entrance, the window slowly rolling down to reveal Lin Wan's profile, which was wearing sunglasses. Today, she wore a beige silk dress, her long hair casually pulled back, revealing her slender neck. In the sunlight, her skin was dazzlingly white, and on her wrist was a simple Patek Philippe watch, understated yet undeniably elegant. Shen He's throat tightened slightly. He wanted to go forward and say hello, but his steps faltered. He glanced down at his security guard uniform. The dark blue fabric was somewhat worn, clashing with Lin Wan's sophisticated attire. An invisible chasm seemed to separate them, an ordinary security guard on one side, and an elite woman living in a villa district on the other. This disparity suddenly robbed him of the courage to approach her. He was afraid that his abruptness would disturb her, and even more afraid of seeing the slightest bit of distance in her eyes. Just as he was struggling with his decision, Lin Wan seemed to sense his gaze, turned her head, and looked in his direction. Her sunglasses obscured her eyes, so Chen He couldn't see her expression, but he could clearly feel his heart pounding faster, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He subconsciously straightened his back, his fingers curling slightly, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. Within seconds, Lin Wan withdrew her gaze, nodded to the security guard in charge of registration, and said in a cool voice, "Thank you for your trouble." The railing slowly rose, and the Cayenne smoothly drove into the residential area. The sound of the engine grew fainter and fainter, and soon disappeared at the end of the road, which was shaded by green trees. Chen He stood there, his gaze still fixed on the direction where the Cayenne had disappeared. He felt as if something had gently bumped into him, a feeling that was both sweet and bittersweet. He suddenly remembered a long time ago, on a sunny afternoon with the same glaring sunlight, Shen Ruyan sat on his electric scooter and turned to him, saying, "I want to eat hot pot tonight." He had felt a similar racing heart back then, but later, that feeling was worn away by day after day of compromise and disappointment. And now, facing Lin Wan's gaze, that long-lost, pure feeling of being moved has returned. He touched his chest, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Perhaps this expectation was not meaningless. Meanwhile, the Cayenne that drove into the residential area slowly came to a stop in a secluded corner. Lin Wan took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of cool eyes. The calmness in her eyes was gone, replaced by a sharpness. She picked up the phone from the passenger seat and dialed her assistant's number. "Mr. Lin, there's been a result on the matter you asked us to investigate." The assistant's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's Mr. Wang from Changsheng Group. He's in your office right now and said he's waiting for you to come back to discuss cooperation." Lin Wan tapped her fingers lightly on the steering wheel, her voice icy. He certainly knows how to pick his timing. President Wang was her arch-rival. The two had been locked in a fierce business rivalry for years. President Wang had always coveted the resources of the Lin Group, and this time he was targeting her. Her assistant had previously reported that President Wang knew she was still single and was eager to appease his family. Last night, he had planned to take advantage of her being drunk, force her to drink, humiliate her, and then spread rumors to force the Lin family to marry her off to him, thus allowing him to seize a portion of the Lin Group's assets. "Mr. Lin, should I try to get him to leave?" the assistant asked cautiously. "No need." Lin Wan's eyes dimmed slightly, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Before dark, I want to see Changsheng Group's cash flow run into trouble, preferably to the point where he can't even take care of himself. Also, find an opportunity to get him drunk, and then find a few ugly women to take turns serving him." Chapter 10, Was the big gold bracelet not for me? She spoke the last two words very softly, yet they made the assistant on the other end of the phone tremble. The assistant naturally understood the meaning of serve and quickly replied, "Understood, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it right away." After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan did not start the car immediately. Instead, she looked through the car window at Chen He standing by the security booth in the distance. Sunlight shone on him, outlining his tall and straight figure. Standing at 1.9 meters, he was particularly eye-catching among the security guards. His fair skin glowed with a healthy sheen in the sunlight. With his sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and high nose bridge, even in an ordinary security guard uniform, his heroic spirit was undeniable. She recalled an afternoon a few days ago when she happened to see him helping an elderly person move their belongings in the neighborhood. His movements were gentle, and his tone of voice was patient, a stark contrast to his usual taciturn nature. At that moment, she felt a surge of curiosity about this security guard. "Check another person." Lin Wan dialed her assistant's number again, her tone calm. "I need all the information about that guy named Chen He in the community security booth in 5 minutes, including his education, work experience, family situation, the more detailed the better." The assistant paused for a moment, then realized who Lin Wan was referring to. He had indeed seen the security guard named Chen He when he picked Lin Wan up from the apartment complex earlier. Chen He was indeed quite handsome, but he hadn't expected President Lin to suddenly ask for his information. Without asking further questions, the assistant quickly replied, "Yes, President Lin, I'll check right away." Lin Wan woke up this morning and learned what had happened to her last night from her subordinates. After reviewing the bar's security footage, she discovered that the man who saved her was Chen He. She recognized the man immediately from the video. Lin Wan had originally planned to talk to Chen He last night, but she was too busy with business engagements and didn't contact him all night. Unexpectedly, the two met at a bar. But it seemed that Chen He didn't recognize her last night. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan started the car and drove towards her villa. In the rearview mirror, Chen He's figure grew smaller and smaller, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, quickly masked by a cold, businesslike aura. Meanwhile, Shen Ruyan was restless in her employer's guest room, clutching her phone tightly. The screen showed her WeChat chat with Gu Tingxian, the last message still being goodnight she sent the night before. Gu Tingxian had not yet replied. Today is her birthday. She had given Gu Tingxian a hint yesterday, thinking he would prepare a surprise for her. But she has been waiting since this morning, and there has been no surprise, not even a single birthday message. She couldn't help but recall the large gold bracelet she'd seen at Gu Tingxuan's house yesterday. It weighed a good 50 grams, sat in a velvet box, and gleamed brightly. She was certain then that it was a birthday gift Gu Tingxian had prepared for her, perhaps even a token of his proposal, which was why she had broken up with Chen He so decisively. But now, Gu Tingxuan's silence made her start to panic. Was that bracelet not meant for me? She murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously picking at her phone case, white hairs glistening under her fingernails. For Gu Tingxian, she went to great lengths. Not only did she sacrifice her so-called precious body, but she also spent all her savings on a full body treatment at a beauty salon, including wrinkle removal, whitening, and body sculpting. Just one set of imported skincare products cost her 3 months' salary. She thought that as long as she was perfect enough, she could firmly capture the heart of Gu Tingxian, this rich second generation. Gu Tingxian is a rich second generation who studied abroad. He must have made a lot of money starting his business overseas. After returning to China, he opened several more companies and is never short of beautiful women around him. Shen Ruyan was always worried that Gu Tingxian was just using her for amusement and would abandon her once the novelty wore off. No, he cares about me so much, he definitely wouldn't do that. She shook her head vigorously, trying to convince herself, but the unease in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, she noticed a fruit knife on the bedside table, and her eyes lit up instantly. She picked up the knife and carefully made a small cut on her index finger. The cut wasn't deep, and only a tiny bead of blood oozed out. She quickly wet her eyes with water, squeezed out a few tears, and then took a picture of the wound from a perfectly chosen angle. It showed the wound while also highlighting her pitiful state. She opened WeChat and sent a message to Gu Tingxian, attaching the photo. Tingxian, I accidentally cut my hand while chopping vegetables just now, and it bled a lot. I'm so afraid of infection. Can you take me to the hospital to get it bandaged? After sending it successfully, she felt that her tone wasn't pitiful enough, so she deleted it and resent it. She revised it several times before finally putting down her phone, satisfied. She paced back and forth in the room, phone in hand, her high heels clicking on the floor, sounding extremely agitated. She was afraid that if she waited any longer, the wound would heal, and she wouldn't even have the chance to play the victim. Just as she was about to lose patience, her phone finally rang, and the name Gu Tingxian appeared on the screen. Shen Ruyan's heart leaped into her throat. She took a deep breath, deliberately making her voice sound like she was about to cry, and answered the phone. Tingxian. Ruyan, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Is it serious? Gu Tingxuan's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone, tinged with urgency. His familiar concern instantly brought tears to Shen Ruyan's eyes. It seemed she had been overthinking things before Gu Tingxian did care about her. She sniffled and sobbed, it hurts so much, but hearing your voice and hearing your concern makes my wound feel like it's almost healed. Silly girl, you're still so sweet even when you're injured. Gu Tingxuan's voice was tinged with laughter. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up now, take you to a hot spring to relax, and have your private doctor treat your wound while I'm at it. Upon hearing soaking in a hot spring, Shen Ruyan's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. Soaking in hot springs? Having a private doctor? This treatment is practically the life of a wealthy socialite. She could almost see that 50-gram gold bracelet on her wrist, in Gu Tingxuan's villa, wearing an expensive bathrobe, directing the servants. She immediately said in a sweet, coquettish voice, I'm at the same employer's house that I told you about before, the usual place. You can come and pick me up. Okay, I'll be there soon, wait for me. Gu Tingxian hung up the phone. Holding her phone, Shen Ruyan jumped up excitedly in the room, all her unease and anxiety from before vanishing. She walked to the mirror, winked at her reflection, and smiled smugly. She thought she was a natural performer, able to easily make Gu Tingxian obey her every word by feigning pitifulness. She quickly changed into a sexy slip dress, touched up her makeup, and even put a cute band-aid on her wound, making her look both pitiful and sophisticated. Sitting on the sofa, imagining her future life in a wealthy family, a smile never left her lips. Chapter 11. A scumbag man and a scumbag woman, a perfect match. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen He took off his security guard hat, rubbed his stiff neck, and finally made it to the end of his shift. He looked up into the depths of the residential area, where villas stood quietly nestled among the green trees, but he still couldn't spot the familiar black Cayenne he had waited all day, but still hadn't run into Lin Wan. The phone remained quiet in his pocket all day, without any news from Lin Wan, not even a simple greeting. Shen He took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and repeatedly looked at his chat history with Lin Wan. The last message was still the one he sent yesterday, "Are you free this weekend?" Lin Wan has not replied yet. He felt a lump in his throat, a mix of unease and panic. Had Lin Wan changed her mind? Did she regret the subtle feelings she'd shown him before, and no longer want anything to do with him? Or was she busy with something else and forgot to reply? Countless guesses swirled in his mind, instantly plunging his previously relaxed mood into despair. He listlessly stuffed his security guard hat into his bag and trudged toward home. The villa area is not far from his home, only a half-hour walk away. He used to think the distance was too short, but today it felt exceptionally long. Every step felt like walking on cotton, and he couldn't muster any energy. As they walked, a familiar gate to a residential compound appeared ahead, the very compound where Shen Ruyan worked as a nanny. Shen He's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously quickened his pace, not daring to lift his head, wanting only to get over there as quickly as possible. After all, they had been together for 7 years. Even if they broke up completely, he wouldn't know what to say if they bumped into each other face to face. The events of the past few days have been like a farce, and he hasn't fully processed them yet. He simply doesn't have the energy to continue entangled with Shen Ruyan. But what you fear most is what you are most likely to encounter. He walked quickly with his head down when his shoulder suddenly bumped into something soft, accompanied by a sharp cry of surprise. Ouch! Can't you watch where you're going? Shen He quickly looked up and saw that the person who bumped into him was Shen Ruyan. She was wearing an elegant dress, her hair was styled in big waves, she wore heavy makeup, and she was carrying a designer handbag. She looked completely different from the simple woman she was when she worked as a nanny at her employer's house. Shen Ruyan didn't expect to run into Chen He here. Her face darkened instantly, and her eyes were full of disgust, as if she had seen something dirty. She quickly scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on a white Porsche not far away. A sudden panic gripped her. Gu Tingxian was still waiting for her in the car. If Gu Tingxian saw her entangled with Chen He might misunderstand. She immediately straightened her back, raised her chin, and said in a condescending tone, "Chen He, how can you, a grown man, be so tasteless? We've already broken up, and you still come to my workplace to wait for me? What a scumbag!" Chen He was stunned. He didn't expect Shen Ruyan to say that. He frowned and explained, "I didn't come to see you. I was just passing by." Just passing by? Shen Ruyan sneered, not believing it at all. "Do you think I'd believe you? Look at you now, all scruffy and reeking of alcohol. You must be heartbroken from breaking up with me, so you came here specifically to beg me to get back together, right? Stop pretending." She remembered what Shin Xiuhai had told her, that Chen He had hit him with a rolling pin yesterday, and she was even angrier. Chen He usually doted on her, but now he dared to lay a hand on her brother and even dared to talk back to her on the phone. Now he had come to bump into her again, he must have regretted it and wanted to deliberately attract her attention. "I wasn't pretending, and I didn't want to ask you to get back together." Shen He's tone turned cold. Looking at the disdain on Shen Ruyan's face, the last bit of lingering affection he had for the past disappeared. "I was just passing by. Since I bumped into you, I guess I'm just unlucky." After saying that, he tried to walk around Shen Ruyan. But Shen Ruyan wouldn't let it go, stepping forward to block his way. "You think you can leave? Not so easy. You haven't apologized to me for what you did to my brother yesterday." Just then, the sound of a car engine came from behind, and the white Porsche slowly pulled up in front of the two of them. The window rolled down, revealing Gu Tingxuan's face. He had a cigarette dangling from his lips, a playful smile on his face, as he looked at Chen He. "Hey, isn't this my old classmate Chen He? Long time no see, you've gotten so weathered." Shen He looked at Gu Tingxian and felt he looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he remembered this was his college classmate, who was very flamboyant in school and liked to compare himself with others. He nodded lightly. "Gu Tingxian? I don't think we're that close." Gu Tingxian wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled even more smugly. Shen Ruyan quickly jumped into the car. He reached out and put his arm around Shen Ruyan's waist, deliberately pulling her closer to him, and said in an ambiguous tone, "We're not close yet, but it's not too late to get to know each other now. Look, Ruyan and I are quite close now." Shen Ruiyan leaned against Gu Tingshuan's chest, a smug smile on her face, looking at Chen He provocatively. She wanted to show Chen He that her current man was richer and more capable than him, and to embarrass him. Seeing this, Chen He instantly understood. He suddenly found it a bit ridiculous that 7 years of feelings couldn't compare to Gu Tingshuan's pursuit of him for just over half a month. Looking at Chen He's expression, Gu Tingshuan felt even more smug. The reason he targeted Chen He wasn't just because of Shen Ruiyan, but also because of an old grudge. After graduating from university, both he and Chen He had feelings for Shen Ruiyan. At that time, he was going through a divorce and didn't have time to pursue Shen Ruiyan, so she chose Chen He, who had always been single and treated her very well. Later, he got divorced and went abroad to start a business. Suddenly, he learned from an old classmate that Shen Ruiyan and Chen He had been dating for 7 years but hadn't gotten married yet, and that Chen He was still a poor security guard. He immediately abandoned his overseas project and returned to China to pursue Shen Ruiyan. He originally thought it would take some effort, but he didn't expect Shen Ruiyan to fall for it so easily. She was with him in just over half a month and kept complaining to him about how poor and incompetent Chen He was. This completely ignited Gu Tingshuan's possessiveness. He wanted to show Chen He that the woman he couldn't have back then was now firmly in his grasp. Moreover, he wanted Chen He to know that compared to him, Chen He was a joke. Old classmate, speaking of which, I should thank you. Gu Tingshuan took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and said with a sarcastic tone, if you had broken up with Ruiyan earlier, I wouldn't have had to wait until now to be with her. But it's okay, it's not too late now. This time, I won't hold back. He emphasized the words you're welcome, his eyes revealing undisguised provocation. Chen He understood this subtle tension between men perfectly well. Gu Tingshuan was just showing off, flaunting that he had stolen his woman and was going to completely possess her, making him feel embarrassed. Shen Ruiyan added fuel to the fire, saying, Tingshuan, stop wasting your breath on him. Let's go. I feel like I'm losing my dignity by staying with someone like him. Chen He suddenly laughed as he watched the two of them chatting and laughing. He had been a little sad about the breakup, but now he felt incredibly fortunate. Thankfully, Shen Ruiyan changed her mind before they got their marriage certificate, and thankfully, he had seen through this woman's true colors. If he had really married her, he didn't know how much he would have been dragged down by her and her family. You two are quite a good match, Chen He said calmly, his tone devoid of anger, only showing complete relief. Have fun, and goodbye. Gu Tingshuan was surprised by Chen He's calmness. His smile froze for a moment, then returned to its smugness. You're smart. Ruiyan, let's go. Shen Ruiyan glared at Chen He, but felt a little annoyed. She had thought that Chen He would be angry, jealous, or even fight with Gu Tingshuan, which would satisfy her vanity and make her feel that she was very charming. But Chen He remained so calm, as if he were looking at two strangers, which made her feel very embarrassed. The Porsche slowly drove away, and Shen Ruiyan even deliberately stuck her head out of the car window, raised her middle finger at Chen He, and then withdrew it in satisfaction. Chen He stood there, watching the car disappear around the street corner, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't quite describe. It wasn't pain, nor joy, just a numb calm. He took out his cigarette case, lit a cigarette, squatted down on the street, and puffed on it. Amidst the swirling smoke, he recalled the bits and pieces of the past 7 years he scrimped and saved for Shen Ruiyan, gave up his dreams for her, and endured the difficulties caused by her family, only to be met with betrayal and ridicule in return. But it's okay, it's all in the past. He stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and prepared to continue walking. Just then, a silver Audi stopped in front of him, the window slowly rolled down, revealing a handsome face. The woman wore delicate, light makeup, her eyes were bright, and a gentle smile played on her lips as she looked at Chen He. Handsome, I saw you squatting here alone smoking earlier, you seem to have something on your mind. If you don't mind, how about we get in the car and talk? I'll give you a ride? Chen He paused for a moment, looking at the woman's unfamiliar face with some confusion. Do we know each other? Once on the bus, I realized that Lin Wan was already sitting inside. Chapter 12 is actually about her? Su Qing was driving her silver Audi smoothly through the evening rush hour traffic when she caught a glimpse of the marriage certificate in Mr. Lin's hand. She was speechless with astonishment. She had only been busy for less than a day. What was this marriage certificate all about? God's milk. Mr. Lin, did you use someone else's marriage certificate? Or your own? Su Qing asked tentatively. I got my marriage certificate yesterday. Lin Wan said calmly. Oh, you're in a bit of a rush, aren't you? Su Qing muttered quietly. Lin Wan, are you telling me how to do things? Do you think I shouldn't have gotten the marriage certificate on my own? Su Qing immediately explained, President Lin, I was wrong. She secretly glanced at Lin Wan in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Her boss was leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, resting. The marriage certificate between his fingers gleamed warmly in the sunset. His profile was cold yet gentle, and he didn't look like he had just gotten married in a flash. Lin Wan is considered an older, more mature woman. She's in her late 30s and still unmarried, never even had a boyfriend. To outsiders, she seems like a workaholic robot or a superwoman. She seems to automatically block out men. It's as if she's naturally indifferent to them. The Lin family has been pressuring her to get married, and this year the pressure has intensified, leaving her as the only unmarried person in the entire family. Lin Wan feels that it's better to find an ordinary man than to marry into one of those wealthy and spoiled young masters. At least I don't feel disgusted by myself. I don't have that decadent air about me, like the scions of wealthy families. Tell the old family home that I'm married now and they should stop watching me, Lin Wan said, her eyes flashing with coldness. President Lin, if the family at the old house finds out you've gotten your marriage certificate, they'll probably be in an uproar. Su Qing said carefully, trying to ease the slightly tense atmosphere from before. Lin Wan slowly opened her eyes, looked at the street scene passing by outside the window, and said in a calm tone, just find an opportunity to give Aunt Zhang at the old house a heads up, and tell her that I have already registered my marriage, and that they should stop worrying about my marriage and stop arranging those inexplicable blind dates. Su Qing quickly agreed, okay, Mr. Lin, I'll tell Aunt Zhang first thing tomorrow morning. She secretly marveled at how efficient her boss was. He had asked her to check Shenhe's information just yesterday, and today they were getting their marriage certificate, which also solved the problem of the old family mansion pressuring them to get married. It was even more efficient than handling a project worth 100 million. Su Qing was also very fortunate that her boss told her about her marriage first. Just then, Su Qing suddenly saw a familiar figure squatting by the roadside ahead and quickly slowed down. President Lin, isn't that the man in the photo, Shenhe? Lin Wan followed her gaze and saw Shenhe squatting on the sidewalk, a cigarette between his fingers, his brows furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. The setting sun cast a long shadow on him, making him appear somewhat lonely. A barely perceptible ripple flashed in Lin Wan's eyes as she gave Su Qing a look. Su Qing instantly understood, slowly parked the car next to Shenhe, rolled down the window, and revealed a professional smile. Handsome, I saw you squatting here alone earlier, did something happen? My colleague happens to be going that way, would you like to get in the car and give you a ride? Shenhe was stunned for a moment. He looked up and saw Su Qing, then glanced at the person in the driver's seat. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he heard a familiar voice from the back seat. I asked Su Qing to come over. She just got off work and was giving you a ride. He then realized that Lin Wan was sitting in the back seat. Today she changed into a beige business suit, her hair was tied into a neat low ponytail, and her face was lightly made up. Her fair skin looked particularly delicate under the warm light inside the car. She looked a little different from the one I saw at the entrance of the community this morning. She had a more capable look for a working woman, but she was still so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Shenhe's heart skipped a beat. He had made an appointment to meet yesterday but failed to show up. He hadn't had a chance to explain, and now he was suddenly sitting in the same car as Lin Wan, which made him feel a little awkward. He forced himself to remain calm as he got into the passenger seat. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, he heard Lin Wan say, I'm sorry about that night, something came up and I couldn't contact you. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan brought up the matter herself, which relieved Shenhe. He quickly said, it's okay. I also ran into some problems later, and I was going to explain to you. He paused, remembering that he and Lin Wan had already registered their marriage, and felt that there were some things he needed to clarify. So he turned his head and looked at Lin Wan seriously beside him. Comrade Lin Wan, now that we have registered our marriage, I need to explain my situation to you in detail to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. Comrade Lin Wan? This man is so cute. Lin Wan was pleased and nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. I'm currently working as a security guard in the neighborhood where you live, but I'm planning to quit. Shenhe's fingers gently gripped the hem of his shirt, his tone a little nervous. I studied computer science in college and used to do technical research and development. Now I want to start a tech company with my friend, working on AI-related projects. Income will definitely be unstable in the early stages of a startup, and I might have to work overtime often, but don't worry, I will work hard to earn money and I will definitely make sure you don't go hungry. He took a deep breath and continued, I also have a courtyard house, which is my relative's old house. It's currently empty, and I plan to sell it to use as startup capital for my business. In addition, I have a grandmother in my hometown who raised me. I may need to go back to visit her often in the future. That's the main situation for now. If there's anything I haven't mentioned, you can ask me. After saying all this, Chen He felt a little uneasy. He knew his circumstances weren't great. He was over 40 and still starting a business, had to sell his house to raise startup capital, and had elderly parents to take care of. Any woman would probably not be willing to marry him. Shen Ruyan had been against his idea of starting a business because she felt it was unstable, let alone selling the house to start a business. She almost got into a fight with him back then. The carriage was quiet for a few seconds. Su Qing then wisely slowed down and pretended to focus on driving. Chen He held his breath, waiting for Lin Wan's reaction, and was even prepared for her to file for divorce. I don't regret it. Lin Wan suddenly spoke, her tone calm but firm. I earn 30,000 a month, which is enough to support myself. You don't need to feel guilty. Just focus on your project. Chen He was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Wan to support him so readily. He originally thought that Lin Wan would at least hesitate or make some demands, but he didn't expect that she would not only not object, but also be willing to support him. For a moment, a warm current surged in his heart, warmer than ever before. He suddenly thought of Shen Ruyan. He used to think that Shen Ruyan was beautiful, like a fairy descended from heaven. But now, compared with Lin Wan, he realized that Shen Ruyan's beauty was mixed with too much vanity and selfishness, and was no match for Lin Wan's insight and kindness. Lin Wan, standing before him, was not only beautiful and kind, but also so supportive of his dreams, making him feel for the first time how good it felt to be recognized. Shen He pulled his marriage certificate out of his pocket, looked at the photo on it, then at the red booklet in Lin Wan's hand, and couldn't help but smile shyly. Sunlight streamed through the car window onto his face, dispelling his previous fatigue and anxiety, and revealing a long-lost relaxed smile. Lin Wan looked at him, a smile flashing in her eyes. She reached out and took the marriage certificate from his hand, placed the two red books side by side, took a picture with her phone, and sent it to Chen He. Keep it as a souvenir. Chen He's phone rang, and when he opened WeChat and saw the photos of their marriage certificates side by side, he suddenly felt exceptionally at ease. He looked at Lin Wan and happened to see the small mole on her earlobe. The mole was small but very noticeable, gleaming faintly in the sunset. Suddenly, Chen He froze. He suddenly remembered the woman he had rescued at the bar that night. She was drunk and her makeup was smudged, so he couldn't see her clearly, but he vaguely remembered that she also had a mole like that on her earlobe. Could it be that the woman that night was Lin Wan? He was both surprised and delighted. Just as he was about to ask a question, Lin Wan's phone suddenly rang. She answered the phone, listened for a few minutes, frowned slightly, and after hanging up, apologized to Chen He, saying, "There's an urgent project at the company that needs to be handled, so I have to go there first and can't take you to your door." Chen He quickly said, "It's okay, you go ahead and do your work. I'll just take a taxi home myself." He then started to unbuckle his seatbelt and get out of the car. "Wait a minute." Lin Wan called out to him, her tone natural. "Tell me your address, Su Qing will take you home, I'll go to the company." "Home?" Chen He was stunned. The word warmed his heart. When he was with Shen Ruyan, he tried his best to keep the rented house clean and tidy, but he never felt like it was home. Shen Ruyan always brought her family and made the house a mess. She also often complained that the house was too small and too old. To him, it was more like a temporary hotel than a home. But now, the word home that Lin Wan casually mentioned made him feel exceptionally at ease. He suddenly realized that this seemingly hasty whirlwind marriage might not be such a bad thing after all. Looking into Lin Wan's earnest eyes, he softly gave her his home address. "It's in the Happiness Community up ahead, Building 3, Unit 5, Room 601. Su Qing entered the address into the navigation and said with a smile, "It's on my way, I'll make sure you get home safely." Lin Wan gave Su Qing a few more instructions before getting off at a nearby subway station. Before leaving, she looked at Chen He with a hint of encouragement in her eyes. "Don't rush into starting a business, take your time." Chen He nodded, watching Lin Wan's figure disappear into the subway station entrance, and suddenly felt a surge of motivation. He turned to look out the window. The sun had already set, and the city lights were gradually coming on, outlining a warm silhouette. He touched the marriage certificate in his pocket, then glanced at the photos side by side on his phone, and couldn't help but smile. Perhaps his new life was truly about to begin. The Audi continued driving. Su Qing looked at Chen He, who had a smile on his face in the passenger seat, and thought to herself, her boss's judgment this time seems to be really good. Chapter 13. Lin Wan, thank you. Chen He pushed open the door to the rented room, and a familiar, chaotic atmosphere rushed towards him. He frowned, and was about to pack up when his phone suddenly lit up. A text message popped up on the screen, sent by Shen Ruyan. "Chen He, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have argued with you before. Can you give me another chance? Looking at the text message, Chen He felt no emotion whatsoever, only a complete sense of relief. With a flick of his finger, he deleted the text message and put his phone back in his pocket. Now his mind was full of things about starting a business, and he didn't want to be bothered by Shen Ruyan anymore. The next morning, Chen He was woken up by his alarm clock, and the first thing he did was call the property management office of his residential complex. Manager Zhang, I would like to ask for leave today. I will submit my resignation later. Please arrange the handover. After hanging up the phone, he pulled the property certificate out of his drawer, tucked it into his pocket, and headed straight for the real estate agency. At the real estate agency, clerk Xiao Li's eyes lit up when she saw the property certificate in Chen He's hand. Sir, are you looking to sell or rent the property? Selling the house, in a hurry to sell. Chen He sat on the sofa, his tone straightforward. The house is in Xingfu community, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, 60 square meters, all furniture and appliances are there. It's a bit messy from the previous tenants. I can lower the price, 100,000 yuan less than similar units in the same community, as long as we can close the deal quickly. Xiaoli quickly took the property certificate, opened it, and saw that Chen He was the only owner. He was immediately relieved. Sir, don't worry, this price will definitely sell well. I'll list it online for you right now, and someone will definitely come to see the house today. Sure enough, around 10 a.m., a young couple contacted Xiaoli, saying they wanted to view the apartment. Chen He accompanied them to the complex. Upon opening the door, the couple saw the location and layout of the apartment, and hearing that the price was 100,000 yuan lower than the market price, they immediately decided, we want this apartment. We can sign the contract today. At 2 p.m., both parties signed the contract at the real estate agency. The buyer transferred the down payment to Chen He's bank card, and it was agreed that the transfer of ownership would be completed in a week, with the remaining balance to be paid in full at that time. Looking at the 8 million yuan deposited into his mobile bank account, Chen He felt extremely relieved the startup capital for his business was finally secured. He took out his phone and dialed his good friend Su Fan's number. Mingzi, the money's in. How's the office space coming along? Su Fan's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Old Chen, you're awesome. I've already found an office space on the 18th floor of the innovation building in the high-tech zone. It's newly renovated, 150 square meters, and the monthly rent is only 8,000 yuan. It's an absolute steal. We can move in tomorrow. Su Fan was Chen He's college classmate. The two were best friends back in school, studying computer science together and spending countless hours in the lab. Later, Chen He gave up research and development to become a security guard for Shen Ruyan, something Su Fan always felt sorry for. This time, when Chen He announced his intention to start a business, Su Fan quit his job with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan without hesitation, wanting to join him. After hanging up the phone, Chen He headed straight for the innovation building. Pushing open the door to room 1808, he immediately saw a spacious and bright office, neatly arranged white desks, floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of the bustling city, and a small meeting room partitioned off in the corner with a whiteboard on the wall. Everything was perfectly prepared. How's it going, Lao Chen? Is this place all right? Su Fan came over from the break room with 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Chen He. I've already contacted a renovation company. We should be able to hang up the company sign next week. Once we hire 2 more programmers and an administrator, we can officially start construction. Chen He took a sip of coffee, his heart brimming with enthusiasm. Fancy, from now on, leave the RD to me. I'll be in charge of the core algorithms. Please take care of things like recruiting, handling paperwork, and negotiating partnerships. Why are you being so polite with me? Su Fan patted him on the shoulder, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Old Chen, you provided all the startup capital, so how about I invest some money too? It's not much, but it's my way of showing my appreciation. Chen He quickly waved his hand. No need. I'm already very grateful that you quit your job to help me. Once the company is profitable, I'll give you shares. For now, you can just collect your salary without taking any risks. He knew that Su Fan's family was well off, but his parents were conservative and didn't want him to spend any more money. Su Fan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded emphatically. Okay. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Let's work together to build the company from now on. The two worked until dark in the office, finalizing the company's rules and regulations, recruitment needs, and RD plan. Chen He looked at the empty office and calculated, the 8 million yuan in startup capital, after deducting rent, salaries, and equipment purchase costs, would barely last 6 months. If they could develop the core model of artificial intelligence within those 6 months, they could secure investment and the company would be on the right track. As for accommodation, he was a bachelor. There was a sofa in the office, so he could sleep there at night and save on rent. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Lin Wan. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together at Yuexian restaurant near my villa. I've made a reservation. Chen He was overjoyed and quickly replied, I'm free. I'll be right there. He quickly tidied himself up, said goodbye to Su Fan, and took a taxi straight to Yuexian. The Yuexian restaurant was right at the entrance of the villa area where Lin Wan lived. Chen He used to pass by it every day when he was a security guard, but he had never been inside. Just looking at the Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Porsche parked outside, he knew that the prices here were not low. He stood at the entrance, straightened his shirt, took a deep breath, and then pushed the door open and went inside. As soon as I entered, a waiter greeted me warmly. Sir, do you have a reservation? I contacted Ms. Lin Wan, and she made a reservation, Chen He said. This way, please. The waiter led him through the lobby to a seat by the window. Lin Wan had arrived. She was wearing a light purple dress, her hair was draped over her shoulders, and she had light makeup on her face. She looked even more gentle and beautiful than when she was seen in the car during the day. You're here? Please have a seat. Lin Wan smiled and waved, pointing to the dishes on the table. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I just ordered a few. Do you want anything else? Chen He sat down and saw steamed grouper, Australian lobster, truffle fried rice, and Buddha jumps over the wall on the table, all dishes he had never eaten before. He quickly waved his hand. That's enough. That's too much, the two of us can't finish it. You can take the leftovers home, Lin Wan said with a smile. Try it, the seafood at this restaurant is very fresh. Chen He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of lobster meat, and put it in his mouth. The delicious taste instantly spread on his tongue, and he couldn't help but exclaim, delicious. It tastes so much better than the crayfish I used to eat. Lin Wan watched him eat happily, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. She suddenly got up, sat down next to Chen He, took out her phone, snapped a photo of them together at the table, and sent it to Chen He. Keep this as a memento, so you can look back on it later. Chen He opened WeChat and was about to reply thank you when he noticed that Lin Wan's WeChat profile picture had changed. It used to be blank, but now it was a blue sea with a few white clouds floating on the surface, which made people feel relaxed. This profile picture is very similar to Lin Wan's personality, cheerful, insightful, and open-minded. He then opened Lin Wan's WeChat moments, and the first post was a photo of their marriage certificate with the caption, "The two little cuties are here." Chen He felt a warmth in his heart, and his nose tingled a little. He had been with Shen Ruyan for 7 years, and she had never posted anything about him on her social media, nor even wanted to take a photo with him. At the time, he thought Shen Ruyan was just shy and embarrassed to go public with their relationship. Now he realized that Shen Ruyan had never taken him seriously from the beginning and had only kept him as a backup plan. She had never thought about having a future with him. Since Lin Wan has been so open about their relationship, he can't just cower in the dark. Chen He picked up his phone, first forwarded Lin Wan's post on WeChat moments, and then posted 2 more himself. The first was a photo of their marriage certificate with the caption, "My whole life revolves around you." The second was a photo of him and Lin Wan that they had just taken, with the caption, "Dinner with my wife, it was delicious." After posting on WeChat moments, Chen He looked up and met Lin Wan's gaze. Lin Wan looked at him, her eyes full of smiles. "The house is sold, where do you plan to live now?" Chen He scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, "I was thinking of renting a place, but I haven't had time to look yet. There's a sofa in the office, so if all else fails, I can sleep at the company and save on rent." "Don't sleep at the company, it's uncomfortable and you'll easily catch a cold." Lin Wan frowned and said seriously, "I know a friend who works in real estate and has a lot of good properties that are close to your company. I'll have him contact you tomorrow and take you to see the properties. I'm sure you'll find one you like." Chen He felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Looking into Lin Wan's gentle eyes, he suddenly felt a lump in his throat. In all his life, apart from his grandmother, very few people had cared for him like this. He nodded, his voice a little hoarse. "Okay, thank you. Why are you being so polite with me?" Lin Wan smiled, picked up a piece of grouper and put it in his bowl. "Eat quickly, the food is getting cold." Chen He picked up his chopsticks and continued eating. The night outside the window deepened, and the warm, bright lights in the restaurant cast a soft glow on Lin Wan's face. Looking at Lin Wan across from him, he suddenly felt that this seemingly hasty whirlwind marriage might be the best decision he had ever made. After finishing their meal, Lin Wan paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant with Chen He. A gust of evening wind made Chen He shiver. Seeing this, Lin Wan took a jacket out of her bag and handed it to him. "It's a bit chilly tonight, put this on." Chen He took the coat and draped it over his shoulders. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted towards him. It was Lin Wan's scent. He looked at Lin Wan's profile and whispered, "Lin Wan, thank you." Chapter 14 actually blocked me. Shen Ruyan was holed up in Gu Tingshuan's messy rented room, her fingers repeatedly refreshing the text message interface on her phone, but there was still no reply from Chen He on the screen. She frowned, her anger rising. They really don't know what's good for them. They used to be so obedient to me, and now they dare not reply to my messages. Do they really think they're all grown up? She grew angrier the more she thought about it, opened WeChat, found Chen He's chat window, and hovered her finger over the block button. Why does Chen He dare to treat her like this? If she hadn't been willing to be with Chen He back then, how would Chen He have had the opportunity to meet a beauty like her? But then she thought, Chen He also owns a courtyard house. Although he said he wanted to sell it, if it didn't sell, he might be able to help her brother in the future. If she blocked him now, she wouldn't have the chance to ask him for help in the future. Shen Ruyan took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, picked an angry cartoon image with hands on hips from the emoji collection, and clicked send. The next second, a message popped up on the screen, message sent, but rejected by the recipient. She was stunned, thinking it was a network problem. She logged out of WeChat and logged back in, then sent the message again, but received the same message. Only then did she belatedly realize Chen He had deleted her. Impossible. Shen Ruyan muttered to herself, her fingers flying as she typed Chen He's WeChat ID into the search bar and clicked add, only to be met with, "The other party has refused to add you as a friend." She tried searching by phone number, but the result was the same. I was able to send the text message this morning, how come it was deleted after only a few hours? Shen Ruyan was both angry and flustered, but she forced herself to say, it must have been an accident. Chen He likes me so much, how could he delete me? Maybe there's something wrong with WeChat. She comforted herself, even feeling relieved that she hadn't sent that angry message. If Chen He had seen it, he would have rushed to coax her, and she could have put on airs and made him buy her some gifts as an apology. She put down her phone and looked around. The house was still full of trash, and Gu Tingxian hadn't come back since he left in the morning, not even sending a message. Shen Ruyan felt a pang of grievance. She opened Gu Tingshuan's WeChat chat and scrolled up. The most recent message was one she had sent yesterday, "Brother Tingxian, I miss you." Gu Tingxian still hadn't replied. Rich people are always busy. Shen Ruyan began to comfort herself again. Gu Tingxian is definitely talking about a big business deal and doesn't have time to check his phone. He'll definitely message me when he's done, and maybe he'll even bring me a gift. She remembered the big gold bracelet Gu Tingxian had mentioned, and hope rekindled in her heart. As long as she got the bracelet and Gu Tingxian found a job for her brother, she would be a wealthy wife that everyone envied, and she wouldn't care about Chen He, a poor security guard. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from my friend Chen Li Ruyan, check your moments. Chen He got married. Shen Ruyan's heart skipped a beat, thinking she had misread it, and she quickly replied, don't joke around, who is Chen He marrying? He contacted me just a few days ago. Who's joking with you? Chen Li replied quickly, and even sent a screenshot, look for yourself. Chen He posted 2 posts on his WeChat moments, one is a photo of his marriage certificate, and the other is a photo of him and his wife, with particularly cheesy captions. Shen Ruyan's hands began to tremble. She quickly opened her WeChat moments and searched for Chen He's name. She had previously set Chen He to chat only so she couldn't see his moments, but now she could only view them through search. The first post on WeChat moments was made an hour ago. It featured a picture of 2 red marriage certificates with striking gold lettering on the cover, accompanied by the caption, "The rest of my life is all about you." The second post on WeChat moments was made half an hour ago, featuring a photo of Chen He and a woman. The woman was wearing a light purple dress, sitting in a restaurant, with a gentle smile and an elegant demeanor. The two were standing very close, appearing quite intimate. The caption read, "Dinner with my wife, it was delicious." Shen Ruyan stared at the group photo, her eyes widening. She seemed to have seen that woman before. The last time she went to Chen He's apartment complex to find him, she saw a woman in business attire coming out of the complex. At the time, she thought she was just a resident, but she never expected that she would turn out to be Chen He's wife. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shen Ruyan shouted loudly, almost dropping her phone, how could Chen He get married so quickly? Has he been deceived? That woman doesn't seem like a good person. She's definitely after Chen He's house. She quickly messaged Chen Li, do you know who Chen He's wife is? Is she a scammer? Chen He's courtyard house hasn't been sold yet, don't let someone swindle her away. What are you thinking? Chen Li replied, I heard from others that Chen He's wife is a CEO, and she's super rich. Look at the restaurant they were eating at, isn't it Yuexian? That place is so expensive, a meal there costs several thousand. If Chen He married a con artist, would he eat at a place like that? A CEO? Rich? Shen Ruyan was completely dumbfounded. She remembered that Chen He had told her before that he studied computer science in college and had worked in technical research and development. Could it be that Chen He was able to return to technical work through that woman's connections? Does that mean he doesn't need to sell his courtyard house? No, I have to ask Chen He. Shen Ruyan tried to add Chen He on WeChat again, but no matter how she tried, it always showed the other party has refused to add you as a friend. She tried calling Chen He again, but the call was disconnected after 2 rings. When she called back, the line was busy. Chen He blocked her. Shen He, you bastard. Enraged, Shen Ruyan slammed her phone onto the sofa, tears streaming down her face. Have you forgotten the 7 years we've been together? Have you forgotten how you treated me before? You promised to marry me, how could you go back on your word? She thought back to the days she spent with Chen He. Although Chen He was poor, he was incredibly good to her. Whatever she wanted, he would save up to buy it for her. When she was sick, he would rush her to the hospital overnight and stay by her bedside to take care of her. When she argued with her friends, he would patiently persuade her and help her resolve the conflict. But at that time, she felt that Chen He was incompetent and couldn't make money, so there was no future in being with him. That's why she broke up with him and went to find Gu Tingxian. But now? Gu Tingxian has given her nothing but empty promises, and he's not even bothering to reply to her messages. Chen He, on the other hand, married a wealthy and charismatic CEO in the blink of an eye and openly announced it on his social media. In comparison, she seems like a joke. It's all my fault. Shen Ruyan slumped onto the sofa, tears streaming down her face. If I hadn't broken up with Chen He back then, I would be the one marrying him now. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she became. She picked up her phone and started messaging Gu Tingxian again. Brother Tingxian, where are you? I miss you so much, please reply to me soon. But the message was sent out and disappeared without a trace. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from outside the door. Gu Tingxian had returned. He was carrying a briefcase and looked tired. When he saw Shen Ruyan sitting on the sofa crying, he frowned and asked, "Why are you crying? Who bullied you?" When Shen Ruyan saw Gu Tingxian, she rushed over and hugged him as if she had grasped a lifeline. Brother Tingxian, Chen He got married. He married a CEO. I regret it so much, I shouldn't have broken up with him. Gu Tingxian pushed her away, his tone impatient. Why are you crying? He's just a poor security guard, what's there to regret? You're my girlfriend now, you'll have a good life ahead of you, don't mention him again. But you never spend time with me, and you never text me. Shen Ruyan said, feeling wronged, when are you going to give me that big gold bracelet? Gu Tingxian paused for a moment, then replied perfunctorily, soon. I'll buy it for you once I'm done with this busy period. I'm tired today and want to rest for a while, so don't bother me. With that, he took his briefcase and went into the bedroom, closing the door and leaving Shen Ruyan alone in the living room. As Shen Ruyan stared at the closed bedroom door, her feelings of grievance and regret grew stronger. She sat on the sofa, looking at the photos of Chen He and that woman on her phone, then at the trash scattered all over the room, and suddenly felt incredibly ridiculous. She thought she had found a shortcut to wealth, but it turned out to be all for nothing. She looked down on Chen He for being poor, but little did she know that he would marry a better woman in the blink of an eye and live the life she had always dreamed of. As night deepened, only Shen Ruyan's sobs remained in the living room. She didn't know how much longer her dream of marrying into a wealthy family could last. Chapter 15. The scumbag girl gets deceived. The phone slammed onto the sofa, leaving a white mark on the plastic case, much like Shen Ruyan's current mood, full of cracks, painful to the touch. She stared blankly at the white mark, her mind replaying 2 photos from Chen He's WeChat moments, the glaring red of their marriage certificate, the woman in the light purple dress in the restaurant with her gentle smile, and the doting look in Chen He's eyes when he turned to look at her, a look she had never seen before. Chen He had looked at her with similar eyes before. That winter, she had a fever of 39 degrees Celsius. Chen He, after finishing his night shift, braved the snow to take her to the hospital, staying by her bedside and wiping her hands with a hot towel, his eyes full of heartache. But at the time, she took it for granted, even complaining that Chen He's hands were rough and hurt her skin. Now, she realizes that those rough hands were from years of working night shifts as a security guard, delivering food and carrying boxes, and staying up late writing novels and typing on the keyboard. Pa! Why think about these things? Shen Ruyan pinched herself hard, trying to cut off those memories. Chen he is just a poor security guard. That woman is definitely after his courtyard house. Once he gets scammed, he'll realize how good I am. But this might fool others, not oneself. Shenli said that the woman was a CEO, and the place they ate at was Yuexian. She had been there once a couple of years ago with Gu Tingshuan's friends, and one dish alone cost over 800 yuan. If Chen He didn't have real ability, how could he go to a place like that with a CEO? The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. She got up and paced back and forth in the messy rented room. The takeout boxes on the floor smelled rancid, Gu Tingshuan's socks from yesterday were lying on the coffee table, and the ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts. Was this the life of luxury she had given up on Chen He's pursuit? It couldn't even compare to the old neighborhood. Chen He used to live in. Chen He's house, though small, was always spotless, and her favorite pothose plants grew on the balcony, with the water changed every day. Buzz the phone vibrated on the sofa. Shen Ruyan rushed over as if she had grabbed a lifeline, thinking it was Gu Tingshuan replying to a message. But it turned out to be a WeChat message from her younger brother, Shin Xiuhai. Sis, they're pressing me for the money I owe. Ask brother Gu to give me 50,000 yuan first, or they'll break my arm. Shin Ruyan's brows furrowed even more. Shin Xiuhai lost 100,000 yuan gambling on soccer last month and borrowed money from Gu Tingshuan, who only gave her 2,000 yuan, saying, young people should learn to take responsibility. Now he's asking for another 50,000 yuan. How could she possibly have the face to ask again? But then she thought, this was an opportunity to test Gu Tingshuan. If Gu Tingshuan was willing to give it, it meant he was really rich. If he wasn't, then his previous promises of buying a house and giving a bracelet were probably all lies. She took a deep breath, opened Gu Tingshuan's WeChat, and carefully chose her words. Brother Tingshuan, Xiuhai is in a bit of trouble and needs 50,000 yuan for an emergency. Could you help him out first? We'll pay you back when we have the money. The message was sent out, but it disappeared without a trace. Shen Ruyan stared at the screen for half an hour, but Gu Tingshuan's profile picture still didn't light up. She went to Gu Tingshuan's house, couldn't help but walk in, and gently knocked on the door. Brother Tingshuan, are you awake? I have something to tell you. There was no response from inside. She knocked again, but still no sound. Was he asleep? She hesitated for a moment, then pushed open the door. The bedroom was empty, the blankets on the bed were folded haphazardly, and Gu Tingshuan's briefcase was thrown on the bedside table, the zipper undone, revealing several flyers inside. Shen Ruyan walked over and curiously opened the briefcase. Inside, there were no contracts or documents, only a stack of real estate brochures and a few business cards for high-quality counterfeit luxury goods. At the bottom, there was a crumpled wallet. She opened it and found only a little over 300 yuan in cash and a credit card statement with an outstanding balance of 86,000 yuan. This can't be real, right? Shen Ruyan's hands began to tremble. She searched the entire briefcase but couldn't find a single decent bank card. The Gu Tingshuan she thought was making a fortune abroad, his briefcase only contained flyers and outstanding debt bills? She remembered the Armani jacket Gu Tingshuan always wore when he went out, the collar almost falling apart. She remembered the Audi he drove, the license plate was fake, and he almost got pulled over by the traffic police last time, only getting away with it after he gave them 200 yuan. She remembered the big gold bracelet he said he would buy her. He'd been talking about it for half a month, but she hadn't seen a trace of it. It turns out that Gu Tingshuan's wealth was all an act. Shen Ruyan slumped to the ground, her mind blank. She recalled the words she had said to Chen He when they broke up. You're just a security guard, I can't entrust my future to you. Tingshuan can give me the life I want. Now, those words felt like slaps to her face. Why was she so blind to choose between Chen He, who was genuinely good to her, and a pretentious liar? Buzz, her phone vibrated again, this time a debt collector's call. Shen Ruyan looked at the caller ID, her hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground. She dared not answer, nor could she afford to. Gu Tingshuan was unreliable, and she had thoroughly offended Chen He. What should she do? Just then, the door was pushed open, and Gu Tingshuan returned, carrying a plastic bag containing 2 servings of instant noodles. Seeing Shen Ruyan sitting on the floor, he paused, then said impatiently, Why are you sitting on the floor? Get up. I bought instant noodles, eat quickly. Shen Ruyan looked up, tears streaming down her face. Gu Tingshuan, tell me, did you not make any big money abroad at all? Your briefcase is full of flyers and debt bills. Were your promises about buying a house and giving me a bracelet all lies? Gu Tingshuan's expression changed instantly. He threw the plastic bag on the ground, walked over, and grabbed Shen Ruyan's wrist. You went through my things? Shen Ruyan, are you sick in the head? What's wrong with me going through your things? Shinruyan forcefully shook off his hand, her voice trembling with tears. Tell me, are those things real? Have you been lying to me all along? Gu Tingxian was speechless when asked the question. He turned his face away and softened his tone. I want to give you a good life, but I'm just facing some difficulties right now. Once I pay off this debt, I'll buy you a bracelet and a house right away. Temporarily encountering difficulties? Shinruyan sneered, you owe more than 80,000 yuan, and you can't even come up with 50,000 yuan, yet you said you would buy me a house? Gu Tingxian, can you please stop lying to me? She thought of Shenhe, how he saved up half a year's salary to buy her an LV bag, even quitting smoking. She thought of how he slept only 4 hours a day for 3 months straight, delivering food until his feet were swollen, all to help her brother with a down payment on a house. She thought of how he would transfer all his salary to her immediately after receiving it, keeping only a few hundred yuan for himself for living expenses. In contrast, Gu Tingxian offered her nothing but empty promises. So what if I lied to you? Gu Tingxuan's expression suddenly changed, his tone fierce. If you weren't so vain and wanted to be a rich wife, would I have lied to you? Who do you think you are? A woman almost 40 years old, still wanting to marry a rich man? Don't dream. These words were like sharp knives, piercing Shinruyan's heart. Looking at Gu Tingxuan's Xingning, meaning ferocious or hideous face, she suddenly felt utterly estranged. How could the man who had previously showered her with sweet words and promised to give her a good life have become so terrifying? You bastard. Shinruyan was so angry that she trembled all over and raised her hand to hit Gu Tingxian. Gu Tingxian grabbed her hand and shoved her hard. Don't push your luck. If you don't want to live together, then get out. Let me tell you, without me, you can't even find a poor security guard like Shenhe. Shinruyan staggered back a few steps, bumping into the bedside table, the pain bringing tears to her eyes. Looking at Gu Tingxian, her last shred of hope shattered. She knew this man was not only penniless, but also heartless. Fine, I'm leaving. Shinruyan gritted her teeth, wiped away her tears, and began packing her things. She didn't have much stuff, just a suitcase containing a few clothes and some high-quality replica jewelry that Gu Tingxian had bought for her. Gu Tingxian watched her pack her things without stopping her. Instead, he sat on the sofa, opened a pack of instant noodles, and started eating. As he ate, he said, I advise you not to regret this. Life outside isn't as easy as you think. Shinruyan ignored him, picked up her suitcase, and walked out of the rented room without looking back. Stepping outside, the evening breeze chilled her to the bone. Standing by the roadside, watching the passing cars, she didn't know where to go. Go back to her parents' house? Her mother would definitely scold her for it and force her to reconcile with Gu Tingxian. Go to her friends? She had previously boasted to them about how rich Gu Tingxian was going to them now would only make her a laughingstock. Go to Chunhe? Shenhe had already deleted her and married a CEO. How could he possibly care about her anymore? She took out her phone and tried to add Shenhe on WeChat again, entering the verification message. Shenhe, I know I was wrong, can you add me back? I have something to tell you. She sent the message, but still received no response. She then tried calling Shenhe from a different phone number, but the call was disconnected after one ring. Unwilling to give up, she sent another text message. Shenhe, I broke up with Gu Tingxian. He's a liar and has no money at all. I know I was wrong before, can you give me another chance? Like countless others before it, this text message disappeared without a trace. Shinruyan squatted by the roadside, hugging her knees, crying like a child. She regretted it, she really regretted it. She shouldn't have looked down on Shenhe because he was a security guard, she shouldn't have coveted Gu Tingxuan's wealth, and she shouldn't have pushed away the person who was genuinely good to her. But now, it's too late to say anything. She didn't know how long she had been crying when her phone rang. It was her son calling. She quickly wiped away her tears and answered, Hello, son, what's wrong? Mom, when are you coming back? Grandma said if you don't come back soon, we won't be able to pay my tutoring fees. The son's voice was filled with grievance. Shinruyan's heart tightened. Her son's tutoring fees were 2,000 yuan a month, which Shenhe used to give her. Now that she had broken up with Gu Tingxian, she only had a few hundred yuan left. How was she going to pay for the tutoring? Mom will be back soon, don't worry, I'll take care of the tutoring fees. She held back her tears and hung up the phone. She had to find a way to make money and also find a way to win Shenhe back. She knew that Shenhe still had feelings for her, otherwise he wouldn't have been so good to her in the first place. As long as she apologized sincerely, Chen He would definitely forgive her. The next morning, Shen Ruyan went to the neighborhood where Chen He used to live. She waited at the entrance all morning but didn't see Chen He. She asked the security guard, who said, "Chen He? He moved away a long time ago. I heard he married a rich woman and moved to Jingchenipin." Jingchenipin? That's the most luxurious mansion in Beijing's elite circles, a place she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Shen Ruyan felt a pang of bitterness and sorrow, but still clung to a sliver of hope, taking a taxi to Jingchenipin. Upon arriving at the entrance, she was stopped by a security guard. "Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment?" "I'm looking for Chen He as a property owner here," Shen Ruyan said. The security guard checked the list of homeowners and shook his head. "We don't have a homeowner named Chen He here, but there is a Ms. Lin Wan, and her husband seems to be named Chen He." "Do you have Ms. Lin's contact information?" Shen Ruyan was stunned. It turned out Chen He was living with Lin Wan, and the house was still registered in Lin Wan's name. How could she possibly have Lin Wan's contact information? I didn't. I'm Chen He's friend. Could you help me contact him?" Shen Ruyan pleaded. The security guard shook his head. "I'm sorry, we can't contact you without the owner's permission. Please leave." Shen Ruyan wanted to plead again, but the security guards had already begun to drive her away. Standing at the entrance of Jingchenipin, looking at the magnificent villas and luxury cars passing by, she was filled with despair. She didn't even have a chance to see Chen He. Just then, a black Bentley pulled up and stopped at the door. The window rolled down, and in the passenger seat was Chen He. Shen Ruyan's eyes lit up instantly. She rushed over and pounded on the car window. "Chen He! Chen He, wait for me!" Chen He turned his head and saw her, his eyes showing no surprise, only indifference. He didn't roll down the window, but instead said to the driver, "Drive." The Bentley slowly drove into the residential area and quickly disappeared from Shen Ruyan's sight. Shen Ruyan chased after it for a few steps, then fell to the ground, scraping her knee and causing it to sting. She sat on the ground, watching the direction the Bentley had disappeared in, and tears streamed down her face again. She knew that Chen He truly didn't want to talk to her anymore. Just then, her phone rang. It was Shin Xiuhai calling. "Sis, have you found Brother Gu? The debt collectors are here again. They said if you don't pay back the money today, they'll come to Mom and Dad's house." I couldn't find Gu Tingxian. He's a liar. He has no money at all." Shen Ruyan's voice was trembling with tears. "What? A scammer?" Shin Xiuhai's voice suddenly rose. "What should I do? What about my 50,000 yuan? Sis, you have to go find Chen He. Didn't Chen He marry a CEO? He must have money. Ask him to help me out." "I've tried contacting him, but he is ignoring me and has even deleted me," Shen Ruyan said. "How could you be so useless?" Shin Xiuhai cursed. "If you hadn't insisted on being with Gu Tingxian and Chen He back then, would we be in such a mess now? Go find Chen He again right now, no matter what it takes, make him help me. Otherwise, I'll kill myself." After hanging up the phone, Shen Ruyan sat on the floor, feeling completely lost. She didn't know what to do. On one side were the threats of debt collectors, on the other, her younger brother's pressure, and on yet another, Chen He's indifference. Just then, an electric scooter stopped in front of her. It was Chen Li. Seeing her disheveled appearance, Chen Li sighed. "Ruyan, I've heard. You broke up with Gu Tingxian?" Shen Ruyan nodded, her tears flowing even more fiercely. "Sigh, if you hadn't broken up with Chen He back then, things wouldn't be like this now," Chen Li said. "I saw Chen He and his wife yesterday. His wife is a very nice person and treats Chen He very well. They went to sweep Chen He's mother's grave, and Chen He's wife even specially bought chrysanthemums, which Chen He's mother likes." Shen Ruyan was stunned. She had been with Chen He for 3 years and had never known what flowers Chen He's mother liked, or even where her grave was. Lin Wan, on the other hand, had only been married to Chen He for a short time and already knew all this. It turns out that being truly good to someone isn't just about saying it, but about keeping it in your heart. "I know I was wrong, but it's too late." Shen Ruyan's voice was filled with despair. "It's not entirely hopeless," Chen Li said. "I heard there's a social gathering in Beijing next weekend, and Chen He and his wife will be there. If you can get in and apologize to Chen He properly, maybe he'll forgive you." Shen Ruyan's eyes lit up immediately. "Really? How can I get in?" "I have a friend who works for the event organizer. I'll ask around and see if I can get you an invitation," Chen Li said. "Thank you, Chen Li, you're truly my best friend." Shen Ruyan excitedly grabbed Chen Li's hand. She knew this was her last chance. No matter what it took, she had to see Chen He at the party, apologize to him properly, and beg him to give her another chance. A week later, Shen Ruyan, wearing a rented dress and carrying the invitation Chen Li had helped her obtain, walked into the party. The venue was lavish and opulent, filled with the wealthy and powerful. She looked around and finally spotted Chen He in the distance. Chen He was wearing a custom-made suit, with Lin Wan standing beside him. Lin Wan wore a red evening gown, exuding elegance. The two stood together, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Shen Ruyan took a deep breath, straightened her dress, walked over, and stopped in front of Chen He. Chen He, long time no see. Chen He turned his head, saw her, and asked with his eyes still cold, "Is there something you need?" I want to talk to you." Shen Ruyan's voice was tense. Lin Wan glanced at her and said to Chen He, "You two chat, I'm going over there to say hello to my friends." With that, she gracefully walked away. "What do you want to say?" Chen He's tone remained icy. "Chen He, I know I was wrong." Shen Ruyan's tears flowed down her cheeks. "I shouldn't have looked down on you because you were a security guard, I shouldn't have been with Gu Tingxian, and I shouldn't have treated you so badly. Can you give me another chance? I promise I'll treat you well and live a good life with you." Chen He looked at her, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Give you another chance? So you can treat me like an ATM again, so you can use my home as a place for your brother and his friends to have fun, and so you can run off with someone else on your marriage certificate day? I won't do it again, I really won't." Shen Ruyan said quickly, "I broke up with Gu Tingxian, he's a liar, I know I was wrong." "Chen He, we were together for 3 years, you were so good to me, you must still have feelings for me, right? You have feelings for me?" Chen He laughed, his laughter icy cold. "Shen Ruyan, I was good to you because I liked you and wanted to build a good life with you. But what about you? You took my kindness for granted and my sacrifices as a cheap joke. When you were with Gu Tingxian, did you ever think about how I was still working hard to earn money for your family? When your brother ruined my home like that, did you ever think about how sad I would be? When you told me you wanted to break up on our marriage certificate day, did you ever think about how heartbroken I would be?" He paused, his tone growing even colder. "Let me tell you, I no longer have feelings for you. My current wife, Lin Wan, won't look down on me for being a security guard, won't make me risk my life for her family, and won't run off with someone else on the day I look forward to most. She remembers the flowers my mother likes, will cook porridge for me when I'm tired, and will support me when I encounter difficulties. With her, I've learned what true happiness is. So stop dreaming. It's all over between us." Shen Ruyan's face turned deathly pale. Looking into Chen He's cold eyes, she knew he was telling the truth. Chen He truly didn't love her anymore and truly didn't want anything to do with her anymore. But my brother still owes money, and the debt collectors are coming to my parents. I really have no other choice." Shen Ruyan's voice was pleading. "Chen He, you have money now, can you help me out? Just for the sake of our 3 years together." "Affection?" Chen He's eyes grew even colder. "There's no affection between us anymore. Your brother's debt is his own, and he should pay it back himself. Your parents' affairs have nothing to do with me. Shen Ruyan, you'd better watch yourself." After saying that, Chen He turned and left without looking at her again. Shen Ruyan stood there, watching Chen He's retreating figure, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. She knew she had completely lost Chen He, and she had completely lost all hope. Just then, several debt collectors rushed in. Seeing Shen Ruyan, they immediately surrounded her. "Shin Xiuhai's sister, right? When are you going to pay back the money he owes us? If you don't pay today, you're coming with us." Shen Ruyan trembled with fear. She tried to run, but the debt collectors grabbed her arm. Looking at the strange looks from those around her and listening to their whispers, she felt a deep despair. Her dream of marrying into wealth was shattered. Her life was completely ruined. At that moment, not far away, Chen He was holding Lin Wan's hand, looking at the night view outside the window. Lin Wan felt his hand tighten slightly and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Chen He shook his head and squeezed her hand. "It's nothing, I just feel so good to have met you." Chapter 16. One surprise after another. At 6 in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, Chen He woke up. He turned his head to look at Lin Wan, who was fast asleep beside him. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she were having a dream, and her long eyelashes cast soft shadows under her eyes. Chen He gently tucked the blanket around her, his movements as gentle as if afraid of disturbing the fragile moonlight. Today is the opening day of his UN.technology studio. From deciding to open the studio to completing the preparations, it took 3 whole months. He slept only 4 hours a day for almost every day, finding a venue, recruiting employees, and determining the business direction, handling every step personally. The studio mainly focuses on the digital transformation of small and medium-sized enterprises, a field he has been deeply involved in for many years. If it weren't for helping Shin Ruyan settle down back then, he might have become a backbone member in the technology field long ago. He quietly got out of bed, washed up, and changed into a light gray suit he had specially prepared. The man in the mirror still had faint bloodshot eyes, but his gaze was full of anticipation. He loosened his tie in front of the mirror and took a deep breath. Shin-hee, good luck. On his way to the studio, he checked his to-do list on his phone again, confirming the placement of the flower baskets, setting up the equipment, preparing the opening speech. Last night he specifically told Lin Wan, the opening is just a formality, you're busy and don't need to come. But deep down, he still harbored a sliver of expectation. He wanted Lin Wan to see how seriously he worked, and he also wanted her to know that he wasn't just a security guard. The studio is located on the 12th floor of an office building in the city center. It's small, only 80 square meters, divided into an office area and a reception area. The decor is minimalist industrial style, with light gray paint on the walls. The desk is a solid wood table he found at a second-hand market, which he polished himself until it shone. In the corner of the reception area, there are 2 potted green plants, which he moved from his old house. Their leaves are lush and vibrant. Brother Chen, you're here. As soon as he opened the door, employee Su Fan came to greet him. Su Fan had quit his job without hesitation to help him. The flower baskets are all set up, and the equipment is all set up. We're just waiting for the guests to arrive. Shen-hee nodded, his gaze sweeping over the reception area where only 3 flower baskets were displayed. 2 were from Su Fan and another employee, Xiao Li, and the other was one he had bought himself. He had sent opening invitations to several longtime clients and posted messages in industry groups, expecting a few people to show up. Now it seemed he had been overestimating himself. It's okay, take your time. Shen-hee patted Su Fan on the shoulder and forced a smile. Let's reorganize the documents again. Maybe the client will arrive soon. At 8:30, it was opening time. The studio door was wide open, and people were coming and going in the hallway outside, but no one stopped to glance at it. Xiaoli sat in front of the computer, his fingers aimlessly tapping on the keyboard, his eyes filled with disappointment. Brother Chen, could it be that we chose the wrong direction? There are so many companies doing digital transformation now, and we don't have a reputation. No, it won't. Chen-hee interrupted him, his tone firm. Our advantage is our high cost-performance ratio, and we can customize solutions according to the needs of small and medium-sized enterprises. We're sure to have clients who will approve of us. Even so, he wasn't entirely sure. He had checked industry data last night, and the survival rate of small studios like theirs was less than 30%. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Time passed little by little, but the reception area remained empty. Su Fan went out to hand out flyers, and when he came back, he still had more than half of them left. Brother Chen, I handed them out to all the companies in the office building, but they either said they didn't need them or just waved their hands and refused. Chen-hee's phone rang. Thinking it was a client, he quickly answered, only to find it was Shin Xiuhai calling. Hey, Mr. Chen, congratulations on your opening. Shin Xiuhai's voice was teasing. I heard you opened a tech studio? What, tired of being a security guard, want to be a boss now? Shen-hee's face darkened, get to the point, or hang up. No way, I just wanted to ask if your studio needs any help. I'm currently unemployed, how about I be your underling? Shin Xiuhai's laughter was full of sarcasm. But let me tell you, when I used to hang out with Brother Gu, I saw all sorts of big things. I'm afraid I wouldn't be comfortable in your little shabby studio. Get lost. After saying that, Chen-hee hung up the phone and blocked Shin Xiuhai. He leaned back in his office chair, closed his eyes, and felt a surge of helplessness. He remembered 3 months ago when Lin Wan asked him if he needed help finding resources, and he refused. He wanted to achieve success through his own abilities and didn't want people to say, Chen-hee only got where he is because of his wife. But now, he realized how difficult it was to establish himself in this industry without resources or fame. At noon, the 3 of them ordered takeout and ate it sitting on the floor of the office area. The rice was a bit hard, and the dishes were cold. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Brother Chen, how about we take some small jobs first? Even if we don't make money, it's fine, just to build up our reputation first, Su Fan said softly. Chen He nodded. I'll contact my former colleagues this afternoon to see if they have any resources. Just then, the studio door was pushed open. Chen He looked up, thinking it was a client, but instead saw Shen Ruyan's friend, Chen Li. Chen Li was carrying a gift bag. She walked in, looked around, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. Chen He, this is your studio? It's so small, not even as big as my living room. Chen He ignored her and continued eating. I heard no one came to your opening? Well, you're just a former security guard with no connections or resources. Who would want to work with you? Chen Li walked to the reception area, picked up a brochure, flipped through a few pages, and threw it on the table. You dare to show this kind of plan to clients? If I were a client, I wouldn't choose you either. Su Fan and Xiao Li were so angry their faces turned red. They wanted to retort, but Chen He stopped them. If you came here to mock me, you can leave now. Chen He's voice was as cold as ice. I'm here to give you my best wishes. Chen Li placed the gift bag on the table. This is from Ru Yan. She said that since we were together, she wishes you a successful opening. But she also said that if you really can't make it, you should find a job as a security guard, at least that's stable. Chen He stared at the gift bag, his heart aching as if pierced by needles. Shen Ruyan still thought he was only fit to be a security guard and was still laughing at him. He picked up the gift bag and threw it in the trash. Tell Shen Ruyan, my affairs are none of her business. Shen Li was stunned, then sneered, Chen He, don't push your luck. Ru Yan kindly sent you her blessings, and you don't appreciate it? I think your studio will go bankrupt sooner or later. After saying that, she turned and left, the door slamming shut with a bang, making the leaves of the green ivy on the wall shake. After Chen Li left, the studio became even quieter. Xiao Li's eyes reddened, and she whispered, Brother Chen, I'm so sorry. I should have known better than to resign. I've dragged you down. It has nothing to do with you. Chen He patted his shoulder, suppressing the bitterness in his heart. It was my oversight that I opened the studio without being prepared. Don't worry, as long as we don't give up, things will definitely get better. In the afternoon, Chen He contacted more than a dozen former colleagues, but they either said they didn't have time or didn't have the resources. Only one former supervisor was willing to inquire for him, but he couldn't give a definite answer. Sitting in front of his computer, looking at the business plan on the screen, he felt for the first time that his persistence might really have been a mistake. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky gradually darkened. Companies in the office building gradually closed for the day, and the corridors became increasingly empty. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Li packed up their things and looked at Chen He. Brother Chen, we'll head back now and come back tomorrow. Chen He nodded. Be careful on the road. He was the only one left in the studio. He shut down his computer, sat in a chair in the reception area, and looked at the empty room, feeling utterly dejected. He took out his phone, wanting to message Lin Wan, but didn't know what to say. Should he tell her that no one came to his opening? Should he tell her that he was being ridiculed? He didn't want Lin Wan to worry, nor did he want her to think he was useless. Just then, the studio door was pushed open. Warm yellow light shone in, and Lin Wan stood in the doorway, wearing a beige trench coat, holding a thermos in her hand, with a gentle smile on her face. President Chen, are you done with your work? I've come to bring you dinner. Chen He was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Wan to come. He quickly stood up, hastily straightening his suit. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come? If I didn't come, who would cheer for our CEO Chen? Lin Wan walked in, placed the thermos on the table, and opened the lid. Inside were steaming braised pork and vegetables, as well as a bowl of rice. I know you've been busy today and probably haven't eaten properly. Chen He looked at the food in the thermos, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. He had endured so much ridicule and disappointment that day, and Lin Wan's appearance was like a ray of light, illuminating his gloomy mood. What's wrong? Nobody's here? Lin Wan noticed his disappointment and asked softly. Chen He nodded, his voice a little hoarse. Yeah, not a single client. I even got mocked by Shin Xiuhai and Chen Li. Was I overestimating myself? I clearly have no resources, yet I still insisted on opening a studio. Don't say that. Lin Wan interrupted him, grasping his hand. His hand was icy cold, and she squeezed it tightly. You have the skills and the ability, you just lack an opportunity. It's not your problem that no one is coming, it's that they have no vision. She took a document out of her bag and handed it to Chen He. Take a look at this. Chen He took the document, opened it, and saw that it was a letter of intent for cooperation. The partner was a subsidiary of Xingxing Group, which needed to carry out digital transformation, and the project budget was 5 million. This is? Chen He couldn't believe his eyes. This is the first surprise I'm giving you. Lin Wan smiled and said, I know you don't want to rely on me, but the person in charge of the subsidiary approached me after reviewing your proposal, saying that your proposal perfectly suited their needs. I just acted as a go-between. The specific cooperation will depend on your capabilities. Chen He's hands were trembling as he looked at the letter of intent for cooperation. A 5 million yuan project was a godsend for his small studio. There's a second surprise. Lin Wan took out another key and handed it to Chen He. This is the office next to the studio. I've already rented it for you. You can expand your business in the future. I've negotiated the rent with the property management. It's calculated at cost price. You can pay them when you're profitable. Chen He stared at the keys, tears finally streaming down his face. He had thought Lin Wan was just bringing him dinner. He hadn't expected her to do so much for him. He remembered how he had previously refused her help and felt incredibly guilty. Lin Wan, I'm sorry, I told you before I didn't need your help. Silly boy, we're husband and wife, your problems are my problems. Lin Wan wiped away his tears, her voice gentle. I'm not trying to help you take shortcuts, I just want you to know that you're not fighting alone. You have skills and abilities. I'm just helping you open a door. The rest of the journey is up to you. Just then, the studio door opened again, and several men in suits walked in. Leading them was Mr. Zhang, the head of a subsidiary of Xingxing Group. Mr. Zhang walked over with a smile and shook Chen He's hand. Mr. Chen, I've heard so much about you. I've reviewed your proposal, and it's very professional. We're here today to discuss the specific details of our cooperation. Chen He was stunned. He hadn't expected that President Zhang would come in person. Mr. Zhang, this is Chen He, the founder of Yuanda Technology, and my husband, Lin Wan introduced. So you're Mr. Lin's husband. No wonder you're so capable. Mr. Zhang said with a smile. We've entrusted Yuanda Technology with this digital transformation for our subsidiary. We trust Mr. Chen's abilities. Chen He grasped General Manager Zhang's hand, too excited to speak. He knew this was not just a project, but the hope for his studio. For the next 2 hours, Chen He and Mr. Zhang's team discussed the details of the collaboration in detail. Lin Wan sat beside him, occasionally adding a few words of support, her eyes full of trust and support. After the discussion, as Mr. Zhang's team left, they specifically told Chen He, Mr. Chen, we have several projects coming up. If this collaboration goes smoothly, we'll definitely work with you again. Only Chen He and Lin Wan remained in the studio. Chen He looked at Lin Wan, his heart filled with gratitude. Lin Wan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have really given up today. Why thank me? You're capable on your own. Lin Wan helped him pack up the thermos. Let's go home. Tomorrow is a new day. Chen He nodded and walked out of the studio with Lin Wan. As he locked the door, he glanced back at the Huxing Technology sign, which shone brightly under the corridor lights. He knew that his studio was finally saved. Walking in the elevator of the office building, Lin Wan suddenly said, actually, there's a third surprise. Chen He looked at her and asked curiously, what surprise? I've connected you with some big names in the industry. There's an industry summit next weekend, and I'll take you there to meet them. Lin Wan smiled and said, they are all involved in digital transformation and have a lot of resources. They might be able to introduce you to more clients. Chen He felt a warmth in his heart. He held Lin Wan's hand and whispered, Lin Wan, it's so good to have you. Lin Wan leaned on his shoulder and whispered, from now on, let's work hard together. The elevator doors opened, revealing a gentle night outside. The street light shone through the glass, casting warm shadows on the two figures. Chen He knew that his life had been completely changed by Lin Wan's appearance. He was no longer the abandoned, ridiculed security guard. He had his own career and someone who loved him. The next morning, Chen He shared the good news about the collaboration with Su Fan and Xiaoli. The two jumped up excitedly, and Xiaoli exclaimed, Brother Chen, I knew you could do it. We'll definitely build a big company together. In the days that followed, the studio became very busy. Chen He led the team to work overtime on the proposal, and Lin Wan would occasionally visit the studio to bring them food or help them solve any problems they encountered. With Lin Wan's help, their proposal quickly passed the subsidiary's review, and the project was launched smoothly. On the day the project was launched, Chen He specially invited Lin Wan to dinner. In the restaurant, he raised his glass to Lin Wan and said, Lin Wan, thank you. Without you, there would be no Huxing Technology today. Lin Wan also raised her glass, smiling as she said, we're husband and wife, no need to be so polite. I believe that UN technology will get better and better in the future, and you will become more and more outstanding as well. Looking at Lin Wan's gentle smile, Chen He secretly vowed to himself, he must work hard, achieve results, and live up to Lin Wan's trust and support. He wanted everyone to know that Lin Wan hadn't misjudged him. Chen He was not just someone who could be a security guard. Chapter 17, Finding a New Way Out by Utilizing Information Differences. Chen He's Hashin technology was just getting on track, and the office was filled with the aroma of coffee and the sound of keyboards every day. But he always felt that something was missing. Technology companies have slow returns. Although he had Lin Wan's resources to support him and was not worried about orders, his get-rich-quick mentality had not subsided. After all, he spent the first half of his life as a security guard, a food delivery driver, and a novelist, and he was terrified of being poor. Now that he has a female CEO as a cheat code, he would be doing a disservice to his years of hard-earned experience if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. That noon, the studio employees were groaning at their workstations again. Sufan fiddled with the food delivery app on his phone, his brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a mosquito. Seriously? The snail rice noodles I just ordered are showing insufficient delivery personnel, estimated delay of 1 hour again. Are Meituan and Bailin fighting? Yesterday Bailin gave us a 5 yuan discount, and today Meituan is giving us an 8 yuan coupon. As a result, the merchants are overwhelmed with orders, and all the delivery personnel have gone to the other platform. Xiaoli chimed in, the soy milk I ordered this morning was already cold. The delivery guy said he had 20 orders backlogged and couldn't possibly deliver them all. I heard that both platforms are vying for delivery drivers, offering 60 yuan per hour, but there still aren't enough. Chen He, who was holding the lunchbox that Lin Wan had her driver deliver that morning, stopped eating when he heard this. He went over to Sufan's workstation and glanced at his phone screen. A certain group buying platform's homepage was displaying 30 renminbi off for orders over 30 renminbi citywide, followed closely by Baolim's 25 renminbi off for orders over 25 renminbi, and all the snail rice noodle shops below were marked overwhelmed with orders, estimated delivery in 1.5 hours. Half of the comments were people urging for their orders, and the other half were complaining that they were so hungry they could eat 3 bowls of noodles. His eyes suddenly lit up. Do you think it would be profitable if someone could act as a transfer and delivery agent for these snail rice noodle shops? Su Fan was taken aback. Transfer and delivery? You mean we go to the store to pick up the goods and then deliver them to the customer? Isn't that taking away the delivery driver's jobs? It's different. Chen He put down his lunchbox, picked up a pen, and started drawing on the whiteboard. The core issue in the platform battles right now is that orders are exploding, but delivery capacity can't keep up. Merchants are afraid of being complained about for late deliveries, users are afraid of going hungry, and platforms are afraid of losing users. Instead of competing with the platforms for delivery drivers, we'll create a direct channel between merchants and users. Will partner with snail rice noodle shops, take a commission per order, and then hire temporary delivery teams. We'll earn the price difference and the service fees from the merchants, and we can also ride the wave of platform subsidies. Isn't that faster than waiting for tech companies to pay us back? Xiaoli scratched his head, but the smell of snail rice noodles. Last time I helped a colleague pick up takeout, the smell lingered on my clothes for 3 days. The stronger the flavor, the better. Chen He slapped the whiteboard. Young people these days love this kind of flavor. Adding more stinky and spicy flavors will make it a bestseller. Besides, snail rice noodles have a longer shelf life than regular takeout. We can stock up on some in advance in a temporary warehouse and deliver directly during peak hours, which is more efficient. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Wan. Wan, I have a new idea for making money, and I'd like to talk to you about it. Lin Wan replied quickly, along with her location, I'm inspecting a warehouse center in the city center, and I happen to have some vacant small warehouses. Want to come over for a face-to-face meeting? Chen He immediately drove over. The storage center Lin Wan mentioned belonged to the logistics subsidiary of Xingxing Group. There was a 200 square meter unused area on the basement floor, which was well ventilated and even had refrigerated cabinets. It was practically tailor-made for stocking up on snail rice noodles. You want to do food delivery and transit? Lin Wan leaned against the warehouse shelf, listening to Chen He's plan, a smile in her eyes. Good idea. Right now, Meituan and Baolim are vying for the local life market, and the delivery chain is indeed a weak point. But you need to pay attention to 2 things. First, when cooperating with merchants, you need to choose stores with good reputations and sufficient production capacity to avoid stockouts. Second, for the delivery team, if you hire temporary people, you need to sign agreements to avoid safety issues. She paused, then took a folder out of her bag. I had the logistics department compile a list of the 30 top-selling snail rice noodle shops in the city, noting their average daily order volume and supply chain status. In addition, I also had the legal department draft a template for the insurance and salary system for temporary delivery personnel. You can use it directly. Chen-hee took the folder, his fingertips touching Lin Wan's hand, which was warm. A warmth welled up inside him. You knew I was going to do this? Last time you complained to me about how slow tech companies pay out, saying you wanted to find quick and easy projects, so I've been keeping an eye out for them. Lin Wan smiled and squeezed his wrist. But don't be greedy. Find 2 stores to test the waters first, and then expand once the process is running smoothly. With Lin Wan's boost, Chen-hee finalized deals for 2 snail rice noodle shops that same day: Grandma's Snail Rice Noodles and Extra Spicy Jianghu. The owner of Grandma's Snail Rice Noodles, Mr. Wang, initially hesitated. Little Chen, it's not that I don't trust you, but this platform war might stop any day now. What if I end up with unsold orders if I cooperate with you? Chen-hee pulled out his tablet and pulled up the data analysis from Yuanda Technology. Brother Wang, look, your orders have increased by 40% in the past 3 days, but the late delivery rate has also risen from 10% to 35%. More complaints are affecting your rating. I'll help you with transit and delivery, taking a 15% cut from each order, but I can guarantee the late delivery rate will drop below 5%, and we'll settle payment on the same day, so your funds won't be tied up. In addition, I can help you connect with raw material suppliers who are 8% cheaper than what you're currently getting. These are resources from my wife Lin Wan, absolutely reliable. Mr. Wang stared at the data analysis on the tablet, and upon hearing that he could get raw materials at a lower price, he immediately decided, great. I'll work with you. I'll double the stock in the kitchen right away. With the merchants secured, the next step was to assemble the delivery team. Chen-hee posted a recruitment notice for Luosifen delivery team in his studio, which read, hourly wage 50 plus commission, dinner provided, full serving of Luosifen, daily payment. The studio staff reacted in various ways. Su Fan was the first to raise his hand. Brother Chen, I'll do it. I've wanted to try delivering food for a long time, and I can eat snail rice noodles every day, awesome. Xiaoli frowned, that smell. Oh well, I'll put up with it for the 50 yuan hourly wage. Several technical staff members who were initially hesitant signed up after hearing about the daily pay and extra subsidies from General Manager Lin. Chen-hee also recruited 20 temporary delivery drivers from local part-time job groups, providing them with standardized training on delivery routes and packaging procedures, for example, using thick insulated bags, packaging soup and noodles separately, and even including a pack of deodorizing wipes, paying meticulous attention to detail. On the first day of the pilot program, coinciding with a weekend carnival promotion by a certain group buying platform, offering a 20 renminbi discount for purchases over 30 renminbi, Grandma's Snail Rice Noodles experienced a surge in orders. At 10 a.m., Boss Wang called Chen-hee, Xiao Chen. The kitchen is overwhelmed. Orders are already more than double the usual amount. Chen-hee immediately activated the contingency plan. He instructed the temporary warehouse staff to heat up the 500 pre-packaged snail rice noodles that had been stockpiled in advance, and the delivery men were divided into 3 groups. One group went to the store to pick up the freshly made noodles, and another group picked up the pre-packaged noodles from the warehouse, and then delivered them to different areas. Su Fan was riding his electric scooter with 5 servings of snail rice noodles in the basket when he was stopped by a customer at the entrance of the residential area. Hey bro! Has my extra stinky and extra spicy snail rice noodle arrived yet? I've been waiting for almost an hour, I'm starving. Su Fan smiled and handed over the takeout. Sis, here's your noodles. The soup and noodles are packaged separately, so please eat them while they're hot. There are also deodorizing wipes to wipe your hands after you finish eating. The customer took the powder, his mouth watering at the aroma. Young man, aren't you a delivery guy from Meituan? You're much faster than them. Can I order directly from you next time? Su Fan pointed to the Heji Transfer logo on the takeout bag. Sister, follow our official WeChat account, and next time you can order directly through the account, it'll be 2 yuan cheaper than the platform. Meanwhile, Chen-hee himself also took on the role of a deliveryman. Driving the car Lin Wan had given him, with the trunk crammed full of snail rice noodles, he arrived at the office building just in time to see Zhang Lei, the regional manager of a certain group buying platform, arguing with a merchant. Zhang Lei's eyes lit up when he saw Chen-hee. Mr. Chen? What are you doing here delivering snail rice noodles? Chen-hee smiled and handed over a bottle of water. Manager Zhang, helping a friend out. Your platform must be overwhelmed with orders today, right? Do you have enough delivery drivers? Zhang Lei sighed. Don't even mention it, we're desperately short-staffed, and lots of merchants are complaining about delays. Mr. Chen, your transit and delivery business is doing quite well. How about we partner with Tuanchuan? I'll give you exclusive regional authorization, and the subsidies will be 10% higher than they are now. Chen He waved his hand. Thanks, Manager Zhang, but this is just a small matter. Let's focus on doing the job at hand first. But inwardly he was secretly pleased. It seemed this business deal was indeed the right one. Even the platform wanted to poach him. At noon, during the busiest delivery time, Xiaoli suddenly called Chen He, her voice trembling with tears. Brother Chen. I've lost him. Chen He was taken aback. Lost track of what? My customer. I arrived at the entrance of the community, and the customer said he was in building 3, but after searching for a long time, I only found unit 3. The customer was also pressing me, saying he would complain if I didn't get there soon. Xiaoli was almost in tears. Chen He suppressed a laugh. Don't panic. First, make it clear to the customer that you're a delivery person from Heji, not a platform delivery person. Be polite. Then look at the map at the entrance of the community. Building 3 should be on the east side. Turn left. After hanging up the phone, Chen He video chatted with Lin Wan and told her about Xiaoli's embarrassing incident. Lin Wan laughed so hard she covered her mouth. Your team is quite interesting. By the way, I asked the logistics department to arrange 10 electric bikes for you. They should arrive this afternoon, so you won't have to fight over them. On the third day of the pilot program, Chen He did the math. The 2 stores delivered a total of 1,800 orders, with a 15% commission on each order, plus the service fees from the merchants, resulting in a net profit of over 30,000 yuan. When the employees received their wages, Xiaoli couldn't stop smiling. Brother Chen, I earned 1,800 yuan in these 3 days. That's more than half a month's salary for me. Call me again next time there's this kind of work. Taking the opportunity, Chen He held a mobilization meeting. Brothers, this is just a pilot program. Next, we'll expand to 3 more stores and extend the delivery range from the city center to the surrounding areas. Also, I've discussed it with General Manager Lin, and we'll take 20% of this profit as team bonuses. Let's all work hard. Cheers erupted in the meeting room. Su Fan held up his phone and shouted, Brother Chen, I just saw that Baolim is having a promotion too. Get 15 off when you spend 25. Our orders are sure to explode next week. Chen He nodded with a smile, but in his heart he was planning the next step. He wanted to cooperate with Lin Wan to develop a mini program that would integrate the orders of all the partner snail rice noodle shops. Users could place orders directly through the mini program, bypassing the platform and saving the platform's commission, which would increase profits by another 20%. Just as he was confidently preparing to expand his store, Mr. Wang suddenly called, his voice urgent. Xiao Chen. Something bad has happened. My family's pickled bamboo shoots are out of stock. The supplier said that all the snail rice noodle shops are scrambling for them. Their warehouse is empty, and it will take at least 3 days to restock. Chen He's heart sank. Pickled bamboo shoots are the soul of snail rice noodles. Without them, orders simply can't be fulfilled. He quickly checked his back end and saw that Grandma's snail rice noodles still had over 300 orders awaiting delivery, and extremely spicy Jianghu had over 200 orders. To make matters worse, Baolim's promotion started tomorrow, and he had already signed cooperation agreements with 3 other stores. He also had 1,000 pre-packaged snail rice noodles stocked in his warehouse. If he ran out of stock, he wouldn't only lose money but also have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. He quickly called Lin Wan, and the moment the call connected, he took a deep breath. Wan, something's happened. We're out of pickled bamboo shoots. Lin Wan's voice was calm. Don't panic. I'll have the supply chain check to see if any other suppliers have the stock. You should first communicate with the merchants and temporarily change the pickled bamboo shoots to the green beans, and give the customers a 5 yuan coupon as compensation to stabilize the orders. Just as Chen He was about to agree, he heard the supply chain manager's voice on the other end of the phone. President Lin, the pickled bamboo shoot suppliers in the 3 surrounding cities are all out of stock. With the recent platform wars, many stores are stockpiling, and the pickled bamboo shoots are all gone. Chen He gripped his phone, watching the endless stream of orders waiting to be delivered in the back end, and the excited discussions in the employee group about how much we'll earn next week. Suddenly, he felt a pang of anxiety. Making money in this booming industry wasn't as easy as he thought. He looked up at the window. Lin Wan's car was parked downstairs, and she was getting out and walking towards the office. Chen He's heart tightened. The pickled bamboo shoots were out of stock, the platform's promotion started tomorrow, and he still had a bunch of orders to be delivered and cooperation agreements to be signed. How was he going to get through this? Chapter 18: The amazing money-making effect of Luosafen snail rice noodles. Bang! Su Fan slammed his phone on the desk, the smell of sour bamboo shoots from the snail rice noodles still lingering on his lips. Brother Chen, look. Meituan is giving out another 50 renminbi no-threshold red envelope. I just ordered extra stinky and extra spicy snail rice noodles, and the merchant said it will take 2 hours, and the delivery rider hasn't accepted the order yet. Chen He had just finished a video conference with Lin Wan, and the screen was still displaying the quarterly financial report of Xingxing Group. He picked up his phone and scrolled through his WeChat moments. 8 out of 10 posts were complaints about food delivery, Balim's coupons are unusable, and merchants are overwhelmed with orders. I waited 3 hours for my snail rice noodles, and the soup was cold. The delivery rider said he couldn't cover the whole city and told me to pick it up myself. Starting last week, Meituan and Balim suddenly launched a subsidy war to grab market share, with large coupons flying everywhere. Users placed orders like crazy, but delivery riders couldn't keep up, and merchants' kitchens were overwhelmed. Especially for popular items like snail rice noodles that need to be cooked fresh and have many ingredients, they became the hardest food delivery to get. Brother Chen, how about we try grabbing some red envelopes? My girlfriend cried yesterday while waiting for her snail noodles, saying she'd break up with me if she didn't get them soon. Xiaoli leaned over, shaking his phone with a bitter face. The order page was still stuck on merchant processing. Chen He stared at the words snail rice noodles on his phone, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Why bother with red envelopes? Let's sell ready-made. The office fell silent instantly. Su Fan and Xiaoli exchanged a glance, neither of them reacting. Chen He stood up, walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and quickly began to draw. Look, the platform infighting has created 2 gaps. Merchants are slow to prepare food, delivery riders are slow to deliver, and users can't get their food even when they want it. We have a ready-made team and a venue. If we can secure a stable supply of snail rice noodles, we can package them and deliver them directly to users. Isn't that a business opportunity? But we've never run a restaurant before. How are we going to find suppliers? Who would buy if we delivered it to their door? Su Fan scratched his head. We'll get help from Lin Wan to source the goods. She knows a lot of people in the food supply chain. As for sales channels, who doesn't want a hot bowl of snail rice noodles these days? We don't need to compete with platforms for traffic. We can just do a delivery service. If a user places an order on the platform and there's no response, we'll deliver it directly. The price is a little higher than the platform's price with the added coupons, but you can get it immediately, so there's bound to be buyers. Chen He became more and more excited as he spoke, circling the keywords office buildings, residential communities, and universities on the whiteboard. Especially the nearby science park, there are many programmers working overtime until midnight, so the demand for snail rice noodles is definitely huge. That afternoon, Chen He called Lin Wan. Lin Wan was in a supply chain meeting, but after hearing his idea, she didn't hesitate. I have a cooperative Liuzhou snail rice noodle factory. The owner is my college classmate. They have sufficient production capacity and can provide ready-made packaging and ingredients. I'll have him send over samples so you can try them first. I'll help you get the price down to 80% of the ex-factory price. After hanging up the phone, Chen He immediately organized a mobilization meeting for his employees. There's a chance to earn extra money now, paid participation. You get a 5 yuan commission for each delivery. The more you work, the more you earn. Plus, you can have your family help out, and meals are provided. His words had barely finished when the office erupted in excitement. Xiaoli was the first to raise his hand. My girlfriend's free this weekend, she can come and get takeout. Su Fan rubbed his hands together. My mom's a fantastic cook, I'll have her help cook the pickled bamboo shoots. Even Sister Wang, who was in charge of finance, smiled and said, my son's on vacation, perfect for him to hand out flyers at the entrance of the residential area. 2 days later, the snail rice noodle samples arrived. Chen He and his employees cooked a large pot in the company's break room, the aroma of pickled bamboo shoots filling the entire floor. This tastes authentic. It's even more flavorful than what I had in Liuzhou. Xiaoli slurped up the noodles, sweating profusely from the spiciness. Brother Chen, this is the one. The preparations were in full swing. Lin Wan helped finalize the daily supply of 2,000 servings and coordinated the use of an idle warehouse downstairs as a temporary packing point, adding 10 insulated cabinets. Chen He divided the area into 5 delivery zones on the map, assigning 3 employees to each zone, using the company's commercial vehicles as delivery trucks, and plastering the vehicles with posters that read hot snail rice noodles delivered in half an hour. Sister Wang designed simple order cards with options such as extra spicy, mild spicy, not spicy, and add egg, add fried tofu skin for easy selection by users. The day before the launch, Chen He and his employees distributed flyers in nearby tech parks and residential areas. Waiting 3 hours for delivery from Meituan? Can't get your food delivered to Bayalim? Find Hushin Technology, and you'll have hot snail rice noodles in half an hour. Su Fan shouted through a megaphone, attracting a crowd of passing programmers. Really, it can arrive in half an hour? I waited 4 hours yesterday and still didn't get any. How much is a serving? Is it more expensive than on the platform? After the platform's red envelope is 20 yuan, we'll sell it for 25 yuan, but we guarantee delivery within half an hour, and we'll also throw in a bottle of chilled soy milk. Chen He explained with a smile, and soon received more than 50 pre-orders. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the refrigerated truck from the Liuzhou factory arrived on time, filling the warehouse with 2,000 servings of snail rice noodles. The employees were divided into 3 groups. One group was responsible for unpacking and distributing the ingredients, the second group was responsible for heating the soup base and packing, and the third group was responsible for delivery. Be careful not to spill the soup. Put a tissue in each bag. Chen He reminded them as he helped pack. Just after 9 o'clock, orders exploded. An internet company in the science park ordered 200 servings, saying they were for employees' breakfast. A group of mothers in a nearby community ordered 150 servings, requesting delivery before 10 o'clock. Even the branch of Xingxing Group in the office building next door ordered 80 servings. With the note, General Manager Lin said, "Your snail rice noodles are authentic. Brother Chen, the tech park is urging us to deliver the orders. They say the programmers are waiting." Shaoli ran over carrying a stack of order cards, his forehead covered in sweat. Chen He glanced at the time. It was only 9:30, and they'd already processed over 800 orders. Have the delivery team deliver in 2 batches. If the vans aren't enough, I'll drive my own car. He grabbed his car keys, picked up 2 insulated boxes full of snail rice noodles, and ran downstairs. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the science park, they saw a group of programmers looking around the security booth. Is this Hushin Technology? Has my snail rice noodles arrived yet? A young man wearing glasses rushed over, his eyes lighting up when he saw the insulated box in Chen He's hand. Don't worry, just pick it up according to your order number, everyone gets one. Chen He smiled and placed the insulated box on the ground, and soon a long queue formed. While he was busy, Shaoli suddenly called, "Brother Chen, something bad has happened. The delivery truck in the neighborhood has been stopped by the traffic police. They said we don't have the necessary food delivery licenses." Chen He's heart tightened, and he quickly told Su Fan to take over while he drove to the neighborhood. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential area, they indeed saw traffic police officers negotiating with Xiao Zhang, the employee in charge of delivery. This is an internal company event, not a dedicated food delivery service. We're just helping people solve their meal problems, Xiao Zhang said, his face flushed with anxiety. Chen He quickly stepped forward, handing over his business card. "Officer, we're from Hushin Technology, mainly engaged in digital transformation. These past few days, the platform's food delivery service has been overwhelmed, and our employees and nearby residents all wanted to eat snail rice noodles, so we organized this temporary event. We weren't expecting to make a profit, we were just helping out." The traffic policeman glanced at his business card, then looked at the residents waiting to collect their snail rice noodles. One of the older women smiled and said, "Officer, this is a good thing. I ordered from Bayaline yesterday, but it still hadn't arrived this morning. These young men are really reliable." Another older man chimed in, "My grandson cried for snail rice noodles yesterday, and thank goodness they delivered them, and they were even cheap." The traffic policeman smiled helplessly, "Be careful next time. If you're going to do commercial delivery, you need to get the necessary permits first. Let it go this time. Hurry up and deliver it to the residents." Chen He quickly thanked him and watched as Xiao Zhang delivered the snail rice noodles to the residents, feeling relieved. Thankfully, it was a close call. Around noon, a new problem arose. The warehouse's warming cabinets weren't enough, and the newly delivered snail rice noodles quickly cooled down. "Brother Chen, the customer said the soup is cold and doesn't taste good." Xiao Wu, the customer service representative, called. Chen He ran to the warehouse and saw that the warming cabinets were piled up to the brim, and the newly arrived snail rice noodles could only be placed on the floor, where they quickly cooled down at room temperature. "Lin Wan, could you please arrange for a batch of heating and insulation boxes? We don't have enough in the warehouse." Chen He called Lin Wan urgently. Lin Wan was in a meeting, but after listening, she immediately said, "I'll have the administration department send over the 20 spare heating and insulation boxes from the company. They'll be there within half an hour. Also, I've already spoken with the factory. From now on, they'll just deliver hot soup base directly. You'll only need to prepare the ingredients, which will save you a lot of time." Half an hour later, a Xingxing Group vehicle delivered an insulated box. The employees quickly poured the cooled snail rice noodles into the box to reheat them, and they soon returned to a warm temperature.
Brother Chen, President Lin is amazing.
Su Fan wiped his sweat. With this kind of backing, it's hard for us not to make money. At 3 p.m., orders exceeded 1,500, and only a little over 300 servings of snail rice noodles remained in the warehouse.
Brother Chen, should we place an additional order with the factory? Many customers said they missed out and want to pre-order for tomorrow.
Sister Wang ran over with the ledger, her face beaming. We've already made over 10,000 yuan, and after deducting costs, the net profit is 8,000 yuan.
Add more orders. Add 3,000 servings tomorrow.
Chen He made a decisive decision and sent another message to Lin Wan. I need 3,000 servings of snail rice noodles tomorrow, please let the factory know. Lin Wan quickly replied, it's all arranged, and I even got you an extra 200 servings of fried tofu skin for free, consider it a bonus. The following week, the food delivery war intensified, and Chen He's snail rice noodle business became increasingly popular. He optimized the delivery process. He set up temporary pickup points in each residential area and science park, where users could pick up their orders themselves or choose delivery. He also launched weekly cards and monthly cards, offering 2 free meals for every 10 orders, which attracted many repeat customers. They encountered some minor troubles along the way. A small vendor saw that they were making money and wanted to follow suit, so he bought inferior snail rice noodles from the wholesale market and sold them at a low price. As a result, due to the poor taste and unsanitary conditions, he was complained about by customers and quickly went out of business.
Brother Chen is still the most reliable. He uses legitimate sources, so we can eat with peace of mind. Customers who had bought from the small vendor before later became Chen He's regular customers. A regional manager from a certain group buying platform also approached Chen He, wanting him to become the platform's exclusive snail rice noodle delivery point. The offer was that the platform would subsidize the delivery costs, and he would receive an additional 2 yuan commission per order. After discussing it with Lin Wan, Chen He decided to cooperate, retaining his own private domain orders while also taking orders from the platform, which immediately increased his profits significantly. The food delivery war lasted for half a month, and so did Chen He's snail rice noodle business. On the last day, when they were tallying up the accounts, Sister Wang's hands were trembling as she held the ledger. Brother Chen, after deducting costs, employee commissions, and vehicle fuel expenses, we made a net profit of 350,000 yuan. Cheers erupted in the office. Shelly, holding his 8,000 yuan bonus, excitedly called his girlfriend, honey, I can buy you a diamond ring now. Su Fan, clutching 5,000 yuan, laughed and said, finally, I can get a new computer. Sister Wang was also happy, my son's tuition is covered. Seeing everyone's excitement, Chen He felt a great sense of accomplishment. He sent Lin Wan a message with a profit report attached. Thanks to your support, I made a fortune. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. Lin Wan quickly replied, congratulations, Mr. Chen. But I have a new idea. The Liuzhou factory wants to expand its pre-made food business. Would you like to cooperate with them to make snail rice noodles into pre-packaged products and sell them in supermarkets and online platforms? Chen He's eyes lit up when he saw the message. The food delivery war was over, but the pre-cooked meal boom was just beginning. He replied, let's discuss this in detail tonight. The setting sun streamed through the office window, casting its light on the 350,000 figure in the ledger and on Chen He's smiling face. He knew this was just the beginning. With Lin Wan's support, many more opportunities to make money awaited him. This experience of striking it rich with snail rice noodles not only made him money, but also taught him that seizing opportunities and having reliable partners makes making money is never difficult. Chapter 19: Unexpected Wealth. As dusk crept through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Yueshan restaurant, Chen He was pushing the snail rice noodle profit report in front of Lin Wan. The net profit figure of 350,000 on the report shone brightly under the lamplight. Lin Wan gently stirred the mushroom soup in front of her with a silver spoon, but her gaze fell on the pre-made dish intention note in the corner of the report. The corner of her mouth curved into a smile. I've arranged a meeting for you at the Liuzhou factory next Wednesday, but there's more important news today. My uncle wants to invite you to dinner. Uncle? Chen He paused, his hand holding the chopstick still. He had heard Lin Wan mention this family friend Su Zhenbang, chairman of Su's chain supermarkets, whose more than 300 stores covered North China, making him a true retail giant. Why would someone of that caliber suddenly want to see him? Lin Wan noticed his confusion and put down her spoon to explain. Uncle Su has been promoting online-offline integration recently, wanting to help supermarkets with digital transformation and also planning to open a pre-prepared food counter. I mentioned your idea for making snail rice noodles in Yuanda Technologies' digital solutions to him, and he was quite interested, saying he wanted to talk about it in person.
Chen He's heart skipped a beat, and he almost dropped the teacup in his hand.
Sue's supermarket, huh?
He used to pick up orders at their stores when he was a delivery driver.
He never imagined he'd be sitting next to the chairman discussing a partnership. Me, can I do this? Would someone like Chairman Su think our company is too small? If you can't do it, can I recommend you?
Lin Wan picked up a piece of matsutake mushroom and put it in his bowl, her tone confident. When you were making snail rice noodles, you were able to accurately grasp user needs and optimize the delivery process. That's the capability needed for digital transformation. What Uncle Su values isn't the company's size, but its ability to solve problems. Despite saying that, Chen He was still so nervous that he didn't sleep for half the night. The next morning, he pulled Su Fan and Xiaoli aside to refine the plan, from optimizing the supermarket membership system to tracing the supply chain of pre-prepared meals, and then to the digital transformation of offline stores' POS systems. Every detail was scrutinized 3 times.
Sister Wang even specially picked out a well-fitting dark gray suit for him, ironing it perfectly. Brother Chen, we've seen our share of big occasions now, we can't lose our composure. On Wednesday afternoon, Chen He followed Lin Wan into the headquarters building of the Su Group. The marble floor was so reflective it reflected your image. The receptionist's smile was so perfect it looked like it had been practiced 1,000 times. The employees you bumped into in the elevator were all dressed in custom-made suits, carrying thick stacks of documents. Chen He subconsciously tugged at his tie. Lin Wan quietly nudged his arm and whispered, "Relax. The plan you prepared yesterday is much more reliable than what they have." Su Zhenban's office was on the top floor, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the entire city skyline.
The man, over 60 years old, sat behind a mahogany desk, his hair meticulously combed, toying with 2 walnuts in his hands.
When his gaze fell on Chen He, it held a sharp scrutinizing look. "Little Chen, right? I heard you made over 300,000 yuan in half a month selling snail rice noodles?" Chen He straightened his back and handed over the proposal with both hands. "Chairman Su, that was thanks to the booming food delivery market and the help of President Lin. What I want to discuss with you this time is a solution combining the digital transformation of supermarkets with pre-prepared meal counters. We can help Su's integrate its online membership system, allowing users to order pre-prepared meals through the app and have them delivered to the nearest store within 2 hours, while also linking them to offline spending points." As he spoke more and more fluently, his initial nervousness gradually dissipated. Pointing to the flowchart on the plan, he broke down the advantages of Yuanda technology one by one. For example, in the area of pre-cooked food, we have already reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with the Liuzhou factory. The pre-cooked snail rice noodle packets can be heated and ready to eat in 5 minutes and can also dynamically adjust the stock based on the sales data of supermarket stores to avoid inventory backlog. Su Zhenbang didn't speak, but his fingers slowed down as he flipped through the plan. Only when he saw the supply chain traceability page did he look up and ask, "Can you guarantee the freshness of the pre-made dishes? In case of quality problems, how can we quickly trace the source?" "We have a ready-made digital traceability system," Chen He replied immediately. Each pre-made dish has a unique QR code. Users can scan the code to see the source of the raw materials, the production time, and the logistics information. The supermarket's backend can also monitor the inventory and shelf life of each batch in real time. When we were making snail rice noodles, we used this system to solve the problem of monitoring cold chain transportation, and we received 0 complaints. Lin Wan added from the side, "Uncle Su, I've seen Yuanda's technical team. They are all veterans with more than 10 years of experience in enterprise digitalization. They previously helped Xingxing's subsidiary with its transformation, which improved efficiency by 30%. Su Zhenbang put down the proposal, picked up the pu'er tea on the table, took a sip, and suddenly laughed. "I thought Wan was just supporting a friend, but I didn't expect you to actually have some skills. How about this, next Monday you bring your team to give a presentation on the proposal. If you can convince my technical director, we'll start with a pilot program in 50 stores in Beijing." Chen He practically jumped up from his chair. "Thank you, Chairman Su. We certainly won't let you down." As he walked out of Su's headquarters, he felt like he was walking on clouds, and even the evening breeze smelled sweet. 50 pilot stores, the service fees for digital transformation alone amounted to 2 million, not to mention the revenue share from the pre-prepared food counters. This was simply a windfall. But before he could be happy for long, trouble came knocking. On Friday night, Chen He was in his office working on his presentation slides with his team when CTO Lao Wu suddenly slammed his fist on the table. "No way! Su's requirement for real-time data synchronization is too much for our existing servers. Uploading sales data, membership information, and inventory updates from 50 stores simultaneously will crash the server. The office fell silent instantly.
Old Wu, a key technical staff member Chen he had poached from his previous company, was always reliable.
Little Lee frantically grabbed his hair. What do we do? There are only 3 days left until the demo.
Renting a new server is definitely too late, and buying one would cost at least 500,000 yuan, which isn't nearly enough with the 350,000 yuan we just earned. Chen he stared at the server parameters on the computer screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desktop.
500,000 was indeed a huge sum for Yuan technology at its current level.
He recalled his earlier refusal of Lin Wan's investment. I want to build it up on my own abilities, but now he was stuck on the money issue.
Should he ask Lin Wan for a loan? Just as he was hesitating, his phone rang.
It was Lin Wan calling.
How's the plan coming along?
Her voice came through the receiver, a little hoarse from just finishing work. Chen he gripped his phone, his throat tightening. It's fine, it's just, there's a problem with the server, it needs an upgrade, it'll cost about 500,000. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, then Lin Wan's voice came through. Xingxing has an idle cloud server cluster with a configuration that is even higher than what you need. I'll have the technical department grant you access tomorrow morning.
You can use it directly without spending any money.
Chen he was stunned.
Is this appropriate?
Won't it cause you trouble?
We're husband and wife, so your business is my business. Lin Wan's tone was tinged with amusement.
But I won't help you for nothing once the project is successful. You have to treat me to snail rice noodles for a month. After hanging up the phone, Chen he looked at the anxious people in the office and clapped his hands vigorously. Don't worry. The server issue is resolved.
Xingxing is lending us their cloud server, and we can use it tomorrow. Let's put in a little more effort and polish the presentation to perfection.
For the next 2 days, the offices of Yuan Technology were brightly lit. Chen he and his team stayed up 2 nights in a row, revising the presentation PPT 8 times, repeatedly confirming even the color of each chart and the labeling of each data point. Lin Wan would come over every night, either bringing some hot late-night snacks or helping them organize the presentation logic. The technical director on Uncle Su's side values practicality the most. Don't just talk about theory, give more examples of cases you've done. During Monday's presentation, Chen he stood in the conference room of the Su Group, facing more than 20 technical and operations managers, and was surprisingly not nervous at all. He pulled up the real-time monitoring screen, where sales data from 50 virtual stores scrolled across the big screen, member points were synchronized in real time, and pre-prepared food inventory warnings were accurate to the minute. Look, everyone, this is a simulation we did using Xingxing cloud servers. In the past 24 hours, there has been 0 lag, 0 latency, and 100% data accuracy.
Technical Director Zhang frowned and asked a pointed question. What if there is a sudden power outage? Will the store's data be lost?
Chen he was prepared and opened the backup system interface. We have implemented triple backups, local servers, cloud servers, and an off-site disaster recovery center. Even if there is a power outage, the data can be restored within 10 minutes, without affecting store operations. We encountered a similar situation in the previous technology park project, and we solved it using this solution. Zhang Gong didn't ask any more questions, instead exchanging a few words in hushed tones with the operations director beside him. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear the scribbling of pens on paper. Chen he's palms were slightly sweaty as he glanced furtively at Lin Wan sitting in the back row. Lin Wan nodded at him, her eyes full of trust.
I agree to the pilot program.
Engineer Zhang suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence.
Yuan's plan is very practical and down to earth, much more so than the other large companies we've contacted before.
Su Zhenbang sat in the main seat, clapped his hands with a smile, and said, Okay.
It's settled then. We'll sign the contract next Monday. Xiao Chun, I'm really putting all my eggs in one basket.
As Chen he walked out of the Su Group building, the sun shone brightly. Looking at the letter of intent for cooperation in his hand, he suddenly felt his eyes welling up with tears. He turned to Lin Wan and said, Without you, I wouldn't have been able to secure this project at all. The servers, the connections, and how you helped me refine the plan.
Lin Wan, thank you. Lin Wan straightened his suit collar and said gently, Why are you thanking me?
You have the ability yourself, I just gave you a push.
Do you remember when you first mentioned wanting to do digital transformation, your eyes were shining like they were glowing? I knew then that you could definitely succeed.
The day after the contract was signed, Suze made the first advance payment 1 million.
Sister Wang, holding the bank transfer confirmation text, jumped up and down in the office shouting, Brother Chen. The money's here. Our company can finally rent a bigger office. Su Fan hugged his new computer, grinning from ear to ear. I won't have to work overtime in this cramped 80 square meter room anymore. I'm also going to hire 2 technical assistants to pick up all the projects I didn't have time for before. Looking at his excited employees, Chen He was filled with emotion. He walked to the window and sent Lin Wan a message. The prepayment has arrived. I'll take you to your favorite Japanese restaurant tonight. Lin Wan quickly replied, okay, but I have a surprise for you. Uncle Su said that if the sales of the pre-cooked food counter meet the target, he will hand over all the stores in the country to you next year, and is also willing to invest in Yuanda technology to help you expand the scale. Chen He held his phone, his fingers trembling slightly. Nationwide stores, investment, things he never dared to dream of before had now become a reality. He remembered when he was a security guard, watching luxury cars drive by in the neighborhood every day. Filled with envy, he remembered Shin Ruyan's disdain when she said, "You're just a security guard, you can't give me a future." He remembered the embarrassment of only having 3 flower baskets when he first opened his studio. Now, he has his own company, a reliable team, and Lin Wan who always lends a helping hand when he needs it. This unexpected wealth wasn't a windfall, it was the result of seizing every opportunity, and even more so, the silent support of Lin Wan behind the scenes. In the Japanese restaurant that evening, Chen He placed a skewer of grilled eel into Lin Wan's bowl and said earnestly, "Lin Wan, I used to always think about proving myself on my own, and I felt that it would be embarrassing to trouble you. But now I understand that true strength is not about fighting alone, but about having someone willing to fight alongside you. This project, and every project in the future, cannot do without you." Lin Wan bit into the eel, her eyes curving into crescents. "Then you'd better work hard in the future, otherwise I, the investor, will lose money." Chen He smiled and nodded, then picked up his glass and clinked it against hers. The aroma of sake spread across his tongue. Looking at the woman opposite him, he suddenly realized that what was more precious than this sudden wealth was Lin Wan's trust and companionship. She had not only given him resources and connections, but also the confidence to pursue his dreams, transforming him from a self-conscious security guard into a capable entrepreneur. A week later, Yuanda Technologies team officially entered 50 stores of Su's supermarket. Chen He spent every day in the stores, working with the employees to debug the system and train the staff. Sometimes he was busy until midnight, and Lin Wan would drive to pick him up, always with his favorite hot milk tea in the car. The pre-prepared meal counter became an instant hit as soon as it opened. Pre-prepared snail rice noodle packets sold thousands of servings daily, and other pre-prepared dishes like sour soup beef and braised pork with preserved vegetables, jointly developed by Yuanda and its Liuzhou factory, also became popular among office workers. At the end of the month, Su's store sales increased by 40% year-on-year. Su Jinbing specifically called Chen He, "Xiao Chan, well done. I'll personally discuss cooperation with you for stores nationwide next year." Chen He hung up the phone and stood in his newly rented office, looking out at the towering buildings, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The office was large and well lit, and the employees were all busy at their workstations, their faces beaming with enthusiasm. Su Fan ran over, holding a new letter of intent for cooperation. "Brother Chen, 3 more supermarkets have approached us about digital transformation, and 2 food factories want to cooperate with us on pre-prepared meals." Chen He took the letter of intent, flipped through a few pages, and suddenly recalled the scene when he and Lin Wan first registered their marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau. At that time, he thought that this marriage was just a transaction to appease his family, but he never expected that he would gain so much from it: career, growth, and love. He took out his phone and sent Lin Wan a message: "Come home for dinner tonight. I'll make you snail rice noodles, extra spicy and pungent, and add your favorite fried tofu skin." Lin Wan quickly replied, "Okay, I'll leave work early and take a bottle of red wine home." The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm and bright glow on Chen He's face. He knew this unexpected wealth was just the beginning. With Lin Wan's companionship and support, he would seize more opportunities to make Yuanda technology bigger and stronger, and he would cherish this warm relationship. After all, the greatest wealth is never money, but having someone willing to accompany you and make your life more prosperous. Chapter 20: Shen Ruyan comes to beg for reconciliation. The late autumn wind, carrying a chill, rustled Shen Ruyan's old overcoat. She squatted by the flower bed opposite the Yuanda Technology office building, clutching a crumpled hospital bill. Her mother had been hospitalized for an acute myocardial infarction, the red medication suspended due to unpaid fees, stamp resembling a bloodstain, while her younger brother, Shin Shohai, was being held in a warehouse by loan sharks, the threat from the phone still echoing in her ears: "If you don't raise 200,000 yuan today, we'll break his arm as interest." The phone screen lit up and then dimmed again. Gu Tingxuan's WeChat profile picture had long since turned gray. The last message she sent yesterday was, "Please lend me some money, my mother is dying." The only reply was a glaring red exclamation mark. 3 days ago, when she found Gu Tingxian in the basement of an urban village, she discovered that the man who had claimed to be negotiating a multi-million-dollar deal couldn't even pay his rent and had run off with her last 5,000 yuan of life-saving money, leaving behind a note saying we're not a good match before disappearing. Chen He. Only Chen He can help me.
Shen Ruyan murmured to herself, her nails digging into her palms until they bled, but she didn't even notice. She had heard from Chen Li that Chen He now owned a tech company and was married to the female CEO of Xingxing Group. Last time, someone saw him arriving and departing in a Bentley at the entrance of Jingchenipin. Before, she looked down on him for being a security guard who couldn't even afford his mortgage, but now, this man she had discarded like trash had become her only lifeline. At 7 o'clock in the morning, employees of Yuanda Technology began arriving at work. Shen Ruyan pulled her trench coat collar up higher to cover the bruise on her cheekbone, a bruise from being pushed and shoved during negotiations with loan sharks yesterday. She strode to the office building entrance, her eyes fixed on every approaching car. Not long after, a black sedan stopped, and Shen He got out of the passenger seat, wearing a custom-made suit and a dark patterned silk tie. His assistant, Xiao Zhou, was beside him, listening intently to a report. His expression held a composure and sharpness she had never seen before, a stark contrast to the impoverished image of him delivering food until the early hours of the morning, his shoes stained with mud. Shen He. Shen Ruyan rushed over as if grasping at a straw, grabbing his arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his suit fabric, her voice trembling with tears. Please help me. I beg you. My mother is in the ICU and she's dying. Zhou Hai has been arrested by loan sharks. If we can't raise the money soon, our family will be ruined. Shen He was startled by the person who suddenly rushed out. When he saw that it was Shen Ruyan, his brows furrowed instantly. He forcefully shook off her hand and said, "Let go. I have nothing to do with you anymore." He used considerable force, and Shen Ruyan staggered back 2 steps, almost falling into the flower bed. Su Fan immediately stepped in front of Chen He, watching her warily. "Madam, please have some self-respect. If you continue to harass us, we'll call the police. I'm Shen Ruyan." "Chen He, don't you remember me?" Shen Ruyan's tears fell like beads from a broken string. She reached out, trying to lean forward. "We were together for 3 years. You used to be so good to me, warming my hands in winter, bringing me late-night snacks when I worked overtime, and you said you would protect me for life. Now that I'm desperate, how can you abandon me?" "Protect you?" Chen He sneered, his tone chillingly cold. "I used to be good to you, but how did you treat me? I saved up half a year's salary to buy you an LV bag, and you turned around and took it to a club with Gu Tingxian, even posting photos on WeChat Moments and blocking me from seeing them. I worked as a delivery driver until 3 a.m. to help your brother with his down payment for his wedding, and you took him to my house to mess around, hanging my mother's porcelain ornaments all over your underwear. I waited for you with flowers on May 20th to get our marriage certificate, and you told me, you're just a security guard, you can't give me the life I want. Shen Ruyan, now you remember how good I was to you. Where were you all this time?" A crowd of employees had already gathered around to watch the commotion, their phone cameras pointed at them, and a torrent of comments surged forth. "So this is President Chen's ex-girlfriend? She looks so pathetic." Judging from President Chen's words, he was really badly taken advantage of before. This woman is now asking to get back together. She's probably just trying to scam money. Shen Ruyan's face flushed red and then paled, but she still stubbornly tried to save face, crying even louder, "I know I was wrong. Chen He, I was deceived by Gu Tingxian back then. He said he could buy me a house and give me a bracelet, and that's why I was bewitched and went with him. Now I know that only you are truly sincere to me. Please give me another chance, and I will definitely live a good life with you from now on, do your laundry and cook for you, and never be greedy again." Live a good life? Chen He seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He took a step forward, looking down at her with a mocking gaze. "Your mother is in the hospital and needs surgery, your brother owes high-interest loans, and you come to me wanting me to cover your debts, or do you really want to live with me? Shen Ruyan, I can see right through you with my eyes closed. You don't want to get back together with me, you want to get back together with my money." Shen Ruyan's secret was exposed, and her eyes flickered with panic for a moment, but she still gritted her teeth and argued, "I didn't. I really know I was wrong. Chen He, please help me this time for the sake of our 3-year relationship, and I'll definitely repay you in the future." "Pay back? What are you going to use to pay me back?" Chen He's voice suddenly rose, silencing the surrounding whispers. "You've been with me for 3 years, spending over 100,000 of my money, from your father's gambling debts to your son's tutoring fees. Have you ever paid back a single penny? Your brother ruined my family like that, and you didn't even say sorry.
Now you're talking to me about paying me back?
Shinruyan, let me tell you, the money I have now is what my wife and I worked for together, every single penny is clean. I won't spend a single penny on someone like you, and I certainly won't get back together with a gold-digging woman like you. After saying that, He stopped looking at her and turned to walk into the office building. Shinruyan wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. She clung to the guard's arm, watching He's back disappear into the elevator, tears and snot streaming down her face, her heart filled with both hatred and anxiety. Hatred for He's heartlessness, and even more anxiety about the mess at home. But she didn't intend to give up. She knew He was soft-hearted, and if she made a big enough scene, she could eventually force him to relent. That afternoon, Shinruyan found out that He was in charge of the Sue's supermarket pre-cooked food counter in the city center flagship store. She specially went home to change into a faded floral dress, combed her hair neatly, and even picked up a bunch of carnations that someone had thrown away on the roadside. She removed the withered petals, held them in her hand, and stood guard next to the counter. As evening approached, He indeed came to inspect the store. He was wearing a blue work vest typical of supermarkets and was checking the inventory list with the staff. Shinruyan took a deep breath and, in front of a store full of customers selecting pre-made dishes, knelt down in front of him with a thump, her knees hitting the tiles with a dull thud.
Shen-hee, I'm begging you.
She clung to Chen-hee's leg, refusing to let go, her cries heart-wrenching. My mom is still in the ICU, and the doctor said they'll have to stop her medication if we don't pay soon.
Xiao-hai was beaten up by loan sharks and is covered in bruises. If we don't raise the money, they'll really break his arm. Please save my family.
I'll do anything you ask. Customers stopped what they were doing, took out their phones to take pictures and videos, and immediately burst into discussion. My God, what happened?
She looks so pitiful. Does she owe a lot of money? What's wrong with Manager Chen? Isn't she going to help her?
The shop assistant panicked and rushed forward to try to pull Shinruyan up. Madam, please get up and talk, don't do this. But Shinruyan clung tightly to Chen-hee's leg as if she were grasping at the last straw, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't be moved.
Chen-hee's face turned ashen.
He hadn't expected Shinruyan to resort to such a tantrum to pressure him. He bent down, his voice low but carrying an undeniable chill. Shinruyan, get up. Don't make a scene here and disrupt other people's business.
I won't get up.
If you don't agree to help me, I'll kneel until I die. Shinruyan's voice grew louder. She raised her head, her face streaked with tears, and cried to the surrounding customers, everyone, come and see.
This man's name is Chen-hee. When we were together, I treated him with all my heart. Now that he's successful, owns a company, and married a CEO, he doesn't care whether I live or die.
My mother is dying, and he won't even lend her the money to save her life.
Does he have no conscience at all? You're talking nonsense.
Chen-hee tried to push her away forcefully, but was afraid that if he moved too hard he would hurt her and give her a pretext to criticize him.
I've been with you for 3 years, and you've been completely devoted to me? Put your hand on your heart and tell me, have you ever washed my clothes or cooked me a single meal? You've spent my money to support your family, and now you dare to distort the truth here. Have you no shame? Just then, Xiao Zhou arrived with several company employees.
It took them a great deal of effort to pull Shinruyan off Chen-hee's lap. Shinruyan struggled, her hair disheveled, the sleeves of her dress torn, and she screamed like a madwoman, Chen-hee, you have no conscience.
You'll get your comeuppance. Have you forgotten who didn't look down on you and stayed with you when you were poor? I haven't forgotten.
Chen-hee straightened his crumpled vest, his eyes as cold as autumn ice. I haven't forgotten who was it that cried to me about being poor and demanded designer brands when I was at my poorest. I haven't forgotten who was it that ran off with someone else when I had saved enough for a down payment to marry her. Shinruyan, don't try to make yourself look good. You never looked down on me for being poor, you just looked down on me for not being able to keep being your ATM. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Wan's number, his tone tinged with apology. Honey, I'm sorry, I made you worry again. Shinruyan caused a scene at the shopping mall. Lin Wan on the other end of the phone was calm and showed no sign of panic. I understand. I've already had my assistant contact the supermarket's security department and check on the situation you mentioned.
Don't get entangled with her, I'll go handle it now.
After hanging up the phone, Chen-hee breathed a sigh of relief.
Less than half an hour later, a black Bentley pulled up in front of the shopping mall. Lin Wan got out of the car, wearing a beige cashmere coat and carrying an exquisite crocodile handbag.
Her makeup was exquisite, and her temperament was elegant. As soon as she entered the store, she exuded a calm aura that instantly overshadowed the chaos inside. Shen Ruyan's eyes instantly reddened when she saw Lin Wan. She recognized this woman. She was Chen He's current wife, the female CEO who lived in Jingcheng and drove a Bentley.
She instinctively shrank back, her confidence instantly diminishing, but she still forced herself to take 2 steps forward. You're Chen He's wife? Please persuade him to help me. I'm truly desperate. My mother is dying. Lin Wan ignored her and walked over to Chen He first. She reached out and smoothed out the wrinkles on his vest collar, her voice so gentle it could melt your heart. Are you alright? Did I scare you? Are you hurt? Chen He shook his head, reached out and took her hand. The warmth from her fingertips instantly calmed him down. I'm fine, I just wanted to make you come. Lin Wan then turned to look at Shen Ruyan, her gaze calm yet scrutinizing, as if she were looking at an insignificant stranger. Her tone was clear and calm. Miss Shen, is that right? My name is Lin Wan, Chen He's wife. I had my assistant check your mother's situation. She has urban and rural residence medical insurance, and acute myocardial infarction surgery falls under the scope of major illness reimbursement, which covers 70%. For the remaining 30%, you can apply for temporary medical assistance at the community center. With your mother's own savings, raising the surgery fee shouldn't be difficult. There's no need for her to come here and make a scene, trying to hold Chen He hostage. Shen Ruyan was stunned. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but Lin Wan interrupted her. And there's your brother's usurious loan. Lin Wan took out a document from her handbag and placed it in front of Shen Ruyan. It was a list of legal provisions compiled by her lawyer. I've already had the company's lawyer contact the police. The money your brother borrowed had an annual interest rate exceeding 36%, which is illegal usury. The law does not protect interest exceeding that amount. The police have already intervened in the investigation. Those people will not only dare not pressure you anymore, but they will also have to return the illegally collected interest to you. Shen Ruyan's face turned deathly pale instantly. She hadn't expected that what she thought was a dead end would have so many solutions in Lin Wan's eyes. She clutched the carnation in her hand, the petals crumpled beyond recognition, her voice trembling. Why did you tell me all this? You won't help me, fine, but why did you stop me from asking Chen He for help? I'm not stopping you, I just don't want you to continue using such underhanded tactics to harass Chen He. Lin Wan's tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable force. Chen He was good to you before because he valued relationships, not because he was stupid. You've taken advantage of his kindness time and time again, treating him like an ATM. Now that he's come to his senses, you think you can force him to compromise by throwing a tantrum? Do you think that's possible? She paused, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding customers, and raised her voice so everyone could hear. I'm not here today to give you money, but to tell you I help in emergencies, not in chronic poverty, and certainly not in ungrateful wretches. Your mother's illness can be addressed with medical insurance and assistance. Your brother's loan sharking can be protected by law. What truly drives you to desperation isn't a lack of money, but that you've never considered solving your own problems, only relying on others and dumping your troubles on them. Shen Ruyan's tears fell again, this time not feigned, but genuinely from despair. She looked at Lin Wan, this woman who was not only rich and powerful, but also so intelligent and calm, seeing everything clearly, leaving her no room to throw a tantrum. She used to think Chen He was unworthy of her, but now she realized that the one unworthy of Chen He was herself. Chen He. She wanted to make one last effort, looking at Chen He with a pleading look in her eyes. But Chen He never looked at her again. He just held Lin Wan's hand, his eyes full of tenderness and trust. It was a tenderness she had never seen before, a tenderness that belonged to someone else. Miss Shen, Lin Wan gave her one last look, her tone devoid of any sympathy. The security department is here. They will escort you out of here. Don't bother Chen He again, and don't come to Sua's supermarket again. We don't welcome people who only know how to extort others for a living. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 security guards in black uniforms came over and grabbed Shen Ruyan from both sides. Shen Ruyan struggled, but she couldn't break free. She could only watch helplessly as Chen He and Lin Wan left side by side, whispering to each other. Lin Wan occasionally smiled, and the sunlight fell on them, like a warm painting. Stepping out of the shopping mall, the autumn wind grew even colder. Security personnel escorted Shen Ruyan to the roadside, the carnations in her hand falling to the ground and being crushed into mud by passing cars. She squatted by the roadside, watching the endless stream of traffic, and suddenly burst into tears. She knew she had completely lost Chen He, and completely lost the person who had once given her happiness, the one she had pushed away with her own hands. And her so-called desperate situation was nothing but the consequence of her own actions. Inside the supermarket, Lin Wan leaned on Chen He's shoulder and said with a smile, "All right, no one will bother you anymore." What do you want to eat tonight? I'll have the kitchen make your favorite braised pork. Chen He squeezed her hand, feeling a warmth in his heart. I'll listen to you. Thank you, my wife. We're husband and wife, your business is my business. Lin Wan looked up at him, her eyes full of pride. Besides, my husband is so outstanding, how could I let someone like that ruin my mood? Chapter 21 Consummation of the Marriage. The Bentley cruised smoothly through the evening rush hour traffic, the neon lights outside casting dappled shadows on Lin Wan's delicate profile through the window. Chen He sat in the passenger seat, his fingertips still warm from holding her hand, but his heart was pounding like a deer's since they got their marriage certificate 6 months ago. Although they lived under the same roof, they had always slept in separate rooms, and even decent displays of intimacy were rare. At first, he had too many concerns. When he first transitioned from being a security guard, he always felt that he was not good enough for Lin Wan, who came from a wealthy family, and was afraid of offending her. Later, when the company was on the right track, he was always entangled in various affairs. Every time he wanted to bring up the matter of consummating the marriage, he was either interrupted by an emergency phone call or swallowed back his words when he saw Lin Wan's tired appearance. What are you thinking about? Lin Wan's voice suddenly broke Chen He's thoughts. She turned her head, a hint of a smile in her eyes. You've been absent-minded ever since you came out of the business district, still thinking about Chen Ruyan? No. Chen He quickly shook his head, his ears burning slightly. It's just that I feel I've troubled you again. He paused, then mustered his courage to add, also, thank you for trusting me so much at the supermarket today. Lin Wan chuckled and reached out to adjust the car's air conditioning temperature. I don't trust President Chen, I trust you, Chen He. From the moment you were willing to pay out of your own pocket to help your old colleague recover the project funds he was cheated out of, I knew you were someone I could entrust with my life. These words flowed like warm water through Chen He's heart. He turned to look at Lin Wan, who was intently watching the road ahead. Her long eyelashes cast soft shadows under her eyes, her nose was delicate and refined, and her lips were pressed into a gentle curve. He suddenly recalled the first time he saw her at the Civil Affairs Bureau. She was wearing a white dress, holding her household registration booklet, her eyes calm yet distant. At that time, he never imagined that this seemingly aloof female CEO would lend a helping hand when he was at his lowest point, and stand up for him when he was being harassed. As the car entered the gates of Jingchen, the security guards saluted respectfully. When the car came to a stop at the villa entrance, the butler was already waiting outside and took Lin Wan's handbag. Madam, sir, dinner is ready. It's braised pork and sweet and sour pork ribs, made according to your preferred taste. The atmosphere at the dinner table was warm and cozy. Lin Wan placed a piece of braised pork on Chen He's plate. Eat more. You must be starving after spending half the day at the supermarket. Chen He lowered his head and took a bite of the pork. The soft, sweet flavor spread on his tongue, a taste he remembered from his mother's cooking. He had only mentioned it to Lin Wan once, but he hadn't expected her to remember it. By the way, Lin Wan put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. Uncle Su just called me and said that he wants to sign a cooperation agreement with us for stores nationwide next Monday. He also wants to invite us to the National Retail Summit next month, where you may need to go on stage to share your experience in digital transformation. Me, go on stage? Chen He paused for a moment, somewhat unsure of himself. I'm afraid I won't speak well. After all, I've never spoken in front of so many people before. You can do it. Lin Wan's eyes were firm. Your proposal is more down to earth than many experts in the industry. Those case studies are all based on your own experience, so they will definitely be moving. If you are worried, I can help you prepare the speech. We can practice at home every night. Okay. Chen He nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart. He realized that as long as Lin Wan was by his side, even the most difficult things seemed to become easier. After dinner, Chen He offered to wash the dishes, and Lin Wan didn't refuse, leaning against the kitchen doorway watching his busy figure. The warm yellow light shone on Chen He, who was wearing pajamas with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing his muscular arms. He skillfully wiped the plates, and the lines of his profile looked much softer. Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked away, pretending to look at the painting on the wall, but her ears turned red. Actually, she did not want to consummate their marriage with Chen He. She was just afraid of scaring him. From their first meeting, she could see the deep-seated inferiority complex in Chen He. The longer they spent together, the more she felt he was a loyal and devoted person, and she didn't want to pressure him with marital obligations. She wanted to wait until he truly let go of his concerns and accepted her from the bottom of his heart, rather than just because we're married, so this is how it should be.
After washing the dishes, Chen Yi came out and saw Lin Wan standing in the living room, staring blankly at the night view outside the window. He walked over and followed her gaze. The streetlights in the courtyard were on, illuminating the path on the lawn, and the distant city lights were dazzling.
What are you looking at?
Chen Yi asked softly.
Looking at the moon.
Lin Wan looked up. The moon was very round tonight, like a white jade plate hanging in the sky.
Look, the moon is so beautiful tonight.
Chen Yi looked up as well, the moonlight bathing them both in a gentle glow. He suddenly mustered his courage and gently took Lin Wan's hand. Lin Wan, actually I. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Wan's phone rang.
It was an emergency call from the company.
She answered the phone, her tone instantly becoming professional. Okay, I understand.
Keep the client calm, I'll be right there to handle it.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan looked at Chen Yi apologetically. Sorry, there's been a bit of an emergency at the company, I have to go there.
Let me take you, Chen Yi quickly said.
No need, the driver is already waiting for me downstairs. Lin Wan picked up her handbag, walked to the door but stopped, turned to Chen Yi and said, You should get some rest, don't wait for me. Watching Lin Wan's hurried departure, Chen Yi felt a pang of disappointment, swallowing back the words he had just uttered. He returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, and looked at the half-finished glass of warm water on the coffee table, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew Lin Wan was very busy as the president of Xingxing Group. She carried a much heavier burden than he did, yet he couldn't help but hoping they could have more time alone together, hoping their relationship could take another step closer. It was 1 a.m, and Chen Yi was still awake. The living room light was still on. He was waiting for Lin Wan to come home, worried that something might have happened to her. Suddenly, he heard a slight click on the door lock. He quickly got up and went to the door, where he saw Lin Wan dragging her tired figure in, her face somewhat pale.
Why aren't you asleep yet?
Lin Wan asked, somewhat surprised to see him.
I was worried about you.
Chen Yi stepped forward and took her handbag.
Are you done? Are you very tired?
Yes, the client's problem is solved. Lin Wan leaned against the wall in the entryway and gently rubbed her temples. I had a bit of low blood sugar. I felt dizzy in the car just now.
Chen Yi's heart tightened immediately. Why didn't you tell me?
I'll make you something to eat. There's still milk and bread at home.
Before Lin Wan could answer, Chen Yi strode into the kitchen.
He boiled a cup of milk, toasted a slice of bread, and fried an egg, then quickly brought the food to the dining table in the living room.
Hurry up and eat something.
Chen Yi pushed the hot milk in front of Lin Wan.
It's freshly made, drink it while it's hot.
Lin Wan sat at the dining table, picked up her milk, and took a sip. The warm liquid slid down her throat, relieving the dizziness caused by low blood sugar. Watching Chen Yi's busy figure, she felt a warmth in her heart. Before, no matter how late she worked, her home was always empty. No one would wait for her, and no one would prepare hot food for her.
Thank you, Chen Yi, Lin Wan said softly. Actually, you don't need to be so good to me, I want to be good to you.
Chen Yi interrupted her, his eyes serious.
It's not because we got our marriage certificate, it's because I like you. From the time you helped me solve the server problem in my studio, from the time you stayed up all night with me to revise the plan, from the time you helped me out of that situation at the shopping mall today, I've liked you more and more.
Lin Wan froze, the milk glass in her hand hanging in mid-air. Looking into Chen Yi's sincere eyes, she felt a surge of emotion, and her eyes welled up with tears. Chen Yi took a deep breath and continued, Lin Wan, I know I used to be a security guard, and I'm not good enough for you.
But I've been trying to become a better person, trying to be worthy of you, trying to help you share the burden.
I know we're husband and wife in name only, but we haven't consummated our marriage yet.
It's not that I don't want to, it's that I'm afraid you won't want to, afraid you'll think I do.
Lin Wan suddenly spoke, her voice trembling slightly.
Chen Yi, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's that I'm afraid you'll have reservations.
I want to wait until you truly let go of your burdens and accept me from the bottom of your heart, instead of forcing yourself just because we are husband and wife. Chen Yi couldn't believe his ears.
He looked at Lin Wan, his eyes reddening, and asked, Really? You're really willing?
Lin Wan nodded, put down her milk glass, stood up and walked to Chen Yi, gently hugging him. Yes, I do. Chen Yi, I like you, not because you now own a company, not because you can make money, but because of you as a person, because you are kind, hard-working and responsible. Hearing Lin Wan's embrace, Chen Yi could smell her faint perfume, a scent he loved. He froze for a moment, then slowly hugged her back, his movements careful, as if he were cherishing a precious treasure. He could feel Lin Wan's body temperature and hear her heartbeat, which gradually overlapped with his, both accelerating.
Lin Wan, Chen He said softly, I will treat you well from now on. I will never let you suffer again, and I will never let you bear the pressure alone again. Mum. Lin Wan rested her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and felt his warmth. We'll face things together from now on. That night, they didn't consummate their marriage, yet their intimacy surpassed that of consummating the marriage. Chen He escorted Lin Wan back to her room, tucked her in, and watched her fall asleep before leaving. Back in his own room, Chen He lay on the bed, his heart filled with joy and anticipation. He knew that their relationship had finally taken the most important step. From now on, they would no longer be husband and wife in name only, but true partners who could fight side by side and rely on each other. In the following days, their relationship changed. When preparing speeches together, Lin Wan would lean against Chen He, pointing to the content on the computer screen and discussing it with him. When eating together, Chen He would put Lin Wan's favorite dishes on his plate, and Lin Wan would wipe the grease from the corners of Chen He's mouth. When Lin Wan came home late from work in the evening, Chen He would always leave a light on and prepare hot food. On the day of the National Retail Summit, Chen He wore the suit that Lin Wan had chosen for him. Standing on the stage, looking at the densely packed crowd below, he felt no nervousness at all because he saw Lin Wan sitting in the first row, smiling at him with eyes full of encouragement and trust. He took a deep breath and began to share his experience. Hello everyone, I am Chen He, the founder of Yuanda Technology. I used to be a security guard, and my daily job was to patrol the community and protect the safety of the residents. Later, I started a technology company that focuses on the digital transformation of supermarkets. Many people ask me why I was able to go from being a security guard to where I am now. My answer is seize opportunities and cherish the people around you. He shared his experiences as a security guard, the difficulties he encountered when opening his studio, and how Lin Wan helped and supported him. The audience listened attentively, applauding frequently. After the speech, Chen He stepped off the stage, and Lin Wan immediately came up to him, handing him a bottle of water. You spoke really well, even better than during our simulation exercise. It's all because of you. Chen He took the water and said with a smile. Su Zhenbang walked over and patted Chen He on the shoulder. Xiao Chen, you're right. I didn't misjudge you. You're not only capable, but also so loyal and devoted. Wan, you found a good husband. Lin Wan blushed slightly, took Chen He's arm, and smiled happily. Thank you, Uncle Su. After the summit, the two went home together. As the car drove through the night, Lin Wan leaned on Chen He's shoulder and whispered, Chen He, let's consummate our marriage tonight. Chen He stiffened for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Wan, his eyes filled with surprise and tenderness. Okay. Back home, Chen He first ran the hot water. Lin Wan sat on the sofa in the bedroom, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. After running the hot water, Chen He walked over to her and gently took her hand. Don't be nervous, I'll take it slowly, I won't hurt you. Lin Wan nodded and followed Chen He into the bathroom. The hot water steamed, blurring their figures. Chen He carefully helped Lin Wan undress, his movements as gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. He looked at Lin Wan's body, his heart racing, but he didn't rush into anything. Instead, he first helped her wash her hair, gently massaging her scalp with his fingertips. Are you comfortable? Chen He asked softly. Mum. Lin Wan closed her eyes, feeling his gentleness, and the tension in her heart gradually disappeared. After showering, the two lay in bed. Chen He leaned down and gently kissed Lin Wan's lips, his movements soft and tentative. Lin Wan responded to his kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck and surrendering herself completely to him. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating everything in the room. There were no hurried movements, no rough plundering, only gentle caresses and passionate kisses, only two hearts pressed tightly together, accepting and possessing each other. The next morning, Chen He woke up first and looked at Lin Wan sleeping soundly beside him. Her head was resting on his chest, her breathing even, and a faint smile played on her lips. He gently stroked her hair, his heart filled with happiness and contentment. He knew that from this day forward, they were truly husband and wife, and their life together was truly beginning. When Lin Wan woke up, she saw Chen He looking at her with eyes so tender they could melt your heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently punched him. What are you looking at? Look at my wife, Chen He said with a smile. My wife is really beautiful. Lin Wan's face flushed even more. Leaning against him, she whispered, Chen He, thank you. You made me feel like I'm not fighting alone. We'll never be alone again. Chen He hugged her tightly. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we'll face them together. No matter what joys we experience, we'll share them together. I will spend my whole life loving you and protecting you. Winning the grand prize in Chapter 22. The weekend sun was exceptionally bright, streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the living room carpet,
casting a warm glow on the coffee cup in Lin Wan's hand.
She had just finished reviewing an overseas cooperation proposal from Xingxing Group when she looked up and saw Chen He squatting in the entryway, changing his shoes, carrying two bulging shopping bags. Yesterday, Lin Wan had casually mentioned wanting to eat the braised duck from a time-honored brand in the south of the city, and this morning Chen He had driven halfway around the city to buy it.
Hurry up and wash your hands, the braised duck is still warm. Chen He placed the shopping bag on the table, opened it like a treasure, and the rich aroma of the sauce instantly filled the air. Lin Wan put down her coffee cup and walked over, noticing the thin layer of sweat on his forehead, and reached out to wipe it away for him. You ran so far, aren't you tired?
I'm not tired.
It's worth it if you enjoy eating. Chen He smiled and held her hand, his fingertips brushing against her palm, with a hint of coquetry. By the way, I saw someone buying lottery tickets at the convenience store while I was buying water, so I bought one too.
Maybe I'll win a big prize and buy you a new bag. Lin Wan was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. You still believe in this?
I think you caught it from old Zhang downstairs last time. He said he won 50 yuan in the lottery, and he's been talking about it to you for 3 days straight. Chen He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. It was just for fun, it's only 2 yuan anyway. He pulled a crumpled lottery ticket from his pocket. The numbers on it were randomly selected by the convenience store owner, the numbers printed crookedly on the paper. Lin Wan took it, glanced at it, and casually slipped it into a magazine in the living room. Okay, let's see when the draw is over. If we win the grand prize, we'll travel around the world. Neither of them took the lottery tickets seriously. The following week, Chen He was busy preparing for the launch of the digital system for Sue's supermarket stores nationwide, leaving early and returning late every day. Lin Wan, on the other hand, was pushing forward the cooperation between Xingxing Group and European brands, often holding video conferences until late at night. Despite their busy schedules, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly sweet. Chen He would make Lin Wan a cup of hot milk in the evenings and keep her company while she reviewed documents. Lin Wan would also leave a light on in the living room when Chen He returned from working overtime, with a warm meal laid out on the table. On Friday evening, Chen He unusually came home early, bought strawberries and blueberries that Lin Wan liked, and even specially made her favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. As the two sat down to eat, local news was playing on TV, and the host suddenly announced, the results of this week's double colorball lottery have been announced. The first prize is a whopping 12 million yuan, and one lucky person in this city has won the grand prize. Lin Wan was holding a piece of pork rib when she heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Look, maybe your lottery ticket is the lucky one? Go check it out. Chen He hadn't taken it seriously at first, but after Lin Wan's encouragement, he actually got up and went to the living room to look through magazines. He remembered that the lottery ticket was tucked inside a copy of Business Weekly, and after flipping through a couple of pages, he found the crumpled piece of paper. He took the ticket to the television and checked it against the scrolling winning numbers on the screen, one by one. 07, yes, the first one is 07. 15, the second one is also correct. 23, 28, 31. All correct? Chen He's voice began to tremble, and he almost dropped the lottery ticket in his hand. He checked it 3 times, confirming that every number matched the winning numbers perfectly, even the last special number 09 was exactly the same.
Lin Wan, come quick. Chen He's voice trembled with excitement as he practically ran into the restaurant.
Lin Wan was startled by him, put down her chopsticks and went over. What's wrong?
Did you really win? You won. You won the whole thing.
Chen He handed the lottery ticket to her, pointing to the numbers.
Look, it's exactly the same as on TV.
First prize, 12 million. Lin Wan took the lottery ticket and checked it against the winning numbers she had just seen on her phone.
Her eyes widened instantly. You really won? You're not kidding? I'm not kidding. It's true.
Chen He hugged Lin Wan tightly, lifted her up and spun her around, as excited as a child.
We're rich now. We can buy you that Hermes bag you like, and we can travel around the world. Haven't you always wanted to go to Iceland to see the northern lights? We'll go next month.
Lin Wan laughed as he shook her and reached out to hug his neck. Slow down, you're making me dizzy. But don't be too happy yet, first make sure it's really a lottery win, and not a fake one. Chen He calmed down and quickly took out his phone to log in to the lottery website to check. After entering the lottery number, the page displayed congratulations on winning the first prize of this double colorball lottery, with a prize of 12 million yuan. Please bring your valid ID to the City Lottery Center to claim your prize. Looking at the text on the screen, Chen He and Lin Wan exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and surprise in each other's eyes. 12 million, while not a life-changing sum for them, was still an unexpected surprise, enough for them to do many things they hadn't had time to do before.
What should we do? Should we go claim the prize tomorrow?
Chen He asked excitedly, holding Lin Wan's hand, his fingertips still trembling slightly. Lin Wan nodded, but was much calmer than him. I'll have my assistant make an appointment for us tomorrow. Be careful to keep it confidential when we claim the prize, and don't let the media take pictures, to avoid trouble later.
By the way, what do you plan to do with the prize money after it's deposited into your account?
Chen He thought for a moment and said seriously, I want to donate part of the money to charity.
When we went to the suburbs for inspection before, didn't we see a school for left-behind children with very poor conditions?
We can use this money to help them build a library and hire some good teachers. As for the rest, part of it can be used to upgrade the company's equipment. Although the company's servers are sufficient now, we will definitely need more advanced equipment when the business expands in the future. We can also save the rest for when we travel around the world, or as an education fund for our children when we have them. Lin Wan was surprised by his thoughtfulness, and felt a warmth in her heart. She had thought Chen He would first think of buying things for her or luxury goods, but she never expected that his first thoughts would be about charity, the company, and their future.
You've thought of everything. Lin Wan leaned against him and said softly, I have no objection, we'll do it your way. But, haven't you forgotten something? Chen He was taken aback. Forgot what? You said before that if you won the lottery, you would buy me a new bag.
Lin Wan looked up, her eyes full of laughter, deliberately teasing him. Chen He then realized what she meant, and chuckled as he playfully pinched her nose. I won't forget. Tomorrow, after we redeem the prize, I'll take you shopping. Whichever bag you want, we'll buy it. The next morning, Chen He and Lin Wan, wearing masks and hats and accompanied by their assistants, quietly went to the city lottery center to claim their prize. While processing the claim, the staff saw them and couldn't help but exclaim, You two are incredibly lucky. This is the biggest lottery prize in our city this year. The prize redemption process went smoothly. After deducting taxes, the 12 million yuan prize became 9.6 million yuan, which was directly deposited into Chen He's bank account. As he walked out of the lottery center, Chen He looked at the balance in his mobile banking app and still felt like he was dreaming. Shall we go buy a bag now? Chen He turned to ask Lin Wan, his tone full of anticipation. Lin Wan shook her head. Let's not go buy bags first. Let's go to the school for left-behind children in the suburbs. Didn't you want to help them build a library? We can take advantage of our free time today to find out their needs. Chen He was surprised by her words, and his heart warmed even more. He knew that Lin Wan wasn't a materialistic woman. She valued doing meaningful things more, which was why he liked her more and more. The two drove to a school for left-behind children in the suburbs. The school's conditions were even worse than when they last visited. The classroom windows had no glass, only plastic sheeting. The children's desks were dilapidated, with pitted and uneven surfaces. The library had only a few old bookshelves filled with donated books, many of which had missing covers and incomplete page numbers. The principal, an elderly man in his 50s, was so excited when he saw them that he grabbed Chen He's hand and said, President Chen, President Lin, what brings you here? Last time you said you would help us improve our conditions, but we thought it was just polite talk. We're not just being polite, we genuinely want to help the children. Chen He took out his phone and showed his bank balance. We won the lottery yesterday and want to donate some of the money to the school to help you build a new library, buy some new desks and textbooks for the children, and winter coats. The principal was surprised by their generosity and tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you so much. The children will be so happy to know. When the children heard that someone was going to help them build a library, they all gathered around, looking at Chen He and Lin Wan with wide eyes, repeatedly saying, Thank you, uncle, and thank you, aunt. Looking at the children's innocent smiles, Chen He suddenly felt that using this prize money here was more meaningful than buying any luxury goods. On the way back from school, Lin Wan leaned on Chen He's shoulder and whispered, Today was so meaningful. Seeing the children's smiling faces made me happier than if I had bought a new bag. Me too. Chen He grasped her hand, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. We can do more charity work in the future to help more people in need. By the way, I've already had Xiao Zhou come up with the equipment upgrade plan for the company. Once the bonus arrives, we can start purchasing the new equipment. Okay. Lin Wan nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said with a smile, Oh right, we need to save some money for when we go to Iceland to see the northern lights. I checked, and the best time to see the northern lights in Iceland is from December to February. We can go during Christmas and celebrate the new year there. No problem. Chen He said with a smile, then we'll go to Norway to see the fjords, go skiing in Switzerland, and go to all the places you want to go. By the time they got home, it was already dark. Chen He went to the kitchen to cook, while Lin Wan sat in the living room, looking at photos of the school children on her phone, a smile playing on her lips. She suddenly realized that this unexpected lottery win had not only brought them material joy, but also brought their hearts closer together. They were no longer just husband and wife in name only, nor simply business partners, but truly partners who could plan for the future together and do meaningful things together. At dinner, Chen He made Lin Wan's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and strawberry pudding. The two sat at the table and chatted about their future plans, company development, the advancement of public welfare projects, a trip around the world, and whether they wanted to have children, how many children they wanted, and what their names would be. Oh, right, Lin Wan suddenly remembered something, took the winning lottery ticket out of the drawer, and carefully placed it in a photo frame.
This lottery ticket is very meaningful. Let us frame it and hang it in the study. When we see it in the future, we can remember the surprise of today. Chapter 23, Returning to the village to hold a wedding ceremony. In the third week after hanging the lottery ticket frame in the study, Chen He suddenly put down his chopsticks at dinner and looked at Lin Wan seriously. Wife, next month for Qingming Festival, I want to take you back to our hometown. Lin Wan was holding a piece of strawberry pudding when she heard this and paused for a moment. Going back to your hometown? Is it the village where you grew up?
Chen He nodded, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the rim of the bowl.
My parents passed away early.
I used to go back to pay respects to my ancestors every year during Qingming Festival, but I haven't been back these past 2 years because I've been busy with company matters.
Now that we're together, I want to bring you to see them, and I also want you to see the place where I grew up.
He actually had another unspoken thought: the marriage registration was too rushed back then, and they didn't even have a proper wedding. The courtyard in his hometown was still there, and the neighbors were all elders who had watched him grow up. He wanted to give Lin Wan a different kind of wedding in front of his parents' old house, a wedding full of warmth and life, a wedding that belonged to them. Lin Wan put down her spoon and reached out to hold his hand. Okay, I've been wanting to go for a while now.
Is there anything we need to prepare? Like offerings for your aunt and uncle, and gifts for the neighbors?
Chen He felt a warmth in his heart. Lin Wan was always so considerate, even taking into account details he hadn't mentioned. I'll prepare the offerings. You can help me think of what to bring for the neighbors. There are many elderly people in the village, so bring some nutritional supplements and some snacks for the children.
Keep it simple.
The following week, the two began packing for their trip back to their hometown. Lin Wan went to the mall to pick out low-sugar nutritional supplements suitable for elderly people in the countryside, and also bought several large bags of children's snacks, filling 2 large boxes. Chen He, on the other hand, dug out an old handkerchief left by his mother and ordered 2 bouquets of white chrysanthemums from a flower shop, which were his mother's favorite flowers. On the day of departure, just as dawn was breaking, Chen He drove, and Lin Wan leaned against the passenger seat, holding a map of her hometown that Chen He had drawn for her. You said there's an old locust tree in your yard? Does it bloom with lots of locust flowers in the spring? Yes, the whole yard is filled with the fragrance of locust flowers every April. When I was little, I would always climb up to pick locust flowers, and my mom would use them to make pancakes for me. Chen He recalled with a smile. There was also a small vegetable garden in the backyard. My dad used to grow cucumbers and tomatoes there. In the summer, I would squat in the garden and eat cucumbers. They were much sweeter than the ones you buy in the supermarket now. Lin Wan listened intently, her eyes sparkling. It sounds so interesting.
I've never seen a real rural vegetable garden before.
After exiting the highway, the car drove for another half-hour along country roads before finally spotting the old locust tree at the village entrance. In the distance, several middle-aged women in floral cotton padded jackets stood under the tree, peering out.
Upon seeing Chen He's car, they immediately waved and ran towards him. Is that Xiaoyi? You're finally back.
Chen He stopped the car and had just opened the door when a chubby middle-aged woman grabbed his hand. Xiaoyi, it's been years.
You've gotten more and more energetic. This must be your wife, right?
She's really beautiful. Lin Wan greeted her with a smile. Hello, Auntie, my name is Lin Wan.
All right, come in quickly.
Your Uncle Wang has already cleaned your old courtyard. The auntie warmly pulled Lin Wan along, while another uncle took the luggage from Chen He's hands. The group of people surrounded them and walked into the village. Chen He's old courtyard is located at the east end of the village. It has red brick walls, and the wooden door still has the fu, meaning good fortune character that he pasted on it when he was admitted to university. Although it is a bit faded, it is full of the warmth of everyday life. The old locust tree in the courtyard has already sprouted new buds, and the small vegetable garden in the backyard is neatly tended by Uncle Juan, with spinach and lettuce planted, a lush green expanse.
How was it? Did I not disappoint you?
Chen He led Lin Juan into the main room, where black and white photos of his parents were displayed, and the altar in front of the photos was spotless. Lin Juan shook her head, her eyes welling up with tears. It's very good, very warm. The next morning, Chen He took Lin Juan to pay respects to their ancestors. He had bought paper money and incense in town beforehand, while Lin Juan placed white chrysanthemums in front of the tombstone and bowed with Chen He.
Chen He squatted in front of the tombstone and said softly, "Dad, Mom, I brought Lin Juan to see you. She's a good girl, gentle and kind. Don't worry, I will treat her well."
Lin Juan also squatted down and said softly, "Uncle and Aunt, I am Lin Juan. I will come to visit you often with Chen He, and I will take good care of Chen He." The wind swept across the wheat field, creating waves of grain, like parents responding to their words. Chen He stood up, took Lin Juan's hand, and felt a sense of peace and security in the warmth of her fingertips.
On the way back from the ancestral worship ceremony, Chen He's neighbor, Aunt Wang, grabbed his arm and whispered, "Xiaoyi, did you and Miss Lin get your marriage certificate? Why didn't you have a wedding?"
"According to the custom in our village, you're not considered a real couple if you don't have a wedding banquet." Chen He paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Auntie, I was just about to tell you that I want to hold a wedding for Lin Juan in our hometown.
I just don't know if you can help me."
"Yes.
Of course we can." Aunt Wang's eyes lit up, and she immediately called over the neighbors. "Did you all hear that? Xiaoyi is having a belated wedding, let's all come and help."
The neighbors immediately chimed in. "I have red cloth, I'll use it as a double happiness character. I have some vegetables in my little garden, I'll pick some to decorate.
My husband can play the suona, let him come and join in the fun. I'll go to town to buy firecrackers, I guarantee it'll be lively."
Lin Juan stood to the side, looking at her enthusiastic neighbors, then at Chen He, her heart filled with emotion. She hadn't expected that a sudden suggestion would receive so much support. Over the next few days, the whole village was busy. Aunt Wang led several older women to hang red cloth and paste up the character for double happiness in the yard, and tied red ribbons to the branches of the old locust tree. Uncle Li led several older men to set up a stove in the backyard to prepare food for the wedding day. The village children surrounded Lin Juan, curiously asking her about things in the city, and Lin Juan shared the snacks she had brought with them, quickly becoming friends with the children. Chen He watched Lin Juan chatting enthusiastically with her neighbors, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He had been worried that Lin Juan wouldn't be used to rural life, but he hadn't expected her to integrate so quickly. Even more so than him, she learned to make dumplings from Aunt Wang, and although they were crooked, she smiled happily. She helped Aunt Li pick vegetables and even asked her for tips on growing them. She even learned to sew shoe soles from the village elders, and although she only sewed a few stitches, it made the elders beam with joy. On the wedding day, the courtyard was bustling with activity at the crack of dawn. Uncle Li's suona horn blared loudly, and several old men set off firecrackers, filling the air with a festive atmosphere amidst the swirling smoke. Chen He wore a red tang suit that Aunt Wang had specially found for him. Although it didn't fit him quite right, it made him look exceptionally dashing. Lin Juan wore a red cheongsam, which she had specially commissioned a tailor to make, with small locust blossoms embroidered on the collar, perfectly echoing the old locust tree in the courtyard. "The bride is here." With a shout, Chen He led Lin Juan into the courtyard. Neighbors gathered around, scattering peanuts, red dates, and longans wrapped in red paper, chanting, "May you have a son soon and may you have a long and happy marriage." The wedding ceremony was simple yet full of heartfelt sentiment. Photos of Chen He's parents were displayed in the main room. The couple first bowed to the photos as a way of paying respects to their parents, then they bowed to the village elders to thank them for their care. Finally, they bowed to each other. Looking into Lin Juan's smiling eyes, Chen He's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. He had never imagined that he could marry such a wonderful woman in his hometown, in front of his parents' old house. After the wedding ceremony, the food was served. All the dishes were prepared by the village chef: stewed vegetables, braised chicken, steamed fish, and cold salads made from the vegetables in the backyard garden, a table laden with fragrant aromas. The neighbors sat around the table in the yard, eating and teasing Chen He. "Little He, you'd better treat Miss Lin well from now on, or we won't forgive you." Lin Juan smiled and replied, "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. We will live our lives well." After dinner, Chen He took Lin Juan to toast the neighbors. The village wine was homemade rice wine, not very strong, but very sweet. Lin Juan accompanied Chen He, toasting each table, listening to the neighbors tell embarrassing stories about Chen He's childhood, like falling from a tree, or being chased for stealing fruit from a neighbor, laughing until tears almost came to her eyes. As evening fell, the wedding gradually came to a close. The neighbors, having helped tidy up the yard, left one after another, leaving only Chen He and Lin Wan in the courtyard. The two sat on a stone bench under the old locust tree, watching the sunset, holding unfinished wedding candies in their hands.
Are you happy today? Chen He asked softly. I'm so happy.
Lin Wan leaned on his shoulder, her voice gentle.
This is the most special wedding I've ever attended, more touching than any luxurious hotel wedding.
Chen He held her hand, his fingertips brushing against her palm. Actually, I used to worry that you, as a CEO from a big city, wouldn't be used to rural life.
But now that I see you so happy, I'm relieved.
Silly boy, Lin Wan looked up into his eyes. I love you, not your identity, nor the place you live. This place holds traces of your childhood, memories of your parents, and so many kind neighbors.
How could I not be used to it?
She paused for a moment, then continued, from now on, we'll come back every year for Qingming Festival to pay respects to our ancestors, okay?
We'll also come back to visit our neighbors and see this old locust tree.
Okay. Chen He nodded and kissed her forehead.
A gentle evening breeze rustled through the old locust tree, its leaves whispering a blessing.
The red lanterns in the courtyard still burned, casting a warm glow on their figures. Chen He looked at Lin Wan beside him, his heart overflowing with happiness. He had once thought he would only ever be an ordinary security guard, destined for mediocrity, and would never meet such a wonderful woman. But now, he had his own company, a loving wife, and they had even held a heartwarming wedding ceremony back in his hometown. He knew that all this happiness was inseparable from Lin Wan's support and companionship. She was the one who lent a helping hand when he was at his lowest point, she was the one who stayed by his side when he encountered difficulties, she made him a better person, and she also taught him what true happiness is.
Oh, right, Lin Wan suddenly remembered something, took out a small red cloth bag from her pocket and handed it to Chen He. This is a good luck charm that I learned to make for manhwa yesterday. It contains leaves picked from the old locust tree. Keep it with you to keep you safe.
Chen He took the red cloth bag, its warmth touched his hands, and his heart felt warm. He put the amulet into his inner pocket and held Lin Wan's hand tightly. Thank you, my wife.
I will always keep this with me.
The two sat on the stone bench until the moon climbed to the treetops.
Chapter 24 will shock your old classmate. It's a 20-year class reunion, so don't be late.
The location is the Peony Hall on the 3rd floor of Jingxiachuan. I've already spoken to the manager, and all the dishes are their signature dishes.
Today, we won't talk about work or kids, we'll just reminisce about our youth.
When class monitor Zhou Lei sent a message in the classmates group chat, Chen He was in the office looking at the monthly report of Sue's supermarket. His fingertip swiped across the 3 words Jingxiachuan on the screen, and he paused for a moment. This was a well-known private restaurant in the city, with an average cost of at least 800 yuan per person. Back when he was in school, he would feel shy even passing by the door, let alone going in to eat.
Are you going?
Lin Wan walked in carrying a cup of hot milk and saw him staring blankly at his phone, so she asked softly. Chen He stroked the edge of his phone, reminiscing about his school days. Back then, his family was poor, and he wore a patched school uniform. He always bought only vegetarian dishes at the cafeteria. Several classmates from wealthier families often teased him, especially Li Zhe, who would always throw him leftover meat buns, saying, Chen He, here's a treat for you.
Go ahead, let them see that I'm no longer the poor kid who was bullied by everyone.
Chen He looked up, a relieved smile in his eyes. On the day of the gathering, Chen He didn't drive his eye-catching Bentley. Instead, he chose a low-key Volkswagen Passat, wore a simple gray jacket, jeans, and ordinary sneakers. He didn't want to be too flashy, he just wanted to have a quiet meal and see how his old classmates were doing now. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Jingxiachuan, he heard someone call his name, Chen He.
Over here. It's Wang Peng.
I sat next to him for half a year in school, and we even shared pickled vegetables and steamed buns back then. Wang Peng has gained weight now, with a round belly. He's wearing a logo-printed jacket and carrying a briefcase. He looks like he's doing quite well. Long time no see, you haven't changed much, still so thin. Wang Peng patted him on the shoulder, his tone quite friendly. I just saw you get out of a Passat.
Are you still driving that car? What do you do for a living? Just doing some small business to make a living. Chen He smiled and didn't say anything more.
The two walked up to the 3rd floor together. As soon as they reached the entrance of the Peony Hall, they heard lively laughter coming from inside. Pushing open the door, they found more than a dozen people already seated inside.
Most of them were overweight, dressed smartly, and holding the latest mobile phones, chatting enthusiastically. Oh, Chen He's here?
A shrill voice rang out. It was Zhang Qian. Back in school, she was the class's arts and culture representative, beautiful, and from a wealthy family, and had never given Chen He a second glance. Now, she was wearing a red dress, a gold necklace, and carrying a Hermes bag, showing off to a few female classmates. My husband bought me this bag last month when he went to France on a business trip. It cost over 30,000 yuan, it's so expensive. Upon seeing Chen He, Zhang Qian sized him up, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Chen He, are you still wearing clothes from years ago?
What do you do for a living now? Security guard or delivery driver?
Everyone around laughed, their eyes all falling on Chen He with a mixture of disdain and curiosity. Chen He wasn't angry, he just smiled faintly and said, I'm just doing a small business, not the best, but not the worst either.
Small business?
Li Jia stood up from his seat. He was wearing a black suit, his hair was slicked back, and he was holding a car key with the Mercedes logo on it standing out.
I thought you were doing really well.
I told you back then that you weren't very capable and could only make a living. Li Jia walked up to Chen He and deliberately waved his car keys. I drive a Mercedes SUV now, it cost almost 800,000 yuan, and I'm a department manager at a state-owned enterprise, earning more than 20,000 yuan a month. Chen He, if you really can't make it, just tell me, and I'll introduce you to a security guard job, 5,000 yuan a month, with room and board included. The laughter around them grew louder, and someone joined in the jeering. Manager Li is so loyal, he's still thinking of his old classmate.
Chen He, don't be so polite.
Working for Manager Li is better than running a food delivery job. Wang Peng wanted to help Chen He out of the predicament, but Li Jia interrupted him as soon as he opened his mouth. Wang Peng, don't worry about it.
I'm helping Chen He. If he doesn't appreciate it, then he's ungrateful.
Chen He remained calm, found a corner seat, and picked up the menu to browse through it. Most of the dishes on the menu cost several hundred yuan each, with even the cheapest vegetable dish costing 38 yuan. He understood the price range.
People gradually arrived, totaling more than 20 people.
Zhou Lei, as the class monitor, stood up and said, it's rare for everyone to get together today, so I ordered some signature dishes.
If you're still hungry, you can order more.
Today, we'll split the bill, so it shouldn't be too expensive per person, just a few hundred yuan.
Splitting the bill is good. Zhang Qian was the first to agree.
I didn't bring any cash today, but WeChat or Alipay are fine. But then again, a few hundred yuan is nothing to me, I'm just worried that some people might not be able to afford it, like Chen He.
Should I pay for you first? No need, thank you.
Chen He looked up, his tone calm. The dishes were served quickly, starting with several cold appetizers, cold black fungus salad, smashed cucumber, and braised beef, all ordinary home-style dishes.
Zhang Qian frowned. Zhou Lei, why did you order these dishes? They're too cheap. It's our 20-year class reunion, we should order something better.
Li Jia chimed in, that's right, Zhou Lei, you're too stingy.
I'll order some more dishes.
He took the menu and ordered several hearty dishes, braised pork ribs, cola chicken wings, and steamed fish, all costing several hundred yuan. Then he looked at everyone smugly and said, these dishes are worthy of our class reunion. I'll pay more later, so don't be shy. Everyone praised Li Jia for his generosity, and Zhang Qian looked on with admiration. Manager Li is just different, so magnanimous. Chen He didn't say anything, but quietly sent a message to the waiter, telling him to order the highest quality dishes, including all kinds of delicacies, without skimping. Not long after, the waiter pushed the food cart in. The first dish was Australian blue lobster. The bright red shells were shiny and topped with golden garlic sauce.
The aroma instantly filled the entire room. Wow, this lobster looks good. Zhou Lei, did you secretly add some dishes?
Li Jia asked in surprise.
Zhou Lei was also confused. I didn't order it, I didn't add this.
As they were talking, the waiter brought out another dish, steamed king crab. The crab shell was bigger than the plate, and the crab meat inside was plump and looked very appetizing.
My God, king crab!
How much would that cost? Someone exclaimed.
Zhang Qian's eyes widened in amazement.
She picked up her phone and took a picture of the king crab. This king crab looks delicious.
I've never had it before.
Next, the waiters brought out dish after dish, braised sea cucumber in abalone sauce, Buddha jumps over the wall, roast suckling pig, deep sea cod. Each dish was a delicacy from land and sea, and the price was not cheap. The table was soon filled up, and even the turntable could not be turned.
Everyone was dumbfounded.
They looked at each other, no one knew who had ordered the food. Waiter, who ordered this?
Did you bring the wrong dish?
Zhou Lei asked quickly. The waiter smiled and said, that's right, Mr. Chen, he asked us to add these.
He said it's a class reunion today, and he wants everyone to eat and drink well. Chen He?
Everyone turned to look at Chen He, their eyes filled with shock.
Zhang Qian nearly dropped her phone. Chen He, what did you order? How much did all this cost?
Lixia's face also froze. He had just been showing off the dishes he ordered that cost several hundred yuan, but now compared to these delicacies, they were simply insignificant.
Chen He put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. It's not much money.
It's rare for everyone to get together, so we should treat ourselves to something nice.
Not much money?
Wang Peng muttered to himself. This lobster, king crab, and Buddha jumps over the wall each dish cost several thousand yuan.
This whole meal must cost at least tens of thousands of yuan, right?
Everyone gasped, and their gazes toward Chen He completely changed, no longer contempt, but shock and curiosity. Zhang Qian quickly dropped her earlier sarcasm and put on a smile. Chen He, I didn't know you were so rich.
What kind of business are you in now? It's so profitable.
Li Zhou also leaned in, his tone becoming respectful. Chen He, I was wrong just now.
I shouldn't have underestimated you.
You're a magnanimous person, please don't hold it against me.
What kind of business are you in now? Could you give me a hand?
Chen He ignored their flattery and simply said, let's eat first, everyone.
The food is getting cold.
Everyone then realized what was happening and picked up their chopsticks to savor the delicacies on the table, praising them repeatedly. This lobster is so delicious, the meat is so tender.
This Buddha jumps over the wall is so delicious. This is the first time I've ever had such an authentic one. Chen He, you're too kind.
You've gone to so much trouble. Zhang Qian kept putting food on Chen He's plate, saying, Chen He, eat more. This king crab has a lot of meat, try some. Li Zhou also busied himself pouring wine for Chen He. Chen He, let me toast you. I was wrong before, so I'll drink this first as a sign of respect. Chen He only ate a few bites and drank some wine symbolically, and looked at his sycophantic classmates without feeling anything. Halfway through the meal, Zhou Lei remembered the bill and stood up, saying, everyone, enjoy your meal. I'll pay the bill later.
We'll split it equally.
Let me calculate how much it is, and then you can transfer the money to me. Lixia quickly stood up. No, Zhou Lei, Chen He ordered this meal today.
How can we let everyone split the bill? I think I should pay the bill as an apology to everyone.
I shouldn't have underestimated Chen He earlier.
Zhang Qian chimed in. Yes, Manager Li is paying the bill. Manager Li is so generous.
Lixia smiled smugly and was about to call the waiter when Chen He suddenly spoke up. No need, I'll pay for this meal.
Chen He, how can I accept this?
Zhou Lei quickly said, this table of food is too expensive.
Let's split the bill. We can't let you pay for everything. That's right, Chen He, let's split the bill, don't be shy.
Everyone chimed in, even though they didn't want to pay, they still had to put on a good show. Chen He smiled, picked up his phone, and waved to the waiter. Waiter, come here for a moment.
The waiter quickly came over. Mr. Chen, how can I help you?
All the expenses for this table, including the drinks and snacks that everyone added later, will be on my tab.
No need to split the bill, I'll pay for everything.
Chen He waved his hand casually, as if he were saying, the weather's nice today.
What? Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg.
Zhang Qian's chopsticks fell to the ground with a clatter, her eyes wide as saucers. Chen He, you're paying the bill all by yourself?
This whole table of food must cost at least tens of thousands of yuan, right? You really want to pay for it all by yourself?
Lixia's face turned deathly pale instantly. He had just been pretending to pay the bill, but compared to Chen He, he looked like a clown.
Wang Peng was also dumbfounded.
He had thought Chen He was just doing all right, but he didn't expect him to be so rich that he would pay for a meal costing tens of thousands of yuan without hesitation.
The waiter smiled and said, okay, Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'll take care of it right away.
Watching the waiter turn and leave, and seeing Chen He's calm expression, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that the poor boy who couldn't even afford meat and vegetables in the cafeteria back then would be so rich now, spending tens of thousands of yuan on a single meal without batting an eye.
The entire peony hall was deathly silent, save for the ticking of the clock on the wall.
Everyone stared at Chen He, their eyes filled with shock, envy, and a touch of shame. They had just been mocking Chen He, but now they realized they were the ones being mocked. Looking at his dumbfounded classmates, Chen He felt no pride, only a sense of gone 3 a complex emotion encompassing both admiration and reflection. 20 years had changed so much. The naive young men of yesteryear had become middle-aged men struggling to make a living, and he, too, had finally transformed from a poor boy who was bullied into someone who could support himself.
Chapter 25. Today's expenses are on young Master Chen. Chen He. You said you'd pay the bill?
The chopsticks in the class monitor. Zhao Lei's hand clattered into the bone plate, and oil splattered onto his specially worn Armani shirt, but he was completely unaware, staring straight at Chen He as if confirming some unbelievable story.
Everyone at the table froze.
Lina, who had just been boasting excitedly about opening a chain milk tea shop, had her smile frozen on her face before it could even fade. Wang Peng, who had slammed his hand on the table earlier, saying, "Making money is hard these days, Chen He, if you can't make it, tell me," had his hand still hanging in midair, awkwardly scratching his head. Even Zhou Min, the quietest person at the table, put down her spoon, her eyes filled with disbelief. The air in the private room seemed to freeze, except for the distinct sound of the tray clattering as the waiter brought in the last dish. Buddha jumps over the wall. Chen He leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips, his tone as calm as if he were saying, "The weather's nice today." He continued, "We're all old classmates, it's rare for us to get together, so it's only right that I treat everyone to a good meal." "Of course." Lina was the first to react, her voice rising 8 octaves.
"Chen He, you're not kidding, are you?
This meal, that king crab alone is almost 3,000, and this bottle of matai is at least 5,000. Add to that the abalone and sea cucumber, this meal will cost at least 20 or 30,000. Her words left everyone at the table even more stunned. They had all assumed it would be a split bill, and some were even calculating that this meal will cost at most 500 yuan per person. We'll have to be careful with our money. Who would have thought Chen He would offer to pay for everything, and with such extravagance, it was simply beyond the reach of ordinary wage earners. Wang Peng swallowed hard, chuckled dryly, and leaned closer. "Chen He, you've been doing well these past few years. Did you change jobs? I remember you used to be a security guard in the neighborhood, how come you're suddenly so wealthy?" His words seemed concerned, but in reality, he wanted to probe Chen He's background and, incidentally, bring up the security guard label again to regain some of his previous sense of superiority. Chen He didn't respond to his comment, but instead put a piece of abalone on Zhou Min's plate, who hadn't said much. "Zhou Min, you've always loved seafood. Try this. The abalone at this restaurant is directly supplied from Dalian, so it's quite fresh." Zhou Min blushed and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Chen He, you still remember that I love to eat this." When they were in school, Zhou Min and Chen He were deskmates. Chen He's family was poor, and he often brought salted vegetables and steamed buns for lunch. Zhou Min would always secretly slip him an egg or an apple. She was one of the few people in the class who never made fun of him. Seeing that Chen He was ignoring him, Wang Peng felt a little embarrassed and pressed on. "Chen He, what are you doing now? If you have any money-making ideas, share them with your old classmate." Upon hearing this, the others chimed in. "Yeah, Chen He, we're all old classmates, don't forget us when there's a good opportunity. My bubble tea shop hasn't been doing well lately, if you know any big shots, could you help me get in touch?" Chen He put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and calmly swept his eyes across the people at the table. "I now run a technology company, doing digital transformation for supermarkets. I don't have any methods to speak of, it's all done step by step." "A technology company?" Zhao Lei's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out his phone. "Chen He, what's your company's name? Let me add you on WeChat. Maybe we'll have a chance to cooperate in the future. I'm currently doing office supplies procurement. If your company needs any, I can give you the best price." No one had offered to add him on WeChat before, but now that Zhao Lei had taken the lead, everyone else pulled out their phones. "Chen He, I'll add you too. I'm a real estate agent, if you're buying or renting a house, I'm definitely reliable. Chen He, I'm in the renovation business, if your company does renovations, I'll give you a 20% discount." Chen He didn't refuse, taking out his phone to accept the friend requests one by one, but his face remained expressionless. Looking at these people, he recalled scenes from his school days. Zhao Lei always threw away uneaten snacks in the trash can, never sharing them with classmates from poorer families. Lina mocked his old sneakers, saying, "Don't get too close to me if you look so poor," and Wang Ping even cheered him on when he was being bullied. Only Zhou Min would quietly hand him a tissue when he was being mocked, and when he didn't bring lunch, she would make an excuse that she couldn't finish and share half of her lunchbox with him. "By the way, Chen He," Zhou Min asked softly, "are you married? I heard from a classmate that you seem to have a girlfriend, but I haven't heard from you since." When the topic of marriage came up, Chen He's eyes softened considerably. "Yes, we got married. My wife had something to do today and couldn't come with me. If she had come, she would definitely have been happy to see everyone." He didn't mention that Lin Wan was the president of Xingxing Group, not wanting to deliberately show off in front of his classmates. But these words were interpreted differently by others. Li Na looked Chen He up and down, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Chen He, you're something else.
Not only have you made money, but you've also married a wife. What does your wife do? Is she also an employee of your company?
Chen He smiled and didn't say much. She has her own job, which is good. Just then, the door to the private room opened, and a waiter walked in carrying a plate of exquisite desserts, smiling as he said, Mr. Chen, this is the bird's nest pastry you ordered. We specially made a low-sugar version according to your request. Also, would you like to open that bottle of Lafite you have stored here?
Lafite? Zhao Lei's eyes widened. Chen He, you still have Lafite in your stash? That wine is expensive, a bottle must cost at least tens of thousands, right? Chen He nodded, a friend gave it to me before. I was thinking that since it's a class reunion today, we should all try it. Waiter, please open it. The waiter skillfully opened the red wine, and its rich aroma instantly filled the air.
He poured a small half glass into each person's glass and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, all the dishes you ordered have been served.
Is there anything else you would like to add?
Chen He glanced at the table laden with dishes: king crab, Australian lobster, Buddha jumps over the wall, abalone rice, and various seasonal seafood and exquisite desserts, all piled high.
He looked at everyone and asked, is there anything else you'd like to eat? We can add a few more dishes if you like. The people at the table looked at each other, no one daring to say a word. Before, they had been thinking to themselves, Chen He definitely can't afford the expensive dishes, but now they realized that not only could he afford them, but he also felt that what they hadn't eaten was enough and wanted to order more dishes. Wang Peng picked up his glass and said awkwardly, Chen He, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have underestimated you. This glass is for you.
I'll drink it first. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank the Lafite in his glass clean, but his face didn't show any smugness. Instead, it was full of embarrassment. Zhao Lei quickly raised his glass as well. Chen He, I'd like to toast you too.
I was blind to your greatness before. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know.
The others also raised their glasses, toasting Chen He one after another, their tone full of flattery and obsequiousness. Only Zhou Min quietly held her glass and said softly, Chen He, congratulations on doing so well now.
I'm happy for you.
Chen He smiled, clinked glasses with everyone, took a sip of red wine, and said in a calm tone, we're all old classmates, let's not talk about the past.
Just enjoy the food and drinks today.
After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, everyone had eaten their fill.
Zhao Lei glanced at the time and whispered to Li Na beside him, do you think Chen He is just putting on an act? When it comes time to pay the bill, will he say he didn't bring any money and make us split the bill? Li Na was also a little worried. Yeah, what if he's just putting on a show? We'll be in big trouble today.
If we split the bill, it'll cost at least 2,000 yuan per person, and I'll lose my entire month's salary.
Just then, the waiter came in with the bill in his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, the total bill for your table is 86,800. Would you like to pay by card or by scanning a QR code? 86,008?
Zhao Lei almost fell off his chair.
That expensive?
Li Na was so shocked that her face turned pale. My God, that's enough for half a year's salary.
The others gasped in surprise, whispering among themselves, will Chen He really pay for all that money? He's not really going to make us split the bill, is he? I can't afford that.
Chen He put down his chopsticks, glanced at the bill, then took out a black card from his wallet and handed it to the waiter. Swiped the card, the pin is 6/8. The waiter took the black card, respectfully said okay, and turned to settle the bill. Everyone at the table was completely dumbfounded.
A black card.
They had only ever seen them on TV, and they'd heard that only people with assets exceeding 10 million could possess one. Before, they thought Chen He was just pretending to be rich, but now they realized he really was rich, and even richer than they had imagined. Zhao Lei's face flushed red. His previous sense of superiority vanished, replaced by embarrassment and regret. He remembered how he used to mock Chen He for being poor back in school. Now he realized he was the one who had been so narrow-minded. Li Na lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen He anymore. She had previously thought that Chen He's wife must be an ordinary employee, but now she realized that someone who could marry someone like Chen He must be quite extraordinary. Wang Peng wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He had previously patted his chest and said, Chen He, if you can't make it in the industry, just tell me, but now he realized that Chen He didn't need his help at all. On the contrary, he was the one asking Chen He for help. Only Zhou Min, with a genuine smile on her face, looked at Chen He and said, Chen He, you are really outstanding now, and I'm happy for you.
Chen He smiled and looked at everyone. Has everyone finished eating? If so, I'll have the driver take you all home? No need, we can go back ourselves. Zhao Lei quickly waved his hand. Chen-He, you go about your business, no need to trouble yourself. The others chimed in, yeah, Chen-He, we can go back on our own, no need to trouble you. Chen-He didn't press the issue. Alright, everyone be careful on the road. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I'll definitely help if I can. Although Chen-He said that, everyone knew in their hearts that they were no longer on the same level as him. Before, they could sit on equal footing with Chen-He as old classmates, but now they could only look up to him. Not long after, the waiter returned with the card receipt and handed it to Chen-He. Mr. Chen, please keep your card and receipt safe. Chen-He took the card and receipt, put them in his wallet, and then stood up. Then I'll be going now. Goodbye everyone. Goodbye, Chen-He. Take care, Chen-He. Everyone stood up and watched Chen-He leave. Only after Chen-He's figure disappeared through the door of the private room did they dare to sit down and begin to discuss among themselves. My god, Chen-He is so rich now. He even has a black card. Yes, that meal cost over 80,000 yuan without even blinking. If it were me, it would take me several years to save up that much money. I really underestimated Chen-He before. I didn't expect him to be so capable that he actually started his own technology company. What do you think Chen-He's wife does? Is she also a rich person? Of course. Otherwise, how could she marry someone like Chen-He? Zhao Lei sighed, looking at the leftover food on the table, his heart filled with regret. I used to laugh at Chen-He for being poor, but now I realized that I was the one who had no vision. If I had treated him better back then, I might still be able to cooperate with him and make some money now. Lina also expressed her regret. Yes, I used to laugh at him for wearing old sneakers. Now that I think about it, I really shouldn't have done that. Chen-He is so rich now, but he doesn't flaunt it at all. He's much better than the rest of us. Seeing everyone's regretful expressions, Zhou said softly, actually, Chen-He has always been very hardworking. He was diligent when he was in school, but his family wasn't well off back then. His current achievements are all the result of his own hard work. We should be happy for him, not regret not being better to him back then. Everyone fell silent after hearing Zhou Min's words. They knew Zhou Min was right. Chen-He's success today was the result of his own hard work. They, however, had looked down on him because he was poor before, and now they realized they were the ridiculous ones. Meanwhile, Chen-He had already gotten into his Bentley. The driver asked with a smile, Mr. Chen, are you going back to the company or home now? Let's go home. Lin Wan should be waiting for me to eat. Chen-He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and couldn't help but smile as he recalled the dumbfounded looks on his classmates' faces. He wasn't trying to show off in front of his classmates, he just felt that since it was a class reunion, everyone should eat and drink well. Moreover, he wanted those who would look down on him to know that he was doing well now and was no longer the poor boy everyone mocked. The car drove smoothly through the night. Chen-He took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Wan, wife, I'm done here. I'm going home now. Wait for me to have dinner together. Lin Wan quickly replied, okay, I'll wait for you. I saved some of your favorite braised pork for you. Seeing Lin Wan's message warmed Chen-He's heart. He knew that everything he had now was not only the result of his own hard work, but also of Lin Wan's support and companionship. Without Lin Wan, he might still be that security guard who got dumped at the Civil Affairs Bureau, he wouldn't have his own company, and he certainly wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Chapter 26 False Friends and True Friends. As the Bentley pulled into the gates of Jingcheniping, Chen-He saw the warm yellow lights shining from the villa entrance. Lin Wan knew he was going to a classmate reunion today, so she deliberately didn't arrange for him to come home late. She even placed 2 retro lanterns in the courtyard, their dim yellow light reflecting off the dewdrops on the lawn, like scattered diamonds. You're back? Lin Wan greeted her from the entrance when she heard the car, holding a freshly baked cranberry cookie in her hand. Are you hungry? I saved some braised pork for you, it's keeping it warm in a thermos, and also your favorite corn and pork rib soup. Chen-He changed his shoes, took the biscuit, and took a bite. The sweet aroma, combined with the rich butter flavor, instantly dispelled the slight fatigue from the party. He reached out and put his arm around Lin Wan's waist, burying his face in the crook of her neck, his voice slightly languid, my wife's cooking is still the best. No amount of gourmet food outside can compare. Lin Wan smiled and patted him on the back, you seem to be in a good mood. Did the party go well? It was alright. Chen-He straightened up, pulled her to sit on the sofa in the living room, and told her about the party in detail, from everyone's initial disdain, to their shock when he said he would pay the bill, and then to everyone crowding around to add him on WeChat and ask for cooperation.
He didn't mention his past being ridiculed, and only briefly mentioned Zhou Min's kindness. Lin Wan listened attentively, gently stroking the back of his hand with her fingers. You did a good job, neither showing off nor embarrassing those people. However, if someone asks for your help under the guise of being a classmate in the future, you should be more careful and not be taken advantage of. Chen He knew Lin Wan was worried about him, so he smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. True friends won't get close to me just because I'm rich now. I know who those who are only after my own interests are. Sure enough, Chen He's WeChat exploded the next day as soon as he got to work. Zhao Lei's message popped up first, sending 3 60-second voice messages in a row, his tone full of eagerness. Chen He, I went back yesterday and compiled a list of our company's office supplies. They are all high-quality imported goods. The printer paper is made of virgin wood pulp, and the ballpoint pens are German brands. If you need them, I can give you a price at cost, which is 30% cheaper than outside. Li Na followed with a message, along with several photos of a milk tea shop. Chen He, my milk tea shop recently launched new products. The cheeseberry and mango pomelo sago are selling exceptionally well. If you have time, come and try them. By the way, doesn't your company have a lot of employees? Could you help me promote it and get a group purchase price for your employees? I'll give you a commission in return. Wang Peng was even more direct, asking right away, Chen He, do you know anyone at the bank? I'm looking for a loan to expand my business. If you can help me get a low-interest loan, I'll give you a big bonus. Chen He looked at the messages but didn't reply immediately. Instead, he focused on processing the project reports for Sue's supermarket. It wasn't until his lunch break that he picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhao Lei. Our company has a fixed supplier for office supplies. The contract hasn't expired yet. Let's talk about it another time. The reply to Li Na was even simpler. Thank you for the recommendation. I don't usually drink milk tea. The company has a dedicated department for employee benefits, and I will have them keep an eye on it. As for Wang Peng, he replied directly, I don't know anyone at the bank. You can consult a regular bank, they have specialized loan services. He didn't rule out any possibility of a solution, but he clearly rejected these requests for help that were driven by self-interest. He knew that once he gave in, there would only be endless trouble. Zhao Lei would most likely use cost price as a gimmick, but actually provide inferior products. Li Na's so-called rebate commission was just an attempt to use his name to attract business. Wang Peng's attempt to use bank connections was an attempt to take a shortcut, and if problems arose, he would be implicated. Just as I finished replying, Zhou Min's message arrived. There were no long, polite words, just an old photo and a simple sentence. Chen He, I found this while sorting through old things today. Remember when you helped me fix my bicycle in our senior year of high school? Your hand was cut back then, but you said, it's nothing, just a minor injury. The photo was slightly yellowed. In the picture, a boy in a faded school uniform was squatting beside his bicycle, a band-aid on his finger, but a smile on his lips. Chen He looked at the photo and felt a warmth in his heart, remembering that summer of his senior year of high school. Zhou Min's bicycle chain broke, and he used his 10-minute break between classes to fix it for her. He accidentally cut his hand on the chain, and Zhou Min specially ran back to the classroom to get him a band-aid and slipped a piece of candy into his hand. He replied, I remember, you said you'd treat me to popsicles back then, but I forgot because I was busy with exams. Zhou Min replied quickly, with a touch of playfulness, then consider this my debt to you. When you have time, I'll treat you to the mung bean popsicles from that place in the old town. They still taste the same as before. Sure, let's set a time when I'm less busy. There was no ulterior motive, no deliberate flattery, just a relaxed chat between old friends. As Chen He watched the screen, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Over the next few days, Zhao Lei remained persistent, messaging Chen He every day. They chatted about everything from office supplies to everyday matters, and he even inquired about Lin Wan. Chen He, what does your wife do? Is she also in the tech industry? Maybe we can have a meal together sometime and get to know each other? Chen He didn't reply and simply blocked his messages from being disturbed. Li Na went even further, going to the office building of Yuanda Technology to try and bump into Chen He, only to be stopped by the receptionist who said, you can't come in without an appointment. She even got into an argument with the security guard downstairs, saying, I'm Mr. Chen's old classmate, why won't you let me in? When Chen He heard about this, he was in a video conference with Lin Wan. After the meeting ended, Lin Wan noticed his furrowed brow and asked, what's wrong? Did you run into trouble? Chen He recounted Li Na's story, his tone tinged with helplessness. I never expected her to be so persistent. I should never have added her on WeChat in the first place.
Lin Wan thought for a moment and said, "How about I have my assistant contact her and say that you're busy with an important project and don't have time to meet with guests, and then subtly remind her not to bother the company anymore, so as not to cause any bad influence." "Okay, thank you for your help. Why are you being so polite with me?" Lin Wan said with a smile. "But don't let these people affect your mood, it's not worth it. Aren't we going to a school for left-behind children in the suburbs next week? The library should be almost finished, so we can go see the children then, and that will cheer us up." When the children were mentioned, Chen He's brows relaxed considerably. "Yes, I also promised to bring the children new picture books. I'll have Xiao Zhou go and buy a batch tomorrow, along with some stationery, to take with us." Sure enough, Chen He's mood improved considerably on the weekend when he visited the school for left-behind children. The library was almost finished. New bookshelves were filled with picture books and extracurricular reading materials, new glass had been installed in the windows, and the walls were decorated with cartoon drawings that children loved. When the children saw Chen He and Lin Wan, they gathered around, holding their drawings and chattering excitedly, "Uncle Chen, look at my drawing of the library. Aunt Lin, this teddy bear is for you." Lin Wan squatted down and took a drawing from a little girl. The drawing depicted a colorful house with two adults and a group of children standing beside it, all smiling happily. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she said softly, "Thank you, it's so beautiful. Auntie will keep it safe." Chen He was pulled along by several little boys to see their newly made handicrafts. Although they were rough, they were full of childlike innocence. Looking at the children's pure smiles, and then thinking of the utilitarian faces of his classmates, Chen He suddenly realized that the difference between people is never whether they have money or not, but whether they have a sincere heart. On the way back from school, Lin Wan suddenly said, "By the way, next week is my mom's birthday. She wants to meet you and have a meal together." Chen He paused for a moment, a little nervous. "Will Auntie think that my previous job was bad?" Although he now runs a company, he is still worried that Lin Wan's family will mind that he used to be a security guard. Lin Wan held his hand and said with a smile, "My mom isn't the kind of person who cares about status. She cares more about whether you treat me well and whether you have a sense of responsibility. Don't worry, I've already told her about you. She said you're a reliable person and she's looking forward to meeting you." With Lin Wan's comfort, Chen He felt much more at ease. He began to think about what gift to prepare for Lin Wan's mother. It couldn't be too expensive, lest it seem deliberate, nor could it be too ordinary, lest it seem unimportant. Finally, he remembered that Lin Wan had mentioned her mother liked to drink tea, so he specially asked someone to buy half a jean of authentic Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea from Fujian, and even personally packed it in a retro wooden box with the 4 characters blessings, longevity, peace, and health engraved on it. On the day of meeting the parents, Lin Wan's mother was indeed very kind. She held Chen He's hand and asked him all sorts of questions, from his childhood to his current company. She didn't mention he used to be a security guard at all. Instead, she said, "Little Chen, I heard from Wan that you had a very difficult time in the past. Now you've started your own company and are doing charity work. You're a good kid. I feel at ease with Wan being with you." Chen He felt a warmth in his heart upon receiving the approval of his elders. The meal that day was quite lively, and Lin Wan's father even had a few drinks with him, saying, "From now on, Wan is in your care. You must treat her well." As the days went by, Chen He gradually forgot about the class reunion until a month later, when Zhou Min messaged him, "Chen He, are you free next Saturday? I've invited a few classmates I used to be close to get together. They're all people we played with back in school, no one else." Chen He glanced at his schedule and, finding he had nothing planned for that day, agreed, "Okay, send me the address, and I'll come over." The gathering was held at a quiet private restaurant, with only 5 people in total: Zhou Min, and 3 classmates who had a good relationship with them in school, all of whom had never mocked Chen He and had even helped him occasionally. There were no delicacies, just a few simple homestyle dishes, yet the meal was exceptionally lively. Everyone chatted about fun times from their school days and their current lives. No one mentioned how rich Chen He is now, nor did anyone ask him for help, they simply shared their recent updates. During the meal, a classmate named Zhang Yao said, "Chen He, you used to tutor me in math. I'm still a math teacher now. Last time, when one of my students asked me a question, I remembered how you explained it to me back then." Another classmate named Lu Kai said with a smile, "I still remember that you were a really fast runner back then. You won the 100-meter championship at the sports meet, and the prize was a notebook, which you even gave to me. I still have it now." Listening to these stories, Chen He was filled with emotion. He realized that true friendship is never maintained by money, but by the small acts of kindness hidden in time and the sincere treatment without any ulterior motives. At the end of the party, Zhou Min handed Chen He a small bag. "Here, this is for you.
I said I'd treat you to popsicles last time, but I didn't have time. These are mung bean popsicles from that shop in the old town. I specially froze them in the freezer and brought them over.
Try them, they still taste the same as before.
Chen-hee took the bag, feeling the cool touch on his fingertips.
He took out a piece, unwrapped it, and took a bite.
The sweet mung bean flavor spread on his tongue, exactly the same as the taste he remembered from his senior year of high school.
It's delicious, thank you, Chen-hee said with a smile.
You're welcome, Jo-min smiled as well.
Let's get together often when we have time. We don't need to make it so formal. Just like today, having a simple home-cooked meal and chatting is fine. Good.
On the way back, Chen-hee held the popsicle in his hand, feeling warm inside. He remembered what Lin Wan had said, the people who are truly worth cherishing will never distance themselves from you because you are poor, nor will they fawn over you because you are rich.
What they value is you as a person.
Yes, from being dumped by his first love and having a whirlwind marriage with Lin Wan, to starting a company, winning the lottery, doing charity work, and then the various twists and turns of his class reunion, Chen-hee gradually realized that the most precious thing in life is never money or fame, but the people around you who treat you sincerely, the lovers who stay by your side no matter the circumstances, the friends who are selfless and only care about friendship, and the strangers who know
how to be grateful and have good intentions.
As the car drove into Jingchenipin, the lights at the villa entrance could be seen in the distance, indicating that Lin Wan was definitely waiting for him to come home.
Chapter 27 Gu Tingxuan's Provocation.
As dusk bathed the city in a warm golden hue, Chen-hee led Lin Wan by the hand into Cloudtop Pavilion.
This restaurant, tucked away on the top floor of the CBD, is renowned for its views and private chef cuisine.
Floor-to-ceiling windows offer panoramic views of the city's neon lights, and silver cutlery adorns the tables, the flickering candlelight casting a gentle glow on Lin Wan's profile. You mentioned last time that you wanted to try the black truffle pan-fried foie gras here, so I made a special reservation for today. Chen-hee pulled out a chair for Lin Wan and handed her a warm, damp towel. The head chef is from France, and I heard that his method of preparing foie gras is quite unique. Lin Wan took the towel and wiped her hands, a smile in her eyes. You really hold a grudge.
I just mentioned it casually. She picked up the menu, flipped through a couple of pages, and then pushed it to Chen-hee. You order, you know what I like to eat.
Chen-hee smiled and nodded, rattling off the menu with practiced ease: black truffle pan-fried foie gras, Boston lobster pasta, a mushroom soup, and hot honey grapefruit tea, less sugar, please.
After the waiter acknowledged and left, he turned to Lin Wan. Finished with work today? Didn't work overtime again?
I'm done with work. The cooperation plan with Uncle Sue is finalized, and now it's just a matter of execution.
I don't need to stay up all night every day anymore.
Lin Wan picked up her water glass and took a sip.
But you, after the class reunion, did Zhao Lei and the others send you a lot of WeChat messages?
Chen-hee recalled the constant stream of messages popping up on WeChat these past few days. Zhao Lei was sending price lists for office supplies every day. Li Na wanted him to help with digital promotion for her milk tea shop, and Wang Peng even directly asked if he could invest in his company. He smiled helplessly. I sent them, but I haven't replied much. After all, we're not in the same circle, and forcing us together is pointless.
Just then, the waiter brought over the mushroom soup, and its rich aroma instantly filled the air.
Chen-hee served Lin Wan a bowl. Have some soup to warm your stomach first.
The foie gras will have to wait a while.
Lin Wan took the soup bowl and was about to take a sip when she heard a familiar yet jarring voice behind her.
Hey, isn't this Chen-hee? What, you won the lottery and now you dare to eat at a place like this?
Chen-hee paused, holding the soup spoon, knowing without turning around that it was Gu Tingxian. He took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, and continued to hand Lin Wan cutlery. Lin Wan frowned and turned to look behind her. Gu Tingxian was wearing an ill-fitting Armani suit, his tie crooked, and a glamorous woman beside him, carrying a high-quality counterfeit LV bag, looking at them with disdain. Seeing that Chen-hee ignored him, Gu Tingxian simply pulled his female companion to the table, put his hands in his pockets, and looked down at Chen-hee. What, don't you recognize me?
I'm Gu Tingxian, Ruyan's ex-boyfriend. He emphasized the words Ruyan with a provocative look in his eyes. I heard you've started a small company now? What, you think you can come to this fancy restaurant and act like a rich person now that you've made a little money?
Lin Wan put down her soup bowl, her tone turning cold. Sir, we are eating, please don't disturb us.
Who are you?
Gu Tingxian looked Lin Wan up and down, his eyes filled with ill intent.
Chen-hee, is this your new girlfriend?
She's quite pretty, but I wonder if she can compare to Ruyan. He chuckled, but then again, with your current circumstances, it's already quite good that you found someone like this.
It's better than being a security guard before. Shen He raised his head and looked calmly at Gu Tingxian. We're having a meal, it's none of your business, please leave. Leave? Gu Tingxian seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Do you own this restaurant? I can go wherever I want. He pulled up a chair, sat down, picked up the menu on the table, flipped through it, and then threw it back on the table. You're just ordering this lousy food? Shen He, you're still so unsophisticated. Don't you know this restaurant's specialty is Wagyu beef? It costs 10,000 yuan per kilogram. You've probably never even seen it before, have you? His female companion chimed in, Tingxian, don't waste time with this kind of person. Let's go to the VIP room over there. I want to eat Wagyu beef. What's the rush? Gu Tingxian pressed down on his female companion's hand, his eyes still fixed on Shen He. Shen He and I are old acquaintances, we need to have a good chat. Shen He, do you remember? Back when Ru Yan was with me, you cried and begged her not to break up with me. And what happened? She's living the high life now, isn't she? You couldn't even afford her a decent gift back then, but now you've learned to act generous. Lin Wan clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. Just as she was about to stand up, Shen He gently pressed her hand down. Shen He gave her a look, signaling her not to act impulsively, then looked at Gu Tingxian. How is Ruyan now? Didn't you say you were going to marry her? Why didn't you bring her along? Mentioning Shen Ruyan, Gu Tingxuan's expression changed slightly, but then he regained his arrogance. I broke up with her. That kind of woman, she eats my food, uses my things, and asks me for money every day. Who can stand that? Unlike the one next to me, she's much more sensible. He put his arm around his female companion's waist and said smugly, Shen He, look, whether it's Ru Yan or this one, if I wanted, there would be plenty of women throwing themselves at me. And you? Even though you own a small company now, don't you still have to rely on women? I heard your wife is a CEO. Are you perhaps a live-in son-in-law? The surrounding customers had noticed the commotion and were turning to look. A waiter quickly came over and whispered, Sir, please don't make noise here and disturb other customers. Get out of my way. Gu Tingxian waved his hand impatiently. I'm chatting with my old classmate, what's it to you? If you keep nagging, I'll complain about you. Helpless, the waiter could only step aside and quietly call the manager. Shen He picked up his water glass and took a sip, his tone still calm. Gu Tingxian, we have nothing to talk about. If you want to eat, go to another table and don't bother us here. Affect you? Gu Tingxian suddenly laughed, his eyes turning fierce. Shen He, you think you're so great just because you have some money now? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're still that coward who couldn't even keep his wife. Back then, when I took Ruyan away, you didn't dare do anything. Now that I'm here talking to you, you still don't dare do anything. He suddenly reached out and picked up the black truffle seared foie gras that had just been served on the table. The oil in the plate was still steaming. Lin Wan exclaimed in surprise, what are you going to do? Before Shen He could react, Gu Tingxian slammed the plate down on Shen He's head. The scalding hot foie gras and oil dripped down Shen He's hair, and the black sauce splattered on his white shirt, leaving him looking disheveled. Ha ha ha. Gu Tingxian laughed so hard he almost fell over. Shen He, look at yourself now, you're like a dog. I'm just bullying you, what can you do to me? Lin Wan stood up instantly, grabbed the water glass on the table, and was about to splash it on Gu Tingxian, but Shen He grabbed her. Shen He held her hand, gently shook his head, and said in a calm voice, don't be impulsive, it's not worth it. Not worth it? Lin Wan's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. He's bullied you like this, and you still say it's not worth it? Gu Tingxian watched Shen He grab Lin Wan and laughed even more arrogantly, see? Your wife has more guts than you. Shen He, you're a coward. You'll only ever be bullied by me. Back then, when Ru Yan was with me, you didn't dare say a word. Now that I've dumped food on your head, you still don't dare say a word. What's the point of you living? His female companion laughed along and took out her phone to take a picture of Shen He. Tingxian, look at him like this, it's so funny, I'm going to post it on my WeChat moments. Shen He slowly raised his hand and wiped the oil off his face, leaving streaks of black sauce on his skin. He wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled, but there was no warmth in his smile, and his eyes were as cold as ice. He slowly stood up, his body covered in oil stains, yet he still exuded a sense of oppression as he looked down at Gu Tingxian. Gu Tingxian, Shen He's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the restaurant, you'd better apologize to me right now, or I'll make you crawl out of this restaurant today. Gu Tingxuan's laughter suddenly stopped. Looking at Shen He, he felt inexplicably flustered. But then he thought again that Shen He used to be a pushover,
and even now that he has started a company, no one would dare to really do anything to him.
He straightened his back again, pointed at Chen He's nose and cursed, "Apologize? Why should I apologize to you? Chen He, stop putting on airs. Who do you think you are? Just a small company owner?
Let me tell you, I know more people than you've ever known, Salt. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll make your company go bankrupt tomorrow." He leaned closer to Chun He, lowering his voice but still full of provocation. "Have you forgotten how Ru Yen dumped you in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau?
Have you forgotten how you begged and pleaded with loan sharks for your brother, and no one helped you? You just got lucky, won the lottery, and married a rich wife, and now you think you're something special? Let me tell you, you'll always be that coward I'll trample under my feet."
Gu Tingxian became increasingly smug as he spoke, even reaching out to pat Chen He's greasy shoulder. "What's wrong?
Angry? Want to hit me? Come on.
If you dare hit me, I'll call the police right now and send you to jail.
Let's see if your CEO wife will still want a criminal like you."
The surrounding customers held their breath, watching the scene unfold before them. Lin Wan held Chen He's hand tightly, her palms sweaty. She knew Chen He was very angry, but he was forcibly holding back. It wasn't that he was afraid of Gu Tingxian, but that he didn't want to ruin their precious dinner because of someone like that, and he didn't want to get himself into unnecessary trouble. As Chen He looked at Gu Tingxuan's arrogant face, his smile slowly disappeared, and the coldness in his eyes grew stronger. He didn't speak, but just stared at Gu Tingxian as if he were watching a clown. Gu Tingxian felt uneasy under Chen He's gaze, but still forced a smile and shouted, "What are you looking at?
Chen He, if you have the guts, then make a move. If you don't, then don't glare at me here."
"Let me tell you, not only am I not apologizing today, but I'm also going to eat here, sitting right next to you.
Let's see what you can do to me."
He turned to the waiter and shouted, "Waiter,
give me a Wagyu beef and a bottle of Lafite. Put it on his tab." He pointed at Chen He and said smugly, "Chen He, aren't you rich? Today I'll let you treat me to a good meal.
If you dare to disagree, you're stingy and spineless." The waiter stood there, looking at Chen He helplessly. Chen He didn't look at the waiter or Gu Tingxian, but simply patted Lin Wan's hand gently and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Don't worry, it'll be over soon." Then, he raised his head, looked at Gu Tingxian, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "Gu Tingxian, are you sure you want to do this?" Gu Tingxian, thinking Chen He was scared, became even more smug. "Sure."
"What? You don't dare? Chen He, I knew you were a coward. You'll only ever be bullied by me."
He picked up the menu and pointed at it. "Give me another lobster, and this caviar," put it on his tab. "I'm going to rip you off today and show you that you're still too green to mess with me." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of bread from the table and began to eat it in large bites, as if victory was assured. He was completely unaware that Chen He's eyes had lost their previous restraint and were now filled with an impending outburst of anger. Lin Wan also quietly took out her phone and sent a message to her assistant.
Chapter 28 The Scumbag Gets His Retribution.
Gu Tingxuan's fingers, gripping the menu, turned white, but he remained defiant, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the expensive names of dishes like Wagyu M9, caviar platter, and imported oysters, as if showing off his knowledge of the words, "I want all of these, and that bottle of 82 Lafite, open too. One to drink now, and the other I'll take back for my brother to try." The waiter stood still, his eyes unconsciously drifting towards Chen He. Seeing this, Gu Tingxian slammed the menu on the table, the loud noise causing the surrounding customers to look up. "Why are you looking at him? I said it's on his tab."
"Isn't Chen He rich now? He won the lottery and married a CEO, why would he care about a few tens of thousands of yuan?" He leaned close to Chen He, his greasy breath spraying onto Chen He's sauce-stained shirt. "What? Feeling the pinch? If you knew you'd feel the pinch, you shouldn't have pretended to be generous and treated your classmates to dinner. I bet you're just putting on a show. After this meal, are you going to be delivering takeout next month to pay off your debts?"
Lin Wan's hand, hidden under the table, gripped her phone tightly. A message from her assistant had just popped up on the screen. "Ms. Lin, I've contacted the restaurant manager and security. They'll be there in 10 minutes. Gu Tingxian has recently incurred high-interest loan debts and is also involved in petty fraud. I've already sent the evidence to the restaurant manager." She looked up at Gu Tingxian, her tone as cold as ice. "Mr. Gu, the dishes you ordered, just the 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite alone cost over 100,000. Are you sure you want Chen He to pay for them? Why aren't you sure?" Gu Tingxian retorted, "Isn't he rich? What's a little money to him? Besides, he owes me. If Ruyan hadn't been with him back then, she wouldn't have been held back for so long.
What's wrong with me eating a meal with him now? Delayed?
Chen He finally spoke, his voice losing its previous calmness and carrying a hint of barely perceptible sharpness. Back then, when Shen Ruyan was with you, you ran off with her 5,000 yuan of her life-saving money, leaving her mother without medication in the hospital for 3 days. You said you wanted to marry her, but you tricked her into going to a rented apartment and even made her pay the rent.
Why don't you mention any of that?
Gu Tingshuan's expression changed instantly, as if someone had touched a sore spot. His voice suddenly rose. You're talking nonsense.
When did I take her money? She gave it to me willingly.
Shen He, stop spouting nonsense.
You're just jealous of me, jealous that I can get Ruyan to be with me.
Jealous of you? Shen He laughed, his laughter full of sarcasm.
My life is 100 times better than yours. My wife is well educated and has a stable career. We have our own company and each other's company. And you?
Wearing a counterfeit suit, carrying a fake bag and a female companion, you even have to mooch a meal off someone.
What do you have that I'm jealous of? Upon hearing the words fake bag, Gu Tingshuan's female companion's expression instantly soured.
She suddenly took a step back, distancing herself from Gu Tingxian. She had only known that Gu Tingxian was rich, but she didn't know he was faking it.
Now, seeing Gu Tingshuan's embarrassed state, she was starting to have second thoughts. Just then, the restaurant manager strode over with 2 security guards.
The manager, dressed in a sharp black suit, first nodded respectfully to Chen He and Lin Wan. Mr. Chen, Ms. Lin, we are so sorry to disturb your meal.
We will handle it immediately.
Then he turned to look at Gu Tingxian, his tone instantly turning cold. Mr. Gu, you are causing a disturbance in the restaurant and maliciously provoking other guests. According to our restaurant's rules, you need to leave. In addition, your order has not yet been placed, so please do not occupy other guests' tables without permission.
Leave?
Gu Tingxian was taken aback for a moment, then became arrogant again.
Do you know who I am? I know the owner of your restaurant. You dare to kick me out?
Believe me, I'll make sure you're unemployed tomorrow.
The manager sneered, took out his phone, and pulled up a photo. Mr. Gu, are you talking about Boss Wang?
I've already called Boss Wang, and he said he doesn't know you at all. In addition, we've received information that you're involved in several small-scale fraud and usury disputes recently. If you don't cooperate and leave, we'll have no choice but to call the police.
Gu Tingshuan's face turned deathly pale.
He hadn't expected the manager to actually verify the information and uncover his dirty secrets. He forced himself to say, You don't listen to their nonsense.
Those are all rumors.
I haven't committed fraud, nor do I owe any loan sharks. Whether it's a rumor or not, we'll know when the police arrive.
The manager took out a walkie-talkie.
Security, prepare to call the police.
No.
Gu Tingxian quickly waved his hands, his tone softening instantly.
I'll leave right now. Don't call the police.
He was about to walk towards the door when the manager stopped him. Mr. Gu, you just spilled Mr. Chen's food, damaged the tableware, and soiled Mr. Chen's clothes in the restaurant.
Shouldn't you settle these compensation costs first? Compensation? Gu Tingshuan's eyes widened. Why should I pay compensation? He let me spill it. I didn't ask you to spill it.
Chen He leaned back in his chair, took out a wet wipe and slowly wiped his face. The surveillance footage should have captured it very clearly. You deliberately picked up the plate and dumped it on my head.
My shirt is custom made and costs 28,000 yuan. The cutlery is silver and costs 5,000 yuan a set. With the food, it's a total of 35,000 yuan. You either pay for it now or wait for the police to come and handle it. Gu Tingshuan's face flushed red and then paled.
He didn't have that much money on him at all. He had even spent the 5,000 yuan he had swindled from Shen Ruyan. He looked at his female companion, hoping she could help him, but she immediately took a step back and said, I have nothing to do with him. I just came here to eat with him. I don't have any money to pay him back. After saying that, the female companion picked up her bag and walked towards the door without even glancing at Gu Tingxian again.
Gu Tingxian panicked completely. He grabbed the manager's arm and pleaded, Manager, I really don't have any money right now. Can you give me a few more days? I'll definitely pay you back when I have the money.
The manager shook off his hand, his tone firm, No.
Either pay compensation now, or call the police. Just then, several menacing-looking men rushed into the restaurant and walked straight up to Gu Tingxian.
One of the bald men grabbed Gu Tingxian by the collar and said, "Gu Tingxian,
You owe us 50,000 yuan in usurious loans. You should pay it back today, right? If you don't pay, you're coming with us."
Gu Tingxian was so frightened that his legs went weak and his face turned ashen. "Brother, please give me a few more days, I will definitely pay you back."
"I'll go and raise the money right now." "Raise the money?"
The bald man sneered.
"We've been waiting for you for half a month. You have to pay us back today. Otherwise, we'll break your arm, just like you said before."
As he spoke, he tried to drag Gu Tingxian out.
Gu Tingxian struggled and cried out, "Don't drag me. I have money. I have money right now."
He turned to Chen He, his eyes pleading, "Chen He,
please help me. Lend me 50,000 yuan, I promise I'll pay you back. I'll never go against you again."
Chen He looked at his disheveled appearance without feeling any sympathy. He picked up the clean towel Lin Wan handed him, wiped the grease off his hands, and said calmly, "Why should I help you?"
"Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you say you wanted me to crawl out of the restaurant? Why are you begging me now?"
Gu Tingxian was beaten to the ground by the bald man, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he still struggled and said, "Chen He,
I know I was wrong.
I shouldn't have provoked you, and I shouldn't have dumped the food on your head. Please help me this once, for the sake of our past relationship."
"I will definitely repay you in the future." "Our past relationship?"
Chen He stood up, straightening his shirt, which, though stained with oil, still exuded an unapproachable aura.
"There has never been any relationship between us. I'm already being lenient by not holding you accountable for what you did to me, and you expect me to help you?"
He walked up to Gu Tingxian and looked down at him. "Gu Tingxian, you brought this upon yourself. You are lazy, bully the weak and fear the strong, cheat women out of their money, and owe loan sharks. You deserve to end up like this." After saying that, Chen He stopped looking at Gu Tingxian and turned to the manager, saying, "Manager, I'll pay the compensation myself.
Don't bother with him.
Let's change to another private room and order a new set of dishes."
"Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll arrange it for you right away."
The manager nodded quickly and said to the security personnel, "Take them out and deal with it, so as not to disturb other guests." The bald man dragged Gu Tingxian away, who was still crying and shouting, "Chen He,
you can't just stand by and watch me die. If they break my arm, I won't let you get away with this."
Chen He didn't turn around, but held Lin Wan's hand tightly and said softly, "Don't listen to him, let's go to the new private room." Lin Wan nodded, leaned on Chen He's shoulder, and whispered, "I was so scared just now.
I thought you were going to hit me.
I wouldn't lay a hand on someone like him."
Chen He smiled.
"Fighting him would only dirty my hands. Besides, there is no need to fight him. Letting him reveal his true nature and let his dirty deeds come to him is the best punishment." In the new private room, the waiter rearranged the table and served steaming hot dishes. Lin Wan picked up a piece of foie gras for Chen He. "Try it, the foie gras here is really good." Chen He took a bite, the rich aroma of foie gras spreading on his tongue, accompanied by the intense flavor of black truffle. It truly lived up to its reputation. He looked at Lin Wan across from him, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Thank you, my wife. If you hadn't contacted the assistant and manager earlier, things might not have been resolved so quickly. We're husband and wife, of course I'll help you," Lin Wan said with a smile.
"But, you just said the shirt cost 28,000 yuan, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?"
"I didn't know you had such an expensive shirt." Chen He paused for a moment, then laughed. "Actually, it was custom made, but not that expensive.
I just wanted to scare Gu Tingxian."
I didn't expect him to be so easily frightened and to panic so quickly. Lin Wan was amused by him. "You're quite wicked.
But that's how you deal with someone like Gu Tingxian."
The two exchanged a smile, and their previous unpleasantness vanished instantly.
Chapter 29 Smart Farm.
The late autumn sun shone on the ridges of the North China Plain, and the golden wheat waves rolled, but it did not brighten Chen He's mood. He squatted by the field, his fingertips brushing against the withered wheat seedlings, his brows furrowed. This smart farm that he had invested 3 million yuan to build had encountered a major problem after only half a month of planting.
"Mr. Chen, the wheat seedlings here are wilting too.
The soil moisture meter shows only 15%. The smart irrigation system should automatically replenish water, but the equipment hasn't started at all." Old Zhang, who was in charge of the farm's technology, ran over with a tablet computer. The data stream on the screen was all red.
"I've been checking all morning. The control system isn't reporting any errors, but it just won't execute any commands. It's like it's stuck.
Chen He stood up, dusted off his hands, and looked at the blue control room standing in the distance 3 months ago. With Lin Wan's support, he decided to venture into agricultural technology. It all started when he visited a school for left-behind children and saw how the surrounding villagers relied on the weather for their livelihood, their vegetables either going unsold or being sold at low prices by buyers. He wanted to leverage his digital expertise to build a smart farm, using sensors to monitor soil and climate, using AI to manage irrigation and fertilization, and connecting with supermarket channels to help villagers increase their income. Lin Wan not only helped him contact the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau for policy support, but also introduced him to European smart agriculture experts as consultants. Chen He himself invested most of his savings, personally handling everything from equipment purchase to land transfer, hoping that the villagers would receive dividends with smiles at the autumn harvest. But now, seeing the wheat seedlings dying of drought, the equipment he invested in has become useless, and he feels like a stone is weighing on his heart.
Have you contacted the equipment manufacturer? What did they say?
Chen He's voice carried a hint of weariness. To troubleshoot the problem, he had rushed over from Beijing early yesterday morning and stayed up all night at the farm. We contacted them, and they said the equipment was fine, it was our improper operation, and they told us to check the manual again. Old Zhang sighed, but we've read the manual at least 10 times, and the operating steps are exactly correct, but they just refuse to send anyone over. Chen He took out his phone and dialed the number of the equipment manufacturer's representative. A perfunctory voice came through the receiver. Mr. Chen, our equipment works perfectly in hundreds of farms across the country, so why is it malfunctioning here? It must be that your technicians haven't fully grasped the system. Study it more thoroughly, and stop coming to us all the time. Research? The wheat seedlings are almost dead. By the time we figure it out, who will compensate us for the losses? Chen He couldn't help but raise his voice. When we signed the contract, you promised 24-hour on-site service. Now that there's a problem, is this how you provide service? Mr. Chen, it's not that we don't provide service, it's just that we have too many orders lately, and all our technicians have been sent out. It will take at least a week to arrive. After saying this, the person in charge hung up the phone. Chen He gripped his phone, his knuckles turning white. He knew the manufacturers were taking advantage of his inexperience in agriculture, thinking he was easy to bully, and were deliberately delaying. But a week later, not only were the wheat seedlings drying out, but even the soil was cracking.
Mr. Chen, how about we water it manually first?
Old Zhang suggested.
It's a bit of a hassle, but it can help in this emergency. Chen He shook his head. This farm is 500 acres. How many people would we need to hire to water it manually? Moreover, the soil moisture is uneven. If we water it too much, the roots will rot. If we water it too little, it won't help. It's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. He looked up at the village not far away, where several villagers were standing on the edge of the fields, looking out with worried expressions. When the land was transferred initially, although the villagers received rent, they were still hesitant to entrust their land to the boss from the city. Now that problems had arisen, they were even less likely to trust him. Sure enough, not long after, village party secretary Wang arrived with several villagers. Wang held a pipe in his hand, his brow furrowed deeply. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with these wheat seedlings? If this continues, we'll lose all our money for this winter's wheat seeds. Uncle Wang, don't worry, there's been a slight malfunction with the equipment. I'm contacting the manufacturer to resolve it, Chen He quickly explained. A malfunction? A young villager nearby couldn't help but interject. I think it's because your high-tech is unreliable. When we farmed on our own, relying on the weather, it wasn't this bad. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have transferred the land to you. Exactly. We're still waiting for our year-end bonuses, but the wheat seedlings are almost dead. What bonuses are we going to get? Another villager chimed in, his voice full of dissatisfaction. Chen He felt wronged, but he still patiently explained, don't worry, everyone, I will definitely solve the problem and won't let you suffer any losses. If there is a complete crop failure, I will compensate everyone according to the harvest of previous years. Compensation? What are you going to offer? The young villager sneered. What we want is a real harvest, not your empty promises. Grandpa Wang quickly smoothed things over. Xiao Chun, don't take it to heart. Everyone's just in a hurry. If you need help, just ask. There are plenty of able-bodied men in the village. We can help by manually watering the plants to alleviate the immediate crisis. Looking into Grandpa Wang's sincere eyes, Chen He felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. I'll think of another way to water the plants manually. Don't worry, I definitely won't let everyone down. After the villagers left, Chen He sat on the edge of the field, took out his phone to call Lin Wan, but hesitated. Lin Wan had been busy lately, pushing forward Xingxing Group's cross-border e-commerce cooperation with Southeast Asia, and he didn't want her to worry about him anymore. Before he could finish his thought, his phone rang, and the caller ID showed wife. Hey, wife. Chen He's voice softened involuntarily. Why do you sound so listless? Is there a problem at the farm? Lin Wan asked with concern. I called Lao Zhang this morning, and he said the equipment broke down and the wheat seedlings are dying of drought. Chen He was taken aback. How did you know? I'm worried. Have my assistant keep in touch with Lao Zhang. Lin Wan chuckled. Is there some trouble? Is the manufacturer refusing to send anyone? Chen He sighed and explained in detail the manufacturer's delays and the villagers' concerns. Don't worry, I'll help you solve it. Lin Wan's voice was calm, yet it carried a reassuring strength. I know the head of the China region for a German smart agriculture equipment company. Their technical team is very professional. I've asked them to send someone over this afternoon to help you troubleshoot the problem. In addition, I've already contacted Director Li of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau. He will send agricultural experts to the farm to guide the villagers in artificially replenishing water to save the wheat seedlings. Chen He felt a warmth in his heart, and his eyes welled up with tears. Wife, I'm so sorry to trouble you again. I didn't want you to worry. We're husband and wife, your business is my business. Lin Wan interrupted him. Besides, I believe what you're doing is meaningful, helping villagers increase their income and promoting rural development. This is not only your dream, but also something I want to support. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, we'll solve it together. After hanging up the phone, Chen He felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. He stood up and called Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang, don't worry, a German technical team will come to repair the equipment this afternoon, and the Agricultural Bureau will also send experts to guide manual irrigation. Let's organize the villagers to prepare the tools first. Old Zhang's voice suddenly perked up with excitement. Really? That's great. I'll go tell the villagers right away. At 2 p.m., a black van pulled up in front of the farm. Several foreigners in suits, carrying testing equipment, got out, followed by Lin Wan's assistant. Mr. Chen, I'm Mark, the technical director of GreenTech Germany. Mr. Lin sent us to help you troubleshoot the equipment. The lead foreigner smiled and extended his hand, speaking fluent Chinese. Mark's team immediately got to work. They disassembled the motherboard in the control room, used specialized equipment to test the circuitry, and quickly found the problem. Mr. Chen, the central processing unit of the equipment has been infected with malicious code, causing the instructions to fail to execute. It's not a hardware failure, it's human error. Man-made? Chen He was stunned. Who would do that? Mark shrugged. It could be a competitor, or it could be someone inside the equipment manufacturer trying to get you to replace your high-end equipment. But don't worry, we've cleaned up the code, retuned the system, and it's working perfectly now. Chen He felt a wave of fear. If it weren't for the professional team that Lin Wan had contacted, he might still be in the dark about the manufacturer's scheme and watching helplessly as the wheat seedlings withered and died. At the same time, Director Li from the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau arrived with experts. The experts used soil testing equipment to take samples in the fields for analysis, guided villagers to water according to the principle of small amounts, multiple times, and taught them how to determine the degree of water shortage in the wheat seedlings. The villagers were initially skeptical, but seeing the wheat seedlings slowly recover after being watered, their worries turned into smiles. The young villager who had previously questioned Chen He came over to apologize. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you before. I was too hasty. Chen He smiled and said, It's okay, I understand. If there are any problems in the future, we'll discuss them together and solve them together. As the sun set, the smart irrigation system finally restarted, the sprinklers evenly spraying water onto the wheat seedlings, creating tiny droplets. Mark's team also upgraded the system for Chen He, adding an anti-malicious attack function to ensure similar problems wouldn't occur again. Director Li patted Chen He on the shoulder. Xiao Chen, your smart farm is a pilot project in our district. Do a good job, and we will definitely give you priority consideration in the future when there are any policy supports. Thank you, Director Li, Chen He said quickly. After seeing off Mark's team and Director Li, Chen He sat on the edge of the field, gazing at the wheat fields under the setting sun, his heart filled with emotion. If it weren't for Lin Wan's help, he probably would have really suffered a major setback this time.
He took out his phone and sent Lin Wan a video call request. Soon, Lin Wan's face appeared on the screen, the background showing her office with files piled on her desk. Resolved, she asked with a smile, her eyes showing fatigue but still gentle. It's solved, thank you, honey. Chen He's voice was full of gratitude. Mark's team said that someone had implanted malicious code. Luckily, you contacted them in time, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. That's good. Lin Wan yawned. My meeting just ended, and I'm about to go home. By the way, I'm going to Southeast Asia for a business trip next week, which will probably last a week. Take good care of yourself at the farm and don't overwork yourself. Okay, be careful too. Chen He nodded. When you come back, I'll take you to the farm to see the wheat seedlings. They'll definitely grow better than they are now. Okay, I'll wait. Lin Wan said with a smile, I have to go now, I need to catch my flight. Love you. Love you. After hanging up the video call, Chen He stood up and stretched. A gentle evening breeze rustled through the wheat fields, carrying the sweet scent of ripening wheat. He knew that although this crisis was over, more challenges lay ahead. But as long as Lin Wan was by his side, and as long as the villagers trusted him, he was confident he could make the smart farm a success, bringing hope to this land and improving the lives of the villagers. He walked into the control room and looked at the data stream on the screen. Soil moisture 25%, temperature 18, ample sunlight. Everything was moving in a positive direction. He took out his phone and sent a message to the team, starting tomorrow, we'll proceed with the fertilization plan as scheduled. Keep it up, everyone. Chapter 30 Earning a whopping 50 million. As winter fades and spring arrives, and new green shoots emerge on the ridges of the North China Plain, Chen He's smart farm finally welcomes its first harvest season. At 5 in the morning, he stands in the wheat field, watching the combine harvester shuttle through the golden waves of wheat. The real-time data transmitted by the sensors, showing a yield of 1200 gene per moo, jumps on his tablet computer, and he can't help but smile. This is 30% higher than the yield of traditional planting, and because the water and fertilizer are controlled by AI throughout the process, the protein content of the wheat meets the standards for high-quality wheat, and the purchase price is 50 cents per gene higher than that of ordinary wheat. President Chen, the purchasing truck from Xingxing Group has arrived. They want 500 tons of high-quality wheat, and we can load it now. Old Zhang ran over with the documents, his face full of excitement. And Su's supermarket is also urging us for our organic vegetables. They said the gift boxes from last time sold out, and they want to order an additional 20,000 this time. Chen He nodded and followed Lao Zhang towards the warehouse. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw several trucks bearing the Xingxing Group logo parked there, and Lin Wan's special assistant was directing workers to load them. President Lin specifically instructed that this batch of wheat should be prioritized for shipment to the group's flour mill, processed into high-end noodles, and the packaging should bear the words direct supply from Smart Farm. The assistant smiled and handed over a contract. This is the procurement agreement for the next 3 months. The order with Su's supermarket has also been signed. It's a total order of 30 million. As Chen He took the contract and his fingertips touched the number 30 million, he was filled with emotion. Who could have imagined that the farm, which had almost suffered a complete crop failure just 6 months ago due to equipment malfunction, could now sign such a large order? He recalled Lin Wan's words, in agriculture, you have to be patient and not rush things, and now he finally understood the meaning of those words. By the way, Mr. Chen, there's some good news too, the assistant added. Mr. Lin has connected you with importers in Southeast Asia. After tasting our wheat samples, they want to sign a long-term cooperation agreement with you, purchasing 1,000 tons annually at a price 10% higher than domestic prices, but they require us to obtain organic certification. Organic certification? Chen He's eyes lit up. I've wanted to get it for a while, but I didn't know the process. This is a good opportunity to get it done. As they were talking, village party secretary Grandpa Wang, along with several villagers, came over carrying a banner that read, helping farmers increase income and doing practical things, smart agriculture benefits the countryside. Young Chen, this is the heartfelt gift from the entire village. Grandpa Wang handed the banner to Chen He, his eyes slightly red. Since you came, the per moo income of our village's land has doubled. Last year, each household received more than 20,000 yuan more in dividends. Some villagers even found jobs on the farm, earning more than 5,000 yuan a month, which is much better than working away from home. Li Yang, a young villager standing nearby, also smiled and said, Mr. Chen, I used to think your high-tech was unreliable, but now I'm convinced. I've discussed it with my dad, and we've decided to transfer our 10 mu of land to the farm this year.
I also want to apply for a technician position at the farm and learn from you. Chen He accepted the banner, his heart warmed. Uncle Wang, Li Yang, thank you for trusting me. This isn't just my achievement, it's the result of everyone's hard work. In the future, we'll expand our operations, not only growing wheat and vegetables, but also fruit trees and raising livestock, to make our village a true smart village. In the following months, Chen He's smart farm entered a period of rapid development. With Lin Wan's help, organic certification was successfully obtained, and orders from Southeast Asia were signed, which alone could increase revenue by 10 million yuan annually. He also built an agricultural product processing workshop on the farm, turning fresh vegetables into dehydrated vegetables and pickled vegetables, and grinding wheat into whole wheat flour and making biscuits, which immediately increased the added value several times over. What's even more surprising is that his smart agricultural management system has become highly sought after. Seeing Chen He's success, neighboring farms flocked to learn from him, some even offering to purchase the system's usage rights. Chen He then established a technology export team, not only selling the system but also providing on-site debugging and personnel training services. Within 6 months, they secured orders from 20 farms, generating 8 million yuan in revenue. Mr. Chen, our revenue for this quarter is in, totaling 52 million. At the end of the month, the CFO walked into Chen He's office with the report, his voice trembling. After deducting costs and dividends to the villagers, the net profit is 28 million. That's more than what we made last year running our tech company. Chen He took the report and looked at the numbers, but his heart remained calm. He knew that this money was not only profit, but also the hope of the villagers. He picked up a pen, circled the village dividend item on the report, and said to the financial director, increase the dividend by 10% this year. In addition, allocate 2 million yuan to build a cement road and a senior activity center in the village, so that everyone can enjoy the fruits of the farm. The CFO nodded, okay, Mr. Chen, I'll arrange it right away. When the news reached the village, the villagers were overjoyed. Grandpa Wang brought several elderly people to the farm, took Chen He's hand, and said, young Chen, you are such a good person. Before, the roads in our village were full of potholes, and it was impossible to walk on rainy days. Now you are going to repair the roads for us and build an activity center. We don't know how to thank you enough. Chen He smiled and said, Uncle Wang, this is what I should do. The farm's success today is inseparable from everyone's support, so of course I want to do something practical for the village. Just then, Chen He's phone rang. It was Director Li from the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau. Xiao Chen, congratulations. Your smart farm has been recognized as a provincial rural revitalization demonstration project. There will be an award ceremony in the province next week, and you will be giving a speech as a representative. Prepare well. Really? Thank you, Director Li. Chen He was so excited he almost jumped up. This was not only recognition of him personally, but also recognition of the smart agriculture model. On the day of the commendation ceremony, Chen He, wearing a dark blue suit that Lin Wan had helped him choose, stood on the stage, looking at the densely packed crowd below, his heart filled with pride. He shared the development process of the smart farm, from the predicament of equipment failure to the villagers' doubts, and then to the current bumper harvest. Every detail was told sincerely and movingly. Many people ask me why I gave up a perfectly good tech company to go farming. Chen He looked at the audience, his tone firm. Because I saw the hard work of farmers and the potential of the land. I wanted to use digital methods to reduce the burden on farmers, increase land productivity, and revitalize rural areas. Now, our farm has not only boosted the income of 3 surrounding villages but also solved the employment problem for more than 50 villagers. In the future, we will promote this model to more places so that more villages can benefit. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, with Director Li leading the applause, his eyes full of admiration. Lin Wan sat in the front row, watching Chen He shining brightly on stage, a gentle smile curving her lips. She knew Chen He could definitely accomplish this. After the commendation ceremony, agricultural departments from many cities and counties approached Chen He, wanting to invite him to promote the smart farm model in their areas. Chen He didn't immediately agree, but instead proposed to first investigate the local soil and climate conditions to develop a suitable plan. Agriculture isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. Every place is different, and we must adapt to local conditions to truly help farmers, he told those who came to invite him. Back at the farm, Chen He and Lin Wan sat on a bench by the wheat field, watching the harvesters working under the setting sun. Wife, thank you, Chen He said, holding Lin Wan's hand. If you hadn't helped me solve the equipment problems and connect me with resources, I probably would have given up long ago. Lin Wan leaned on Chen He's shoulder and whispered, I just gave you a push, but you're the one who truly persevered. You know what?
Now many people are saying that Chen He is not only a successful entrepreneur, but also a responsible leader in rural revitalization.
I'm so proud of you.
Chen He smiled, took a small box from his pocket, and opened it to reveal a diamond ring.
Honey, this is what I bought with the first money I earned from the farm. I used to think I'd buy you a decent gift when I made a lot of money, but now I understand that the most important thing isn't money, but sharing every important moment with you. Will you marry me again? This time, I want to give you a real wedding, so everyone knows that you are the one I love most.
Lin Wan looked at the diamond ring, her eyes instantly reddening.
She nodded vigorously, I do.
Chen He placed the diamond ring on Lin Wan's finger and hugged her tightly. A gentle evening breeze rustled through the wheat fields, carrying the sweet scent of ripe wheat, and the laughter of villagers drifted from afar. Everything was so beautiful. In the days that followed, Chen He expanded the smart farm while also preparing for his wedding. The wedding was scheduled for after the autumn harvest, to be held on the farm, and he invited villagers, business partners, and former classmates. Zhao Lei and Li Na also came, and looking at the vast smart farm before them, and at Chen He in his suit, they were filled with emotion. The poor boy they had once mocked had now become a respected leader in rural revitalization. On their wedding day, the sun shone brightly, and white tents were erected in the wheat field. Villagers spontaneously helped with the decorations, and children ran and played in the field. Chen He, dressed in a suit, took Lin Wan's hand, and exchanged rings amidst the blessings of family and friends. Grandpa Wang, as the officiant, said excitedly, Chen and Lin are not only husband and wife, but also comrades in arms in rural revitalization. They have used their wisdom and love to revitalize this land and bring a better life to our villagers. I wish them eternal happiness and that they will always be together. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Li Yang, along with several young villagers, sang On the Hopeful Fields, and the song echoed through the wheat fields. Chen He looked at Lin Wan beside him, at the wheat field before him, and at the smiling faces of the villagers, his heart filled with happiness. He knew that this income of 50 million was not his ultimate goal. His goal was to enable more villages to adopt smart agriculture, to allow more farmers to live better lives, and to ensure that this land would forever be full of hope. After the wedding, Chen He received a message from Director Li that the province would provide an additional 20 million yuan in support funds for his smart farm, to be used for technology research and development and model promotion. Instead of celebrating alone, Chen He discussed with the villagers the idea of using a portion of this money to establish a rural revitalization fund to help villagers in need start businesses and train more rural technicians. From now on, we will not only make ourselves rich, but also help more people to get rich, Chen He said to the villagers. Let our village become more and more beautiful and more vibrant. The villagers nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with anticipation. They knew that with Chen He and the smart farm, their future would only get better and better. Chen He, holding Lin Wan's hand, stood in the wheat field, watching the sunset in the distance, his heart filled with strength. He knew that many challenges lay ahead, but as long as Lin Wan was by his side and the villagers supported him, he was confident that he could go further and do better on the road to rural revitalization. Chapter 31 Illness. After the autumn harvest, the North China Plain lost its golden hue, revealing its ochre-colored earth. Chen He stood in the processing workshop of the smart farm, watching the workers package freshly ground whole wheat flour into bags printed with "Direct from Wheatfield." His phone kept popping up with messages. The agricultural department of a city in the south was urging him to connect to the smart system, a Southeast Asian importer was inquiring about the delivery time of the next batch of wheat, and the village accountant was waiting for him to sign off on the profit-sharing details. Mr. Chen, this is the quality inspection report for the last batch of flour. Once it passes inspection, it can be shipped to Xingxing's supermarket. Old Zhang handed over a document, and seeing the bloodshot eyes in Chen He's eyes, he couldn't help but advise, you've been working non-stop for half a month. Go home and rest early today. I'll take care of the rest. Chen He took the report, his fingertips stiff from holding a pen for so long. He rubbed his temples and said, it's all right. I'll rest after this batch of goods is shipped. By the way, the irrigation pipes at the west end of the village need to be repaired as soon as possible. The temperature is going to drop next week, so we don't want them to freeze and crack. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt dizzy, the machine noises around him seemed muffled, and the packaging bags in front of him blurred. Old Zheng quickly caught him, Mr. Chen. What's wrong? Chen He tried to speak, but couldn't even utter a sound. His body went limp, and he completely lost consciousness. When he woke up again, the smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. A white ceiling, blue bed curtains, and the 4 drip tubes shimmering in the distance. He was in the hospital. You're awake? A gentle female voice came.
Chen He turned his head and saw a woman in a white coat standing by the bed, holding a medical record in her hand. Her hair was tied in a neat bun, with wisps of hair falling down her forehead, partially obscuring her eyebrows and eyes. "I am your attending physician, Su Qing. You have sudden myocarditis caused by overwork. Fortunately, you were brought in time any later and it would have been dangerous." Su Qing spoke slowly and deliberately, her fingers gently flipping through the medical record. Her gaze, when it fell on Chen He's face, was filled with professional concern, yet not harsh. Chen He opened his mouth, his throat dry and sore. Su Qing immediately handed him a glass of warm water and carefully adjusted the angle of the hospital bed for him. "Drink slowly, don't rush things after just waking up." Warm water slid down his throat, relieving the dryness, and Chen He managed to squeeze out a sentence, "Thank you." "How long have I been unconscious?" "1 day and 1 night." Su Qing wrote something in the medical record. "Your family has been contacted. Ms. Lin is on her way and should be here soon. You must rest in bed during this time and cannot overexert yourself. Your heart has already given you warnings." Mentioning Lin Wan, Chen He felt a pang of guilt. Lin Wan had gone to Europe to discuss cross-border agricultural cooperation after the wedding and had only returned yesterday. He hadn't even had a proper talk with her before he ended up in the hospital. Not long after, the ward door was pushed open, and Lin Wan rushed in carrying a thermos, her face still showing signs of travel fatigue. When she saw Chen He was awake, tears immediately streamed down her face. "Chen He, you scared me to death. When Lao Zhang called me, I was still at the airport." She walked to the bedside, reached out and touched Chen He's forehead, then squeezed his hand to make sure his temperature was normal before she felt a little relieved. Su Qing stepped back to the doorway at the right moment. "Ms. Lin, the patient needs to rest now. You can come to me anytime if you have any questions." Lin Wan quickly thanked her, and watching Su Qing's departing figure, she turned to Chen He and said, "I ran into Dr. Su in the corridor just now. She told me about your situation in detail and said that you had symptoms of arrhythmia before. Why didn't you tell me?" Chen He pulled her hand, his fingertips brushing against her palm. "I was afraid you'd worry, so I was planning to get checked out after I finished this busy period, but I didn't expect." "Don't do that again." Lin Wan interrupted him, her tone a little aggrieved. "No matter how important the farm is, it's not as important as your health. I've already told Lao Zhang that for the next 2 weeks, you shouldn't worry about anything and just focus on getting better." In the days that followed, Lin Wan would bring a thermos to the hospital every day, filled with light meals she had prepared herself: millet porridge, steamed fish, and vegetable salad, all of which were nutritious meals recommended by the doctor. She would also tell Chen He little stories about the farm, such as Li Yang learned how to adjust the soil sensor today and Grandpa Wang said he would use this year's dividends to buy a piano for his grandson so that he wouldn't have to worry about work. Su Qing would come to check on Chen He every day. Unlike other doctors who only asked about his condition, she would occasionally chat with Chen He about the farm. "My hometown is also in the countryside. My parents used to farm, and they had to go to irrigate the fields before dawn. When harvesting the crops, they would be so tired that they couldn't straighten their backs." Su Qing took Chen He's blood pressure, her tone filled with emotion. "The smart farm you've built has indeed saved farmers a lot of effort." Chen He hadn't expected her to be interested in agriculture, and he became more talkative. "This is just the beginning. In the future, we'll also develop smart farming and agricultural product traceability so that everyone can eat with peace of mind and farmers can earn more money." As he spoke, his eyes shone with light. Su Qing looked at him, and the corners of her mouth curved up as well. "That's great. Having goals gives you motivation. But right now, the most important thing is to take good care of your health so that you can achieve these goals." Once, Lin Wan had to go to the company to handle an urgent matter and asked Su Qing to look after Chen He. When Su Qing checked on him, she saw Chen He staring blankly at the farm surveillance footage on his phone, so she smiled and said, "Want to go back and take a look? I can push you down to the garden for a walk, just to relax." Chen He hesitated for a moment. "The doctor said I can't get out of bed." "I'll help you, walk slowly, it'll be fine." Su Qing brought over the wheelchair and carefully moved him over, then found a blanket to cover his legs. "The osmanthus flowers downstairs are blooming, they smell wonderful." The garden was indeed filled with the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms, their golden petals falling onto the stone path. Su Qing pushed the wheelchair slowly, and the two chatted idly. Su Qing talked about her days in medical school, the tension in anatomy class, and the trembling hands during her first surgery. Chen He talked about his experiences as a security guard, the starry sky he saw while patrolling late at night, and how he ate instant noodles for a month to save money for starting a business. "I didn't know you used to be a security guard." Su Qing was somewhat surprised. I thought you always worked in technology. Life is full of ups and downs. Chen He smiled. But it's good that I met Lin Wan. She has helped me a lot. When he mentioned Lin Wan, his tone was full of tenderness. Su Qing saw this and paused for a moment before regaining her composure. Ms. Lin is a very good person. I saw her wiping your hands yesterday. She was very gentle. Chen He felt a warmth in his heart and was about to say something when he suddenly realized that during his time with Su Qing, his heart would race because of her smile. He would look forward to her daily rounds, and he even felt a little nervous when he was walking alone with her in the garden just now. He snapped back to reality and looked at Su Qing's profile. Sunlight fell on her white coat, outlining soft lines, and her eyes were bright, like they held starlight. But the wedding ring on his hand pressed against him, the cold metal a reminder he was a married man, and Lin Wan trusted him so much he couldn't have any improper thoughts. From that day on, Chen He began to deliberately keep his distance from Su Qing. When Su Qing made her rounds, he no longer initiated conversations, only briefly answering questions about his condition when Lin Wan was not around. He no longer let Su Qing push him to the garden, but instead read books in the ward. Su Qing noticed his change but didn't point it out. It wasn't until one day, when she was changing Chen He's drip, that she saw him staring blankly at his wedding ring and whispered, "Mr. Chen, I know what you're thinking. You're a good husband, and Ms. Lin is very lucky." Chen He was stunned. He looked up at Su Qing, whose eyes were calm, without any embarrassment or dissatisfaction, only professional composure. "I've been a doctor for so long, I've seen many patients and many relationships. It's normal to be moved, but moderation is more important. Your relationship with Ms. Lin is very enviable. Don't let a moment of infatuation ruin this precious relationship." Chen He's face flushed instantly, as if someone had exposed his secret, and he felt a pang of guilt. "Dr. Su, I'm sorry, No need to apologize." Su Qing interrupted him, gently securing the four-line. "What you need to do now is to recover well, get discharged as soon as possible, and return to Ms. Lin's side, back to the farm you love. We are doctor and patient, but also friends, aren't we?" "Yes, friend." Chen He breathed a sigh of relief, the guilt and unease in his heart gradually dissipating. He looked at Su Qing and suddenly felt very fortunate to have met such a rational and insightful doctor who had prevented him from going further and further down the wrong path. In the days that followed, the two resumed their normal doctor-patient interactions, but with an added layer of tacit understanding between friends. Su Qing would share interesting stories from the hospital with him, such as, "Today a little kid was afraid of injections and cried, saying he wanted to be a doctor to heal himself." Chen He would talk to her about the progress of the farm, such as, "Next week we're going to plant winter wheat, using a new smart planter that will double the efficiency." Lin Wan also noticed the change between the two. She didn't ask any questions, but after Su Qing left, she held Chen He's hand and said, "Dr. Su is a good person. After you are discharged from the hospital, we can invite her to visit the farm." Looking into Lin Wan's trusting eyes, Chen He felt a surge of gratitude. What did he do to deserve marrying such a gentle and generous woman? A week later, Chen He had almost fully recovered, and the doctor agreed that he could spend more time in the garden each day before being discharged. That afternoon, Su Qing pushed Chen He in his wheelchair and accompanied him to the garden to bask in the sun. The autumn sun was warm, shining through the gaps in the osmanthus trees onto the two of them. Su Qing pointed to a bench not far away. "Want to sit over there? It's sunny and breezy there, not stuffy." Chen He nodded, and Su Qing pushed the wheelchair to the bench and adjusted the blanket for him. The two sat in silence for a while, then Su Qing suddenly said, "After you are discharged from the hospital, I may have to be transferred to another department. The pediatrics department is short-staffed." "Pediatrics?" Chen He was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you a cardiologist?" "I'm a pediatrician by profession, and I was temporarily transferred here." Su Qing smiled. "I like children. Although they cry when they get injections, I feel a great sense of accomplishment when I see them recover." Looking into the light in her eyes, Chen He suddenly understood Su Qing, like him and Lin Wan, was striving for what she loved and treating life with care. Such a person deserved the best future. "Then I wish you all the best in your work in pediatrics," Chen He said sincerely. "If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring Lin Wan and the children from the farm to visit you. They'll definitely like you." "Okay." Su Qing nodded and added, "By the way, I've seen your follow-up report. You're recovering very well, but you can't stay up late anymore. Your heart is a big deal, so you need to take good care of it. No matter how busy you are at the farm, remember to eat and rest. Don't make Ms. Lin worry." "I understand, thank you, Dr. Su." Chen He felt a warmth in his heart,
not from romantic feelings, but from the sincere care between friends. The sunlight gradually slanted westward, casting long shadows of the two.
Su Ching stood up. It's time to go back. Ms. Lin will be worried if it gets late.
She pushed the wheelchair towards the ward, her steps steady. The wind rustled through her white coat, carrying a faint smell of disinfectant, but it wasn't unpleasant. Chen He watched her retreating figure, his earlier days gone, replaced by relief and blessings. He knew that this hospitalization experience would become a special memory in his life, not because of that fleeting infatuation, but because he met a perceptive friend like Su Ching, and because this experience made him cherish his relationship with Lin Wan even more, and understand the weight of the word discretion even more. Back at the ward door, Lin Wan was standing there waiting for them, holding a freshly warmed milk.
Seeing Chen He, she smiled and walked over. You've been in the sun for so long, aren't you cold? I brought you some warm milk.
Chen He took the milk, held Lin Wan's hand, and looked at Su Ching. Dr. Su, thank you for spending time with me in the sun today.
Su Ching smiled and nodded. Of course, get some rest, see you tomorrow.
After saying that, she turned and left, her steps light and quick, without the slightest hesitation.
Watching Su Ching's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Lin Wan asked softly, Is Dr. Su being transferred? Chen He nodded. Transfer her to pediatrics, she likes children.
Lin Wan leaned on his shoulder and whispered, That's good. When we have children in the future, we can also go to her for medical treatment.
Chen He's heart skipped a beat.
He looked down into Lin Wan's eyes, which were full of anticipation. He squeezed her hand. Okay, once we have a child, we'll see Dr. Su. Let her watch our child grow up and see our farm get better and better.
Chapter 32 Being looked down upon.
The plane tree leaves outside the car window were tinged with caramel color by the autumn frost as the Bentley slowly drove into the gate of Guanlan International.
Lin Wan held Chen He's hand, her fingertips a little cold. It's my grandfather's 70th birthday. There are many relatives in the family, and it's inevitable that some people will gossip. Don't take it to heart.
Chen He took her hand in his fingertips gently stroking the back of her hand. Don't worry, it's not the first time I've been gossiped about.
I can handle it.
Besides, the gifts we brought were prepared with care, much better than those flashy but impractical things. He pointed to the back seat where there were 2 bamboo gift boxes, containing freshly harvested organic millet from the Smart Farm, hand-ground whole wheat flour, and pickled radish by the villagers. Each item was neatly wrapped in cotton paper, and the gift boxes were tied with the blue-printed cloth rope that Lin Wan liked.
Lin Wan's family background was even better than Chen He had imagined.
The Lin family was a local scholarly family. Her grandfather was a university professor, her father owned an architectural design institute, and her relatives were all wealthy and influential. Her cousin's husband was a second-generation real estate tycoon, her cousin worked in the government, and even her cousin married an investor who had returned from overseas. When Lin Wan married Chen He, there was considerable opposition in her family, who felt Chen He came from a lowly background. Now that they knew he had gone to farm, there was no shortage of ridicule and sarcasm.
Pushing open the door of the Lin family villa, a warm breeze mingled with the aroma of food.
A huge peach-shaped cake sat in the living room, and several well-dressed relatives were chatting around the sofa. When they saw Lin Wan and Chen He enter, their eyes all turned to them.
Wan's here.
Lin Wan's mother came up to greet her, took her daughter's hand, but her eyes unconsciously swept over Chen He.
Was the road congested? Come and sit down, your grandfather is waiting in the study. Chen He put down the gift box and greeted everyone with a smile. Hello auntie, hello elders, wishing grandpa good health and longevity. Before he could finish speaking, a shrill voice rang out. Oh, isn't this Xiaochen? I heard you've stopped running your tech company and started farming?
The speaker was Lin Wan's third aunt, wearing a jeweled dress, playing with a jade bracelet in her hand, her eyes full of contempt. The relatives around laughed, and someone chimed in, farming is good, it's down to earth, it's just hard work, exposed to the wind and sun, nothing like the comfort of working in an office.
Lin Wan's face instantly darkened.
Just as she was about to speak, Chen He gently tugged at her sleeve and said with a smile, Auntie, you're joking.
What I do is smart agriculture, not traditional farming. I use AI for regulation and digital management, which is much more interesting than working in the office. Smart agriculture? Auntie scoffed. Isn't it still farming? Why make it sound so fancy?
Look at your cousin-in-law, he gave your grandfather a Burmese jade ornament worth hundreds of thousands.
What you're putting in this bamboo box, are you sure it's just sweet potatoes you dug up from the ground?
All eyes fell on the gift box Chen He had brought, and the mockery in their eyes deepened.
Cousin-in-law Lija walked over at the opportune moment, holding an exquisite mahogany box. Opening it revealed a jade peach-shaped longevity peach. Grandpa, wishing you a long and healthy life. This is something I specially asked someone to bring back from Myanmar. Do you like it?
Lin Wan's grandfather came out of the study, took the jade ornament and looked at it, but didn't say much.
Instead, he looked at Chen He and said, "Little Chen is here?
I heard you're working on a smart farm and have helped the villagers increase their income a lot. You've worked hard."
Grandpa's words instantly silenced the laughter in the living room.
Auntie's face turned somewhat grim, but she still forced herself to say, "Dad, it's good that young people are energetic, but they have to choose the right path.
They can't just stay and tend to a few acres of land for the rest of their lives, can they?" Wan graduated from a prestigious university.
It's not worth it for her to suffer with him.
Third aunt, I don't feel tired.
Lin Wan finally couldn't help but speak, her voice clear and bright.
What Chen He did was very meaningful. He helped the villagers in 3 villages find employment and doubled their income.
He is much better than those who only know how to take shortcuts. Li Zha's expression changed. He knew Lin Wan was talking about him last year. He had almost lost money speculating in real estate and only survived thanks to his family's help. He forced a smile and tried to smooth things over. Wan, what you're saying is just how we all are trying to make a living.
Xiao Chen, if you find farming too hard, just let me know.
My company is short of a project manager. A monthly salary of tens of thousands is no problem. These words, seemingly well-intentioned, were actually a boast of one's own abilities and a belittling of Chen He's career. Chen He, however, remained composed and dignified. Thank you for your kind words, brother-in-law, but I still prefer agriculture. Watching the wheat seedlings grow from sprouting to maturity, and seeing the smiles on the villagers' faces when they receive their dividends, makes me happier than earning any amount of money. As they spoke, the servants came to invite everyone to take their seats. The table was laden with delicacies from land and sea: steamed king crab, braised abalone, Buddha jumps over the wall. Each dish was exquisitely crafted like a work of art. Auntie San deliberately seated Chen He next to her, serving food to the relatives beside her while saying sarcastically, "It's so much better to have family meals like this, with seafood every meal. Unlike some people who eat coarse grains they grow themselves every day, they've probably long forgotten the taste of seafood." Chen He had just picked up a piece of green vegetable when he heard this. Instead of being annoyed, he smiled and said, "Third aunt, the whole grains I grow are organic.
The protein content is 30% higher than that of ordinary rice.
I gave some to the executives of Xingxing Group last time, and they all said it tastes even better than imported rice.
If you like it, I'll bring you some next time.
It's especially good for your stomach when used to make millet porridge." Auntie was taken aback by his words and paused for a moment before saying, "No need, I can't stand those coarse grains.
Seafood is much more nutritious. By the way, Xiao Chen, how much do you earn in a year?"
"It's probably less than your brother-in-law's. He earned over $1 million in bonuses last year alone."
As soon as he said this, everyone at the table looked at Chen He, waiting to see him make a fool of himself.
Lin Wan's father frowned and was about to stop him, but Chen He said frankly, "Last year, the farm's net profit was 28 million, a little less than my brother-in-law's, but I think it was worth it, because half of that money was distributed as dividends to the villagers, and another part was used to repair the village roads and the senior activity center."
28 million?
Auntie's voice suddenly rose, and she almost dropped her chopsticks on the table.
Are you kidding me? Farming can earn that much?
Not only my third aunt, but all the other relatives were stunned.
Chapter 33: A slap in the face. 28 million? Auntie's shrill voice boomed in the restaurant.
Her hand gripping the chopsticks tightened involuntarily, and the jade bracelet on her wrist made a grating scraping sound.
Xiao Chen, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you think we're 3-year-olds who would believe you if we said farming could earn that much? The dining table fell silent instantly.
Even Lin Wan's father, who was serving food to his grandfather, stopped what he was doing and turned his gaze to Chen He with a hint of scrutiny. Li Zha, as if he had caught him red-handed, put down his wine glass and sneered, "Cousin, there's a limit to how much you can brag. Last year, I managed a real estate project, invested several $100 million, and the net profit was only about the same.
How can your few acres of land compare to mine?"
Chen He didn't rush to defend himself. Instead, he pulled out a document from his phone and gently placed it in the center of the table. "This is the farm's financial audit report from last year, issued by a third-party organization.
You can take a look."
The net profit was 28.7 million, of which 14 million was distributed to the villagers of the 3 villages, 2.8 million was used for rural infrastructure, and the rest was invested in equipment upgrades and technology research and development.
He swiped his finger across the screen, bringing up a detailed profit-sharing statement. For example, Grandpa Wang's family leased 15 mu of land, and with his salary as a technician at the farm, he received 68,000 yuan last year. Li Yang's family just leased 10 mu of land and also received 32,000 yuan. All of these have bank transfer records. My aunt leaned closer, her eyes scanning the report, muttering, it might be forged. But when she saw the auditing firm's official seal and the clear bank transfer records, her voice trailed off. My cousin, who works in the government and is quite knowledgeable about financial statements, picked up his phone and examined it carefully for 2 minutes. When he put it down, his tone had changed. This report is genuine. The third-party agency is well known in the industry, they wouldn't falsify it. And the expenditure on rural infrastructure matches exactly what I saw on the Smart Village project last time. The roads and the senior activity center were indeed funded by Xiao Chen. These words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, and the way everyone at the table looked at Chen he completely changed. The relatives who had previously echoed Auntie's words now picked up their teacups to hide their embarrassment. Lin Wan's mother quietly tugged at her daughter's hand, her eyes filled with a mixture of apology and approval. Even Lin Wan's father, who had been silent all along, nodded slightly. It's not easy for a young man to work so hard and be able to help the local people increase their income. Li Zhi's face turned a deep purplish red, and the knife and fork in his hand scraped against the plate with a loud creak. He had wanted to outshine Chen He in front of everyone, but instead, the other party had delivered a resounding slap in the face with his undeniable achievements. He snorted resentfully, even if you've earned so much, aren't you still making it by farming? My real estate projects, a single contract is worth tens of millions. How many acres of land would you have to farm to catch up? Just as Chen He was about to speak, a clear voice suddenly came from the restaurant entrance. Brother-in-law, that's not right. Earning money through your own abilities, whether it's farming or real estate, deserves respect. Besides, what Brother Chen He is doing is much more meaningful than what you're doing. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a little girl in a white dress standing at the door, with her hair in a high ponytail and her face still a bit chubby. She was holding a drawing board, and it was Lin Wan's cousin, Lin Yu. She had just been admitted to an agricultural university this year, majoring in smart agriculture. She had been drawing upstairs and only came downstairs after hearing the argument. Lin Yu walked straight to Chen He's side, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a new continent. Brother Chen He, you're the CEO who developed the smart agriculture management system? I even saw your case study in my professional course. Our professors praised your farm's AI-based pest and disease identification technology as down-to-earth innovation. Chen He was taken aback, not expecting to meet a colleague here. He smiled and nodded. I only did a small thing. I didn't expect to be able to get into a university classroom. This is no small matter. Lin Yu excitedly placed her sketchbook on the table, flipping to a page that depicted a sketch of a smart farm sensor standing in a golden wheat field, lights shining in a distant control room, and several smiling villagers standing on the field ridges. During my summer vacation, I went to the countryside to do research and saw many farmers watching their crops die because they didn't understand the technology. It was heartbreaking. After seeing your case, I realized how much digitalization can help farmers. I want to work on your farm after I graduate. These words were like a resounding slap in the face to Li Zhi and his aunt. His aunt opened her mouth, wanting to say, studying agriculture is a dead-end job, but seeing the light in Lin Yu's eyes and thinking of Chen He's 28 million yuan net profit, she swallowed her words. Li Zhi was so embarrassed he didn't dare look up, and could only pick up his wineglass and gulp down red wine. Seeing her cousin's adoring look at Chen He, Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and ruffled Lin Yu's hair, saying, you little rascal, you never even listen to me normally, why are you so concerned about Chen He? Because Brother Chen He is amazing. Lin Yu made no attempt to hide her admiration, grabbing Chen He's arm and asking questions incessantly. Brother Chen He, did you develop your own soil sensor? How many trace elements can it detect? And can your smart irrigation system be used in water-scarce areas? Chen He patiently answered her questions, explaining everything from the sensor's technical parameters to the irrigation system's compatibility in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Lin Yu listened intently, occasionally taking notes on the drawing board, muttering I see and how come I didn't think of that, looking just like a little fangirl. The relatives around them watched this scene with increasingly complicated expressions. Auntie San quietly pulled Lin Wan's mother aside and whispered, I never imagined Xiao Chen was so capable. I should have known better than to say those things about him. Lin Wan's mother sighed, we were prejudiced before, always thinking that he came from a bad background. Now it seems that Wan made the right choice. Grandpa looked at the lively scene before him and smiled with satisfaction. He picked up his teacup and said to Chen He, little Chen, come, let me toast you. What you've done makes me happier than those who give you gold and silver. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just tell the family. Grandpa will support you. Chen-hee stood up, held the teacup with both hands, and respectfully clinked it against his grandfather's. Thank you, Grandpa. I will definitely not let you down. In the latter half of the dinner, the atmosphere completely changed. The relatives who had previously mocked Chen-hee all swarmed around him, trying to get on his good side. Some asked if they could transfer their idle land to the farm, some wanted their children to intern at the farm, and others pulled him aside to inquire about the investment prospects of smart agriculture. Auntie Chen was incredibly enthusiastic, constantly putting food on Chen-hee's plate. Little Chen, I didn't say anything nice before, please don't take it to heart. If you still have any organic millet, save a couple of pounds for me. My stomach hasn't been feeling well lately, so it's good for soothing my stomach. Chen-hee smiled and nodded. No problem, I'll have the workers deliver it to your home next time. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Leisha left early after sitting for a while, making an excuse. Before leaving, he glanced at Chen-hee, his eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. He knew that he had completely lost to Chen-hee at today's family dinner. After the banquet, the relatives left one after another, but Lin Yu clung to Chen-hee, refusing to let go, insisting that he leave his contact information, and saying that she wanted to do an internship at a farm during the holidays. Chen-hee smiled and agreed, leaving her his work WeChat. After seeing off the last relative, the villa finally quieted down. Lin Wan leaned on Chen-hee's shoulder, her eyes crinkling with laughter. You really stole the show today, even my picky cousin became your little fangirl. Chen-hee pinched her cheek and said with a smile, isn't it all because you're here to support me? If it weren't for you, I probably would have been speechless by what my aunt and the others said. Grandpa came over and patted Chen-hee on the shoulder. Xiao Chun, you are a hard-working and reliable boy. No matter what happens in the future, remember that doing meaningful things is more important than making a lot of money. The Lin family will always be your and Wanwan's support. Chen-hee nodded, his heart filled with warmth. He knew that today's family dinner had not only changed his relatives' perception of him, but also made him feel the Lin family's approval. This approval was more precious than any money or honor. On her way home, Lin Yu messaged Chen-hee on WeChat, asking for the farm's technical information. Chen-hee replied with a smile, I'll send it to you tomorrow, and then handed his phone to Lin Wan, saying, look at your cousin, she cares about the farm even more than I do. Lin Wan took the phone, looked at the densely packed questions on the screen, and couldn't help but laugh. She's been stubborn since she was little, and once she's made up her mind, she won't give up. Maybe in the future, she really can help you make smart agriculture even bigger. Chen-hee held Lin Wan's hand, gazing at the night view outside the car window, his heart filled with anticipation. He knew the road ahead was long, and he would encounter many more people like his third aunt and Leisha, as well as more doubts and ridicule. But as long as Lin Wan was by his side, as long as he had people like Lin Yu who recognized him, and as long as he had the villagers' trust, he was confident he could continue on this path, making the smart farm even better and benefiting more people. As the car drove smoothly through the night, Chen-hee suddenly remembered something and said to Lin Wan, by the way, next time we go to the hospital for a checkup, let's bring Lin Yu along. Let her talk to Dr. Su. Dr. Su is a very insightful person, they might be able to come up with something new. Lin Wan smiled and nodded, okay, I also want Dr. Su to see our farm, so she can know that the patients she takes care of are not only recovering very well, but are also doing something very meaningful. Chen-hee held her hand, feeling the familiar warmth at her fingertips. Chapter 34 Chen-hee's home-style dishes conquer the whole family's stomach. A week after the family dinner incident, Lin Wan suddenly waved her phone during breakfast. Grandpa said he wants to try your cooking and wants us to go back to the old house this weekend so you can show off your skills. Chen-hee was biting into the strawberry pudding Lin Wan had made when he heard this and almost choked. Me, cook? Isn't Grandpa used to eating the nanny's gourmet meals? Why does he suddenly want to try my cooking? It's all because you said the farm's vegetables were fresh last time. Lin Wan smiled and pinched his nose. Grandpa specifically told me not to order delicacies, but to cook home-style dishes that you make yourself, saying that's what makes them homely and rustic. By the way, Auntie and Lin Yu are also clamoring to come, saying they want to see how hands that can earn 20 million cook. Chen-hee put down his spoon, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He hadn't cooked properly in a long time. Back when he was a security guard, his rented room only had a small electric cooker, which he could only use to boil noodles at most. Now, things were better. The kitchen was a large open space, fully equipped with all the necessary utensils, so he could finally show off his skills. Alright, this will be a good opportunity for them to taste the real farm flavor. Early Saturday morning, Chen-hee took Lin Wan to the smart farm. Li Yang was picking cucumbers in the greenhouse.
Seeing them arrive, he smiled and handed them a cucumber with a flower and thorns still on top. President Chen, this is a freshly ripe fruit cucumber, crisp and sweet.
Are you going to cook it?
Yes, cook a meal for the family. Chen He took the cucumber and picked some cherry tomatoes and lettuce. Pick some scallions and cilantro for me, make sure they're the freshest. Lin Wan went to the processing workshop, picked up a bag of freshly ground whole wheat flour, and packed some free-range eggs. These are all pesticide-free, and they taste much better than the ones you buy in the supermarket. When they returned to the Lin family's old house, third aunt and Lin Yu were already there. Third aunt was sitting in the living room eating sunflower seeds when she saw Chen He carrying 2 large bags full of vegetables. She couldn't help but tease him. Little Chen, did you bring your whole farm here? What kind of dishes can you make with just these vegetables? Lin Yu leaned closer, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the cherry tomatoes in the bag. Brother Chen He, these must be grown on your farm, right? They're much redder than the ones I bought at the supermarket yesterday. Chen He nodded with a smile and walked straight to the kitchen. Don't worry, Auntie, I guarantee you'll want more after you eat it. Lin Yu, would you like to come to the kitchen and help me out? Yes. Lin Yu immediately threw down her drawing board and followed Chen He into the kitchen, leaving her third aunt in the living room with a pout, but she couldn't help but wonder, can this person who can earn 20 million really cook? The Lin family's kitchen was spacious, equipped with a built-in oven and a smart stove. Chen He tied on an apron and skillfully arranged the dishes before starting to prepare the ingredients. He first cracked the free-range eggs into a bowl, quickly whisking them with chopsticks until the yolks and whites blended into a golden yellow liquid. Then he chopped the freshly slaughtered chicken from the farm into pieces and marinated it with cooking wine and ginger slices. He halved the cherry tomatoes, cut the cucumbers into chunks, and chopped the scallions. His movements were fluid and graceful, leaving Lin Yu dazzled. Brother Chen He, did you cook often before? Lin Yu asked curiously as she handed him a plate. In the past, when conditions were not good, we saved money by cooking for ourselves. Chen He said with a smile while frying eggs. Back then, in the rented room, we used a small electric cooker to fry eggs, and they always burned on the bottom. Now that we have such a good stove, we can finally cook a proper meal. As they spoke, the eggs in the pan had turned golden brown, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Lin Yu couldn't help but sniff. It smells so good. Much better than my mom's eggs. Chen He scooped out the scrambled eggs and started frying the free-range chicken. He poured some cooking oil into the pot, and after the oil was hot, he added ginger slices and scallion segments to sauté until fragrant. Then he added the marinated chicken pieces and stir-fried them until golden brown. He then added an appropriate amount of water, covered the pot, and simmered it. Before long, a rich aroma of chicken wafted from the kitchen. Auntie San couldn't sit still in the living room any longer. She made an excuse to get some water and went into the kitchen. When she saw the free-range chicken bubbling in the pot, she swallowed hard and said, Xiao Chen, is this chicken raised on your own farm? It smells really good. Yes, Auntie, these chickens are free-range and eat corn and insects. Their meat is much more tender than factory-farmed chickens, Chen He said with a smile. Please wait a little longer, a few more dishes will be ready soon. Auntie nodded, turned and walked out of the kitchen, secretly surprised she hadn't expected Chen He to not only be good at making money, but also to be such a skilled cook. Over the next hour, Chen He prepared 6 home-style dishes: golden and glistening scrambled eggs, fragrant braised chicken, refreshing cucumber salad, sweet and sour tomato salad, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside fried lotus root, and millet porridge made with newly harvested millet from the farm. Each dish used simple ingredients, yet they were all delicious and visually appealing, especially the braised chicken, which was tender and juicy, with a rich and flavorful broth that made one's mouth water. Dinner's ready. Lin Wan called out with a smile as she carried the last dish of fried lotus root into the restaurant. Everyone gathered around the dining table, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at the home-cooked dishes. Grandpa was the first to pick up his chopsticks, taking a piece of braised chicken. He chewed it, and his eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. Delicious. The chicken is tender and juicy, and the broth is flavorful. It's much better than what the nanny makes. Auntie couldn't resist picking up a piece of chicken, and as soon as she put it in her mouth, her eyes widened. My God, this is so delicious. It's even better than the chicken I had at the 5-star hotel last time. Xiao Chun, you're really good at cooking. How come I've never heard of you being able to cook before? Back then, conditions weren't good, so I just figured it out on my own, Chen He said with a smile, picking up a piece of lotus root for Lin Wan. Try this. It's made with whole wheat flour, which is healthier than regular flour. Lin Yu buried her head in her scrambled eggs, repeatedly saying, delicious.
So delicious. Brother Chen-hee, why do your scrambled eggs smell so good? I want another bowl. Lin Wan's father also ate a few more mouthfuls, which was unusual for him. He nodded and said, this millet porridge is also good. It's soft, sticky, and sweet, and tastes better than what you buy outside. The atmosphere at the dinner table was exceptionally lively, with everyone praising Chen-hee's cooking skills as they ate. Auntie San even put aside her previous prejudices and kept piling food onto Chen-hee's plate. Little Chen, eat more. You've lost a lot of weight lately. By the way, do you still have any chickens from your farm? Save me a couple, I'll cook them for my grandson when I get back. Yes, Auntie, I'll have the workers deliver it to you tomorrow, Chen-hee said with a smile. Lin Yu tugged at Chen-hee's arm and said sweetly, Brother Chen-hee, next time I go to the farm, can you make me this scrambled eggs again? I want to learn how to make it. Okay, I'll teach you next time you come, Chen-hee agreed with a smile. Grandpa looked at the lively scene before him and smiled with satisfaction. He raised his glass to Chen-hee and said, Little Chen, Grandpa toasts you. You're not only capable, but you can also cook. You're a reliable and good boy. Wan is so lucky to have married you. Chen-hee stood up and respectfully clinked glasses with his grandfather. Thank you, Grandpa. I will take good care of Wan. Dinner ended amidst laughter and cheerful conversation. After the meal, Auntie offered to help clear the table, while Lin Yu pulled Chen-hee aside to ask for cooking tips. The living room was filled with a warm and cozy atmosphere. Lin Wan leaned on Chen-hee's shoulder and whispered, I didn't know you could cook so well. How come I never noticed before? I haven't had a chance to cook for you before, Chen-hee pinched her cheek. I'll cook for you often from now on, so you can try my signature dishes. Lin Wan nodded with a smile, her heart filled with happiness. She knew that true happiness wasn't about delicacies or designer bags, but rather the simple joys of everyday life. Having a loved one by her side, the approval of her family, and a hot, home-cooked meal was enough. As they left the old house, Auntie Chen-hee was still reminding him not to forget to bring her a chicken, while Lin Yu hugged the scrambled eggs recipe Chen-hee had taught her, looking as happy as a child. Chen-hee watched their retreating figures, then looked at Lin Wan beside him, his heart filled with emotion. He knew that his journey, from a security guard ridiculed to running a tech company, and then venturing into smart agriculture, had been filled with skepticism and mockery. But now, through his hard work, he had not only achieved success in his career but also earned the recognition of his family, something more precious than any money or honor. As the car drove through the night, Lin Wan leaned on Chen-hee's shoulder and whispered, Let's come back to see Grandpa often in the future. He seems to really enjoy your cooking. Okay. Chen-hee nodded and held her hand. Next time I'll make Grandpa his favorite braised pork and a few farm specialties so he can taste something different. Lin Wan nodded with a smile, closed her eyes, and smiled broadly. She knew that no matter what storms the future held, as long as Chen-hee was by her side, and with this warm and comforting atmosphere, she would have the courage to face anything. And Chen-hee, with his own hands, would not only cultivate crops of hope and cook delicious meals, but also create a sky of happiness for her, making their love grow sweeter and sweeter amidst the everyday joys of life. Chapter 35 The Scumbag Woman Can't Get Pregnant. Morning light streamed through the hospital's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Chen-hee carefully helped Lin Wan sit down on a chair in the waiting area, holding a warm thermos in his hands, occasionally reminding her, drink slowly, don't burn yourself. Lin Wan is 2 months pregnant, and today is her third prenatal checkup. She's wearing a loose, off-white dress. Her belly isn't showing yet, but her face has the soft glow typical of early pregnancy. Don't be so nervous, it's just a routine checkup, she says with a smile, patting Chen-hee's hand and feeling his tense knuckles. You weren't this flustered even when you were dealing with the equipment malfunction at the smart farm. How can this be the same? Chen-hee squatted down in front of her, his gaze level with hers, his eyes filled with tenderness. You and the baby are my lifeblood, I can't be careless at all. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. It was old Zhang from the farm, saying that the refrigerated truck carrying the organic vegetables had encountered a minor malfunction. Chen-hee gave a brief explanation and hurriedly hung up in his heart. Nothing was more important than Lin Wan's prenatal checkup at that moment. The waiting area wasn't crowded. Most of the people there were expectant parents like them, their faces beaming with anticipation. Lin Wan flipped through her pregnancy handbook and suddenly exclaimed softly, Oh dear, I forgot to message Dr. Su. She said she was free today and wanted to come over and say hello. It's okay, we'll talk about it after the checkup. Just as Chen-hee was about to take her phone, he heard a familiar yet shrill voice behind him. Chen-hee? It really is you. Chen-hee stiffened for a moment, recognizing Shen Ruyan without turning around.
He took a deep breath, helped Lin Wan slowly to her feet, and when he turned around, the gentleness on his face was gone, replaced by indifference. Shen Ruyan wore a tight black dress and her makeup was exquisite, but she couldn't hide the weariness in her eyes. Her gaze swept between Chen He and Lin Wan, finally landing on Lin Wan's slightly protruding belly. Her expression instantly became complicated. There was surprise, jealousy, and a hint of barely perceptible panic.
What are you doing here?
Shen Ruyan's voice was deliberately high-pitched, as if trying to attract Chen He's attention.
Are you feeling unwell?
Well, being out in the wind and sun on the farm every day is nothing compared to the comfort and luxury of the office. Lin Wan frowned, about to speak, when Shen He gently pressed her shoulder and said to Shen Ruyan, "We're here for a prenatal checkup, nothing else. If you need to see a doctor, go to your own clinic."
Pregnancy checkup?
Shen Ruyan scoffed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world.
You're going to be a father?
Shen He, you're really something. When you were with me, you couldn't even afford a decent house. Now, not only have you married a rich wife, but you're about to become a dad.
Her gaze swept over Lin Wan's dress.
Although she couldn't tell the brand, she could tell from the fabric and cut that it was expensive.
Her jealousy deepened. President Lin has such good taste. She even likes a farmer.
Please speak with some respect. Lin Wan's voice turned cold. She didn't want to argue with anyone in a place like a hospital, but she couldn't tolerate others saying such things about Chen He. Chen He does things with his own abilities, which is much better than those who reap without sowing.
Getting something for nothing?
Shen Ruyan's voice suddenly rose as if a sore spot had been hit. I can't compare to President Lin, who was born into privilege and can have everything without any effort. Unlike me, I have to work hard myself, and even getting pregnant is so difficult. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and she looked at Chen He with a pleading gaze.
Chen He, do you remember what we used to be like? You said you would marry me and give me a home. Now you've done it, but it's for someone else. Have you already forgotten me?
The people waiting around them looked over, and the whispers and pointing made Lin Wan feel uncomfortable. Chen He took her hand and said to Shen Ruyan, "The past is the past. I am very happy now, and I hope you can find your own happiness too. Please don't disturb us here, and don't affect the other patients."
Disturbing you? Shen Ruyan suddenly laughed, a laugh bordering on maniacal. I just came to see how well you're doing now. You think you've really succeeded just because you married Lin Wan? It's all thanks to a woman. If I hadn't left you back then, would you have the motivation you have today? In the end, you should thank me.
She took a step forward, almost touching Chen He, and whispered, "I know you've made some money now and opened a rundown farm, but so what?
Without Lin Wan, you're nothing. Do you really think Lin Wan loves you?
She only cares about you because you're obedient and can be her face."
Shut up.
Chen He's voice finally turned cold, his eyes filled with warning. "I'll say it one last time, leave here, or I'll make you regret it."
You're welcome? What can you do to me?
Shen Ruyan retorted, as if certain that Chen He wouldn't dare to make a move in the hospital.
I'm not leaving today.
I want to see how you, this successful person, can lose face in front of so many people. Just then, a security guard approached and said sternly, "Madam, please do not make noise in the waiting area and disturb other patients.
If you continue like this, we will have to ask you to leave."
Shen Ruyan didn't expect to attract the security guards, and her expression changed instantly, but she still forced herself to say, "I'm his ex-girlfriend.
We're talking about private matters. What's it to you? No matter what it is, you cannot disrupt the hospital's order."
The security guard's tone became even more resolute. "Please leave immediately, or we will take coercive measures." Seeing the strange looks from those around her, and then at Chen He's cold gaze, Shen Ruyan finally dared not persist any longer. She glared fiercely at Lin Wan, as if venting all her jealousy and resentment on her, then turned and strode away from the waiting area, leaving behind the words, "Chen He, you just wait.
I won't let this go."
Watching Shen Ruyan's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Chen He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned around to check on Lin Wan. "Are you all right?
Were you scared?"
Lin Wan shook her head and reached out to smooth his furrowed brows. "I'm fine, I just feel sorry for her." She could see the struggle and resentment in Shen Ruyan's eyes. Perhaps these years, she hadn't lived as glamorously as she appeared on the surface. Chen He held her hand, his heart filled with guilt. "I'm sorry for making you go through this." "It has nothing to do with you," Lin Wan said with a smile.
"It's all in the past, let's focus on the checkup." Just then, the nurse called Lin Wan's name.
Chen He helped her into the examination room, where the doctor inquired about her condition in detail and then ordered tests. As soon as the two stepped out of the examination room, they saw Su Qing walking over in a white coat, a gentle smile on her face. Sorry I'm late, something came up in the pediatrics department.
It's not late.
We just finished seeing the doctor and are on our way to get some tests done, Lin Wan said with a smile. I didn't expect to run into you here. I heard you were here for your prenatal checkup today, so I came to see you.
Su Qing's gaze fell on Lin Wan's lower abdomen, filled with sincere blessings. Congratulations on becoming parents. Shen He smiled and said, thank you.
I'll need your help in the future, whether it's for prenatal checkups or after the baby is born.
I'd like you to be our family doctor. No problem. Su Qing readily agreed.
I'll take you to the examination room.
I'm familiar with that area, so it'll be faster. With Su Qing's help, the examination went smoothly.
The tiny gestational sac was clearly visible on the ultrasound screen, although not yet fully formed. A faint fetal heartbeat could already be seen.
Shen He looked at the screen, his eyes instantly reddening, and he tightly gripped Lin Wan's hand. Wife, look, that's our baby.
Lin Wan's eyes also welled up with tears.
She nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, our baby.
Su Qing stood aside, watching this heartwarming scene, a smile on her lips. The test results are very good, the fetal heartbeat is very stable.
Lin Wan, please pay more attention to rest and don't overwork yourself. Make sure to supplement your diet with more protein and vitamins. Call me anytime if you feel unwell. Okay, thank you, Dr. Su.
Shen He quickly thanked her and carefully helped Lin Wan off the examination bed. As soon as the three of them stepped out of the examination room, they saw Shen Ruyan and a doctor in a white coat walking towards them. Shen Ruyan was holding an examination report in her hand, her face was pale, and her eyes were empty. When she saw Chen He and Lin Wan, she seemed to be provoked and suddenly rushed over.
Shen He! Look! Shen Ruyan handed the examination report to Chen He, her voice trembling with tears. The doctor said, I can't have children anymore. It's all because of you.
If you hadn't been broke, I wouldn't have broken up with you, wouldn't have married that bastard, and wouldn't have ruined my body because of the miscarriage.
It's all your fault. Shen He frowned and didn't take the test report. He could understand Shen Ruyan's pain, but he couldn't accept her accusations. You chose to leave me and marry someone else back then, it wasn't my fault. You should be getting treatment now, not blaming others here. Treatment? How can I get treatment? Shen Ruyan suddenly laughed, tears streaming down her face.
I've spent so much money, seen so many doctors, but it's all useless.
I can't have children anymore. And what about her? She pointed at Lin Wan's lower abdomen, her eyes overflowing with jealousy.
She's beautiful, rich, and now she's pregnant with your child.
Why? Why does she have everything, while I have nothing?
Her emotions grew increasingly agitated, and she reached out to push Lin Wan, shouting, if I can't have it, neither can you. Shen He reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist and shoving her away forcefully. Are you crazy?
This is a hospital, don't do anything reckless.
Shen Ruyan staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. The doctor who had been with her quickly stepped forward to help her up and said to Chen He, Sir, please don't get agitated. Miss Shen just found out she can't have children, so she's a bit emotionally unstable. Please bear with her.
Take responsibility? Shen He's voice was as cold as ice. She almost hurt my wife and child just now, how can I take responsibility for that? People gathered around, pointing and whispering about Shen Ruyan.
Shen Ruyan lay on the ground, watching Lin Wan being carefully protected in Chen He's arms, watching Su Qing inquire about Lin Wan's condition with concern, and then thinking of herself, all alone, unable to even have a child.
A wave of jealousy and despair washed over her.
She suddenly scrambled to her feet and rushed to the fire hydrant at the end of the corridor, intending to pull out the glass.
Oh no!
Su Qing reacted the fastest, rushing forward to pull her back.
Miss Shen, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out.
Chen He helped Lin Wan follow, and at the same time called security. The security guards quickly arrived and restrained the emotionally distraught Shen Ruyan. Shen Ruyan struggled, crying out, Chen He.
I hate you. I curse you and Lin Wan. You will never be happy.
The doctor sighed helplessly and said to the security guard, please take her to the emergency room and have a psychologist come and take a look.
Her emotions are very unstable right now.
The security guard nodded and escorted the sobbing Shen Ruyan away. Watching her figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Chen He felt a mix of emotions. He no longer had any feelings for Shinruyan, only pity if she hadn't been so vain and didn't value money so much. Perhaps she could have a happy life now. Don't think about it anymore, she will get the help she needs. Lin Wan leaned gently on Chen He's shoulder and said softly, what we need to do now is take good care of ourselves and the baby. Chen He snapped out of his daze, hugged her tightly, and rested his chin on the top of her head. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Let's never have to go through something like this again.
Su Ching also came over and handed over a business card. This is the contact information for the psychologist. If Miss Shin needs anything later, she can contact me and I will arrange a consultation for her. She paused and added, actually, she is quite pitiful, worn down by life. Shen He took the business card and nodded. Thank you, Dr. Su. I'll have Lao Zhang contact her family so they can come and take care of her. The sun was shining brightly as they left the hospital. Shen He helped Lin Wan into the car, turned on the air conditioning, and adjusted it to a comfortable temperature.
Lin Wan leaned back in her seat, watching the street scenes flash by outside the window, and whispered, do you think Shinruyan will get better?
Yes, she will. Shen He held her hand, his tone firm. As long as she can let go of the past and get proper treatment, she will eventually find her own happiness. He started the car and slowly drove away from the hospital. We will be fine too, watching the baby be born, watching him grow up, and watching our farm get better and better. Lin Wan smiled and nodded, closing her eyes to feel the faint life force in her lower abdomen. She knew that the road ahead was long, and she might encounter all sorts of unexpected events and entanglements, but as long as Chun He was by her side and this little life was growing, she had the courage to face everything. The car drove smoothly in the sunlight, its interior filled with a warm atmosphere. Chen He looked at Lin Wan, who was fast asleep beside him, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. He knew that he had experienced too many ups and downs along the way, from a down on his luck security guard abandoned by Shinruyan to now having a loving wife, an unborn child, and a successful career. But those pains and setbacks had become stepping stones for his growth, making him cherish everything he had now even more. He gently held Lin Wan's hand, silently vowing in his heart, in this life, he would protect Lin Wan and the baby, give them a happy and stable home, and let them always be surrounded by sunshine and love, just like they are now. As for those unpleasant past events, those entangled people and things, he would leave them far behind, turning them into insignificant dust on the road of life.
Chapter 36 The warmth of a maternity and baby store.
As they left the hospital, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the car. Lin Wan leaned back in the passenger seat, her fingertips gently stroking her lower abdomen, a faint smile playing on her lips. I saw the baby's heartbeat in the ultrasound just now. It sounded just like a little train thump along. Chen He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, and when he turned to look at her, his eyes were so tender they could melt your heart. When he's a little older, we'll be able to see his little hands and feet. By the way, there's a baby project maternity and baby store up ahead, want to go check it out? Pick out a couple of little outfits for the baby. Lin Wan's eyes lit up, and she immediately sat up straight. Great. I've wanted to go to a maternity and baby store for a long time, but I just haven't found the right time. The car turned into a street lined with plane trees, and the baby project sign stood out in the sunlight. A pink and white exterior wall, a huge plush bear at the entrance, and colorful baby clothes hanging in the glass windows, like a small rainbow ocean. As soon as they pushed open the door, a faint milky aroma wafted out. The shop assistant, a young woman in her early 20s, greeted them with a smile as soon as she saw them enter. Hello, are you buying something for your baby? How old is your baby? She's only 2 months old, let's come and see some baby clothes. Lin Wan's voice unconsciously softened, as if afraid of disturbing something. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically led them to the children's clothing section. If it's 2 months old, you can take a look at this kind of onesie. It's pure cotton, soft and breathable, and comfortable for the baby to wear. The shelves were filled with all kinds of baby clothes, blue onesies with little dinosaur patterns, pink princess dresses with lace trim, and white rompers with bear ears. Each one was small and exquisite, so cute that it made your heart flutter. Chen He squatted in front of the shelf, picked up a small blue onesie, and gently ran his fingers over the fabric.
He exclaimed in surprise, so small?
It's barely bigger than my palm. He gestured to his own hand, then looked at Lin Wan's lower abdomen.
Is our baby already this small?
Lin Wan was amused by his serious expression. You're still so small now. In a few months, you'll be able to wear little clothes like this. She picked up a pink onesie and held it up to Chun He.
What do you think of this one? It's so pink and cute, like a little peach.
Jenny frowned, put the pink dress back in her hand, and picked up a blue one. The blue one looks better, like a little man.
What if it's a little princess?
Lin Wan teased him deliberately, then picked up another yellow one.
A neutral color will do, right? Like a little sun.
Chen-Hee's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the little yellow outfit in her hand, which had a round little duck printed on it. This is great. The little duck is cute, and both boys and girls can wear it. As he spoke, he picked up 2 more yellow onesies with different patterns, stacked them together, and put them in the shopping basket.
Buy a couple more, so we can alternate wearing them.
The shop assistant smiled and said, "Sir, you're so good to your baby. You've already picked such a good product on your first visit." Chen-Hee scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "It's my first time being a dad, I have no experience, so I just want to give the baby the best." His eyes swept over the shelf, and he picked up a white hat with little wings. "I bought this hat too, it'll be perfect for winter, he'll look like a little angel." Lin Wan looked at the ever-growing pile of things in the shopping basket and shook her head helplessly. "Don't buy so much. The baby grows fast, and these clothes will be too small soon."
"It's okay, if we can't wear them, we can save them for the second child,"
Chen-Hee said matter-of-factly, and then picked up a pair of little socks.
"Look at these little socks, they even have separated toes, they're so cute." Lin Wan was both amused and exasperated, and could only let him choose.
She walked to the baby supply section next door, picked up a small pacifier, and weighed it in her hand. "Should we buy this? I heard that pacifiers can be useful when babies cry." Chen-Hee leaned closer and carefully examined the pacifier packaging. "Buy it.
Choose a silicone one, it's safe and hygienic."
"Oh, and we also need to buy a baby bottle, even though you plan to breastfeed, it's always good to have one on hand." The two strolled through the baby store as if exploring a new continent. Chen-Hee's shopping basket gradually filled with items: soft baby towels, small blankets with cartoon patterns, musical rattles, and several packs of baby wipes. He carefully selected each item, confirming that the materials were safe and the quality was up to standard before putting it in his basket. "Look at these little shoes." Lin Wan suddenly tugged at Chen-Hee's sleeve, pointing to a pair of small red shoes on the shelf. The shoes were only the size of a palm, with soft soles and a little rabbit embroidered on the upper, so cute that one couldn't bear to put them down. Chen-Hee picked up the little shoes and carefully placed them in his palm, his eyes full of joy. "They're so tiny. Our baby will definitely look like a little hopping rabbit in these." Without hesitation, he put the little shoes into the shopping basket. "Buy them. When the baby learns to walk, he can wear these." Looking at their basket full of things, the shop assistant smiled and said, "You two are so thoughtful.
Your baby will be very happy to have parents like you."
Lin Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she took Chen-Hee's arm. "We're also first-time parents, and we want to give our baby the best of everything." Chen-Hee held her hand tightly and lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Not only do I want the best for the baby, but I also want the best for you."
He looked at the shop assistant. "By the way, do you have any maternity pajamas? They need to be pure cotton and a bit loose."
The shop assistant quickly led them to the maternity products section. "Yes, we have maternity pajamas here, you can take a look." The shelves were stocked with all sorts of maternity pajamas: light gray long-sleeved sets, light blue slip dresses, and loungewear with floral patterns. Chen-Hee picked up a light gray long-sleeved pajama set and held it up against Lin Wan. "How about this? It's loose and comfortable, and the fabric is soft.
It won't constrict my belly when I sleep at night." Lin Wan touched the fabric of the pajamas. It was indeed as soft as a cloud. "It's nice, I'll take this one."
Chen-Hee picked up a light blue slip dress. "I bought this one too, it'll be cool to wear at home during the day." As if remembering something, he added, "I'll also buy 2 more sets to change into, so you don't have to wash them repeatedly." Lin Wan felt a warmth in her heart as she watched him carefully selecting items. From the moment she met Chen-Hee until now, he had always put her needs first. Whether it was when they were running the tech company or now when they were working on the smart farm, he would do his best to fulfill her every wish.
"Okay, stop buying so many. I can't wear all of them."
Lin Wan pulled his hand, which was still trying to grab more clothes.
"Let's go pay first and come back next time."
Chen-Hee reluctantly put down the pajamas in his hand and nodded. "Okay, I'll come again next time." At the cashier, the clerk scanned each item and said with a smile, "That'll be 1,868 yuan in total.
Will you be paying with WeChat or Alipay?"
Just as Chen-Hee was about to take out his phone, Lin Wan scanned the code first. "I'll pay, consider it the baby's first gift." Chen-Hee looked at her sly smile and shook his head helplessly. "Okay, I'll pay next time." Carrying 2 large bags full of groceries, they walked out of the baby store. The setting sun cast long shadows on them. Chen-Hee, carrying the bags in one hand and holding Lin Wan's hand tightly with the other, slowed his pace considerably. "Are you tired?
Do you want to find a place to sit for a while and have a cup of milk tea?"
"I'm not tired, just a little hungry." Lin Wan rubbed her stomach.
I want to eat your braised pork.
Chen He's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled her towards the car. Then let's hurry home, I'll cook for you right now.
I'll also stew some pork rib soup for you to nourish your body.
Sitting in the car, Lin Wan looked at the streetlights gradually lighting up outside the window, and then looked at Chen He, who was focused on driving, and suddenly felt that happiness is so simple. It's not about how much money and honor you have, but about having someone who is willing to go to a maternity and baby store with you, pick out baby clothes together, look forward to the arrival of a new life together,
and turn ordinary days into poetry together.
Back home, Chen He laid out the things he bought from the baby store on the sofa one by one, introducing them to Lin Wan like treasures. Look at this little outfit, the baby can wear it when he's 3 months old. This rattle can help develop the baby's hearing, and these little shoes, they'll definitely be adorable when he learns to walk. Lin Wan leaned back on the sofa, watching his excited expression, her smile growing wider. She knew that this man would not only cultivate crops of hope and cook delicious meals with his own hands, but also protect her and their baby with all his love, making this home the warmest harbor. After Chen He finished his introduction, he suddenly remembered something, turned around and ran into the kitchen. I'll make you braised pork. You rest on the sofa for a while, don't tire yourself out. Soon, the sounds of chopping and stir-frying filled the kitchen, and the rich aroma of meat gradually spread. Lin Wan walked to the kitchen doorway, leaned against the doorframe, and watched Chen He's busy figure wearing an apron, her heart filled with happiness. She walked over gently, hugged him from behind, and pressed her cheek against his back. Chen He, thank you. Chen He turned around, took her hand, and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. What are you thanking me for?
Thank you for giving me a home, thank you for letting me become a mother.
Lin Wan's voice was a little choked up.
I feel like the happiest person in the world right now.
Chen He hugged her tightly, resting his chin on the top of her head, his voice gentle yet firm. I am the happiest person. Meeting you and looking forward to the arrival of our baby together is the greatest luck of my life. From now on, our family of 3 will definitely get better and better. The braised pork in the kitchen was still bubbling away, the night outside the window was growing darker, and the little clothes on the sofa in the living room shimmered softly under the lamplight. This ordinary yet warm scene was Chen He and Lin Wan's most genuine happiness, having their loved ones by their side, an impending baby, a house full of the warmth of home cooking, and endless anticipation for the future. Chen He knows that in the future, he will not only be a good husband and a good father, but also make the smart farm even better so that more people can live a happy life. But no matter how far he goes or how high he flies, this loving and warm home will always be his strongest support and his gentlest harbor. He looked down at Lin Wan's lower abdomen and silently said to the baby in his heart, Baby, Mommy and Daddy are ready to welcome you. We will use all our love to accompany you as you grow up and help you see all the beauty of this world. Chapter 37 Jealousy. On a late autumn afternoon, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Jinxiuge private room, casting diamond-shaped dappled patterns of light onto the mahogany dining table. Lin Wan, dressed in a beige maternity knit dress, sat beside Chen He, her fingertips lightly resting on her slightly protruding belly. This was Xingxing Group's quarterly partner dinner, and also her first public business event since becoming 4 months pregnant.
Mr. Lin, congratulations. I heard you're pregnant, that's double happiness.
Mr. Zhang, sitting opposite Chen He, raised his glass and smiled at him. Mr. Chen, you're so lucky, your career and family are both perfect. Chen He quickly raised his hand to block the wine glass in front of Lin Wan. President Zhang, she can't drink right now, I'll drink it for her. He tilted his head back and drank the wine in his glass. When he put down the glass, he picked up a piece of steamed sea bass for Lin Wan. Eat slowly, there are few bones. Lin Wan watched his meticulous movements, a gentle smile curving her lips. Since becoming pregnant, Chen He had practically spoiled her like a princess, making her breakfast every morning, reading her pregnancy stories before bed, and even sending her a message every hour to let her know he was safe when he went to the farm. Just then, a woman in a red halter dress walked over with a wine glass. Her makeup was glamorous, but her eyes held a scrutinizing look.
President Lin, it's been a long time. The woman's voice was deliberately sweet, and her gaze lingered on Lin Wan's lower abdomen for a few seconds.
I'm Li Man from Hongyuan Trading.
I've worked with Xingxing before.
Lin Wan recognized her. Li Man was the general manager of Hongyuan Trading. Last year, she had offered to cooperate with Chen He's smart farm, but Chen He rejected her because her conditions were too demanding. She never expected to see her here.
Hello, Mr. Li. Lin Wan smiled politely.
Li Man had no intention of leaving. Instead, she sat down in the empty seat next to her, her eyes sweeping over Chen He's hand peeling shrimp for Lin Wan. Her tone was tinged with jealousy. President Lin is so lucky. She's pregnant and still has President Chen taking such good care of her.
Unlike us, we can only struggle on our own and don't even have a stable home. Chen He frowned, about to speak, but Lin Wan gently pressed his hand down and said to Li Man, President Li is joking. Your Hongyuan trading is doing very well, much better than the rest of us. What's the use of being impressive? Li Man scoffed, taking a sip of red wine. Unlike President Lin, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, married a loving husband, and is now pregnant. She's a true winner in life. Her gaze fell on the sandalwood bracelet on Lin Wan's wrist, a bracelet Chen he had specially commissioned to be brought from Hainan, said to have calming properties. This bracelet is so beautiful, it must be very expensive, right? Unlike me, I can only wear these cheap things. As she spoke, she dangled the diamond bracelet on her wrist. Although it sparkled, it exuded a cheap feel. The surrounding business partners noticed that something was wrong with Li Man and lowered their heads to pretend to chat. Chen He put down the shrimp shells in his hand, his tone turning cold. President Li, we have something to discuss with President Zhang, please excuse us. After saying that, he helped Lin Wan to her feet and was about to walk towards the nearby rest area. Li Man suddenly reached out to stop them, her voice rising abruptly. What? Did I say something wrong? Isn't President Lin just relying on her family background and her husband? If it weren't for Xingxing Group and President Chen, would you have achieved what you have today? Lin Wan's face instantly darkened. She could tolerate others talking about her, but she couldn't tolerate others questioning Chen He. President Li, please speak with some respect, Lin Wan said clearly. Chen He's smart farm has achieved what it has today through his own hard work, not because of me. Also, I got to where I am today through my own abilities, not because of any family background. Ability? Li Man seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. If you didn't have the identity of Chairman Lin's daughter, could you have become a department manager as soon as you joined Xingxing? Could you have successfully secured the cooperation with Sue's supermarket? Don't fool yourself. Chen Yi's eyes instantly turned cold, and he reached out to protect Lin Wan behind him. President Li, I'll say it one last time, apologize to my wife immediately, otherwise, I will make you and your Hongyuan trading completely lose the opportunity to cooperate with Xingxing. Li Man was intimidated by his gaze and took a step back, but still forced herself to say, who do you think you are? Just a farmer, yet you dare to threaten me? Xingxing's cooperation isn't up to you to decide. Just then, Lin Jinhai, the chairman of Xingxing Group and Lin Wan's father, walked over. He had just finished talking with a client in the next private room when he heard the commotion. What's going on? Lin Jinhai's voice was authoritative as he glanced at Li Man. President Li, I remember the cooperation contract with Hongyuan Trading expires next month, right? Li Man's expression changed instantly. The reason she dared to be so arrogant was because Hongyuan Trading and Xingxing still had a cooperative relationship, but now that Lin Jinhai had spoken up personally, he was clearly on Lin Wan's side. She quickly forced a smile. Chairman Lin, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, I was just joking with President Lin. A joke? Lin Jinhai's eyes grew even colder. We at Xingxing don't welcome partners who joke about other people's hard work and families. Assistant, notify the legal department to terminate all cooperation with Hongyuan Trading and, in accordance with the contract, pursue their liability for breach of contract regarding the previous delays in delivery. No, Chairman Lin. Li Man panicked completely and quickly grabbed Lin Wan's arm. President Lin, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked nonsense. Please forgive me. Lin Wan gently pushed her hand away, her tone calm. President Li, there's no need for an apology. The one you should really apologize to is yourself. You shouldn't deny other people's efforts just because you're jealous. After speaking, Chen He helped Lin Wan and followed Lin Jinhai into the rest area. Li Man was left standing there alone, pale-faced, surrounded by her business partners who were giving her strange looks, making her wish she could disappear into the ground. The sofa in the rest area was very soft. Chen He poured Lin Wan a glass of warm water. Did I scare you just now? I should have known better than to let you attend this kind of banquet. Lin Wan shook her head and leaned on his shoulder. It's okay, I'm not a hothouse flower, this little thing won't scare me. I just feel sorry for Li Man, because of jealousy she made herself look so ugly. Lin Jinhai sat on the sofa next to him, looking at his daughter and son-in-law with eyes full of satisfaction. Wan Wan, you did a great job. If you encounter something like this again, don't be shy. With Dad here, no one can bully you. He paused, then looked at Chen He. Xiao Chen, thank you for taking such good care of Wan Wan. Chen He nodded quickly. Dad, this is what I should do. After the banquet, Chen He helped Lin Wan out of the hotel. The evening breeze was a bit chilly, so he took off his suit jacket and draped it over Lin Wan's shoulders. Are you cold? Let's get in the car quickly.
Sitting in the car, Linwan looked at the street scenes flashing by outside the window and said softly, "Tell me, why would anyone be so jealous of others?
Isn't it better to just live your own life?"
Chen He held her hand, his fingertips gently stroking the back of her hand, because they can't see the hard work behind others, they only see the glamorous surface. Likely man, she only sees that you have a good family background and that I take care of you, but she can't see that you stayed up all night revising the plan for the cooperation with Xingxing. She can't see how many sleepless nights I spent in the fields for the smart farm.
Linwan nodded and leaned on his shoulder. "It's good that you're here with me. I will always be with you from now on."
Chen He lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
"No matter what happens, I will protect you and the baby."
Linwan thought the matter was over, but a few days later, she received an anonymous package at her company. Inside was no letter, only a photo of Chen He and Su Qing sunbathing in a hospital garden, taken from a deliberately inappropriate angle, making them appear very intimate.
On the back of the photo was a note: "Do you think Chen He really loves you? He's been having an affair with another woman for a long time."
Linwan looked at the photo, but felt calm. She knew about Chen He and Su Qing's relationship and trusted Chen He's character. But she still felt uneasy someone was using such despicable means to sow discord between her and Chen He.
She picked up her phone and sent Chen He a message: "Are you busy right now? There's something I want to tell you." Not long after, Chen He called back: "What's wrong, honey? Are you feeling unwell? I'm coming back from the farm right now."
"I'm fine, I just received an anonymous package."
Linwan explained about the photo. "I know it's fake, I just wanted to let you know."
Chen He was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, then his tone turned cold. "I know who did it. Yesterday, Lao Zhang told me that Li Man's company lost its cooperation with Xingxing and its cash flow dried up. She's been spreading rumors about us everywhere."
"It must have been her."
"Don't be angry," Linwan quickly comforted him. "I don't care about these things, as long as we trust each other."
"No, I can't let her bully you like this."
Chen He's voice was firm.
"I'm going to the company to find you right now, and we'll go to the police together."
This kind of malicious defamation can't be left like this. After hanging up the phone, Linwan looked at the photo and gently shook her head. She didn't want this to affect her mood, and even less so, her baby. She put the photo in the drawer, then picked up the pregnancy handbook on the table and turned to the page on emotional management during pregnancy, which read, "Maintaining a happy mood is very important for the baby's health."
Not long after, Chen He arrived at the company. He walked into the office, immediately took Linwan's hand, and carefully examined her complexion. "Are you all right? Are you angry?"
Linwan smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine, really.
Let's not let people like this affect our mood, okay?"
Chen He frowned, but still nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you.
But I've already asked my assistant to check the origin of the package.
Even if we don't call the police, we need to let her know that we're not easy to bully."
Just then, Linwan's phone rang.
It was Lin Yu calling.
"Sis, have you heard? Li Man's company has gone bankrupt."
Lin Yu's voice was excited. "I heard from my classmate today that Han Yuan Trading was seized by the court because it owed too much money, and Li Man is being chased by creditors." Linwan and Chen He exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected things to develop this way. She brought this on herself.
Chen He's tone was devoid of any sympathy.
If she had done business properly and hadn't resorted to these crooked methods, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Linwan sighed. "I hope she can learn from this experience and be a better person in the future." After hanging up the phone, Chen He helped Linwan to the window, looking at the endless stream of cars below. "No one will ever bully you like this again," Chen He said softly, but with a firm tone. "I will always protect you and the baby, and I will never let you suffer any injustice." Linwan nestled in his arms, feeling the warmth of his embrace, her heart filled with happiness. She knew that no matter how much jealousy and malice she encountered in the future, as long as Chen He was by her side, she would have the courage to face everything. Because their love was not built on superficial glamour, but on mutual trust and understanding, on weathering storms together and sharing the warmth of everyday life. As the sun set, golden sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the two of them. Linwan gently stroked her lower abdomen, silently saying to the baby in her heart, "Baby, don't be afraid.
Mommy and Daddy will always protect you and let you grow up in a loving environment."
Chen He looked down at her gentle profile, a smile playing on his lips. He knew that this storm caused by jealousy hadn't affected their relationship. On the contrary, it had made them cherish each other even more. The road ahead was long, and they might encounter all sorts of challenges, but as long as they stood hand in hand, nothing could defeat them.
He gently took Lin Wan's hand and whispered in her ear, "Honey, let's go out for your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs tonight. I'll ask the kitchen to make them non-spicy for you." Lin Wan looked up at his gentle eyes and nodded with a smile, "Okay." They smiled at each other, the setting sun casting long shadows through the window, like a warm silhouette painting. In that moment, all jealousy and malice vanished, leaving only their companionship and boundless anticipation for the future. Chapter 38. He himself actually has a father who is a billionaire. Early winter sunlight streamed through the glass greenhouse of the smart farm, casting dappled light on the lush green lettuce leaves. Chenny squatted by the edge of the field, holding a tablet computer, the screen displaying soil moisture and light data. After more than half a year of operation, the farm's organic vegetables not only supply Xinjiang supermarket but have also opened the door to the Southeast Asian market, having just signed an 8 million yuan order last month. Mr. Chen, Director Li from the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau, just called and said there's a National Smart Agriculture Summit next Wednesday. They'd like to invite you as a special guest to share our farm's experience. Old Zhang walked over with a notebook, a smile on his face. I heard this summit is very high level, and many bosses from large companies will be attending. Chen He stood up, patted the dirt off his hands, and said, "Okay, write down my schedule for me. Oh, and Lin Wan is going for her prenatal checkup today, so keep an eye on the refrigerated truck shipment this afternoon, make sure nothing goes wrong." "Don't worry, everything is arranged." Old Zhang nodded in agreement, and added, "By the way, the summit organizers also said that a special guest will be coming to listen to your presentation. They said they are very interested in smart agriculture and would like to talk to you about cooperation." Chen He didn't pay much attention, assuming he was just some entrepreneur looking to invest in agriculture, and turned to walk towards his office. He needed to finish his work quickly so he could pick up Lin Wan from the hospital. Wednesday's summit was held at the city center's International Convention Center, its golden dome filled with people. Chen He, wearing a dark gray suit chosen for him by Lin Wan, stood on the stage, laser pointer in hand, speaking eloquently about farm data displayed on a large screen. Through IoT sensors, we transmit data such as soil moisture, temperature, and pH levels to the cloud in real time. The AI system automatically schedules irrigation and fertilization based on this data, saving 30% more water and increasing yield by 25% compared to traditional farming. The audience erupted in applause. Chen He's gaze swept across the audience and suddenly stopped. In the middle of the third row sat a man in a custom-made black suit. His hair was gray, but his back was straight, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, staring intently at him. He was also holding a brocade box in his hand, his knuckles white. The man's gaze was so focused, even somewhat intense, that it made Chen He feel inexplicably uneasy. He suppressed the unease and continued his speech, but he could still catch glimpses of the man out of the corner of his eye. The man seemed glued to his seat, rarely even blinking. After his speech, Chen He had just stepped off the stage when he was surrounded by a group of people, farmers interested in collaboration, agricultural equipment manufacturers, and media reporters. He patiently responded to each of them, and after finally shaking off the crowd, he was about to go find Lin Wan, who was waiting for him in the lounge, when an assistant in a black suit stopped him. "Mr. Chen, our boss would like to talk to you. This way, please." The assistant pointed in the direction of the man who had been staring at him. Chen He hesitated for a moment, but still followed him. He wanted to see why this man was staring at him. The man's lounge was a separate suite, luxuriously yet understatedly decorated. He stood up, extended his hand, and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Chen He, my name is Chen Zhanghong." "Chen Zhanghong?" Chen He's heart skipped a beat. He had seen this name countless times in financial news. He was the founder of Zhanghong Group, a top domestic conglomerate with a net worth of hundreds of billions, mainly engaged in real estate and technology. Why would he suddenly contact him? He grasped the other man's hand, feeling its icy coldness, yet gripping it tightly. "Mr. Chen, hello. May I ask what kind of collaboration you wish to discuss with me?" Chen Zhanghong didn't answer. Instead, he picked up the brocade box from the table and slowly opened it. Inside was a jade pendant with the character he engraved on its bluish-green jade surface. The edges were worn, indicating that it had been worn for many years. "Do you recognize this?" Chen Zhenghong's voice trembled even more, his eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Chen He's pupils suddenly contracted, and his fingers unconsciously touched his neck. He had worn an identical jade pendant since childhood, given to him by his adoptive father before his death, who said, "This was left to you by your biological father, you must keep it safe." Later, he accidentally lost the jade pendant while working as a security guard, and he was saddened for a long time. How did this jade pendant end up in your hands?" Chen He's voice began to tremble, and cold sweat broke out on his palms. Seeing his reaction, Chen Zhenghong's eyes instantly reddened. He stepped forward, almost grabbing Chen He's arm. It's yours. It was always yours. Chen He, I'm your biological father. With a deafening crash, Chen He felt his mind go blank. He staggered back a step, bumping into the sofa behind him, and frantically grabbed the armrest. What did you say? My biological father? That's impossible. My adoptive father has been dead for many years, and he said my biological parents are long gone. I made him say that.
Chen Jinghong's voice trembled with tears as he pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase.
Look, this is your birth certificate. Your mother's name is Su Wan, that was my late wife. Your mother, this is the DNA paternity test report. I secretly took a hair sample from you last month to do it, and the similarity is 99.99%, and this is a photo of you when you were little. Look, the dimples on your lips are exactly the same as mine when I was young. The documents were scattered on the coffee table, each one like a heavy hammer blow to Chun Hee's heart. The date on the birth certificate was exactly his birthday. The red stamp on the paternity test report came from the most authoritative testing institution in the country. The baby in the photo, wearing a small blue swaddle, indeed had a shallow dimple at the corner of his mouth, almost a carbon copy of him now. Why? Chun Hee's voice was hoarse, as if it had been sanded. Why did you abandon me back then? Why are you only coming to find me now?
Chen Jinghong's shoulders slumped as he sat on the sofa, running his hands through his graying hair.
His voice was filled with remorse. Not long after your mother gave birth to you, she was diagnosed with cancer and passed away. At the time, I was fighting with my family for the inheritance, and they called you an inauspicious person and wanted to harm you. I had no choice but to entrust you to your adoptive father. He was my driver back then, a kind and honest man, and I trusted him to raise you. I originally planned to bring you back after things calmed down, but then I was expelled from the family and wandered for 10 years. By the time I regained control of Zhenghong Group, your adoptive father had already moved away with you. I searched for you for 20 years. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Last year, I saw you on the news about your smart farm. I thought your features resembled mine, so I secretly went to your farm and took a hair sample for analysis. The moment I saw the results, I almost went crazy. I've finally found you, my son. Chen He stood there, his body ice cold. He remembered when he was a child, his adoptive father always said, "Your father is a good man, but he has his difficulties." He remembered when he lost his jade pendant, his adoptive father secretly wiping away tears. He remembered when he started his technology company, there was always an anonymous person investing in him. At the time, he thought it was Lin Wan helping him, but now he thought it was probably this man in front of him. Chen He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He was almost 40 years old, long past the age of needing his father's protection. He had his own career and his own family, but how could he accept the sudden appearance of a billionaire's biological father? Chen He, I know it's too late to say all this now. Chen Zhenghong grasped his hand, his eyes full of pleading. I don't ask you to acknowledge me immediately, I just ask you to give me a chance to make it up to you. Zhenghong Group is mine now, and it will be yours in the future. I can help you expand your smart farm across the country, and even the world. I don't need your money. Chen He withdrew his hand, his voice calm but distant. I'm living a good life now. I have my own farm, a wife, and a baby on the way. I don't need your company, nor do I need your compensation. After saying that, he turned to leave, but Chen Zhenghong stopped him. Chen He, don't you want to know about your mother? I have her diary here, and the little sweater she knitted for you. Don't you want to take a look? Chen He stopped in his tracks. He had never seen a picture of his mother before, let alone knew what she was like. The temptation was too great. I booked a room at the hotel next door. Your mother's things are in there. Chen Zhenghong's voice softened. I won't force you to acknowledge me. Just think of me as a stranger telling you your mother's story, okay? Chen He remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. The hotel room was filled with things related to Su Wan: a yellow diary, a baby sweater embroidered with small flowers, and a black and white photograph of a woman wearing a cheongsam with a gentle smile, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Chun He. Chen Zhenghong opened his diary and read softly, "Here smiled today, and he has a little dimple at the corner of his mouth, just like his father. Here is a month old. I knitted him a little sweater, hoping he can grow up safely and healthily." Chen He sat beside her, listening to the contents of the diary, and tears streamed down his face without him realizing it. It was the first time he had known that his mother was this kind of person, and the first time he had known that he had been loved so deeply when he was a child. When your mother passed away, her biggest regret was that she couldn't watch you grow up. Chen Zhenghong closed the diary, his voice choked with emotion. Over the years, every time I see this sweater, I feel sorry for her and for you.
Chen He didn't speak, but simply picked up the small sweater and gently ran his fingers over the stitches. The sweater was tiny, only the size of his palm, yet it carried his mother's warmth, making his heart ache with a bittersweet feeling.
I should go now.
Chen He stood up and put the sweater back in the box.
Keep these things. I need some time to think about them.
Chen Zhenghong nodded and took out a business card from his pocket. This is my personal number.
If you've thought it through, or if you want to know more about your mother, feel free to call me anytime.
Chen He took the business card, stuffed it into his suit pocket, and turned to leave the hotel room. The sunlight outside was blinding, yet Chen He felt a chill run through him. He walked to the roadside, took out his phone, and wanted to call Lin Wan, but his finger hovered over the dial button for a long time. How should he tell Lin Wan? Tell her that he suddenly had a billionaire father? Tell her that his life for the past 20 years had been preordained? Just then, the phone rang. It was Lin Wan calling.
Chen He, are you done with your speech? I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the convention center. I brought you your favorite sandwich.
Lin Wan's voice was gentle, like a warm current flowing into Chen He's cold heart.
I'm nearby, I'll be right there.
Chen He took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound normal. After hanging up the phone, he strode towards the convention center. From afar, he saw Lin Wan standing at the entrance, wearing a beige maternity coat, carrying an insulated bag, and tiptoeing to look in his direction.
Seeing Chen He, Lin Wan smiled and waved. Here. Why did you take so long? Were you held up by someone?
Chen He walked to her side, took the insulated bag, but didn't open it. He just held her hand tightly and said, Wan, there's something I need to tell you. Lin Wan noticed his expression was off and pulled him to sit down on a nearby bench.
What's wrong? What happened? Tell me slowly.
Chen He told Lin Wan everything about meeting Chen Zhenghong, from the jade pendant to the paternity test report, and then to his mother's diary and sweater, leaving out every detail. Lin Wan listened quietly without interrupting him. Only after he finished speaking did she take his hand and whisper, Don't panic, we'll face this together.
What do you want to do now? I don't know.
Chen He rested his head on her shoulder, his voice full of exhaustion. I'm almost 40 years old, and I always thought of myself as an ordinary person. Suddenly, a father with billions in assets appears.
It feels like a dream.
I don't want to give up my farm, and I don't want to have too much to do with him, but he is my biological father, and the rest also my mother's situation.
I understand.
Lin Wan gently patted his back, as if comforting a child. Actually, you don't need to rush into a decision. You can stay in touch with him first, learn more about your mother, and see if he really wants to make it up to you.
As for his money and the company, you can choose not to have them.
That's your choice, and I support you. She paused, then added, Most importantly, you are still you, my husband, the baby's father, and Mr. Chen of the smart farm. No matter who he is, it doesn't change any of that. Chen He looked up into Lin Wan's gentle eyes, and the panic in his heart gradually subsided. Yes, he still had Lin Wan, his unborn baby, and his beloved farm. These were his most precious possessions.
Thank you, honey.
Chen He took her hand and kissed her forehead. I want to keep my distance from him for now and see how things go. As for his group, I won't take it. I want to run my farm myself.
Okay, whatever you say.
Lin Wan nodded with a smile, opened the insulated bag, and took out a sandwich.
Eat quickly, it's getting cold. We still have to go to the farm this afternoon.
Chen He took the sandwich, took a bite, and the familiar taste warmed his heart. He knew that no matter what the future held, as long as Lin Wan was by his side, he could face it bravely. In the following days, Chen Zhenghong did not bother Chen He again, only occasionally sending a text message, the content of which was always about Su Wan, such as, Your mother used to like to plant sunflowers in the yard, saying they look like the sun, and the braised pork your mother makes tastes very similar to the one you make now. Every time Chen He saw the text message, a ripple of emotion would stir within him. He began to secretly read Su Wan's diary. Chen Zhenghong eventually gave it to him, and as he looked at the details recorded inside, he gradually formed a clear impression of this mother he had never met. A week later, Chen He received a call from Chen Zhenghong, who sounded very urgent. Chen He, could you come to Zhenghong Group? I've run into some trouble and need your help. Chen He hesitated for a moment, but still agreed no matter what. The other party was his biological father, and he couldn't just stand by and watch him die. The headquarters of Zhenghong Group is located in a skyscraper in the city center, with 2 rows of security guards standing in front of the golden doors. Chen He walked into the president's office and saw Chen Zhenghong sitting on the sofa, his face pale, with a pile of documents scattered on the coffee table in front of him. What's wrong?
Chen He walked over and asked. There's a problem with the group's agricultural technology sector. Chen Zhenghong sighed and picked up a document. Last year, we invested in a smart agriculture project using foreign equipment and systems, but it didn't work. Not only did it not increase production, but we also lost 200 million yuan. The board members are all pressuring me to abandon this sector, but this is what your mother wanted to do back then. She always wanted farmers to live a good life, and I don't want to disappoint her. He looked up, his eyes full of pleading. Chen He, I know you have a lot of experience in smart agriculture. Could you help me see if this project can be saved? Chen He took the document and carefully looked through it. The problems recorded inside were almost identical to those he encountered when he first started building the smart farm. The equipment was not adapted to the local soil, the system data was inaccurate, and it did not take into account the actual needs of the farmers. There's hope. Chen He put down the documents, his tone certain. Although foreign equipment is advanced, it's not suitable for our soil. We can replace the equipment with domestically produced ones and then readjust the system based on local climate and soil data. Most importantly, we need to involve the farmers and understand their needs, rather than simply copying foreign models. Chen Jinghong's eyes lit up. Is there really hope? Would you be willing to help me? I can help you come up with a solution, but I want to join Zhenghong Group, Chen He said. My smart farm still needs me, I can't leave. Okay. As long as you're willing to help me, I'll agree to anything. Chen Zhenghong excitedly grasped his hand. I can invest in your farm and help you expand it so that more farmers can benefit. That's what your mother wants to see too, isn't it? Chen He didn't speak, he just nodded. Looking at the gray-haired man in front of him, he suddenly realized that he wasn't some billionaire, but just a father who missed his wife and wanted to make up for what he had done to his son. Over the next month, Chen He helped Zhenghong Group develop a detailed transformation plan for their agricultural project. He took Zhenghong Group's technicians to visit his smart farm, teaching them how to debug sensors, how to analyze data, and how to communicate with farmers. During this process, Chen He and Chen Zhenghong's relationship gradually improved. They would eat together, talk about Suwan, and discuss agricultural projects. Chen He discovered that although Chen Zhenghong was a businessman, he shared the same initial aspiration as Suwan to help farmers live a better life. When I was a kid, I always thought you were a bad person, Chen He suddenly said during a meal. I felt like you abandoned me and didn't care about me. Chen Zhenghong paused, his voice filled with guilt. It's my fault for making you suffer so much. All I can do now is help you realize your dream and fulfill your mother's wish. Chen He shook his head. My current dream is to develop smart farms and help more farmers increase their income. As for your group, I'll say it again, I don't want it. I understand. Chen Zhenghong nodded with a smile. I've already spoken to the board of directors. From now on, you will be in charge of technical guidance for the agricultural sector of Zhenghong Group, and I will give you my full support. I will also invest in your farm and help you build more greenhouses and more processing workshops. Chen He did not refuse. He knew that this was not about accepting Chen Zhenghong's charity, but about better realizing his own dream and benefiting more farmers. 3 months later, Zhenghong Group's agricultural project was successfully transformed, not only achieving profitability but also boosting the income of farmers in 5 surrounding villages. Chen He's smart farm also expanded from 500 mu to 2,000 mu, and an agricultural product processing industrial park was built, producing organic vegetable juice and whole wheat bread that became best-selling products in supermarkets. That day, Chen He took Lin Wan to Su Wan's grave. The photo on the tombstone was of that gentle woman in a cheongsam. Mom, I've come to see you. Chen He squatted in front of the tombstone and placed a bunch of sunflowers on it. What I'm doing now is the same thing you thought of back then, helping farmers live a better life. I have a wife now, her name is Lin Wan, and she's pregnant with our baby. We're both doing well, so don't worry. Lin Wan stood beside him, gently took Chen He's hand, and bowed to the tombstone. Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of Chen He and our baby. Chen Zhenghong stood not far away, watching them with eyes full of relief. He knew that he had finally made up for what he had owed his wife and son, and had finally fulfilled his wife's wish. As they left the cemetery, Chen Zhenghong said to Chen He, next month, I'd like to hold a ceremony at the farm to formally hand over the technical guidance of Zhenghong Group's agricultural sector to you. What do you think? Chen He thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay. But I have one request, the ceremony should be simple and not too extravagant. We should also invite the farmers from the surrounding area so they can join in the fun. No problem, Chen Zhenghong said with a smile. Chapter 39 The Rich Young Master Gets Disliked.
A week before the ceremony, Chen Zhenghong suggested taking Chen He and Lin Wan back to his old family home for dinner, saying it was to let the family get to know each other. Chen He didn't want to go at first, but he couldn't resist Chen Zhenghong's repeated pleas, and remembering Lin Wan's words that it's always good to get to know each other better, he finally nodded in agreement. On the day of departure, Lin Wan specially chose a light gray maternity dress, paired with a beige knitted cardigan, which was both appropriate and gentle. Chen He wore a dark blue shirt with the cuffs rolled up to his forearms, revealing the watch Lin Wan had given him on his wrist, not a designer brand, but one that he wore with great care.
Don't be nervous, I'm here.
Chen He held Lin Wan's hand, his fingertips gently stroking the back of her hand. The car drove into a villa area shaded by green trees, and finally stopped in front of a retro-style villa. The stone lions at the gate stood majestically, and the vermilion gate was adorned with copper rings, exuding an old-fashioned luxury.
The person who opened the door was an aunt dressed as a maid. Upon seeing Chen Zhenghong, she quickly bowed and greeted him. "Sir, you're back."
Upon entering the living room, Chen He discovered that 3 people were already seated inside: a middle-aged woman dressed in jewels, sitting on the sofa applying a face mask, a stylish young girl standing next to her holding the latest mobile phone, and a young man in a casual suit, with his legs crossed, playing with a string of Buddhist prayer beads.
"You're finally back. We've been waiting for you for ages."
The young girl spoke first, her gaze sweeping over Chen He and Lin Wan, her eyes filled with undisguised scrutiny.
"Is this the brother you were talking about?" Chen He recognized her. He'd seen her on financial news before. She was Chen Zhenghong's stepdaughter, Chen Yue.
She'd studied abroad for a few years and then taken a sinecure in the public relations department of the Zhenghong Group. The man beside her was Chen Zhenghong's stepson, Chen Tianyu, who, thanks to Chen Zhenghong's connections, was the vice president of the group's real estate company, but hadn't achieved anything significant. The middle-aged woman was, of course, Chen Zhenghong's wife, Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan removed the face mask, revealing her well-maintained face.
Her gaze fell on Chen He with a hint of disdain. "You're Chen He? Just as your father said, you look like a farmer. Are you dressed so plainly because you're afraid our floor will get your clothes dirty?"
Lin Wan frowned, about to speak, but Chen He gently pressed her hand down, his tone calm. "Aunt Zhao, I work on a farm, so I just need to dress comfortably. There's no need to pursue brand names."
"A farm?"
Chen Tianyu scoffed, putting down the prayer beads in his hand.
"You mean that rundown farm that I heard lost a lot of money and had to rely on my dad for support?"
"Chen He, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're almost 40 and still clinging to those few acres of land.
Why don't you come work for the group and do real estate with me?
The commission from just one project would be more than you earn farming for a year."
Chen Yue chimed in.
"Yeah, bro, look at my outfit, it's a new haute couture design this year, several times more expensive than your shirt.
And this bag of mine, it's a limited edition, have you ever seen one like it?"
As she spoke, she deliberately moved the bag closer to her, the gold chain gleaming dazzlingly under the lights. Chen Zhenghong's face darkened, and he was about to speak when Zhao Lan interrupted. "Old Chen, don't be upset.
We're just telling the truth.
Look at Wan Wan, she's pregnant and still wearing such cheap clothes. If word gets out, people will think that our Zhenghong group has mistreated you." Lin Wan tightened her grip on Chen He's hand, her tone still gentle but firm. "Aunt Zhao, what clothes I wear and what I use are none of anyone else's business. I'm pregnant, so comfort is the most important thing.
As for price, it's not a standard for judging quality."
"Oh, you're quite the smooth talker." Zhao Lan sneered, picked up her coffee and took a sip.
"But speaking of which, are you with Chen He because you're after his current status? After all, he used to be a security guard. How could a rich heiress like you be interested in him?"
These words were like a thorn in Chen He's heart. He was about to retort when Lin Wan spoke first. "Aunt Zhao, when I was with Chen he hadn't found Mr. Chen yet. What I liked about him was his steadiness and hard work, not his status. Besides, although my Lin family is not as good as the Chen family, we don't need to rely on marriage to climb the social ladder."
Lin Wan's father, Lin Zhenhai, is a renowned architect with a wealthy family background.
She has never lacked money since childhood, and her marriage to Chen He was purely out of love. Zhao Lan clearly hadn't expected Lin Wan's family background to be so impressive. Her expression changed slightly, but she still forced herself to say, "Even if your family is rich, you can't deny Chen He's past identity, can you?
A security guard suddenly becoming the son of a billionaire? Who would believe that?"
"He's probably some conman who came from somewhere, trying to claim kinship with a broken jade pendant."
"Whether the jade pendant is broken or not, the paternity test report doesn't lie."
Chen He finally spoke, his voice turning cold.
"I used to be a security guard, and now I'm the head of a smart farm.
I earn my living with my own hands, and there's nothing shameful about that. But Vice President Chen, you've been in the real estate company for 3 years.
Besides getting projects through your father's connections, what achievements have you made? Chen Tianyu's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, and he abruptly stood up. What nonsense are you spouting?
The real estate project I was in charge of last year achieved sales exceeding 1 billion.
Really? Chen He raised an eyebrow.
I heard that the housing development was complained about by the owners dozens of times because of quality issues, and it was only resolved in the end that Dad had to step in.
Also, about you embezzling public funds to buy a luxury car, should I have a serious talk with Dad about that?
Chen He discovered these things unintentionally while helping Chen Zhenghong handle the group's affairs. He originally didn't want to expose them, but Chen Tianyu kept provoking him, so he didn't need to be polite anymore. Chen Tianyu was speechless, pointing at Chen He, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. You're making false accusations.
Zhao Lan quickly defended Chen Tianyu. Chen He, you just got back and you're already trying to sow discord?
Tianyu is my son, I know him, he wouldn't do such a thing.
Don't think you're so great just because you have a paternity test report. This family has no right to speak for you. Whether this family is under my control or not, it's not up to you or me. It depends on who can do things for the company.
Chen He looked at Zhao Lan, his tone firm. Although I don't work for the company, the agricultural project I helped Dad improve turned a profit last month, boosting the income of farmers in 5 villages.
And you? Besides gossiping behind people's backs, what have you done?
Zhao Lan was speechless after being rebuked, and could only sit on the sofa angrily, her chest heaving violently. Seeing that her mother and brother were at a disadvantage, Chen Yue quickly changed the subject. Brother, you said your farm is amazing, but I heard that the equipment on your farm is all the cheapest domestic products, and you can't even afford imported sensors?
My friend's farm uses imported German equipment, which is much better than yours. What's wrong with domestically produced equipment? Chen He laughed.
I used domestically produced equipment and achieved a higher yield rate than imported equipment, while also saving a third of the costs.
Agriculture isn't measured by the price of equipment, but by whether it can truly help farmers. Didn't your friend's farm lose 5 million last year because the equipment wasn't adapted to the local conditions?
Chen Yue's face turned pale instantly. This had indeed happened at her friend's farm, but it hadn't been announced to the public yet, so how could Chen He know? I feel guilty for making Chen He and Lin Wan suffer, but I am gratified that Chen He did not back down because of their prejudice, but instead proved himself with his strength.
All right, stop arguing.
Chen Zhenghong spoke, his tone authoritative.
Chen He is right.
No matter what your status was before, what matters most is being able to work for the company and help others. Zhao Lan, Tianyu, Yue, you should have less prejudice and learn more from Chen He. Zhao Lan wanted to say something, but Chen Zhenghong's gaze stopped her.
Chen Tianyu and Chen Yue didn't dare to speak either, and could only lower their heads, their faces extremely grim. The atmosphere remained awkward at dinner.
Zhao Lan and Chen Yue barely spoke, while Chen Tianyu occasionally made sarcastic remarks, which Chen He calmly and firmly countered.
Lin Wan ate quietly the entire time, occasionally serving food to Chen He with supportive eyes.
After the meal, Chen He and Lin Wan prepared to leave. Chen Zhenghong saw them to the door and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I made you suffer.
It's okay, we didn't take it to heart, Chen He said with a smile. Let's skip meals like this in the future. Wan and I would prefer to stay on the farm and eat with the villagers.
Chen Zhenghong nodded, took out a red envelope from his pocket, and handed it to Lin Wan. This is for the baby, just a little something.
Lin Wan quickly declined. Mr. Chen, no need, we can't accept it. Take this, it's a small token of my appreciation from your grandfather.
Chen Zhenghong stuffed the red envelope into Lin Wan's hand. If they ever bully you again, just tell me anytime, and I won't let you suffer any injustice. As the car drove away from the villa area, Lin Wan leaned on Chen He's shoulder and whispered, they went too far.
Luckily, you weren't affected by them. How could I be influenced by them?
Chen He held her hand. I have you, the baby, the farm, and so many villagers who support me.
Their prejudice means nothing to me.
Lin Wan smiled, looking up into Chen He's eyes. I knew you were the best.
By the way, will they be attending the ceremony next week? I don't know, and I don't care.
Chen He started the car.
We held the ceremony to celebrate the success of the agricultural project and to make the villagers happy. Whether they go or not doesn't matter.
The car drove through the night, streetlights flashing past the window. Chen He looked at Lin Wan, who was fast asleep beside him, his heart filled with determination. He knew that he would encounter more people like Zhao Lan in the future, people who were prejudiced and disdainful, but he would not back down. His confidence came from his own efforts, from Lin Wan's support, and from the villagers who were living better lives because of his farm. The ceremony a week later was simple yet lively. Following Chen He's request, Chen Zhenghong didn't invite any media, only villagers from the surrounding area and farm employees. Zhao Lan, Chen Tianyu, and Chen Yue ultimately didn't attend, but Chen He didn't seem to mind at all. At the ceremony, Chen Zhenghong handed a plaque inscribed with technical guidance to Chen He, and the villagers applauded. Li Yang even led the shouts, "President Chen, we support you." Chen He accepted the plaque, his heart filled with warmth as he looked at the smiling faces before him. He picked up the microphone, his voice firm and powerful. "Thank you all for your support. In the future, I will continue to lead everyone to develop smart agriculture and enable more people to live better lives." Applause erupted again. Lin Wan stood in the crowd, looking at Chen He shining brightly on the stage, a smile playing on her lips. She knew that this man, no matter how much prejudice and doubt he faced, would always stick to his original aspirations, prove himself with his strength, and protect those around him with love. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan, far away in her old house, watched the news report on television about Zhenghong Group's agricultural project driving rural revitalization, her heart filled with complex emotions. She finally understood that Chen He had won everyone's approval not through his connection with Chen Zhenghong, but through his own abilities. She and her children, on the other hand, were nothing more than parasites hiding under the halo of wealth, destined to be eliminated by the times. After the ceremony, Chen He held Lin Wan's hand and walked through the golden wheat fields. A gentle evening breeze carried the fragrance of wheat. Lin Wan leaned on Chen He's shoulder and whispered, "When our baby is born, we'll bring him here too, so he can see his dad's farm and these lovely villagers." "Okay." Chen He nodded, then lowered his head and planted a kiss on Lin Wan's forehead. "Our baby will definitely be like a sunflower, brave, sunny, and always growing towards hope." As the sun set, it cast long shadows of the two men. Chen He knew this was just the beginning of a new chapter in his life, with many more challenges and opportunities ahead. But he would carry his original aspirations and confidence, taking one step at a time, to go further and more steadily. Chapter 40, The money Hao's dad gave me must be spent. As night deepened, Chen He sat in his study, his fingertips clutching the black card Chen Zhenghong had given him earlier that day. The cold touch of the metal card sent a strange unease through his fingers. On the desk lay Su Wan's diary, one page of which read, "May he live a peaceful life, free from all strife." The handwriting was gentle, yet it felt like a thorn, piercing his heart with pain. "Still not asleep?" Lin Wan walked in with a glass of warm milk. Seeing him staring blankly at the black card, she asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Chen He looked up and rubbed his temples. "I was thinking about this card. If I had gotten it when I was 18, I might have thought it was a great thing, but now." He paused, looking at Lin Wan's slightly protruding belly. "I'm almost 40. I have you, the baby, and the farm. This sudden wealth and status feels more like a burden." Lin Wan placed the milk beside him and sat down next to him. "I understand how you feel. But Mr. Chen meant well, so you don't need to feel guilty. If you feel pressured, we don't need to rely on his money. The farm's current income is enough for us to live a good life. But he is my biological father." Chen He picked up the black card and ran his fingertip across the surface. "He said there was no spending limit on this card and even gave me the supplementary card so I could buy you more things to help you recover. If I don't use it, he'll think I'm angry with him." Lin Wan held his hand and said with a smile, "Then let's use it occasionally, like to buy some baby supplies for the baby, or some New Year's goods for the villagers, so as not to let his kindness go to waste. But let's continue our lives as before, okay?" Looking into her gentle eyes, Chen He's agitation gradually dissipated. He nodded and put the black card into his wallet. "Okay, whatever you say. Tomorrow we'll go to the baby store and buy some things for the baby. We'll use this card." The next morning, Chen He accompanied Lin Wan to a high-end maternity and baby store in the city center. The cribs and strollers in the store were all international brands, with prices often reaching tens of thousands of yuan. Lin Wan originally only wanted to buy some baby clothes and toys, but Chen He couldn't help but pick out a few more items when he saw those exquisite baby products: an imported baby car seat, a soft cashmere baby blanket, and a crib that could automatically play lullabies. That's enough. You've bought too much, the baby won't be able to use it all." Lin Wan held his hand and said with a smile, "These things are already very good, there's no need to buy any more." Chen He nodded, asked the shop assistant to pack the items, and then took out his black card to pay.
The shop assistant's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the black card, and his attitude became even more enthusiastic. Sir, is this Zheng Hong Group's supreme black card? Very few people can get one. Chen He didn't say anything, and after paying the bill, he accompanied Lin Wan out. As they walked out of the baby store, Lin Wan smiled and said, "Look at you, the way the sales assistants were looking at you was practically glowing. It's all because of this card." Chen He smiled helplessly. "Let's go to the farm, put these things away, and see how the villagers are preparing for the new year." Over the next few days, Chen He used his black card to buy some more things: a set of skincare products specifically for pregnant women for Lin Wan, a down jacket for each of the farm's employees, and some warm clothing for the elderly in the village. He deliberately avoided luxury items and only bought practical things, but even so, his spending records were still being monitored. Chen Tianyu sat in his office at Zhenghong Group, holding a shopping list in his hand, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The list recorded Chen He's recent expenses: 30,000 yuan for baby products, 50,000 yuan for a down jacket, 20,000 yuan for thermal underwear, and 8,000 yuan for a skincare set, totaling a little over 100,000 yuan. Ha, he really is a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Chen Tianyu threw the list on the table and said to the finance manager standing in front of him, "I thought he was so capable, but all he does after getting the black card is buy these cheap things. He doesn't even dare to buy a decent luxury item. Dad said he was reliable, but I think he's just greedy for money. He gets a little benefit and then he doesn't know which way is up." The finance manager kept his head down, not daring to speak. He knew that Chen Tianyu had always disliked Chen He, and that he would definitely take the opportunity to mock him now that he had the expense list. "Go and show this list to my mother." Chen Tianyu leaned back in his chair, fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand. "Let her see what kind of person the son Dad has been so eager to find really is." The finance manager hurriedly grabbed the list and strode out of the office. Chen Tianyu looked out the window, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. He had grown up in a wealthy family and could have whatever he wanted, while Chen He was just a farmer, yet he received his father's attention and even got a VIP black card. How could he be content with that? In the afternoon, Zhao Lan went to Chen Jinghong's office, placed the expense list in front of him, and said with dissatisfaction, "Old Chen, look at the good son you brought back. He spends money recklessly as soon as he gets the black card, buying useless things and not knowing how to save at all. I think he's only after your money." Chen Zhenghong picked up the list, looked at it carefully, and a smile appeared on his lips. "How can these things be useless? The maternity and baby products are for Wan and the baby, and the down jackets and warm clothing are for the farm staff and villagers. He didn't buy himself a single luxury item, which shows that he is down to earth and has others in his heart. You're still protecting him." Zhao Lan slammed her hand on the table in anger. "He's just a country bumpkin who doesn't understand the rules of wealthy families at all. If you give him the black card, he'll squander it all sooner or later. It's my money, I can give it to whomever I want, it's none of your business." Chen Jinghong's tone turned cold. "Chen He is much more sensible than you and Tianyu. He knows where the money should be spent. If you continue to sow discord like this, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Lan was speechless after being rebuked and could only leave the office angrily. Back in her room, she saw Chen Tianyu sitting on the sofa and quickly went over. "Your dad doesn't listen to me at all, and he's protecting that Chen He." "Mom, I knew this would happen." Chen Tianyu sighed. "But it's okay, that's all he's capable of. Just you wait and see, it won't be long before Dad abandons him because he doesn't understand the group's business. Then, Zhenghong Group will still be mine." Zhao Lan nodded, her eyes full of agreement. "You're right, we'll wait and see. That Chen He is no match for you at all." Meanwhile, Chen He was at the farm, putting up Spring Festival couplets with the villagers. He was wearing an ordinary down jacket, holding glue, and working with Grandpa Wang to paste the couplets on the farm gate. The villagers gathered around, chatting and laughing, creating a lively atmosphere like Chinese New Year. "Mr. Chen, I heard you bought us down jackets, thank you so much," Li Yang said happily, holding a down jacket. "This jacket is so warm and comfortable, much better than what I used to wear." "Don't mention it. Everyone has worked hard for me," Chen He said with a smile. "It's almost Chinese New Year, so it's only right that I buy some things for everyone." Lin Wan stood to the side, watching Chen He chat and laugh with the villagers, a smile spreading across her face. She knew that Chen He had never been someone who valued wealth and status. All he wanted was this simple and warm life. That evening, Chen He and Lin Wan sat in the living room watching the Spring Festival Gala on TV. Chen He took out his black card, placed it on the table, and said with a smile, "This card is really useful, it's especially convenient when buying things for everyone." "I'm glad you like it.
Lin Wan leaned on his shoulder and said softly, but let's use it less often in the future, so they won't gossip.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Chen He put the black card away.
After the new year, I'll return the card to Dad. We should rely on our own farm to make a living.
It's more reliable.
Lin Wan nodded, closed her eyes, and smiled happily. She knew that no matter what storms they faced in the future, as long as she was with Chen He, nothing could defeat them. Meanwhile, in the Zhanghong Group's villa, Chen Tianyu and Zhao Lan were still discussing Chen He's spending list, their tone full of sarcasm. They didn't know that Chen He didn't care about their opinions at all, much less their so-called wealthy status. For Chen He, what mattered most was never his black card or wealth, but his loved ones, his beloved farm, and the villagers who supported him. After the spring festival, Chen He returned the black card to Chen Zhenghong as promised. Chen Zhenghong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "You kid, you're still being so polite with me." "It's not that I'm being polite, it's just that I really don't need it," Chen He said with a smile.
The farm's current income is enough for us to live on.
You should save your money for something more meaningful, such as investing in more agricultural projects to help more farmers. Chen Zhenghong nodded, his eyes full of satisfaction. "Okay, I'll listen to you.
If you need money in the future, just let me know."
After leaving Zhanghong Group, Chen He drove back to the farm. Looking at the lush green wheat fields outside the window, he felt a sense of peace. He knew that his life wouldn't change because of his wealthy background. He was still Chen He, who loved agriculture and wanted to help farmers increase their income, and still the husband and father who wanted to give Lin Wan and their baby a happy life. Chen Tianyu and Zhao Lan were still waiting to see Chen He make a fool of himself. Little did they know that the real joke was about themselves. They clung to the halo of wealth and status, but lost the most basic kindness and integrity, and would ultimately be eliminated by the times. When Chen He returned home, Lin Wan was cooking in the kitchen. The familiar aroma of the food filled him with warmth.
He walked into the kitchen, hugged Lin Wan from behind, and whispered, "Wife, I'm home."
"You're back? Go wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon," Lin Wan said with a smile.
"I made your favorite braised pork today."
Chen He nodded, watching Lin Wan's busy figure, his heart filled with happiness. He knew this was the life he wanted, a loved one by his side, hot meals, and a career he was passionate about. That was enough. As for the squabbles and prejudices of wealthy families, they were nothing but fleeting clouds, not worth his attention.
Chapter 41. Just as the wealthy father arrived, a system suddenly appeared?
At 3 in the morning, Chen He was awakened by a burning pain in his chest. It wasn't his old heart condition, it felt more like a warm light flickering under his skin.
He sat up abruptly.
The desk lamp in his study wasn't on, but a line of pale blue words was clearly reflected in his palm.
Life reversal system successfully bound. Host, Chen He.
Current status, 39-year-old consciousness loaded into an 18-year-old body, high school senior in a parallel world. Main mission, defy fate and make life trajectory before age 40 better than the original world.
Reward, retain memories of both worlds plus double the income of the original world's farm. Dream?
Chen He rubbed his eyes, but the words on his palm didn't disappear. He looked down at his hands, no longer covered in calluses and with stiff knuckles, but with distinct joints and the naivety of youth. He lifted the blanket, revealing a flat stomach, free from the wear and tear of years spent squatting on the edge of the field, and his breathing was light and quick, unlike that of a man nearing 40. Suwan's diary on the desk was gone, replaced by an open college entrance examination mathematics questions collection, with the words Chen He, Class 2, Grade 11 written crookedly on the cover. The sound of an old-fashioned bicycle bell came from outside the window. The roller shutter door of the convenience store downstairs was pulled open with a whoosh, and Aunt Chang's loud voice floated up. "Little Chen, going to school? Your mom left the sponge cake you asked her to bring at the door." Chen He stood frozen in place.
It was spring of 2004. In the parallel world, he was a junior in high school, his grades were at the bottom, and he was just getting by at the county's #1 high school. In the original world, he failed the college entrance exam the following year. He didn't retake it and went to work on a construction site with other villagers. Later, he worked as a security guard, then his small technology company went bankrupt. It wasn't until he was almost 40 that he finally made a living with his smart farm. All the hardships of those years, his hands that turned purple from the cold, eating instant noodles for a month, and the despair of being cheated out of his savings by manufacturers, flooded his mind at this moment, colliding painfully with his stable life at 39. What happened?
I just started making some money in my career, just married a wealthy woman, just met a rich dad, and my life was just getting better.
How did I suddenly end up back at 18? Ding. New player quest triggered, raise your math score from 45 to 80 within 1 month. Reward, upgrade access to the original world's farm refrigerated truck plus this world's college entrance exam preparation materials pack, plus 500 yuan. 500 yuan? For Chen He, who is approaching 40, it's hardly worth mentioning. But for Chen He, who was 18, it was a huge sum of money. A light blue notification sound rang in his mind, and Chen He clenched his fist. How many 40-year periods does one have in a lifetime? In the original world, he traded the hardship of the second half of his life for stability, but if he could seize the opportunity at 18, why did he have to live such a miserable life for the first 20 years? He pulled out his old phone from under his pillow, a Nokia candy bar phone with a cracked screen, but it could still make calls. The first number he dialed wasn't his parents in the parallel world, but Lin Wan's phone number in the original world. Lin Wan was also in the county's #1 high school that year, in the same grade as him, and was a well-known academic star in the whole school. Later, she was admitted to a university in Beijing, and the two of them met by chance when he was working as a security guard. The reason Chen He didn't notice Lin Wan in his previous life was simply because a poor student like him was no match for a beautiful and academically gifted woman like Lin Wan. Besides, he was the kind of person who simply didn't try. Hello? The voice on the other end of the phone was clear and youthful, still a little sleepy. Who are you looking for? Chen He's throat tightened. This is 18-year-old Lin Wan, who hasn't yet experienced the trials of the business world, and her voice still has a soft, gentle tone. He suppressed his excitement and tried to sound like an ordinary classmate. Lin Wan, I am Chen He from class 2 of grade 11. I want to ask if you have a math error notebook. I want to brush up on my math. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a soft laugh. My math error notebook? I have it. I'll give it to you at the school building entrance tomorrow morning. Why do you suddenly want to brush up on math? Didn't you say last month's exam that you'd be incredibly lucky to get 40 points in math? Chen He blushed. In the original world, at 18, he had indeed slacked off like that. I was immature back then, but now I understand, and I want to get into a good university. After hanging up the phone, Chen He opened his collection of past college entrance examination mathematics problems. At 39, he had taught himself advanced mathematics to create data reports for the farm. The function and geometry problems from high school no longer seemed as obscure as they had been back then. He started working on the questions from the first page, marking the ones he couldn't answer so he could ask Lin Wan the next day. The light from the desk lamp illuminated the young man's profile, revealing a seriousness that showed no signs of the weariness of a 39-year-old. It's definitely better to be young. The pee is flowing even higher now. And I don't feel tired at all. The next morning, Chen He met Lin Wan at the entrance of the teaching building. The 18-year-old girl, with her hair in a high ponytail and wearing a blue and white school uniform, was carrying an old notebook. It was still warm from her touch when she handed it over. Here, take this notebook of your mistakes. Don't lose it. It contains my summarized problem-solving strategies. By the way, our class has math self-study in the last period this afternoon. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Thank you. Chen He took the notebook, his fingertips touching her hand. They both froze for a moment, and Lin Wan blushed and turned to run away. Chen He watched her retreating figure, his heart warmed. In the original world, he met Lin Wan too late, and this time, he not only wanted to change his fate, but also to be by her side sooner. In the following week, Chen He ingrained the idea of comeback into his very being. He gets up at 5:30 every morning, memorizes English words for an hour, and then rides his bike to school for morning self-study. During breaks, while others play around, he lies on his desk doing practice problems, his notebook full of wrong answers worn out. In the gap between afternoon school and evening self-study, he goes to the school cafeteria to get 2 meals, one for himself and one for Lin Wan, who stays in the classroom to do practice problems, making the excuse that he bought too much. When he gets home at night, he does practice problems until midnight. When he gets tired, he thinks of the smiling faces of the villagers in the original world when they receive their dividends, and of the tenderness of Lin Wan when she leans on his shoulder and says "our baby," and he immediately feels energized again. The exam finally arrived. Chen He glanced at the questions and realized that he had probably practiced most of them before. Chen He took a deep breath and began answering the questions. At nearly 40 years old, solving these problems is more than enough for him. Besides, he had studied for so long beforehand. Ding! Newbie task completed, 82 points on the weekly math test, reward issued. The original World Farm refrigerated truck has been upgraded to a constant temperature system extending the shelf life of organic vegetables by 7 days. This world rewards you with 500 yuan. Already credited to your account. When Chen He checked his phone, he saw that the amount had indeed increased from 0.2 yuan to 500.2 yuan. Wow, that's a huge sum of money. When Chen He received his weekly test results, the math teacher stared at him for 3 minutes. Chen He, your score, you didn't cheat, did you? The whole class was in an uproar. The student who scored 45 points last week had jumped to 82 points this week. It was practically a miracle. Chen He didn't explain, he just handed over his notebook of mistakes. Teacher, all the questions I did this week are written in here. The error notebook was filled with densely packed solution steps, red-marked common mistakes, and Lin Wan's supplementary explanations in blue pen, more effective than any explanation. The math teacher patted him on the shoulder. Good lad, you've got it. Keep it up, getting into a second-tier university is no problem. Chen He was not satisfied. His goal wasn't a second-tier university, but the university in Beijing that Lin Wan wanted to attend in the original world. Lin Wan was admitted to China Agricultural University, studying agricultural economics, and later helped him connect with Xingxing Group and Southeast Asian orders, all thanks to her professional knowledge. Before, he was aimless and spent his time either fighting or hanging out with a group of hooligans, never taking his studies seriously. In the end, he failed to get into university, and his life got worse and worse. Even working as a security guard was considered a decent job. This time, he also wants to take the exam to go to Beijing and study at the same university as her, so that he can accompany her on the path she walked alone all those years ago. But turning the tables is never that easy. Chen He's English and Chinese are okay, but his science is his weak point. He had never seriously studied physics, force analysis, chemistry equations, and biology genetics problems before. Chen He shamelessly went to find Lin Wan, sweetly following behind the beautiful woman, and handed her a bottle of orange juice with pulp, saying, "Sister Genius, I need help." Lin Wan wore a high ponytail and a clean school uniform, which made her white shirt underneath look even more pristine. Her skin was fair, and the fine hairs on her face were clearly visible. She had beautiful double eyelids, a high nose bridge, and red, luscious lips. Didn't you used to dislike studying? Why are you working so hard lately? Lin Wan squinted, looking at Chen He with a cute expression. Chen He's mind raced. He knew that his previous impression on everyone was that he was cynical, loved to fight, was 1.9 meters tall, physically strong, but unfortunately didn't like to study. Lin Wan started to notice Chen He after that. It was a night when Lin Wan finished her evening self-study session around 9 p.m. She had just walked out of the school gate, looked around, and saw that her parents hadn't come to pick her up, so she decided to go home by herself. As soon as she looked up, several thugs surrounded her. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Lin Wan angrily tried to push her bicycle forward, but her strength was no match for 3 tall boys. Oh my, this girl is pretty. Come on, let me help you push your bicycle and take you home, one of the blonde-haired boys said, reaching out to pinch Lin Wan's cheek. Suddenly, a large hand reached over Lin Wan's head, grabbed the blonde-haired man's hand, and squeezed it. Ouch, the blonde-haired boy cried out in pain. The 2 other boys next to him wanted to help, but were frightened by the students who quickly gathered around. They exchanged a few glances and then disappeared into the crowd. I dare you to even try to sway her, just you wait. Chen He, with an imposing air, spoke these words while exerting force in his hand. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. I was just teasing her. Please forgive me this time, don't hold a grudge. The blonde-haired man immediately put on a smiling face, nodding and bowing as he begged for forgiveness while enduring the pain. Get out of here right now. If there's a next time, you'll see if Grandpa's hand will allow it. Chen He glanced at the blonde-haired man. The blonde-haired guy ran incredibly fast. By the time Lin Wan realized what was happening, Chen He had already left. Lin Wan secretly glanced at Chen He a few times. He was very handsome. From then on, she remembered him. She even tried to get close to him. However, out of pride, she, being a girl, didn't feel comfortable taking the initiative. Now, Chen He has come looking for us. The opportunity has arrived. Lin Wan lent him her science notes and even made a plan for him. Spend 20 minutes every noon memorizing biology knowledge points, ask the physics teacher a question during the afternoon break, and I'll tutor you in chemistry for half an hour in the evening at the school library. Chen He was a little unaccustomed to seeing people studying so hard. But for his goddess, he persevered. From that day on, every night in a corner of the school library, there were 2 figures in school uniforms. Lin Wan held a pen and drew a force analysis diagram on the draft paper. Look, the friction of this inclined plane, we need to first determine the direction of the object's motion. Chen He leaned over and listened attentively.
Occasionally, he would look up and see the light falling on Lin Wan's hair, slowly overlapping with the image of her leaning on his shoulder in the original world. One time, Lin Wan was being tutored in chemistry until 9 p.m. when it started raining. Chen He rode his bike to take her home. Passing a convenience store, he went in and bought 2 grilled sausages. In the original world, the first time he treated Lin Wan to a meal was at that convenience store near the construction site, buying her sausages. At that time, he was wearing dusty work clothes and felt so ashamed that he didn't dare to look up. This time, he handed the hot sausages to Lin Wan, smiling and saying, "Lin Wan, thank you for tutoring me. This is a thank you gift." Lin Wan bit into a grilled sausage, her eyes curving into crescents. "Chen He, you seem to have changed a lot. You used to avoid me when you saw me, but now you dare to talk to me. I used to be silly, but now I understand." Chen He slowed down his bike ride, the rain hitting his face, but he wasn't cold at all. "I want to get into a good university, I want to think about the future." Lin Wan's face instantly turned bright red, and she whispered, "You bad guy." Ding! Side quest triggered, help Lin Wan solve the problem of the agricultural practice report. Lin Wan is stuck on the report due to a lack of field observation. Reward at agricultural practice base visit slot in this world plus AI pest and disease recognition function added to the original world smart farm. Chen He saw the prompt and his eyes lit up. In the original world, he knew the soil and crop habits of the North China Plain like the back of his hand, making it a piece of cake for him to help Lin Wan write her practice report. The next day, he handed Lin Wan a diagram of wheat field soil stratification and a chart of common crop diseases and pests that he had drawn. "Senior, my hometown is in the countryside, and my dad has been farming for more than 10 years. These are the notes I took from watching him work. You can use them." Lin Wan opened the atlas, her eyes lighting up. It not only showed the appearance of pests and diseases but also described control methods, even including details like use imidacloprid for wheat aphids, diluted at a ratio of 1 to 2000, making it far more practical than the textbook. "Chen He, how do you know so much?" "I learned it from my dad," Chen He said with a smile, without mentioning the time travel part. "If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see the fields in my hometown." Lin Wan's practical report later won first prize at the school level and was recommended to participate in the city-level competition. She specially bought a fountain pen for Chen He. "Thank you, this pen is for you, I wish you good luck in the college entrance examination." Chen He took the fountain pen and touched the cap. It was very similar to the one Lin Wan had given him in the original world, only this one was younger, like their current age. Chapter 42 I Won't Pee on You. The April breeze, carrying the scent of cherry blossoms, gently swayed the leaves of the pothos plants by the back window of the classroom. Chen He had just stuffed the physics error notebook that Lin Wan handed him into his drawer when his deskmate, Wang Hao, nudged him with his elbow. "Hey, look at the door. Zhang Yaqi is watching you." Chen He looked up and saw Zhang Yaqi standing by the corridor railing, wearing a beige knitted sweater, with her hair tied in a low ponytail, holding an English weekly in her hand, her eyes scanning him directly, with a hint of inexplicable temper. His heart skipped a beat. This girl was his neighbor from his original world who had been relentlessly pursuing him when he was 18. Her father was the county public security bureau chief, and her mother was the head nurse at the county hospital. She had been pampered and arrogant since childhood. He used to follow her around, buying her spicy snacks and carrying her bicycle, but she rarely even gave him a second glance, complaining that he was bad at academics, unskilled, and not good enough for her. "What are you looking at? Do your homework." Chen He looked away and started working on the chemical equations, his pen scribbling on the draft paper. Lin Wan had just taught him that morning that for double displacement reactions, you need to focus on the precipitate, gas, and water, and he had to memorize it while it was still fresh in his mind. Wang Hao leaned closer and whispered, "Why aren't you talking to her anymore? Didn't you say a while ago that you wouldn't pursue anyone but Zhang Yaqi? Now you're always sticking to Lin Wan." Zhang Yaqi is getting embarrassed. "I used to be blind." Chen He didn't even look up. His pen paused for a moment as he recalled what happened last Tuesday. He was helping Lin Wan carry her homework after school when he bumped into Zhang Yaqi on the playground. She glanced at the homework in his hand and snorted, "Chen He, you've learned to pretend to be a good student now? Hanging out with Lin Wan makes you a top student?" He didn't respond at the time, but Lin Wan pulled him away quickly and whispered, "Don't get angry with her, it's not worth it." Just as he finished speaking, the school bell rang. Chen He had just opened his textbook when he saw Zhang Yaqi walk in through the back door carrying a stack of homework notebooks. She was the English class representative and had to deliver the homework to the teacher. As she passed Chen He's seat, she accidentally tripped, and her workbooks scattered all over the floor. The top one landed right on Chen He's chemistry workbook, leaving a large ink stain. "Oh, sorry Chen He." Zhang Yaqi bent down to pick up the notebook, her tone light and casual, but her eyes held a hint of provocation.
My hand slipped. This workbook of yours, it seems like you haven't done many questions. Aren't you worried about it getting dirty? The surrounding classmates all looked over.
Wan Hao was about to speak up for Chen He when Chen He had already bent down to pick up his notebook. He handed the notebook back to Zhang Yaqi, his voice calm. It's okay, slipping is inevitable. But Zhang, class representative, watch where you're going.
Don't always stare at other people's desks, or you might fall and hurt yourself. Zhang Yaqi took the notebook, her face instantly darkening. Chen He, what do you mean? Literal meaning.
Chen He opened the soiled exercise book, took out an eraser and slowly wiped it clean. Whether my exercise book is full or not is none of your business. Who I'm with is none of your business either. Zhang Yaqi didn't expect him to be so defiant. She stood there stunned for 2 seconds, then turned around and left angrily, her ponytail swinging wildly.
Wang Hao leaned closer, his face beaming with a wow. You're amazing, brother He. You used to treat her like she was the king of hell, but you dared to talk back today?
Chen He didn't say anything, but simply moved the cleaned workbook into the sunlight. The key points Lin Wan had highlighted for him were still clearly visible. It was the metal activity sequence list, which she had specially traced 3 times in red pen last night in the library, afraid he wouldn't be able to see it clearly. This little incident was nothing compared to memorizing the key points. But Zhang Yaqi clearly had no intention of letting it go so easily. During the afternoon break, Chen He and Lin Wan had just finished discussing biology and genetics by the flowerbed at the end of the corridor when a group of people surrounded them. Zhang Yaqi stood at the front, accompanied by 2 girls who were her close friends and dressed smartly.
Chen He, come here, I have something to say to you.
Zhang Yaqi stood with her hands on her hips, her voice quite loud, causing passing classmates to stop and gather around to watch the commotion. Lin Wan tugged at Chen He's arm and whispered, "Don't go." Chen He patted her hand and said, "It's okay, we'll just say a few words and it'll be over." He walked up to Zhang Yaqi, his hands in his school uniform pockets. "Speak quickly if you have something to say, we have to go to self-study later."
Why do you always follow Lin Wan?
Zhang Yaqi got straight to the point, her eyes wide open, her tone urgent and forceful. Chen He understood that her underlying meaning was why she wasn't following him anymore.
You used to follow me around every day, buying me food and doing chores for me. Now, you're always hanging around Lin Wan. Do you think Lin Wan is better than me just because she gets good grades?
A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, and whispers immediately arose. So Chen He used to pursue Zhang Yaqi.
Is Zhang Yaqi jealous? Senior Lin Wan is here too, this is such a mess. Chen He frowned, finding the words outrageous. Zhang Yaqi, get this straight, I was blind before, chasing after you relentlessly, and what did you do?
You complained about my poor grades, my family's financial situation, and told your friends that I was a toad trying to eat swan meat.
Have you forgotten all of that?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaqi's face flushed red, and her voice rose even higher. I was just joking with you.
You're going to stop pursuing me because of this? What's so great about Lin Wan?
Her family is just an ordinary working-class family, and her school uniform is so faded from washing.
What kind of future can you have with her?
Whether Lin Wan is good or not is none of your business. Chen He took a step forward, raised his voice slightly, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. She helped me with my homework, did practice problems with me, and patiently taught me what I didn't know.
Unlike you, what can you do besides putting on airs and finding fault with everything? When I was pursuing you, you even thought the water I handed you was dirty. Now that I'm not pursuing you anymore, you come and ask me why. Zhang Yaqi, do you think everyone has to revolve around you?
Zhang Yaqi's friend immediately chimed in. Chen He, how can you talk like that? Yaqi is the daughter of a bureau chief. Aren't you afraid her father will cause you trouble if you talk to her like that?
Looking for trouble with me?
Chen He laughed, his voice crisp and youthful. I didn't steal or rob.
I'm just telling the truth.
Her dad is the police chief.
How could he be unreasonable?
Besides, I'm doing practice problems every day to prepare for college entrance exams. I don't have time to argue with you guys about this nonsense. He turned to look at Lin Wan, who was standing outside the crowd. Lin Wan was also looking at him, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars. Chen He felt a warmth in his heart, and his voice softened as he said to Zhang Yaqi, I was foolish to pursue you before. I thought you were beautiful and came from a good family, so I wanted to get close to you. Now I understand, you have to pursue something worthwhile. Lin Wan helps me improve and grows better with me, that's what's worthwhile.
And you? Besides making me feel I'm not good enough for you, what else can you give me? You.
Zhang Yaqi was speechless, her face turning from red to white, tears welling up in her eyes.
Chen He, you're just fickle. All those times you said you liked me were lies. I used to really like him, but now I really don't.
Chen He said it bluntly, without any hesitation. Also, stop bringing up the issue of whether we're good enough. My grades aren't as good as yours right now, but I'm working on it. My family's financial situation isn't as good as yours, but I can earn money in the future. If you think that someone's grades are bad or their family is poor, then you deserve to be looked down upon.
That's your own narrow-mindedness, not someone else's fault.
These words were like a pebble thrown into the crowd of students, immediately causing an uproar.
Wang Hao was the first to shout, "Brother, he is right."
Zhang Yaqi used to always give Brother He the cold shoulder, and now that he's stopped pursuing her, she's trying to cause trouble again.
That's right, Lin Wan is so great.
She helps Chen He with his homework, and the two of them study together.
She's much better than Zhang Yaqi. Zhang Yaqi is too arrogant. Does she think everyone has to revolve around her? Hearing these comments, Zhang Yaqi finally burst into tears.
She stomped her foot, grabbed her two friends, and ran away. As she passed Lin Wan, she glared at her fiercely, but didn't dare to say a word. Chen He watched her retreating figure, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to walk towards Lin Wan. As soon as he got closer, he saw Lin Wan suppressing a laugh, her shoulders shaking slightly. "You said it's worth pursuing just now, you said it pretty smoothly."
That's true.
Chen He scratched his head, his ears turning a little red. He was so angry just now that he dared to say anything, but now he felt a little embarrassed in front of Lin Wan.
She is always causing trouble, I can't keep giving in to her.
The students around them hadn't left yet, and they were all watching them. The disdain they used to have for Chen He as a bad student was gone, replaced by admiration.
Wang Hao squeezed through the crowd and patted Chen He on the shoulder. "Brother He, you were so cool today.
Zhang Yaqi used to have you completely under her thumb, but today you finally gave us guys some face."
"What's so cool about that? Hurry up and go back to the classroom to do your homework."
Chen He pushed him away and pulled Lin Wan towards the teaching building.
"There's still one part of that genetics question you mentioned this morning that I don't understand. Go back to the classroom and explain it to me again."
Lin Wan nodded and walked beside him. Sunlight fell on their shoulders as they walked side by side, casting their shadows together.
She asked softly, "You were arguing with Zhang Yaqi earlier, were you still angry?"
"No," Chen He laughed, glancing at the biology book in Lin Wan's hand, which had a little sun drawn by her on the cover. "Arguing with her is less effective than you explaining a problem to me.
By the way, is there any chemistry tutoring at the library tonight?"
Make up for it, Lin Wan smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons.
"You got 3 things wrong on that chemistry equilibrium problem yesterday, you need to make up for it."
As they talked, they walked into the teaching building, the chatter behind them fading into the distance. Chen He felt a surge of joy in the original world. When he was 18, he had forced himself to study for 2 days because of Zhang Yaqi's promise, "If you get into the top 100, I'll talk to you." But he couldn't stick to it and went back to slacking off, ultimately becoming a laughingstock, a toad trying to eat swan meat. But now things were different. He no longer needed to fawn over anyone, no longer felt inferior because he was not good enough. He had the grades he wanted to achieve, the university he wanted to attend, and Lin Wan, who was willing to walk alongside him. Back in the classroom, Chen He had just sat down when the girl in front of him turned around and handed him a strawberry-flavored candy. "Chen He, you were really cool when you were teasing Zhang Yaqi.
You can ask me questions if you don't know how to do them in the future. I'm pretty good at math too."
Chen He paused for a moment, took the candy, and said, "Thanks." Before, his classmates didn't like to talk to him, thinking he loved to fight and had bad grades. But now, just because he dared to speak the truth and study hard, it seemed even the people around him had changed their attitude. He unwrapped the candy, popped it into his mouth, and the sweet taste spread. Lin Wan handed him a small note from the front, which read, "Don't get distracted.
We'll have a dictation of English words next class. Review the important points I highlighted twice."
A small smiley face was drawn at the end. Chen He looked at the note, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. He tucked it into his chemistry workbook and flipped to the section highlighted by Lin Wan. The cherry blossoms outside the window were still falling, but he wasn't distracted at all compared to all that messy chasing or not chasing. Memorizing vocabulary and understanding his mistakes was more worthy of this second chance at being 18. Wang Hao in the back row was still telling others, "He looks so handsome today," but Chen He didn't turn around. He just stared down at his vocabulary book, circling the word agriculture with his pen.
Lin Wan had said that this word was a keyword for China Agricultural University, and he had to memorize it. He wanted to engrave this word in his mind, to engrave the days he spent studying with Lin Wan in his mind, and to live this 18-year-old year a year where he didn't have to please anyone, didn't have to feel inferior, and only wanted to move in the right direction. Well, he wanted to make the most of it. Chapter 43. Call Me Father. The May wind carried a hint of heat, making the classroom fans spin even more vigorously. Chen He had just finished going over the steps of the last math problem when, while stretching, his elbow knocked the eraser off the corner of the desk. He had been doing so many practice problems lately that his back was stiff from sitting for so long. He rubbed his back and sighed, when suddenly a light blue system notification popped up in his mind. Ding! Side quest triggered: lose 10 pounds and develop basic muscle definition within 30 days. Requirements: must train in a reputable gym and be guided by a female trainer, must meet professional certification plus appearance score of 7 or above. Reward: college entrance examination memory enhancement buff, increases memorization efficiency by 50%. Chen He stared at the words female coach and almost threw away the eraser he had just picked up. He looked down at his stomach. His 18-year-old body wasn't fat, but years of sitting and doing homework had left him with some soft flesh around his waist. Building muscle wouldn't be difficult, but the requirements of a proper gym and a female trainer were practically a challenge for a senior high school student. What's wrong, brother? Your face looks like a bitter gourd. Wang Hao leaned closer, biting into an ice pop. Did you get tortured by math problems again? Call me Dad and I'll tell you. Father. No, this guy actually yells. Chen He was startled. No, Chen He hid the system notification. I wanted to find a gym to work out. System: no, my mom said I've been sitting for too long and need to move around. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. A gym? I know one. My mom works there as a trainer. She's super professional. But she's a female trainer, you don't mind, right? Chen He's heart skipped a beat. A beautiful female coach? Wang Hao's mother? It seems he wasn't wrong to call someone dad. Ha ha. He remembered the last time Wang Hao's mother came to the school to deliver something. She was wearing sportswear and looked quite energetic, but the association of beautiful woman with auntie felt a bit awkward. But then she thought about it again. The system only required professionalism plus appearance 7 points, it didn't mention age, and Wang Hao's mother was definitely professional, which would save on coaching fees, so she nodded. Okay, where? How much? It's just 2 stops east of our neighborhood. There's a gym called Tianqing Fitness. My mom works there as a personal trainer. I'll talk to her and ask her for a discount. Wang Hao patted his chest and said, by the way, my mom's surname is Liu. You can just call her Coach Liu. She used to be the track and field coach at the provincial sports school. She's really good at building muscle and losing weight. Chen He breathed a sigh of relief and took out his phone to check his balance. The 500 yuan the system had given him was still there, plus the 200 yuan allowance his parents had given him this month should be enough for a monthly membership in personal training sessions. He had arranged to meet Wang Hao for the weekend, and as he turned around, Lin Wan handed him a bottle of warm water. I heard you're going to the gym? Don't overwork yourself, senior year is a busy time, don't let it interfere with your studies. Don't worry, Chen He took the water, his fingertips touching her hand before he quickly pulled back. I only practice for an hour at night and go for a half-hour run in the morning, so it won't interfere with my practice questions. Lin Wan nodded and took out an energy candy from her pencil case. Here, eat this when you're tired from training to replenish your energy and prevent low blood sugar. On a weekend morning, Chen He, wearing faded workout clothes, followed Wang Hao to the gym. On the way, Wang Hao kept nagging, my mom is so strict. Last time I tried to slack off, she made me run 5 kilometers, and my legs were sore for 3 days. But don't worry, she knows you have the college entrance exam, so she'll definitely adjust the intensity. Chen He was nervous, both afraid of getting tired and embarrassed. After all, she was his good brother's mother. If his movements weren't standard during practice and he was criticized in front of Wang Hao, how embarrassing would that be? Upon arriving at the gym, the receptionist greeted him with a smile. Wang Hao's here? Coach Liu is waiting for you inside. She turned to Chen He, is this your classmate? Want to sign up for a membership or find a coach? Looking for my mom. Coach Liu. Wang Hao pulled Chen He inside. After passing through the equipment area, they saw a woman in a black tracksuit standing at the entrance of the aerobics room. She had a high ponytail, a tall and straight figure, and a smile on her face. She didn't look like the auntie they had imagined. Instead, she looked quite capable, and her looks were definitely a 7 out of 10. Mom, this is my brother Chen He. Wang Hao called out. Coach Lu turned his head and looked at Chun-hee. He smiled and reached out his hand. You're Chun-hee? Wang Hao mentions you at home every day. He says you tutored him in math and even fend off some thugs for him. You're a good kid. Chun-hee quickly reached out and shook hands, feeling that Coach Lu's grip was quite strong, indicating that he had indeed trained. Hello Coach Lu, thank you for your help. Is this Mom? She's absolutely stunning, isn't she? That's so young. Chun-hee was drooling as he watched. No trouble at all, Coach Lu led them into the gym. I heard you're preparing for the college entrance exam and want to get fit without neglecting your studies. I've created a plan for you, 1 hour a day, focusing on strength training with a little cardio. It won't tire you out too much. She took a scale from the cabinet. Weigh yourself first, so we can get some basic data. Chun-hee stepped on the scale, and the needle stopped at 140 pounds. Coach Lu nodded. At 18 years old and 1.85 meters tall, this weight is not considered fat, but the body fat percentage is a bit high. Lose 10 pounds in 30 days, and then develop chest muscles and arm lines, no problem. Wang Hao chimed in from the side. Mom, don't be too strict with Higu. If he ruins his training, no one will help me with math. Get out of here, Coach Lu patted Wang Hao on the head. If you had half the effort of Chun-hee, you wouldn't have gotten 50 points in math. Chun-hee couldn't help but laugh, which lessened his embarrassment considerably. As expected, beautiful women still have authority. In the following training, Coach Lu was indeed professional. From the dynamic stretching of the warm-up to strength training such as bench press and rowing, he taught him every movement step by step and corrected his posture. Tighten your wrists a little more, don't wobble, tighten your core, otherwise you will hurt your back. Chun-hee was sweating profusely from training, and his arms were so sore he could barely lift them. Coach Lu handed him a bottle of water. It's normal to feel like this the first time you train. They might be even more sore tomorrow. Remember to put on some ointment so it doesn't affect your writing. Wow, this beautiful woman is so warm. She was tall and slender with fair, delicate skin that looked like it could be pinched to release moisture. She had a curvaceous figure with a prominent bust and buttocks, and her breasts would occasionally swell and ripple. Who could stand this? Chun-hee suppressed his emotions. During the break, Wang Hao leaned over and whispered to Chun-hee, Brother He, isn't my mom amazing? I trained with her for 2 months last time, lost 8 pounds, and even developed some abs. Chun-hee nodded. Chun-hee actually wanted to say, your mother is really amazing. Just as I was about to say, indeed professional, Coach Lu walked over with a notebook in his hand. This is the training plan. It clearly states what you will train each day, how many sets you will do, and how many reps you will do in each set. Just follow this plan. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. By the way, when you go for your morning run, you can choose a route along the river. There are fewer cars and the air is fresher. Thank you, Coach Lu. Chun-hee took the notebook. The handwriting was neat and the important points were marked, such as don't lift heavy objects the day after chest training and don't drink too much water before bed. It was even more detailed than his notebook of wrong answers. In the days that followed, Chun-hee completely switched to a practice questions plus fitness mode. Every morning at 5:30, he would go for a run along the river, listening to English listening exercises in his headphones. When he got tired, he would stop and memorize vocabulary. After evening self-study, he would go to the gym. Coach Lu would either be waiting for him or have prepared a training plan for him. Occasionally, Coach Lu would bring him some whole wheat bread that he had made himself so that he could eat it after training to replenish his carbohydrates. Lin Wan often waited for him at the gym entrance, sometimes bringing a cup of hot milk, sometimes a bag of nuts. Seeing him come out covered in sweat, she would hand him a tissue. How was your workout today? Did you get injured? It's okay, Chun-hee said, wiping his sweat. He could clearly feel that the soft flesh on his waist had decreased, and his arms were a bit stiff. Coach Lu said I'm progressing fast and will reach the standard in another 2 weeks. That's good, Lin Wan said with a smile. Don't push yourself too hard. Health is the foundation of everything. You need to be healthy to pass the college entrance exam. That evening, Chun-hee was wiping his sweat after finishing his bench press when Wang Hao suddenly ran in, holding a basketball. Brother He, are you done practicing? Play some basketball with me. Coach Lu glared at him. Have you finished your homework? All you do is play. I'm done. Wang Hao held up his homework. Mom, don't worry, I played ball with Brother He to keep fit. Chun-hee couldn't resist him and went to the basketball court with him. Wang Hao played like a madman, and soon he was covered in sweat. When he passed the ball, he missed and it hit Chen He on the back. He laughed and shouted, "Sorry, brother He. Your back muscles have gotten much stronger. Training with my mom really makes a difference." Chen He was rubbing his back, about to complain, when Wang Hao suddenly leaned over and whispered, "Brother He, I have something to tell you, but don't tell my mom." "What's up?" Chen He raised an eyebrow. "Last time I got into a fight, you blocked it for me. When I got home, I told my mom, and she said, Chen He is a reliable kid, better than you. So I joked with my mom, then I'll just acknowledge him as my dad." My mom was laughing. Wang Hao said with a smug look on his face, not noticing that Chen He's face suddenly froze. What did you call me?" Chen He's voice changed. "Dad." Wang Hao patted his shoulder, "Just kidding, it's because you always help me, you're even more reliable than my dad." No sooner had he finished speaking than Coach Lu's voice came from behind, "Wang Hao. What nonsense are you talking about with Chen He?" The two turned around and saw Coach Lu standing by the basketball court, holding a towel in his hand, with a smile on his face. "You kid, you have no manners. Chen He is your brother, how can you call him that?" Wang Hao stuck out his tongue, "Mom, I was just kidding. Brother He doesn't mind." Chen He was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear into the ground, so he quickly waved his hand and said, it's okay, it's just a kid joking." Coach Lu walked over and handed a towel to Chen He. "Don't take it to heart, I've spoiled this kid. By the way, you've lost 6 pounds recently, and your muscle definition is starting to show. Keep at it for another 10 days, and you'll definitely reach the target." She paused, then added with a smile, "After you finish your college entrance exam, if you still want to train, I'll coach you for free, as a thank you for helping Wang Hao with math." "Thank you, Coach Lu, you're too kind." Chen He took the towel and wiped his face, the embarrassment in his heart gradually dissipating. Although the joke about Wang Hao being dad was a bit far-fetched, Coach Lu's enthusiasm and professionalism made him feel that his trip to the gym was worthwhile. On the way back, Wang Hao kept nagging, "Brother He, isn't my mom great? Next time I'll have her teach you how to work out your abs, so you can show them off when you wear short sleeves in the summer. Senior Lin Wan will definitely think you're super cool." Chen He didn't reply, but a system notification popped up in his mind. Mission progress 70%, weight loss of 6 pounds, basic chest arm muscle definition has been formed, keep it up. He touched the hard flesh on his arm, and then remembered the energy candy Lin Wan had given him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. The days of senior year in high school are tiring with doing practice problems and tough with training, but because of Lin Wan's care, Wang Hao's humor, and Coach Lu's guidance, it's much more lively than when he was 18 in the original world. The next morning, while jogging, Chen He passed by the cherry blossom trees by the river and saw Lin Wan standing under one of them, holding a thermos in her hand. "I've been waiting for you for ages. My mom made some mung bean soup, but it got cold. This is just what I need to quench my thirst." He took the cup, took a sip, and the sweet mung bean flavor perfectly quenched his thirst from his morning run. Lin Wan looked at his arms, her eyes brightening slightly. "You seem to have lost weight, and your arms are a bit stiffer." "Well, Coach Lu said the progress is going well." Chen He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "That's good," Lin Wan said with a smile. "But don't overwork yourself. There's a physics quiz this afternoon, so review some more this morning and don't get sleepy." "Got it." Chen He nodded, looking at Lin Wan's smiling face, feeling warm inside. This 18-year-old senior year of high school had endless problems to solve, muscles to build, and the company of those around him, making it much more fulfilling than his previous 18-year-old self who was just drifting through life. Upon arriving at school and sitting down, Wang Hao leaned over and said mysteriously, "Brother He, I told my mom that next week she'll teach you core exercises so you can run faster and your back won't hurt. Oh, and my mom also asked what you like to eat. She said she'll make you nutritious meals to help you get stronger." Chen He was taken aback and was about to refuse when the girl at the table in front of him turned around, smiled and said, "Chen He, you seem to have become more handsome lately. Have you been working out? My brother works out at the gym too, and he says that building muscle makes you more energetic." The surrounding classmates also gathered around, asking all at once, "Chen He, where did you train? I also want to lose weight so I can look better in photos after the college entrance exam. Is this Wang Hao's mom's gym? My mom also got a membership there and said Coach Lu is super professional." Surrounded by smiling faces, Chen He suddenly realized that the awkwardness he had worried about wasn't so terrible after all. Isn't this what senior year of high school is all about? There are challenging problems, funny moments, and the lively atmosphere with everyone around you. That's what youth is all about. He pulled out the training plan Coach Lu had given him, flipped to the first page, which read Chen He's exclusive plan, college entrance exam priority, fitness as a supplement, and felt more at ease.
Whether it was cramming for college or building muscle and losing weight, it was all for a better version of himself, for going to Beijing with Lin Wan, and for this second chance at 18, so he wouldn't have any regrets.
Ding. System reminder, maintain your current state. The task is about to be completed.
A college entrance exam memory enhancement buff has been reserved for you.
Good luck. A light blue notification sound rang in his mind.
Chen He gripped his pen tightly and opened his math workbook. He would first tackle this analytical geometry problem, then go to the gym that evening to practice core exercises with Coach Lu. A fulfilling and hopeful life was the kind of senior year he wanted to live.
Chapter 44. Taking my parents shopping, I feel proud. Hey, wanna practice your core after school?
My mom said she'll teach you a new move today. Winehouse fussing as he packed his bag interrupted his thoughts. Chen He looked up and suddenly remembered talking to his mother on the phone last week. His mother said, the rapeseed flowers at home are blooming beautifully.
Come back and pick them after you finish the college entrance examination. Her tone was full of hesitation, wanting him to come home but also afraid of interfering with his studies.
I'm not going, Chen He said, closing his workbook.
I want to go home and take your aunt and uncle out for a meal.
You bastard.
Call me father. Chen He laughed heartily.
Winehouse paused for a moment, then patted his shoulder and laughed. Great. My mom said you've been studying really hard lately, you should make your aunt and uncle happy.
By the way, the new Jingxiuan restaurant in our neighborhood is pretty good.
My mom took me there last time, the food was delicious and the environment wasn't noisy. Chen He made a mental note of it and rode his bike home, the wind carrying a hint of anticipation.
His family lived in an urban village on the outskirts of the city.
In the small courtyard surrounded by red brick walls, his mother was squatting under the tap picking vegetables, while his father sat on the threshold repairing a hoe, his trouser legs still covered in mud.
Mom, Dad, don't bother.
Chen He parked the car at the door.
Don't cook today, I'll take you out to eat.
The vegetables in Mom's hand almost fell to the ground.
She straightened up, wiped her hands, and said, Why go out to eat? We have vegetables at home. Just fry 2 eggs. Food outside is too expensive.
It's not expensive. Chen He walked over and helped his mother carry the shopping basket.
I played a few games recently and made some money.
Besides, I've been on a diet lately, and the food at home has been too bland.
I want to eat something more substantial. He deliberately downplayed the bonus to avoid his parents asking too many questions. Dad put down the hoe, frowned, and looked at him. Are you short of money at school?
If you are, tell Dad.
Don't bother other people with your nonsense.
No, it's not that, Chen He said, pulling his father's arm into the house. I just wanted to take you guys out for a change of pace.
How long has it been since you two ate out?
These words struck a chord with my parents. Since Chen He entered his senior year of high school, all the family's expenses have been borne by him. His mother's clothes are old models from a few years ago, and his father's shoes are worn out, but he can't bear to throw them away. The two women exchanged a glance, and in the end, it was the mother who relented first. Then, let's not go to anything too expensive, just eat something simple.
Chen He's parents are definitely not the type to spoil the fun.
Chen He felt a warmth in his heart and quickly nodded. Don't worry, I've chosen one. It's not far, only a 10-minute bike ride away.
When the glass doors of Jingxiuan are pushed open, the wind chimes tinkle.
Chen He led his parents inside. His mother subconsciously rubbed the corner of her clothes, while his father stared at the gleaming floor, his steps light. This was the first time in their lives that they had entered such an exquisitely decorated restaurant. There were ink paintings on the walls, white tablecloths on the tables, and even the waiters' uniforms were impeccably tailored.
Please come in, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation?
The waiter greeted them with a smile and a warm tone.
The mother shrank behind Chen He and whispered, How about we go somewhere else? This place looks expensive.
Chen He quickly grasped his mother's hand, the warmth of her palm calming her down a bit. It's okay, Mom, I made a reservation, there's a discount. He followed the waiter to a window seat, pulled out chairs for his parents to sit down, and then sat down next to his father. When the menu was handed over, Mom flipped through 2 pages and exclaimed in surprise, a serving of sweet and sour pork ribs costs 58 yuan? We can buy 2 pounds of pork ribs at home for only 30 yuan. She pushed the menu in front of Chen He, saying, You order what you like, your dad and I will just eat whatever we like. No way, Chen He pushed the menu back, you guys order today, order whatever you want.
I'm on a diet, I can't eat much.
Knowing his parents would be reluctant, he simply called out to the waiter, "Hello, I'd like a serving of sweet and sour pork ribs, a serving of steamed sea bass, a dish of stir-fried potatoes, green peppers, an eggplant, and some mushrooms and greens. I'd also like corn and pork rib soup, and 3 bowls of rice for the main course."
Okay, please wait a moment. As the waiter turned to leave, Dad was still muttering, "Why order so much? It'll be a waste if we can't finish it." Shenhe didn't reply, but took out his phone from his bag and opened the camera. "Mom, look at the sunset outside the window, it's so beautiful, let me take a picture of you." At first, the mother was embarrassed and tried to avoid the camera, but Shenhe pulled her to sit down, and the corners of her mouth slowly turned up. Just then, a system notification sounded in Shenhe's mind. Ding! Main quest derivative task triggered. Filial piety experience provide rural parents with their first high-quality meal. Objectives: 1. Ensure parents smile at least 80% of the time during the meal. 2. Eliminate any awkwardness during the meal. 3. Let parents feel their children's thoughtfulness. Reward: 2,000 renminbi cash. Shenhe was secretly delighted and observed his parents' reactions. The dishes were served quickly, and when the aroma of sweet and sour pork ribs wafted over, his mother first picked up a piece for Shenhe. "Eat this, it'll help your brain, you're tired from doing so many practice problems." Shenhe took a bite, it was sweet but not cloying, and then picked up a piece for his father. "Dad, try this, it's more flavorful than the ones we make at home." Dad chewed on the ribs and nodded. It smells pretty good." He was usually a man of few words, but this time he took the initiative to pick up his chopsticks, put a piece of sea bass in Mom's bowl, and said, "You eat some too. This fish is tender and has no bones." Mom smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes smoothing out. "You eat too, don't just put food on our plates." She took out her phone, snapped a picture of the dishes on the table, and whispered to Shenhe, "I'll send it to your grandma so she can see it too." Shenhe watched the smile on his mother's face as she typed, then glanced at his father's satisfied expression as he drank the pork rib soup, knowing the task was almost complete. Midway through, a waiter came to refill their water, and his mother proactively asked, "Girl, where did you buy this corn? The soup is so sweet." The waiter smiled and replied, "Auntie, this is sweet corn from northeast China. If you like it, you can buy some to cook at home next time." His mother nodded, remembering it. The meal lasted almost an hour. The parents went from being awkward at first, to chatting with Shenhe about their crops, and then asking about his meals at school, all while smiling. When it came time to pay, the mother tried to pay, but Shenhe stopped her, saying, "Mom, it's my treat, don't argue with me." As they left the restaurant, a gentle evening breeze blew. His mother held Shenhe's hand, saying, "This meal was so delicious, thank you, here." His father chimed in, "Yes, it was even better than what we ate at home during Chinese New Year." Just as Shenhe was about to speak, a system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Mission complete. Parents smiled 92% of the time, their awkwardness disappeared, and they successfully felt their children's sincerity. Reward issued: 2,000 yuan has been transferred to your bank card. He took out his phone and, sure enough, saw the bank's text message confirming the deposit of 2,000 yuan, which flashed on the screen. Shenhe had an idea and turned to his parents, saying, "Mom, Dad, there's a clothing store up ahead. Let me buy you some new clothes. Summer's coming soon, and your clothes are all worn out. Why buy new clothes? I can still wear the ones I have." Mom quickly waved her hand and pulled Shenhe towards home. "Save that money for study materials. The college entrance exam is the most important thing." "I have the information." Shenhe stopped and looked at his parents seriously. "Mom, the cuffs of your shirt are all worn out, and Dad, your shoes have been patched 3 times. Don't they hurt your feet when you walk? I earned this money today and just wanted to buy you some comfortable clothes. I'll feel uncomfortable if you don't wear them." Looking at Shenhe's stubborn eyes, his father sighed and said, "Fine, I'll listen to you. I'll just buy one outfit, nothing more." Shenhe smiled and nodded, then led them into the clothing store next door. The shop assistants were very welcoming. Seeing that his parents were dressed simply, they didn't neglect them and asked with a smile, "Uncle and Aunt, what would you like to pick out? The new summer styles have just arrived, including lightweight shirts and pants." Mom walked to the women's clothing section, picked up a light blue shirt, glanced at the price tag, and quietly put it back. Shenhe saw this, walked over, and picked up the shirt. "Mom, this one looks pretty good, try it on." "It's too expensive, it costs 180 yuan, Mom said softly. "It's not expensive." Shenhe handed the shirt to his mother. "It will definitely look good on you. Go to the fitting room and try it on." He then turned to his father and said, "Dad, look at those gray pants and those black sneakers. Try them on. They're comfortable." Dad didn't refuse and took the pants and shoes into the fitting room. Before Mom went into the fitting room, she reminded Chin-hee, "Don't buy anything expensive, something decent will do." When the fitting room door opened, Chin-hee's eyes lit up. His mother was wearing a light blue shirt paired with black trousers from the store, looking particularly energetic. Her previously slightly hunched back was now straight. "Mom, you look so good in this," Chin-hee exclaimed sincerely. Looking at herself in the mirror, Mom felt a little embarrassed and tugged at the hem of her dress. "Really, really pretty? It looks great." The shop assistant smiled and said, "Auntie, your fair skin makes this color look especially elegant. These pants have an elastic waistband, so they're comfortable to wear and convenient for farm work." Dad also came out wearing new pants and sneakers. The black sneakers fit him well. He took a couple of steps and said with a smile, "They're much softer than my old shoes. They don't hurt my feet." Jenny felt a warmth in his heart and asked the shop assistant to wrap up the clothes and shoes. His mother wanted to bargain with the shop assistant, but Chin-hee quietly tugged at her hand, signaling her to be quiet. When they paid, the total came to 580 yuan. Watching Chin-hee pay, his mother whispered, "That's enough to buy half a bag of fertilizer. Mom, money can be earned back. If you're comfortable wearing these clothes, I'll have more energy to study." Chin-hee carried the bag of clothes and walked home with his parents. On the way, his mother kept touching the fabric of his new shirt, while his father would occasionally glance down at his new shoes. Both of them had smiles on their faces that they couldn't hide. As we approached the entrance to the residential area, we could see several neighbors chatting in front of the convenience store. Wang Hao's mother, Coach Lu, was also there, holding some fruit she had just bought. "Hey, old Chen, where have you been? You're all dressed so smartly." Neighbor Aunt Zhang greeted them with a smile as soon as she saw them. Dad stopped and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Here took us out for a meal and bought us a new outfit. Oh my, here is so sensible." Aunt Zhang came over and looked at her mother's new shirt. "This shirt looks really good on you. It makes me look younger. Old Chen, your shoes are new too. Here is such a filial child." Coach Lu also came over, smiling and saying, "Chen-hee is a reliable kid. He not only helps Wang Hao with math, but he also cares so much about his parents. Uncle and aunt, you chose a great outfit, it's comfortable and fits perfectly." The mother blushed with pride at the praise and said with a smile, "Here chose them all. This child insisted on buying them." As she spoke, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. The neighbors were praising Chen-hee one after another, making his parents stand even straighter. Just then, Aunt Zhang suddenly asked, "By the way, here, did your monthly exam results come out? How did you do? Will you be able to get into a university?" The lively atmosphere quieted down instantly after those words. Chen-hee's grades had always been average. He only scored 480 points in the last monthly exam, 20 points short of the undergraduate admission line. He clenched the bag of clothes in his hand, lowered his head somewhat awkwardly, and said, It's all right. I'll try harder next time." The mother quickly smoothed things over, saying, "Here has been working very hard lately, studying until midnight every night. She'll definitely do well on the next test." Aunt Zhang nodded, "That's true. You're almost in your senior year of high school, so you have to study hard. Look at Xiao Liang next door, he got 550 points last time, and his parents were overjoyed. Here, you have to work harder and not let your parents down." Chen-hee didn't speak, feeling a lump in his throat. Looking at the slightly awkward expressions on his parents' faces, and recalling their satisfied smiles in the restaurant earlier, he suddenly felt extremely guilty. His parents had scrimped and saved to send him to school, yet he hadn't even reached the undergraduate admission line. He could spend 580 yuan to buy clothes for his parents, but he couldn't use his grades to give them more confidence in front of the neighbors. On the way home, his parents didn't mention his grades again, but his mother kept reminding him, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, take a break if you're tired." His father patted him on the shoulder and said, "Just do your best, Dad believes in you." Chapter 45 Butterfly Suspender. Chen-hee stood in his small courtyard, clutching the hem of his shirt. The evening breeze ruffled his mother's old shirt hanging on the clothesline, the faded lines on the fabric like thorns, making his heart clench. Inside, his father was repairing the 5-year-old hoe, the intermittent clanging of metal a constant reminder his parents had given him the best of everything, yet he hadn't even reached the undergraduate admission line. "Here, come in and have a bowl of porridge." Mom came out of the kitchen carrying an enamel bowl, rice grains still stuck to the rim. "Don't think about your grades. Mom knows you did your best.
Chen He took the porridge, the warm liquid sliding down his throat, but it couldn't suppress the bitterness in his heart. He stared down at the grains of rice in the bowl, when suddenly he heard a familiar system notification in his mind.
Ding!
Strong learning desire detected in the host, triggering an auxiliary reward, high-efficiency memory bread X3. Within 1 hour of consumption, memory is increased by 200%, allowing for rapid memorization of textual knowledge. He suddenly looked up, and the bowl of porridge in his hand wobbled. Sure enough, there were 3 exquisitely packaged breads lying in the system space, with the word memory printed in light blue on the off-white packaging bags. Chen He swallowed hard. If only we had this earlier, we wouldn't have to memorize and forget English words so often. The next day during morning reading time, Chen He hid in a corner of the playground with a memory bread in his pocket. As he took his first bite, the bread had a subtle wheat aroma. As he chewed, he suddenly felt as if a window had been opened in his mind, and his previously chaotic thoughts became clear. He took out his English vocabulary book, turned to the page with abandon, stared at the word and its definition for 2 seconds, and when he closed the book, he could recite it word for word without any mistakes. It really works! Chen He gripped his vocabulary book tightly, his heart pounding. But his joy didn't last long before he ran into trouble again. English is not just about memorizing vocabulary. Grammar, reading, and writing are all challenging. He thought of Lin Wan, the English whiz in his class, who consistently ranked in the top 10 of the grade in every exam. But his relationship with Lin Wan was a bit awkward to talk about. The math homework was really hard the other day, and Chen He copied his deskmate's answers. Lin Wan caught him red-handed when she was collecting the homework. She frowned and slammed the homework on his desk. Chen He, what's the point of trying to fool me like this? You're in your final year of high school, can't you be a little more responsible for yourself? Chen He was annoyed by the practice problems at the time, and when she confronted him, he got angry too. Whether I study or not is none of your business, mind your own business. Since then, the two haven't spoken much. Lin Wan always avoided him when she saw him, and he deliberately avoided her gaze. But now, if you want to improve your English, Lin Wan is almost the best choice. Chen He hesitated all morning, and during his lunch break, he lingered and walked over to Lin Wan's seat with snacks he had bought from the supermarket in his pocket. She was working on her English test paper with her head down, the pen scratching on the paper, and sunlight fell on her hair, gilding it with a light gold.
Master Lin Wan.
Chen He's voice was a little tense, and the snack bag in his hand was crumpled.
Young man, can I ask you something?
Lin Wan looked up, her eyes showing a hint of surprise and a barely perceptible wariness. Get lost, what could you possibly want?
I want to catch up on my English.
Chen He put a bag of snacks on her desk, which contained strawberry yogurt, matcha cookies, and dried mango that she had told her classmates about.
Here, can you help me catch up on my English?
I know I was wrong before, copying homework was wrong of me, and now I want to study hard. Lin Wan stared at the snacks on the table, then glanced at Chen He's reddened ears, and her gaze softened.
Has he really changed?
Lin Wanjia and Chen Hacheng lived in apartments above and below each other. They were very good neighbors. Lin Wan comes from a single-parent family. Her father is a policeman who is very busy with work, and Lin Wan is often alone at home. Lin Wan and Chen He used to be very close. They often played together in junior high school and even sat at adjacent desks. However, Chen He later frequently got into fights and caused trouble, resulting in a sharp decline in his grades. What angered Lin Wan the most was that one summer, she wore a new yellow dress her aunt had bought for her. It was incredibly beautiful, the kind of dress that would instantly catch everyone's eye. She had tied a bow around her neck, which was connected to her bra strap. Chen He made a bet with his best friend and, taking advantage of Lin Wan's inattention, untied the bow from her neck, embarrassing her in public. What's even more infuriating is that Chen He actually put her pet goldfish in a pot and cooked them.
This is simply.
Lin Wan cried for a week because of this, and never spoke to Chen He again after that.
Chen He is also a bit of a fool, a chauvinist.
If a girl doesn't pay attention to him, he's even less likely to approach her. That would be too embarrassing.
But now that so much time has passed, these things have gradually faded.
Lin Wan was silent for a few seconds, then picked up a matcha cookie. Okay, but I have some requirements. First, you have to memorize vocabulary with me for 30 minutes every day during lunch break. Second, you must do your homework by yourself. You can ask if you don't know how, but you can't copy. Third, we will practice an English test paper in the library every Friday after school. Chen He nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. No problem. I'll do whatever you say. From that day on, Chen He devoted his entire lunch break to English. Every day, he would bring his memory bread and arrive at the classroom 10 minutes early. After Lin Wan arrived, the two of them would sit on the table and memorize vocabulary. At first, he was quite reserved. When Lin Wan asked him to read the words, his voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz, and he would blush if he made a mistake. Schedule ISNTC Gaijio, it's Jul, with the stress on the first syllable. Lin Wan took out her pen and marked the stress mark in the vocabulary book. Read it again, louder. Chen He took a deep breath and read at the top of his lungs. Eju, L. Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh, her eyes curving into crescents. That's right, that's it. Remembering the pronunciation will make memorizing words much faster. With the help of the memory bread and Lin Wan's methods, Chen He's vocabulary memorization speed increased rapidly. He used to struggle to memorize 20 words a day, but now he can memorize 50 in an hour and even remember their usage. He carries his vocabulary book in his pocket and takes it out to review during breaks and morning runs. Even Wang Hao teases him, "Brother He, you're more diligent than when you're memorizing math formulas. Are you trying to become a top student?" Chen He chuckled, "Otherwise, how are you going to build muscle with your mom? You can't just learn about fitness and end up with only one thing, can you?" After school on Friday afternoon, Chen He went to the library with Lin Wan. The library was quiet, with only the rustling of pages and the sound of pens scratching paper. Lin Wan handed her an English test paper. Do the listening comprehension first. Pay attention to the keywords and don't dwell on the sentences you didn't hear clearly. Chen He put on his headphones and pressed play. Before, listening to English listening comprehension exercises always felt like listening to gibberish. He knew each word individually, but couldn't understand them when they were put together. But now, he could actually keep up with the pace and accurately grasp the clues to the answers. 40 minutes later, he took off his headphones and confidently began the written test. Lin Wan sat beside him, watching his serious profile, a slight smile playing on her lips. She recalled Chen He's awkwardness when he first came to her for tutoring, and looking at him now, focused on his work, she suddenly found this usually joking boy quite surprising when he got serious. "Why is the answer to question 15 of this closed test A?" Chen He asked, pointing to the test paper. "I think C is also correct." Lin Wan leaned closer, and their shoulders touched lightly. She pointed to the sentence in the question. "Look, it says he was tired but he didn't give up." The word to fill in here must fit the context of persist. Option A, persist, means persist, while option C, insist, means insist on one's beliefs. The context is incorrect. Chen He suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I used to always confuse these two words, but now I understand. After Chen He finished the test, Lin Wan graded it for him. He only lost 28 points, a huge improvement for someone who used to score in the 60s on English tests. Not bad, a great improvement. Lin Wan handed him the test. But you need to work on your essay. Your sentence structure is too simple. I'll bring you a book of essay materials tomorrow, so you can memorize some good sentences. Thank you, Lin Wan. Chen He took the test paper, feeling a warm glow inside. He looked at the darkening sky outside the window and realized he hadn't thanked Lin Wan yet. Thank you for your help these past few days. Without you, my English would definitely still be a mess. Lin Wan packed her school bag, her cheeks slightly flushed. No need to thank me, it's only right for classmates to help each other. Besides, you also helped Wang Hao with math, so this is just mutual assistance. The two walked out of the library with their backpacks on their backs, the setting sun casting long shadows. Chen He carried Lin Wan's backpack, which contained English study materials for her and the dried mangoes she hadn't finished eating. I'll walk you home, it's on my way anyway. Lin Wan nodded, and the two walked side by side on the sidewalk, talking about the test paper they had just taken and their plans after the college entrance examination. They were occasionally silent, but there was no awkwardness at all. Hey, isn't this Chen He? What are you doing walking with the top student Lin Wan? A jarring voice came from the side, and three boys walked over, arms around each other's shoulders. The leader was Zhang Lei from the class, who always liked to stir up trouble. Chen He, are you trying to copy Lin Wan's notes, or do you want her to do your homework for you? Another boy laughed. Yeah, wasn't he pretty arrogant before? How come he's following the top student around now? Chen He's face instantly darkened, and he pulled Lin Wan behind him protectively. What's wrong with us walking together? What's it to you? Watch your mouth. Lin Wan stepped out from behind Chen He, looking coldly at Zhang Lei. It's better for us to discuss our studies together than for you to sleep in class and skip school. Chen He is working much harder than you now, and he might do better than you in the next exam.
Zhang Lei was taken aback, his face turning ugly. Humph, what's with the pretense? Who knows if he's faking his hard work? With that, he led his men away dejectedly. Chen He looked at Lin Wan, feeling both warm and guilty. I'm sorry, I made you the laughingstock of them. Lin Wan shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. What's there to apologize for? They're just jealous. Besides, you've already worked very hard. Just prove them wrong with your results in the next exam, won't you? Chapter 46. Try harder next time. Chen He clutched the newly handed out English quiz paper, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the 82 score at the top. The score, written in red pen, resembled a small flower blooming on the paper, warming his palms. Sunlight streamed through the window during morning reading, illuminating the incorrect answers on the paper. Lin Wan had circled the tense error in blue pen, next to which was a small crying face, with the annotation, I told you to look for time markers for the past perfect tense. If you get it wrong again, I'll really spank you. Wow, Chen He. 82 points. His deskmate, Wang Hao, leaned over, his eyes wide. You only got 58 last time. It's only been 2 weeks. What have you been eating? Chen He stuffed the test paper into the drawer, his ears turning slightly red. I just memorized a few more words, and Lin Wan helped me with the grammar. Senior Lin Wan is amazing. Wang Hao scratched his head. Could you ask her to help me too? I only got 45 on my English test, and my mom is about to beat me with a broom. Just as Chen He was about to agree, he heard the English teacher's voice from the podium. In this quiz, Chen He made the most progress, from 58 to 82. Everyone can ask him for advice and see what his recent study methods are. All eyes in the class turned to him. Zhang Lei, sitting diagonally behind, pursed his lips, but he wasn't as sarcastic as before. Last time, when he tried to copy his deskmate's multiple-choice questions, Chen He quietly nudged his arm to remind him. Although Chen He didn't say anything, he was too embarrassed to do it. Now that he saw that Chen He had actually done well on the test, he felt a little awkward. Chen He stood up and scratched his head. Nothing special, just memorizing vocabulary every day, asking Lin Wan if I don't understand something, and making a notebook for wrong answers. A mistake notebook is very important, the English teacher nodded. Lin Wan's mistake notebook is the best in the class. If you can learn from it, you will definitely benefit. Keep up the good work and try to get into the top 20 next time. As Chen He sat down, he felt the system notification in his pocket vibrate. He took it out and looked at it, a light blue interface that only he could see. Ding. Triggered a phase task, rank in the top 20 of the class in the next English mock exam. Reward, automatic grammar analysis plugin can quickly locate sentence grammatical structure plus family nutrition subsidy, a special health checkup package for parents. He felt a warmth in his heart. The system reward had actually taken his parents into consideration. Before, his parents always said, the medical checkup fee is expensive and unnecessary. If he could get the package this time, it would be a good opportunity for them to get checked out. During lunch break, Chen He took his notebook of incorrect answers to find Lin Wan. As soon as he got to her seat, he saw her writing something. She looked up, saw him, and smiled as she handed him a notebook. Here you go. I've compiled the grammar points that are frequently tested recently. Each point has example questions and tips on common mistakes. Chen He took the notebook. The cover was light green, and the handwriting inside was neat. There was a small icon next to each grammar point. For example, a clock was drawn next to tense and a parenthesis was drawn next to relative clause. Turning to the last page, there was a sticky note, memory bread can't be a long-term solution. You have to look at this notebook every day. I will check it at night. Okay, Chen He hugged the notebook to his chest like it was a treasure. By the way, Wang Hao wants you to help him with his English too. He said his mom will beat him if he doesn't do well on the test again. Lin Wan paused for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, then the three of us can do it together during lunch break from now on. I'll help you two memorize vocabulary first, and then I'll explain grammar to you. That way it'll be more efficient. From that day on, a small circle appeared in the corner of the classroom during lunch break. Chen He, Lin Wan, and Wang Hao sat around a table. Lin Wan held up word cards and had the two take turns reading them. If they read them wrong, she would tap the table with her pen. Wang Hao, the stress and environment is on the second syllable, but you read it as the first one again. You're punished by having to copy it 10 times. Wang Hao copied the words with a bitter face, while Chen He chuckled beside him. Lin Wan glared at him and said, don't laugh. You misspelled benefit as benefit last time. Have you forgotten? Copy it 5 times too. Chen He immediately stopped laughing and obediently took out his pen. He used to hate copying words because he found it boring, but now, following Lin Wan, even copying words is interesting. Especially since Lin Wan would occasionally draw a small star on his notebook after he finished copying and say, "You didn't make any mistakes this time, so here's a star as a reward." When Chen He returned home for the weekend, he spread his English quiz and his neatly organized notebook of wrong answers on the table. His mother brought over some fruit and, upon seeing the score of 82 on the test, her hands trembled. "Here, this is what you got?" "Yes," Chen He nodded. "Lin Wan helped me with the supplements, and the teacher also taught me the methods." Dad came back from outside with a cloth bag in his hand. When he opened it, there was a stack of brand new English materials. "I went to the bookstore in the county town today. The owner said this was a compilation of this year's college entrance examination questions, so I bought it for 50 yuan. Do your best with it." Chen He looked at the stack of materials and felt a pang of sadness. His father, who usually couldn't bear to buy cigarettes, had actually spent 50 yuan on study materials this time. He picked up a book, turned to the first page, and wrote his name. "Dad, Mom, I'll try my best to be in the top 20 in the next mock exam, get into a good university in the college entrance exam, and make sure you have a good life in the future." Mom wiped away her tears and said with a smile, "Mom doesn't want you to be rich and famous, I just want you to be well and live a good life. Tonight, Mom will make you braised pork to nourish your brain." In the days that followed, Chen He worked even harder. During his morning runs, he no longer listened to English listening exercises in his headphones, but instead listened to grammar rules recorded by Lin Wan, relative clause relative pronouns, which refers to things, who refers to people, that has the widest usage, preceded by only. In the evenings, when doing exercises at home, if he encountered difficult grammar points, he would use the system's grammar analysis plugin, which would automatically mark the sentence components on the screen, such as, the subject is he, the predicate is likes, the object is the book that you gave him. Combined with Lin Wan's notebook, he could quickly understand the sentence. A week before the mock exam, it suddenly started raining heavily. After evening self-study, Chen He noticed that Lin Wan didn't have an umbrella, so he took off his coat and put it over her head, saying, "I'll take you home, it's on my way anyway." The rain was pouring down, and the two huddled under one jacket. Chen He tried to move the jacket towards Lin Wan, getting half his shoulder soaked. When they reached Lin Wan's building, she looked at his wet shoulder and frowned. "Why are you so silly? Give me the jacket, and you get soaked." She turned and ran upstairs, quickly grabbed a dry towel, and stood on tiptoe to dry Chen He's hair. "Hurry up and dry it, don't catch a cold, you have a mock exam tomorrow." Chen He stood frozen in place, feeling the faint orange scent of the towel on his head, the scent of Lin Wan's shampoo, his heart pounding as if it would burst out of his chest. He wanted to say thank you, but remained silent for a long time until Lin Wan shoved the towel into his hands. "What are you standing there for? Go back quickly, and remember to drink the ginger soup." On the second day of the mock exam, Chen He was in exceptionally good form. He listened to the English listening comprehension questions clearly, and barely stumbled on the close test and reading comprehension questions. His essay was titled My Senior Year of High School, in which he wrote about Lin Wan tutoring him in English, his parents' support, and Wang Hao's companionship. As his pen glided across the page, he felt a deep sense of peace. 3 days later, the mock exam results came out. Chen He scored 88 points in English, ranking 18th in his class, just making it into the top 20. The system notification sounded on time. Ding. Phase task completed, reward issued, grammar analysis plugin activated, parents' health check package sent to your mobile phone via SMS. Just as he was about to tell Lin Wan the good news, Zhang Lei walked over, holding an English test paper in his hand, looking a little uneasy. "Chen He, this reading comprehension question, can you explain it to me? I don't understand it." Chen He paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Okay, look at this question. The question asks for the author's attitude. Let's find the keywords first." Zhang Lei listened attentively, nodding occasionally. After he finished speaking, he said in a low voice, "Thanks. I'm sorry for. I always went against you before." "It's okay," Chen He waved his hand. "We're all doing this for the college entrance exam. Let's cheer each other on." Zhang Lei didn't say anything more and turned to leave, but stopped as he passed Lin Wan's seat. "Lin Wan, thank you for not reporting me last time when I wanted to copy the questions." Lin Wan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "No need to thank me. Take the exam yourself next time. It's more reliable than cheating." Chen He felt a warmth in his heart as he watched this scene. The previous conflicts seemed to have been washed away by the rain. The classroom in the senior year of high school seemed to have a different atmosphere. Instead of competing with each other, they supported each other. During lunch break, Lin Wan held Chen He's test paper, her eyes crinkling into crescents with a smile. 18th place. You've moved up 2 places from the target. Here's a reward for you. She handed him a beautifully packaged box containing a chocolate with "Go for it" printed on it. Chenny took the chocolate, but couldn't bear to eat it, so he put it in his pencil case. What about yours? What rank did you get? Second place, second in the regular class.
Lin Wan said with a hint of regret, 3 points behind first place. I'll try harder next time.
You're already amazing, Chenny said. Without you, I'd still be hovering around 50 points.
We're helping each other, Lin Wan said, handing him her goal card, which read, College Entrance Exam Goal, English major at a normal university in the provincial capital.
And you? Which university do you want to apply to?
Chenny thought for a moment and wrote Provincial Capital University of Science and Technology on his target card. It was close to Lin Wan's school, and he wanted to study customs declaration so he could help his family with their business in the future and visit Lin Wan often.
Then we'll study in the same city, Lin Wan said with a smile.
We can go to the library together on weekends, and you can even help me carry my books.
Okay.
Chun-hee nodded vigorously, feeling as if he had a little sun inside him, warm and cozy. As the days passed, the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense. The final exams for the senior year were just around the corner, and everyone was buried in their work, occasionally glancing up to see their deskmates' paper and exchanging a good luck with each other.
Chenhee's English score remained consistently above 85, and his math score improved from 45 to 70.
His parents went for a medical checkup, and the doctor said there were no major problems, except that his mother was slightly anemic. Chenhee specially went to the supermarket to buy red dates and made a cup of tea for his mother every morning. One morning during reading time, Chenhee noticed Lin Wan slumped over her desk, her face pale.
He quickly handed her a glass of warm water. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
Lin Wan shook her head, her voice a little hoarse. It's nothing, I probably stayed up too late doing practice problems last night and my blood sugar is a little low. Chenhee remembered that he still had a piece of chocolate in his pencil case. Lin Wan gave it to him last time, but he couldn't bear to eat it, so he quickly took it out and handed it to her. Eat it quickly, replenish your energy.
Lin Wan took the chocolate, unwrapped it, took a bite, and said with a smile, why did you keep it? I thought you ate it a long time ago.
I wanted to give it to you when you weren't feeling well. Chenhee scratched his head. Don't stay up so late next time, your health is important.
Chapter 47 Class Assignment Arrives.
The June wind, carrying waves of heat, pounded against the classroom windows, and the cicada's incessant chirping seemed to seep into one's bones. Chenhee sat by the window, his fingertips unconsciously stroking his pen, the review materials piled on the corner of his desk already curled at the edges. The chalk writing on the blackboard, one day until the placement exam, was whitened by the sunlight, yet it weighed heavily on the hearts of every second-year high school student. This exam would determine who could squeeze into the 10-spot Olympiad class from the regular classes, the fast track to top universities, the unspoken goal of everyone.
Brother He, are you nervous?
Wang Hao asked, biting his pen cap, his face pale. My mom said that if I don't get into the Olympiad class this time, she'll send me to a construction site to experience life during the summer vacation. Chenhee looked up at the window. The sycamore leaves by the playground were wilted in the sun, much like Wang Hao's current state.
He smiled and patted his deskmate's shoulder. What are you afraid of? Just follow what we've been practicing lately, and you'll definitely be fine.
If all else fails, I'll tutor you in math, and Lin Wan will help you with English.
You can take the test again next time. Only the two of you can stay calm. Wang Hao sighed and glanced at Zhang Yaqi diagonally in front of him. Look at Zhang Yaqi, she's firmly in first place in our class. She'll definitely get into the Olympiad class this time.
Unlike us, we don't even know if we can reach the threshold even if we try our best. Chenhee followed his gaze and saw Zhang Yaqi engrossed in doing practice problems. Her off-white dress accentuated her fair skin, her hair was neatly pulled back, and she wore thin-rimmed glasses, exuding an aloofness befitting a top student. Since their argument in the hallway, the two hadn't spoken a word. Zhang Yaqi's gaze always held a hint of defiant arrogance, as if she believed his progress was merely a fleeting moment.
Stop daydreaming, keep practicing.
Chenhee looked away and opened his math error notebook. It was filled with the problem-solving strategies Lin Wan had marked for him, as well as the science formula derivation techniques extended from the system's grammar analysis plugin. Over the past 6 months, he had gone from a poor English student with a score of 58 to consistently scoring above 85, and his math score had jumped from 45 to 70. It wasn't luck that helped him, it was his daily 5:30 a.m. run and memorization, the vocabulary reminders Lin Wan tapped on the table during lunch breaks, and the countless times he worked through his mistakes under the desk lamp late into the night. Lin Wan, who was next to him, seemed to notice his distraction and handed him a small note. Don't be nervous. You've been consistently in the top 10 of your class in recent mock exams.
Just perform normally.
The threshold for the Olympiad class is 550 points, and you'll definitely make it." She drew a fist clenching emoji at the end. Chen He looked at the note and felt a warmth in his heart.
He replied, "You too, see you in the provincial capital."
The placement exam took place as scheduled the next morning.
The exam was held in the Olympiad class classroom on the third floor of the teaching building.
Sunlight streamed through the clean glass windows, falling on the brand new desks, and the air was filled with the smell of ink and paper.
Chen He sat by the window, taking a deep breath to calm himself, and mentally reviewed the test-taking techniques Lin Wan had taught him. Start with the easy questions, mark the ones you don't know, and leave enough time to carefully read the essay prompt. The Chinese exam started first.
Upon receiving the paper, Chen He quickly glanced through it, a sigh of relief washing over him. The dictation questions were based on classical poems he knew by heart. The reading comprehension questions had just been reviewed by Lin Wan, and the essay topic, "The Light on the Road to Growth," was perfect for writing about his recent comeback, Lin Wan's help, and his parents' support. He gripped his pen, the tip gliding smoothly across the paper. He handled the classical Chinese translation with ease, accurately grasped the scoring points in the modern text reading, and completed the essay in one go, each word brimming with genuine insight.
As soon as they stepped out of the exam hall, Wang Hao immediately came up to him. Hey, how was Chinese?"
In the dictation question, the last line, "The expedition failed before it was completed, and I actually wrote it makes heroes weep with sorrow. I really messed up."
"It's okay, just 1 point."
Chen He patted his back, just in time to see Lin Wan walking over.
"Lin Wan, how did you do on the exam?"
"It's all right," Lin Wan smiled.
"The essay went quite smoothly.
By the way, remember to pay attention to the steps and the big questions during the math exam this afternoon, and don't skip any steps."
"I know, I won't forget your instructions."
Chen He nodded with a smile, feeling more at ease as he watched Lin Wan's figure disappear at the end of the corridor.
The afternoon math exam was a real battle.
As soon as Chen He received the paper, he sensed the difficulty. The last two multiple-choice questions tested the parity of composite functions and the geometric meaning of derivatives, while the fill-in-the-blank questions involved calculating the radius of a solid sphere types he had previously dreaded. But at this moment, he calmed himself, drawing upon his existing knowledge and combining it with the problem-solving techniques taught by Lin Wanjiao, working through the problems step by step. When he got stuck, he closed his eyes, recalling similar problems from his error notebook, and quickly found a solution. The final, most challenging question was a combination of analytic geometry and sequences. He spent 20 minutes deriving the solution step by step, finally arriving at the correct answer. When he handed in his paper, he inadvertently glanced at Zhang Yaqi, who was frowning as she checked her paper. Her expression was not good, and she seemed dissatisfied with her answers. In the following exams in English, physics, chemistry, and biology, Chen He performed consistently well. He clearly captured keywords in the English listening comprehension section, easily handled the close test and reading comprehension questions thanks to his solid vocabulary and grammar foundation, and even used advanced sentence structures that Lin Wan had helped him with in his essay. In physics, Newton's laws of motion and electromagnetic induction questions. In chemistry, organic deduction and redox reaction equations. And in biology, the laws of heredity and cell metabolism questions. These topics that had previously given him headaches were now clearly present in his mind, allowing him to answer the questions with ease.
The bell rang, signaling the end of the exam.
Chen He put down his pen and let out a long sigh of relief. The cicadas outside the window continued their incessant chirping, but he felt unusually calm. He knew he had given it his all, and the rest was up to time. During the days of waiting for the results, an anxious atmosphere filled the classroom. Everyone gathered in twos and threes to compare answers and estimate scores, with occasional cheers or sighs. Wang Hao pestered Chen He every day to compare answers, becoming more and more frustrated. "Brother He, I actually got the slope wrong on the last big math problem, I'm definitely out of luck." Chen He comforted him, saying, "Maybe the examiner will give you points for the steps. Besides, your English has improved a lot, so you might just barely make it." Zhang Yaqi rarely participated in the discussions, burying herself in practice problems every day. Only occasionally would she glance at Chen He and Lin Wan out of the corner of her eye, a hint of anxiety in her eyes. She knew that this exam was quite difficult, and her performance wasn't perfect, but based on her usual foundation, she was confident that she would still be first in the class and secure a spot in the Olympiad class. Finally, the day to announce the results arrived. Early in the morning, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with a thick stack of report cards, her face serious. "The results of this placement exam are out." The overall difficulty was quite high, and not many students in the regular classes scored above 550.
Next, I will read out the scores by subject. Please listen carefully and remember your scores. Afterwards, I will announce the overall ranking and the list of students admitted to the Olympiad class. The classroom fell silent instantly, even breathing became cautious. Wang Hao clenched his fists tightly, his palms sweaty. Lin Wan sat upright, a hint of expectation in her eyes. Zhang Yaqi slightly raised her chin, a confident smile playing on her lips. Let's read out the Chinese scores first. The homeroom teacher opened the report card, cleared her throat, and said, Lin Wan, 125 points. Zhang Yaqi, 122 points. Qin He, 120 points. Li Meng, 118 points. Wang Hao, 105 points. As the scores were read out one by one, hushed whispers rose and fell in the classroom. Lin Wan's Chinese language skills are still amazing. Zhang Yaqi is actually 3 points lower than Lin Wan? That's a bit unexpected. Chen He got 120 points? He used to only get around 90 points in Chinese. That's a huge improvement. Wang Hao hung his head and muttered to himself, it's over, it's over. I only got 105 in Chinese. I'm doomed. Chen He remained calm. 120 points wasn't top tier, but it was a significant improvement over his previous scores, and he must have gotten quite a few points on the essay. He glanced at Lin Wan, who mouthed not bad to him. Zhang Yaqi's face was a little pale. She hadn't expected that Lin Wan would surpass her in Chinese, and that Chen He, who had made rapid progress, would catch up so closely. She gripped her pen tightly, trying to comfort herself. It's okay, Chinese is just a minor subject, the science subjects are her strong points. Next are the math scores. The homeroom teacher's voice rang out again. Chen He, 142 points. Zhang Yaqi, 135 points. Lin Wan, 130 points. Xiao Yu, 128 points. Wang Hao, 102 points. Boom! These words exploded like a bomb in the classroom. What? Chen He got 142 in math? Did I hear that right? He only got 70 points on the last mock exam. Zhang Yaqi is only 135 centimeters? That's her strong point. Wang Hao suddenly looked up at Chen He in disbelief. Brother He, are you a god? 142 points. That's 40 points higher than me. Chen He himself was a little surprised. He had originally estimated that he would score around 130 points in math, but he didn't expect to score 142 points. It seemed that he must have gotten the last, most challenging question completely right. He turned to look at Zhang Yaqi, only to see that her face had turned pale instantly, and her eyes were fixed on the report card in the homeroom teacher's hand, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Impossible. Zhang Yaqi murmured, her fingers digging tightly into the table, her nails turning white. How could he have scored so high? The teacher must have made a mistake. Chapter 48. Why is he better than me? The homeroom teacher ignored the commotion in the classroom and continued reading the scores. The announcement of the math scores completely shattered everyone's perception of the established rankings, and all eyes were focused on Chen He, filled with surprise, admiration, and resentment. English scores. The homeroom teacher turned to the next page. Suddenly, 140 points Chen He, 138 points Zhang Yaqi, 132 points Sun Yu, 125 points Wang Hao, 110 points. Another gasp rang out. Sun Li's English is still firmly in first place. Chen He scored 138 points. It hasn't been that long. From 58 points to 138 points, it's an incredible comeback. Zhang Yaqi scored 132 points, 6 points lower than Chen He. That's a huge difference. Zhang Yaqi's breathing became rapid, and her chest felt like it was blocked by a large stone, making her feel suffocated. English had always been her strongest subject. She consistently ranked among the top 3 in her class in every exam. But this time, not only had Sun Li fallen behind, but Chen He, whom she had once looked down upon, had also far surpassed her. She bit her lip tightly, tears welling in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. She was Zhang Yaqi, the daughter of the county public security bureau chief, a top student always the center of attention. How could she show weakness in front of Chen He? Chen He felt a warmth in his heart. His 138 points in English were inseparable from Lin Wan's daily tutoring and his own daily perseverance. He thought of Lin Wan, who smiled and nodded at him, her eyes full of satisfaction. Physics scores. The homeroom teacher's voice rang out again. Chen He, 98 Zhang Yaqi, 95 Sun Li, 92 Zhou Yan, 90 Wang Hao, 75. My God! Chen He got 98 in physics. That's almost a perfect score. He used to barely pass physics, right? Zhang Yaqi has been overtaken again. This is the third time. The chatter in the classroom grew louder, and everyone's gaze towards Chen He had shifted from surprise to admiration. Wang Hao excitedly patted Chen He on the shoulder. Brother He, you're amazing. 98 in physics. Did you secretly enroll in some tutoring classes? Chen He smiled and shook his head, but he knew very well that this was the result of countless nights of studying, asking Lin Wan for help, and organizing knowledge points using system plugins. Zhang Yaqi's body trembled slightly. She felt as if the gazes of all her classmates were like needles piercing her, making her feel utterly ashamed. She had always thought of herself as the leader of her regular class, but in this placement exam, Chen He was like a dark horse, overcoming all obstacles and leaving her far behind. She was unconvinced, truly unconvinced. Chen He used to be a poor student who caused trouble, so how could he surpass her now? Chemistry scores. The homeroom teacher continued reading. Chen He, 95. Zhang Yaqi, 92. Sun Li, 90. Wu Ting, 88. Wang Hao, 80. Chen He is number one again. Some students in the classroom had already started cheering quietly. Chen He is going to dominate the charts. That's amazing. First in 4 subjects. Looks like I've secured first place in the class this time. Zhang Yaqi could no longer hold back her tears, which finally fell. She quickly lowered her head, covered her face with her hair, and her shoulders trembled slightly. The girl next to her tried to comfort her, but was glared at fiercely by her, so she had to give up. Finally, here are the biology scores. The homeroom teacher turned to the last page. Chen He, 92 points. Zhang Yaqi, 90 points. Sun Li, 87 points. Zheng Kai, 85 points. Wang Hao, 82 points. Biology results are out, and Chen He has once again taken first place. The classroom erupted in cheers. My goodness! First in 5 out of 6 subjects. Chen He is defying the heavens. Who would have thought that Chen He could get first place in the class? Wang Hao jumped up excitedly, patting Chen He on the back. Brother He, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. Sun Li looked at Chen He with a smile in her eyes. She was happy for him. She knew how much sweat and effort Chen He had put in behind this achievement. Sun Li had always secretly loved Chen He, but had never expressed it. Although Chen He might have taken her first place this time, she was still secretly happy. The homeroom teacher raised his hand to quiet the room, and the classroom gradually quieted down. Now, I will announce the total score rankings. The top 10 students in the regular classes with a total score of 550 or above will enter the Olympiad class. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the ranking list in the homeroom teacher's hand. First place goes to Chen He, with a total score of 677. As the homeroom teacher finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the classroom. Wang Hao excitedly hugged Chen He. Brother He, 677 points. That's amazing. Far exceeding the threshold for the Olympiad class. Chen He stood up, bowed to everyone, and was filled with emotion. From a former underachiever to the top student in his class, the road had been difficult, but it had all been worth it. He looked at Lin Wan, who smiled and applauded him, her eyes shining. Second place, Sun Li, with a total score of 663 points. Another round of applause followed. Sun Li stood up, bowed slightly, and smiled gently. Third place, Zhang Yaqi, with a total score of 661 points. Upon hearing her name called, Zhang Yaqi stood up stiffly, her face pale, her eyes vacant, even her bow sounding mechanical. 661 points. While exceeding the 550-point threshold for the Olympiad class, was 16 points lower than Chen He and 2 points lower than Sun Li. This was a humiliation she had never experienced before. The applause in the classroom was noticeably less than that for the top 2. The way everyone looked at Zhang Yaqi was a mix of sympathy, regret, and a hint of expectation. After all, Chen He's progress was undeniable. Next, the homeroom teacher announced the remaining 7 students admitted to the Olympiad class. Wang Hao barely made it with a score of 552, and was so excited that he almost cried. After announcing the list, the homeroom teacher looked at everyone and said earnestly, "This placement exam has shown me the progress of many students, especially Chen He, who jumped from the lower middle of the class to first place. Everyone has witnessed the hard work he put in. Learning is like climbing a mountain. There are no shortcuts. Only by being down to earth can you make continuous progress. I hope that those who made it into the Olympiad class will continue to work hard, and those who didn't make it shouldn't be discouraged. There will be other opportunities next time." The bell rang, and the students left the classroom in 2s and 3s. Wang Hao, holding Chen He's hand, excitedly planned his learning life in the Olympiad class. "Brother He, you'll be able to study with Lin Wan in the Olympiad class from now on. I'm so happy." Lin Wan walked over and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Chen He, you deserve it." "Thank you, Lin Wan. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far," Chen He said earnestly.
Just then, Zhang Yaqi suddenly stood up, sweeping the books off the table with a loud thud. Her eyes were red as she stared intently at Chen He, her voice trembling with tears and resentment. Chen He, don't be so smug. You were just lucky this time. I'll definitely surpass you in the next exam. After saying that, she squatted down on the ground, picking up her books while bursting into tears. Her former pride and confidence had completely collapsed at that moment. Looking at her, Chen He felt no pride, only a touch of melancholy. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. After all, he himself had once felt inferior because of poor grades. Lin Wan gently patted Zhang Yaqi's shoulder and handed her a tissue. Don't be sad. You have a very good foundation. You just didn't perform very well this time. We'll both be in the Olympiad class from now on, so we can work hard together. Zhang Yaqi took the tissue, wiped her tears, but didn't say anything. She just hugged her books and rushed out of the classroom without looking back. Chen He watched her retreating figure and sighed softly. I hope she can figure it out. Yes, Lin Wan smiled. After all, no one wants to stay in the same place forever. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling warmly and brightly on the two of them. Chen He knew that entering the Olympiad class was just the beginning, and many more challenges awaited him in the future. But he was no longer afraid, because he had a clear goal, partners to walk alongside him, and family members cheering him on. Meanwhile, Zhang Yaqi, who had run out of the classroom, hid in a corner of the corridor, looking at her report card, tears streaming down her face. She was unwilling, truly unwilling. She mentally calculated her scores over and over: Chinese 122, Math 135, English 132, Physics 95, Chemistry 92, Biology 90, total 661, already a very high score, so why did she still lose to Chen He? No, I must have miscalculated somewhere. Zhang Yaqi wiped away her tears, took out paper and pen, and recalculated her score. She calculated each stroke carefully, her fingers trembling from the effort, muttering to herself, 122 plus 135 equals 257, 257 plus 132 equals 389, 389 plus 95 equals 484, 484 plus 92 equals 576. Chapter 49. Did the system help me remove my blemishes? The class assignment results were posted on the bulletin board in the teaching building lobby. In the red and black list, the name Chen He stood out prominently at the top of the list of students admitted to the Olympiad class from the regular classes. Sunlight slanted across the bulletin board as Chen He stood outside the crowd, his fingertips slightly tracing his name, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up inside him. He could finally be in the same class as Lin Wan. Brother He, you're awesome. You got first place in the regular class and got into the Olympiad class. That's a godlike achievement. Wang Hao put his arm around Chen He's shoulder, his face flushed with excitement. Now we can fight side by side in the Olympiad class again. Even though I barely made it in, I'm sure I'll improve if I follow you. Chen He laughed and slapped his hand away. Stop joking. The Olympiad class is full of top students. Will have to work even harder in the future. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lin Wan not far away. She was wearing a clean school uniform and discussing something with her classmates from the Olympiad class. Sunlight fell on her hair, casting a soft halo around it. Noticing Chen He's gaze, Lin Wan turned her head and gave him a bright smile, more dazzling than the summer sun. Just as Chen He was about to walk over and greet Lin Wan, a thick hand suddenly slapped his shoulder with such force that it startled him slightly. Chen He, congratulations. A greasy voice came from behind, carrying a faint smell of cigarette smoke. Chen He turned around and saw Ms. Li, the homeroom teacher of the parallel class, with a big smile on her face. Her small eyes were squeezed into slits because of the smile, and the fat on her belly made her shirt tight. 2 buttons on the collar were undone, revealing the oily skin underneath. Teacher Li, Chen He replied politely, but a slight unease rose in his heart. He knew why Teacher Li had come. She had spoken to him once after school yesterday, trying to persuade him to stay in the regular class. Come back to the office with the teacher for a chat, okay? Teacher Li pulled Chen He's arm, her tone excessively intimate, the sweat on her fingers smearing onto Chen He's school uniform sleeve. I have good news to tell you. Chen He couldn't break free and could only follow Teacher Li to the office. Wang Hao made a helpless face behind them, while Lin Wan glanced at him worriedly. Chen He shook his head at her, indicating that he was fine. The office of the parallel class was filled with the smell of cheap tea and cigarette smoke. Teacher Li pulled Chen He to sit down in a chair and poured him a glass of warm water. There were still tea stains on the glass. Chen He, you did very well on the exam this time, and I'm truly happy for you. Teacher Li rubbed her hands together, a fawning smile on her face.
But think about it, the Olympiad class is full of hidden talents, all of whom are top students in the grade. Even though you're first in your regular class, if you go there, you'll most likely only be at an average level, and might even be at the bottom. That would really damage your confidence. He paused, and seeing that Chen He didn't speak, he continued, "Isn't our regular class great? Although it's nominally a regular class, the teachers are the same as those in the Olympiad class. Let me tell you, our Chinese teacher, Mr. Wang, and our math teacher, Mr. Zhang, used to teach Olympiad classes, so their teaching level is absolutely no problem. If you stay here, all our teachers will take special care of you and cultivate you as a top student. We guarantee that you'll be among the top students in the grade in the next exam." Teacher Li became more and more excited as he spoke, spittle splattering onto the table, but he didn't care. He reached out and patted Chen He on the shoulder. "Think about it, if you stay here, you're the head of a chicken. If you go to the Olympiad class, you'll be the tail of a phoenix. Being the head of a chicken is so prestigious, and the teacher can also help you get various competition slots and awards. Isn't that a good deal?" Chen He picked up his water glass, took a sip of warm water, and suppressed his discomfort. He could see clearly that Teacher Li wasn't thinking of him at all. She just wanted to keep him, this model of a comeback, in the regular class to boost her own teaching performance. "Teacher Li, thank you for your kindness." Chen He put down his water glass, his tone firm, "But I still want to go to the Olympiad class." The smile on Teacher Li's face froze instantly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her small eyes, but she quickly replaced it with a serious expression. "Chen He, you're young and don't understand the ins and outs of this. Take my advice, don't act impulsively. The pace of learning in the Olympiad class is very fast. What if you can't keep up? If your grades drop, it will be too late to regret it. I'm not afraid of falling behind." Chen He stood up. "Teacher Li, I know my own abilities and I'm prepared to work hard. No matter what, I want to try for the Olympiad class." Seeing Chen He's resolute attitude, Teacher Li's face darkened completely, and her tone became harsh. "Chen He, don't you dare refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'm telling you right now, if you insist on going to the Olympiad class, you'll regret it later. Don't come back to me then." Chen He didn't say anything more, only bowed slightly, and turned to leave the office. Behind him came the sound of Teacher Li smashing a cup, followed by his furious curses. "You ungrateful wretch! You don't know what's good for you." Chen He clenched his fists, but his resolve only grew stronger. He was determined to make a name for himself in the Olympiad class and show Teacher Li that his choice was right. On the first day of school, Chen He carried his brand new school bag and walked into the Olympiad classroom. The classroom was spacious and bright, with neatly arranged books and thick notebooks on each table. Most of the students were engrossed in doing practice problems, and the atmosphere was quiet yet tense. Lin Wan was sitting by the window. When she saw Chen He come in, she immediately waved for him to come over. Chen He smiled and walked over, sitting in the empty seat next to Lin Wan. "Welcome to the Olympiad class." Lin Wan handed over a brand new English notebook. "This is a compilation of frequently used vocabulary and grammar for the Olympiad class. It's a bit more difficult than the regular classes. You can take a look first." "Thank you." Chen He took the notebook, feeling a warm glow inside. With Lin Wan around, the unfamiliar surroundings felt much more welcoming. Just then, a commotion arose at the classroom door. Chen He looked up and saw Zhang Yaqi, carrying a designer backpack, walking in accompanied by the homeroom teacher. She was wearing a designer dress and light makeup, which seemed out of place in the simple atmosphere of the Olympiad class. Chen He was stunned. Zhang Yaqi's total score was only a few points higher than the admission score for the Olympiad class. She was originally ranked last on the admission list, but later it was said that she was rejected due to quota issues. How come she is in now? Zhang Yaqi walked into the classroom, her gaze sweeping across the room before finally settling on Chen He, her eyes filled with provocation and resentment. She went straight to the empty seat behind Chen He and deliberately slammed her backpack on the desk, making a loud noise. The surrounding students turned their heads and began to whisper among themselves. Wasn't Zhang Yaqi not accepted? Why is she here again? I heard her father is the county public security bureau chief, so she must have gotten the job through connections. Sigh, having money and power really makes a difference. Listening to his classmates' discussions, Chen He felt a mix of emotions. He had spent countless days and nights studying and giving it his all to get into the Olympiad class, while Zhang Yaqi could easily get the same opportunity just because of her family connections. At that moment, he truly felt the helplessness of reality. It turned out that sometimes, hard work really couldn't compare to connections. Ignore her. Lin Wan noticed Chen He's mood and gently touched his arm. Just focus on yourself.
Chen He nodded, took a deep breath, and refocused his attention on his book. He couldn't let Zhang Yaqi's situation affect him. The opportunity to study in the Olympiad class was hard won, and he had to cherish it. However, reality soon dealt Chen He a heavy blow. In the first placement test, Chen He gave it his all, ultimately ranking 23rd in his class out of 40 students. He was indeed only of average ability. His former glory in the regular class had completely faded, and facing those high-achieving students who effortlessly scored high marks, Chen He felt immense pressure for the first time. In English class, the grammar points taught by the teacher were obscure and difficult, and he had never even seen many of the words before. In math class, the teacher would only briefly mention the problem-solving methods, but it would take him several hours to understand them after class. In physics class, the students would have heated discussions about complex physical models, but he couldn't join in. On the way home from school, Wang Hao looked at Chen He, who was looking dejected, and comforted him. "Brother He, don't be discouraged. It's normal to feel uncomfortable at first, we'll catch up slowly." Chen He nodded, but he was very anxious. He didn't want to fall behind, and he didn't want to disappoint Lin Wan. Just then, a familiar system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Host detected entering a new environment, triggering the Olympiad class adaptation plan, generating a daily study schedule. Strict adherence will earn exclusive rewards. A light blue interface unfolded before Chen He's eyes, clearly listing his daily study plan. 6 o'clock 7 o'clock, morning English reading, focusing on memorizing high-frequency vocabulary and professional phrases. 12:30 13:30, lunch break for practice problems, focusing on weak areas in math and physics. 1800 hours 1900 hours, review the questions answered incorrectly that day and mark any gaps in your knowledge. 2100 hours 22:30, preview the next day's lessons and review difficult points using system plugins. System notification, completing all daily tasks will earn you a beauty optimization reward, reducing 2 facial blemishes. Continued use will gradually improve your skin texture. Chen He was stunned. He hadn't expected the system to give him such a reward. He had a few faint spots on his face from chickenpox as a child, not very noticeable, but he still occasionally noticed them. While this reward wasn't a direct learning aid, it gave him a lot of motivation. "Brother He, what are you spacing out for?" Wang Hao patted him on the shoulder. "It's nothing." Chen He snapped out of his daze, his eyes regaining their fighting spirit. "Let's go home and do some practice problems." From that day on, Chen He strictly followed the schedule provided by the system. He would get up at 6 o'clock every morning to read English in the community garden. When Lin Wan found out, she would also get up early every day to study with him. During lunch break, while others were resting, Chen He would be doing practice problems on the table. If he encountered a problem he didn't understand, he would immediately ask Lin Wan for help. When he got home in the evening, he would go to his room after dinner to organize his mistakes and preview the lessons until late at night before going to bed. Zhang Yaqi watched Chen He's busy figure every day, her heart filled with disdain. She got into the Olympiad class because of her family connections, but she still did whatever she wanted, sleeping in class, copying her classmates' homework, and guessing on all the exams. Seeing how hard Chen He was working, she couldn't help but sneer. "Chen He, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. The Olympiad class is not a place for someone like you. You'll be eliminated sooner or later." Chen He ignored her and focused solely on his studies. He knew that only by letting his grades speak for themselves could he silence everyone's criticism. After completing all the learning plans on the first day, the system notification sounded on time. Ding! Today's study plan is complete. Reward, 2 fewer facial freckles. Chen He immediately ran to the mirror and carefully examined his face. Sure enough, the 2 noticeable spots on his left cheek had faded considerably and were almost invisible unless you looked closely. He felt a surge of joy and his motivation increased even more. In the days that followed, Chen He strictly adhered to his study plan every day, and the freckles on his face gradually diminished. As his studies progressed, his grades steadily improved. In the second diagnostic test, his total score rose to 15th in the class. In the third test, he broke into the top 10. In English class, he can keep up with the teacher's pace and even answer the teacher's questions on his own initiative. In math class, his problem-solving speed is getting faster and his accuracy is getting higher and higher. In physics class, he can also participate in the discussion with his classmates and put forward his own insights. Seeing Chen He's progress, Lin Wan was genuinely happy for him. "Chen He, you've improved so fast. At this rate, you'll definitely be in the top 5 of the class next time." "It's all thanks to you," Chen He said with a smile. "If you hadn't accompanied me in my morning reading every day and helped me with my problems, I definitely wouldn't have improved so quickly."
Watching Chen He and Lin Wan's intimate interaction, Zhang Yaqi felt even more jealous. She tried to rally her classmates to isolate Chen He, but no one paid any attention to her. Everyone could see that Chen He's progress was due to his own hard work, while she only knew how to take shortcuts. Once, the math teacher assigned a very difficult problem as the final question, and only a few students in the class solved it, including Chen He. The teacher asked Chen He to come to the front and explain his solution. Chen He took the chalk and clearly wrote down the solution steps on the blackboard, explaining in a clear and organized manner. Even the teacher couldn't help but nod in praise. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Lin Wan looked at Chen He's confident demeanor with admiration in her eyes. Zhang Yaqi, on the other hand, trembled with anger. She hadn't expected that Chen He, whom she had looked down upon, would become so outstanding. After school, Chen He and Lin Wan walked home together. The setting sun cast long shadows of them, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers. Chen He, the spots on your face seem to have faded a lot, Lin Wan suddenly said. You look much cleaner now. Chen He touched his face and smiled sheepishly. Maybe it's because I've been resting well lately and taking care of my skin. He didn't dare tell Lin Wan about the system, so he could only make up an excuse. Then keep it up, Lin Wan said with a smile. You were already quite handsome, but now you're even more so. Chen He's ears turned red instantly, and his heart pounded as if it would jump out of his chest. Looking at Lin Wan's gentle profile, he secretly made up his mind he would continue to work hard, not only to gain a foothold in the Olympiad class, but also to become a better person worthy of Lin Wan's affection. Meanwhile, Zhang Yaqi, hiding not far away, watched the two walking side by side, her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. She took out her phone and called her father. Dad, I don't want to stay in the Olympiad class anymore. Chen He is getting more and more outstanding, and everyone looks down on me. A soothing voice came from the other end of the phone, and Zhang Yaqi gradually calmed down. After hanging up, she glared fiercely at Chen He's retreating back. Chen He, you just wait, I won't let you be so smug forever. Chen He was unaware of Zhang Yaqi's thoughts. His mind was preoccupied with his studies in Lin Wan. He knew the challenges in the Olympiad class were numerous, and Zhang Yaqi's persistent pursuit wouldn't end easily, but he was no longer afraid. With the system's help, Lin Wan's companionship, and his own hard work, he believed he could definitely carve out his own niche in the Olympiad class and steadily progress towards his dream university. Chapter 50. Do I still have to study on the weekend? On Saturday night, Chen He lay in bed scrolling through his phone, the game screen's light and shadow dancing on his face. Having just finished a ranked match, he stretched, rubbed his sore eyes, and started planning his Sunday sleep until noon, play a few games with Wang Hao in the afternoon, and then stay up late to finish his homework. That's what a weekend should be like. After a week of intensive study in the Olympiad class, he was looking forward to a complete relaxation. Ring ring, he casually turned off his phone alarm, and the moment the screen went dark, a cold system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Host's weekend sleep schedule has been disrupted, triggering the comprehensive improvement plan. A special Sunday task list has been generated. Strictly following it will earn you the major reward of image advancement. A light blue interface suddenly popped up, and the task list on it made Chen He's pupils shrink. Get up at 6:30 sharp and prepare a nutritious breakfast for the whole family. It must include staple food, protein, and vegetables, and cannot be perfunctory. 7:30 8:35 kilometers outdoor jog, followed by 10 minutes of stretching. 9 o'clock 12 o'clock focus on studying, complete a set of past math exam papers plus review and correct English mistakes. 12 o'clock task phase settlement. Completing the first 3 items will earn rewards, improved appearance plus optimized body lines. System notification, failure to complete the task will deduct the previously accumulated appearance optimization reward, and the facial blemishes will revert to their original state. No way? Chen He groaned, almost jumping out of bed. It's the weekend. Would it kill you to let me sleep in? He stared at the wake up at 6:30 sign on the screen, feeling a chill run down his spine. Before, let alone weekends, even on school days, he would struggle to get out of bed until the very last minute, let alone cook or go for a run. In his eyes, weekends are recharging time to make up for a week's lack of sleep. Playing games and watching videos are the real business. Deduct the reward? Chen He touched his smoother cheeks, recalling the reduction in freckles he had gained from his diligent study, and immediately felt troubled. He didn't want his previous efforts to go to waste, not to mention the image advancement reward promised by the system, which sounded very tempting. I'll give it my all. Chen He gritted his teeth, set his phone alarm for 6:20, and deliberately placed it in the corner of his desk where he could only reach it after getting up. Then he buried his head under the covers and went to sleep.
But the thought of having to get up early tomorrow kept him tossing and turning for ages before he finally fell asleep. In his dreams, he was frantically busy in the kitchen and panting heavily on the track.
On Sunday morning, the alarm clock rang precisely at 6:20, its shrill ring shattering the tranquility of the bedroom.
Jenny frowned and struggled in bed for a full 5 minutes before finally sitting up with his hair a mess, his eyes barely open, his head heavy and dizzy, as if filled with lead.
Just 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes.
He muttered, wanting to lie down again, but a system notification suddenly flashed through his mind, forcibly suppressing his sleepiness. He shook his head and dragged his heavy steps out of the bedroom. The living room was pitch black. His parents were still fast asleep. Shenhe fumbled to turn on the kitchen light, then stared at the empty refrigerator, instantly at a loss. His mother usually did the cooking, and he didn't even know how to turn on the gas stove. Staple food, protein, vegetables. Shenhe scratched his head and rummaged through the refrigerator, finally finding eggs, milk, bread, tomatoes, and lettuce. Then I'll make a simple sandwich, fry a few eggs, and heat up a cup of milk. He clumsily turned on the gas stove, and the flame shot up with a whoosh, startling him and causing him to take a step back. He poured in oil, cracked the egg in, and oil splattered out, burning him so badly that he winced and frantically flipped it with a spatula. What he had intended to fry, a beautiful soft-boiled egg, turned into a blackened charcoal-grilled egg.
Oh no, is this even edible? Shenhe looked at the burnt eggs in the pan, on the verge of tears.
He could only fry them again, this time carefully controlling the heat, and finally managed to fry a few barely acceptable poached eggs. Next, he chopped tomatoes, added lettuce, and spread salad dressing. Shenhe was busy, sweating profusely, and his hands were covered in sauce. By the time he put the sandwiches on the table and heated the milk, the sky outside was already turning light, and the clock on the wall showed 7:20.
Thank goodness we didn't go over time.
Shenhe breathed a sigh of relief, slumped into his chair, and looked at the crooked sandwiches on the table. Although they didn't look very appealing, he felt a strange sense of accomplishment. Not long after, Mom and Dad got up and were stunned when they saw the breakfast on the table.
Here, did you make this? Mom came over and touched Shenhe's forehead. Are you running a fever?
It's usually hard to get you out of bed on weekends. Why are you so quick to wake up today?
Mom, I just wanted to show you what I can do.
Shenhe scratched his head and said shyly, try it and see how it tastes.
Dad picked up the sandwich and took a bite. Although it was a bit salty and the egg was a little overcooked, he still smiled and said, delicious.
My son has grown up and knows how to care for his parents. Seeing his parents' relieved smiles, Shenhe felt a warmth in his heart and suddenly realized that getting up early to cook wasn't so difficult after all.
After finishing breakfast, it was already 7:30.
Shenhe changed into a sky blue tracksuit, put on his running shoes, and stepped out of the house. The morning air was exceptionally fresh, carrying a faint fragrance of flowers.
Sanitation workers were already at work on the roadside, and elderly people were practicing Tai Chi and taking walks in the park. 5 kilometers? How long will that take?
Shenhe stood at the entrance of the residential area, looking at the long track, feeling daunted. He rarely exercised, at most running 2 laps in PE class. 5 kilometers was an astronomical figure for him. But thinking of the system rewards, he gritted his teeth and started running. At first, he could keep up with the pace, but after running less than a kilometer, he was panting heavily, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and his chest felt tight.
I can't go on, I can't run anymore.
Shenhe stopped, clutching his knees and panting heavily.
Sweat streamed down his face, soaking his workout clothes.
He wanted to give up, but the system notification sounded in his mind again, along with the gradually fading spots on his face.
Shenhe? Just then, a familiar voice rang out.
Shenhe looked up and saw Lin Wan wearing a pink tracksuit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, running towards him with a smile.
Lin Wan? What are you doing here?
Shenhe asked in surprise.
I come here to run every morning. Lin Wan ran up to him, looked at him covered in sweat, and said with a smile, You come for a morning run too? That's not like you.
I just wanted to exercise, Shenhe said embarrassedly.
But 5 kilometers is too difficult, I can't run anymore.
It's okay, I'll run with you.
Lin Wan slowed down and jogged alongside Shenhe.
When running, you need to adjust your breathing. Take it one step at a time, don't rush. With Lin Wan by his side, Shenhe seemed to have gained a lot more motivation. He followed Lin Wan's pace, adjusting his breathing, and although he was still very tired, he persevered without stopping. Lin Wan chatted with him as they ran, telling him interesting stories from school, and before they knew it, they had actually run 5 kilometers.
Phew! I finally finished the run.
Chen He slumped onto a bench by the roadside, his whole body aching, and he didn't even have the strength to lift his arms. Lin Wan handed him a bottle of warm water and said with a smile, "Not bad, it's amazing that you could finish it on your first run." Chen He took the water and drank it in large gulps, looking at the fine beads of sweat on Lin Wan's forehead. The sunlight on her face made her look exceptionally beautiful.
Thank you. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to finish the run.
No need to thank me, we're friends.
Lin Wan smiled. By the way, why did you suddenly decide to go for a morning run today?
It used to be so hard to get you to come out and play.
I just want to change myself, I can't be as lazy as before, Chen He said, secretly glad that he hadn't mentioned the system.
After resting for 10 minutes, Chen He stretched his legs according to Lin Wan's instructions. Although they were still sore, he felt much better.
After saying goodbye to Lin Wan, Chen He strolled home. It was already 8:40.
Back home, Chen He took a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and felt much refreshed. He sat at his desk, took out his math practice papers and English error notebook, and began his morning study. In the past, he was always distracted when studying on weekends, wanting to play on his phone or play games after studying for a while. But this time, perhaps because his morning exercise gave him plenty of energy, or perhaps because he wanted to get a reward, he was unusually focused. The math exam paper was quite difficult, with many question types being challenging topics emphasized by the Olympiad class teachers. Chen He worked through the problems on scratch paper, referring to Lin Wan's notes when he encountered difficulties and using the system plugin to organize his thoughts. Before he knew it, the morning had passed. At noon, Chen He put down his pen and let out a long sigh of relief. He had finished the math practice test and compiled his English mistakes, marking the relevant knowledge points and problem-solving strategies for each question. Just then, the system notification sounded precisely on time. Ding!
All tasks completed on Sunday morning.
Rewards issued, improved appearance plus optimized body lines.
Effects have taken effect immediately.
Please check them yourself. Chen He immediately rushed to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. What he saw there stunned him instantly. The boy in the mirror had a more defined face, his skin was whiter and smoother, the few faint spots that had remained had completely disappeared, and his eyes were brighter and more expressive. What surprised him even more was the obvious change in his physique. His previously somewhat loose waist and abdomen became much firmer, his shoulders appeared broader, and the t-shirt he was wearing outlined his subtle muscle lines. He looked energetic and much more handsome.
Is this me?
Chen He touched his face in disbelief, then pinched his waist and abdomen.
The realistic sensation told him that this was not a dream.
He posed in front of the mirror a few times, becoming more and more satisfied with himself, and couldn't help but smile.
That's so cool. The system really didn't lie to me.
Chen He jumped up excitedly, and the fatigue from getting up early to cook and run instantly disappeared. He now finally understands why the system made him do these tasks that seemed unrelated to learning, not only to improve his image, but also to cultivate his self-discipline. In the afternoon, Chen He originally wanted to relax by playing games, but looking at himself in the mirror and remembering his focus during his studies in the morning, he changed his mind. He took out the English notebook Lin Wan had given him and sat down at his desk to continue memorizing. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the pages and on his focused profile. Everything seemed so beautiful. In the evening, after preparing dinner, Chen He's mother looked at him, who was full of energy, and said with a smile, "Here, what's wrong with you today? Not only did you get up early to cook and go for a run, but you also studied at home all afternoon.
Is something good happening?"
"Mom, I just want to study hard, exercise, and get into a good university so you can have a better life," Chen He said with a smile.
Dad patted him on the shoulder. "Good lad, it's good that you have this idea. Dad supports you."
After dinner, Chen He continued studying until 10 p.m., following the system's schedule. Although he was very tired at the end of the day, he felt incredibly fulfilled. Lying in bed, he reflected on the day's experiences, from the initial resistance and struggle to the later perseverance and gains. He realized that he seemed to have really changed, no longer the lazy, playful boy, but a more self-disciplined and goal-oriented person. He walked to the mirror again, looking at his handsome and energetic self, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. He knew this was just the beginning, and many more challenges awaited him, but he was ready. At that moment, the system interface popped up another notification. Ding! Host's performance today was outstanding, awarded an additional focus enhancement buff, lasting 24 hours.
Tomorrow's tasks have been generated, please prepare. Chen He smiled, closed the interface, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell asleep.
That night, he slept exceptionally well, dreaming of shining brightly in the Olympiad class and walking into his ideal university with Lin Wan.
Chapter 51 Dual Systems? Never seen that before, have you?
On Monday afternoon, sunlight streamed through the windows of the Olympiad class, casting dappled shadows on the desks. After finishing the last physics class, Chen He stretched, feeling his entire body relax. Thanks to the focus boost buff from the system reward on Sunday, his classroom efficiency was exceptionally high that day. He not only understood the complex physics models the teacher was explaining but also volunteered to go to the front and solve a difficult problem, earning applause from the whole class.
Hey, no classes this afternoon, wanna go play basketball on the playground?
Wang Hao came over, holding a basketball in his hands, his eyes full of anticipation.
Ever since I joined the Olympiad class, I've been doing practice problems every day. I'm about to go stir crazy. Chen He thought for a moment.
There was nothing important to do in the afternoon, and he needed to relax after studying all the time, so he nodded and agreed, okay, but I'm not very good at basketball, so please don't mind.
Don't worry, it's just a few of us who know each other, we can just have some fun.
Wang Hao patted his chest to assure them, and then pulled 2 other boys from his class along.
The group chatted and laughed as they walked toward the playground. The playground was bustling with activity, with students from many classes playing basketball and taking walks.
Chen He and Wang Hao found an empty basketball court and split into 2 teams to start playing. At first, Chen He wasn't quite used to it, and his positioning and passing were a bit rusty, but gradually, he found his rhythm. Thanks to the physical fitness he had built up over the weekend, he ran with exceptional ease on the court.
Hey He, catch the ball.
Wang Hao shouted, passing the ball to Chen He. Chen He jumped to catch the ball, and just as he was about to turn and shoot, his foot suddenly slipped, he lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground, a sharp pain shooting through his ankle. His Chen He gasped, clutching his ankle and curling up on the ground, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead.
Brother He. How are you? Wang Hao rushed over and knelt down to check his ankle. Did you sprain your ankle? It looks swollen.
Other classmates gathered around, trying to help Chen He up. Chen He tried to move his ankle, but the pain made him wince, and he could only wave his hand and say, "Don't move me, it hurts terribly." Just then, 2 completely different system notification sounds suddenly rang in Chen He's mind, one cold and familiar, the other with a hint of flippant mockery.
Ding!
Host injury detected, triggering survival assistance mechanism, ankle pain is relieving, original system notification.
Ding!
Host detected as being in a vulnerable state, meeting the activation conditions for the charismatic SIM system.
System binding successful. This system is dedicated to enhancing the host's charm and attracting the attention of the opposite sex. Complete flirting tasks to receive generous rewards. New system notification. Chen He was stunned. Lying on the ground, he blinked, thinking he was hallucinating from the pain. What the hell? Another system?
Before he could react, the new system's notification sound rang again.
Ding! Newbie quest issued. Receive attention from 3 or more members of the opposite sex. Reward, 1000 renminbi cash plus beginner charm aura lasts 24 hours.
Meanwhile, a number of girls had gathered around, most of them from the next class who knew Chen He, and a few were strangers who came to watch him play basketball.
Chen He, are you alright?
A girl with a ponytail handed him a bottle of mineral water, her face filled with concern.
Should we go to the infirmary? Yes, your ankle is so swollen. Another girl in a white dress squatted down to check Chen He's injury.
I have some ointment here to help with blood circulation and reduce bruising.
Would you like to try it?
I'll go call the teacher. Another short-haired girl turned to run away, but Chen He quickly stopped her. In the past, Chen He would blush and feel his heart race when faced with a girl's concern, unable to utter a single word for a long time. But now, perhaps due to the new system, he wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Thank you everyone, no need to trouble yourself.
It's just a slight sprain, I'll be fine after a rest."
His voice had a strange magnetism, and his smile was more confident and handsome than usual. Combined with his previously optimized appearance and physique, he possessed an indescribable charm as he lay on the ground.
Are you really alright?
The girl with the ponytail was still worried and reached out to help him.
Let me help you sit on the bench over there and rest.
No, thank you for your concern.
Chen He politely declined, but inwardly he was thinking, this new system is too outrageous, it actually makes me accept girls' concern?
He recalled the rigor and practicality of the original system, and then looked at this sycophant system, which seemed to be there to cause trouble. Just then, several more girls gathered around, some offering tissues, others giving advice, chattering away until Chen He was completely surrounded. Wang Hao and the other boys stood to the side, dumbfounded, muttering to themselves, when did brother He become so popular? He used to blush when girls talked to him. Surrounded by others, Chen He felt a little uncomfortable, but the new system's notification sounds kept ringing in his ears. Ding.
Received 1 female attention, 2 more to go. Ding. Received 2 female attentions, 1 more to go. He quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Thank you so much everyone, I'm really fine, you all go ahead and get back to work." But the girls didn't leave instead, they became even more enthusiastic. One girl wearing glasses took an ice pack out of her bag and handed it to Chen He. "Put this ice pack on your ankle, it will reduce swelling and pain. That's how I always did it when I sprained my ankle." Ding. You have received attention from 3 members of the opposite sex. Newbie task completed. Reward, 1000 renminbi cash has been credited to your account, can be withdrawn via Alipay, and the basic charm halo has been activated. Chen He's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that he had indeed received a 1000 yuan transfer on WeChat, with the note reward from the simp system. He was stunned. The system actually gave out cash? Looks like it wasn't a hallucination, Chen He muttered to himself, feeling both curious and helpless about the new system. Seeing that Chen He was alright, the girls around him chatted for a few more minutes before gradually dispersing. Wang Hao helped Chen He sit on a bench and asked with a gossipy look, "Brother He, you're amazing. You're so good at talking to girls now, and so popular. Did you secretly practice?" Chen He smiled, offering no explanation, but simply rubbed his ankle. Perhaps due to the original system's effect, the pain in his ankle had lessened considerably. Although it was still a little swollen, he could now walk with some difficulty. "By the way, system, you said you can enhance your charm and attract the attention of the opposite sex, but what about with boys?" Chen He suddenly had a thought and talked to the new system in his mind. To verify his idea, he looked up at a boy sitting on a bench not far away. It was Li Wei, the top student in the class who sat at the front, usually quiet and wearing thick glasses. Chen He waved to Li Wei and said with a smile, "Li Wei, come over and chat for a bit?" Li Wei was taken aback, wondering why Chen He had called him. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over and asked, "Chen He, what's wrong? Is your foot all right?" Just as Chen He was about to say something, the new system's angry notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Warning. Warning. This system is exclusively for the opposite sex and only works on women. Host, please cease all ineffective operations. This system is not gay. Not gay. I'll say it twice. The disdain and anger in his tone made Chen He burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Li Wei looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, it's nothing." Chen He waved his hand, trying to suppress his laughter. "I just thought it was a little funny. You go ahead and do your work, I'm fine." Li Wei left, completely bewildered. Chen He thought to himself, "Why are you so excited? I was just testing it out." Ding. Host, please take this system seriously. Wouldn't it be better to make good use of the charm enhancement opportunities to attract more members of the opposite sex, complete tasks, and get rewards? The new system's tone softened a bit, but it still carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Chen He stroked his chin, watching the girls coming and going on the playground, thinking to himself, since I've got this system, might as well use it. I won't lose anything, so why not give it a try? His gaze swept across the entire room, finally landing on Su Cheng, the female class monitor, who was chatting with her classmates not far away. Su Cheng was the class monitor of the Olympiad class and a well-known tomboy in the whole school. She had a fiery personality, acted in a whirlwind manner, was 1.7 meters tall, played basketball better than many boys, and usually spoke and acted with a bold and forthright spirit. The boys in the class were all a little afraid of her. It's her. Chen He made up his mind, slowly stood up with the help of the bench, and limped towards Su Cheng. Wang Hao, watching from behind, was terrified and quickly shouted, "Brother He, where are you going? You dare to mess with Su Cheng? Don't you want to live?" Chen He turned around and smiled at him, but didn't say anything. He walked straight to Su Cheng. Su Cheng was chatting enthusiastically with her classmates when she saw Chen He walking over. She frowned and said, "Chen He? Didn't you sprain your ankle? Why aren't you resting there? What are you doing here?" The surrounding classmates also looked at Chen He with expressions of watching a show. Everyone knew Su Cheng's temper, and provoking her would definitely not end well. In the past, Chen He would have been too nervous to speak, but now,
With the charm halo of the new system, he appeared exceptionally calm and confident.
He leaned against the basketball hoop next to him, tilted his head slightly, and looked at Su Ching with a smile, his tone slightly teasing. "It's nothing, I just twisted my ankle."
Seeing how heroic you are, class monitor, the pain suddenly disappeared, so I came over to say hello. Upon hearing this, the surrounding classmates were stunned.
Su Ching was also taken aback for a moment, then her face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her usual fiery demeanor, glaring at Chen-hee. "Chen-hee, have you lost your mind after the fall? How dare you joke with me? I'm not kidding."
Chen-hee raised an eyebrow and continued, "Seriously, class monitor, you look really good when you play basketball.
You're better than many of the boys in the class. Whoever marries you will be very lucky." Ding!
The system has detected that the host has successfully flirted with someone of the opposite sex, triggering the mission challenge of the brave. The reward is 2,000 yuan in cash plus a X-ray vision gift pack. The new system notification sounded promptly.
Su Ching's face turned completely red, not from embarrassment, but from anger.
She had a forthright personality, and no one had ever dared to speak to her like that. She rolled up her sleeves and pointed at Chen-hee. "Chen-hee, you stop right there.
I'll teach you a lesson."
After saying that, she rushed towards Chen-hee. Chen-hee was prepared and turned to run. Although his ankle was still a little sore, he was still running quite fast.
"Don't run!"
Su Ching shouted as she chased after him. "Chen-hee, you better not run away.
If you're so capable, then catch up with me."
Chen-hee turned around and taunted with a smile, quickening his pace.
Suddenly, an amusing scene unfolded on the playground. Chen-hee, the former academic underachiever, was running and laughing, followed by the fierce-looking female class monitor, Su Ching.
The surrounding classmates all laughed heartily, and some even cheered him on.
Wang Hao stood there, dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "Has brother he gone mad? How dare he flirt with Su Ching and even laugh so happily?"
Chen-hee ran for a while, then felt a pain in his ankle and slowed down.
Su Ching seized the opportunity to catch up, grabbed his arm, and said angrily, "Run. Run some more." Chen-hee stopped, panting, and said with a smile, "I'm not running anymore, squad leader, I was wrong, okay? So what if you made a mistake?"
Su Ching glared at him.
"What did you mean by what you just said? Were you deliberately teasing me?"
"I just think you're very outstanding, class monitor, that's the truth," Chen-hee said sincerely, but secretly he was overjoyed the task was completed, and the reward was in his hands. His phone vibrated again this time. 2,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. At the same time, a system notification sounded, ding. A special gift pack has been issued, including the item X-ray vision skill allows you to view the internal structure of non-living objects, limited to 3 uses per day, plus the information X-ray vision skill allows you to view the affection level of members of the opposite sex, limited to 5 uses per day.
The skills have been automatically activated.
Chen-hee was pleasantly surprised. This X-ray vision gift pack sounded quite useful, especially the information X-ray vision skill, which could actually check the favorability of the opposite sex.
Seeing the smile on Chen-hee's face, Su Ching's anger subsided considerably.
She released Chen-hee's arm and snorted, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, see how I deal with you."
"Is your foot all right? Should we go to the infirmary?"
Although his tone remained firm, a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. Chen-hee used his information vision skill to scan Su Ching, and a line of small text immediately appeared before him. Su Ching, favorability, 30 ordinary classmate, slightly curious.
"So it was only 30?
Chen-hee muttered to himself, then smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm much better now, thank you for your concern, class monitor." Su Ching didn't say anything more, turned around and walked back to her classmates, but her cheeks still had a faint blush as she left. Chen-hee watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but laugh. He discovered that with this new system, talking to girls wasn't so difficult after all, it was even quite fun.
Wang Hao ran over, looking at Chen-hee with admiration. "Brother He, you're amazing. You actually dared to flirt with Su Ching and didn't get beaten up by her. Did you eat the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard? That's called charm, you know?"
Chen-hee patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Come on, let's go back to the classroom, I'll buy you a drink." The two walked side by side towards the classroom. As they walked, Chen-hee mentally studied the new system. He tried using his object vision skill to look at the trash can next to him, and sure enough, he could clearly see the contents inside. He then looked at the basketball in Wang Hao's hand and could see the air bladder structure inside the basketball. This skill is quite useful, Chen-hee thought to himself. Back in the classroom, Chen-hee sat in his seat, looking at the sunlight outside the window,
his heart filled with anticipation. He had thought getting into the Olympiad class was challenging enough, but he hadn't expected to be added with a simp system. Although the name was a bit odd, the rewards were indeed very generous. When Lin Wan saw Chen He limping in, she quickly went over and asked, "Chen He, how's your foot? I saw you being chased by Su Qing on the playground earlier. Did something happen?" Chen He felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at Lin Wan's worried eyes. He used his information vision skill to scan Lin Wan, and a line of small text appeared before him. Lin Wan, favorability, 85 close friend, full of admiration. Seeing the 85 favorability rating, Chen He's heart skipped a beat, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He laughed and said, "It's nothing, I was just joking with Su Qing. She chased me around for a bit. My foot is much better now, thank you for your concern. It's good that you're alright." Lin Wan breathed a sigh of relief and handed over a bottle of ointment to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. "I got this from the infirmary. Apply it when you get home, and it will help you recover faster." "Thank you." Chen He took the ointment, feeling a warm glow inside. He realized that Lin Wan's concern made him even happier than the rewards brought by the new system. Sitting in the back, Zhang Yaqi saw Chen He and Lin Wan's intimate interaction, and then saw Chen He and Su Qing playing around on the playground. She was consumed by jealousy. She took out her phone and started calling her father again, muttering, "That Chen He guy is getting more and more arrogant. I'll teach him a lesson." Chen He was unaware of Zhang Yaqi's thoughts. His mind was currently preoccupied with the skills of the new system and his upcoming study plan. He knew that with the help of the two systems, coupled with his own efforts, his days in the Olympiad class would become increasingly exciting, and he would get closer and closer to his dream. Chapter 52: Chasing a Female Dog? Or is he just a simp? The setting sun cast long shadows of the school building. Chen He walked out of the school gate with his backpack on. The swelling in his ankle had subsided considerably, and thanks to the continuous repairs from the original system, walking was no longer a problem. His phone in his pocket felt heavy, containing the 3,000 yuan cash reward from the simp system. Coupled with the novelty brought by his X-ray vision skill, he was in an exceptionally good mood. Passing by the convenience store at the school gate, Chen He bought a bottle of iced cola, unscrewed the cap, and took a big gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, dispelling the afternoon heat. As he walked, he pondered the simp system. Since it's called the simp system, can it only be used on humans? Can it work on animals? Especially females. So naughty. Ha ha. Once this strange idea popped into my head, it grew wildly like weeds. Chen He recalled the old hand-like female dog at the entrance of his residential compound. It had yellow fur all over its body, a strong build, and its eyes always glared fiercely at people. Every time he came home from school, if he got even slightly close, it would bark and howl wildly. Several times it almost pounced on him and bit him, forcing him to take a detour every time. What will the system's reaction be if I fawn over that female dog? Chen He found it increasingly interesting, and his curiosity drove him to quicken his pace as he headed towards the residential area. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the residential area, the yellow female dog was dozing off under the shade of a tree next to the security booth, just like usual. Her ears were drooping, and she didn't look so fierce. Chen He swallowed hard, feeling a little apprehensive, but curiosity overcame his fear. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out the sandwich he hadn't finished that morning, then cautiously walked over. Big yellow? Chen He called out tentatively, his voice trembling slightly. The yellow-haired female dog suddenly raised her head, saw that it was Chen He, immediately stood up, let out a low growl, her eyes turned fierce, her tail stood up, and she assumed an attack posture. No, I didn't mean any harm. Chen He quickly stopped, holding up the sandwich in his hand, forcing a stiff smile. Here, have some. It's a delicious sandwich, freshly made, and it smells really good. As he spoke, he slowly squatted down, placed the sandwich on the ground, and then carefully took a few steps back, silently thinking, "System, it's up to you. This is a female, it's not against the rules, right?" However, the expected system reward notification did not sound. Instead, a piercing alarm exploded in his mind. Ding! Warning! Warning! Serious violation detected. This system is a human-exclusive simp system, animals are not within its service scope. Cross-species operation is strictly prohibited. Chen He was stunned. No way? Animals are not allowed? You only said it was for girls, you didn't say it couldn't be animals. Ding! Host is arguing unreasonably. This system's core service target is human females. Cross-species behavior severely violates system rules.
Level 1 punishment mechanism triggered, all rewards for today are cancelled, and an additional animal aversion buff is triggered, lasting 1 hour.
What? Punishment?
Before Chin-hee could react, he saw the yellow-haired female dog, who had been hesitating over the sandwich, suddenly pounce on it as if she had been provoked, snatch it up in one bite, throw it on the ground, and then turn her head to stare at Chin-hee fiercely, her growling becoming even more ferocious.
No way, he's already angry?
Chin-hee's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to run away.
But it was too late. The yellow-haired female dog pounced and bit Chin-hee's calf.
Fortunately, Chin-hee reacted quickly and instinctively jumped back a step to avoid the dog's mouth, but his trouser leg was still torn by the dog's teeth.
Holy crap! Help!
Chin-hee was so scared that he forgot all about the system punishment and ran into the residential area. The yellow-haired female dog chased after him relentlessly, barking wildly as she did so. Her sharp, piercing bark attracted the attention of many residents in the community.
Isn't this old Chen's son? Why is he being chased and bitten by Big Yellow? Da Huang is usually fierce, but it's never been this agitated before. What's wrong with it today? Stop running.
The more you run, the more the dog will chase you. Chin-hee couldn't listen to any of that. All he knew was that his life was at stake. He ran incredibly fast, his old ankle injury throbbing, and in his panic, he almost fell several times. As he ran, he roared at the system in his mind, "What kind of lousy system is this? Punishment is punishment, but why make a dog chase me?
I admit I was wrong, okay?" So the mother dog kept chasing after a human figure. Ding! Host violated the rules first, and the punishment is reasonable and legal.
Please bear the consequences yourself. Friendly reminder that animal aversion buff will cause female animals within a 10-meter radius to be highly hostile towards you. Please leave the danger zone as soon as possible.
A friendly reminder? You're kicking me when I'm down. Chun-hee was so angry he almost vomited blood.
Only then did he notice that several female cats and rabbits in the neighborhood, who were originally strolling leisurely, became restless and bared their teeth at him as he ran over, as if they were about to pounce on him at any moment.
This is insane. This system is a total rip-off.
Chin-hee felt a chill run down his spine and could only run forward with all his might, rushing towards his own apartment building. His parents had just come home from get-off work when they saw Chin-hee being chased and made a mess by a big yellow dog.
They were so frightened that they shouted, "Here! Come here quickly!"
Chin-hee felt like he'd seen his savior and rushed over with all his might, hiding behind his father. His father picked up a stick from the roadside, waved it a few times at the yellow-haired female dog, and shouted, "Get away!
Don't bite!"
The yellow-haired female dog was frightened back a few steps by the wooden stick, but it continued to bark wildly at Chin-hee and refused to leave until the security guards arrived and chained it up, which finally calmed the situation. Chin-hee slumped to the ground, panting heavily, covered in sweat. The cuts on his calves from the dog's teeth throbbed, his trousers were torn to shreds, and his hair was a mess.
He looked utterly disheveled. "Here, what happened to you? How did you get bitten by Big Yellow?"
His mother came over with concern and checked his wound.
"Luckily, it didn't break the skin, otherwise you would have had to get a rabies vaccine. I just wanted to feed it something, but it suddenly bit me." Chin-hee was both amused and exasperated.
He couldn't very well say that he had provoked the dog while testing the system. Dad frowned, although Dai Huang is usually fierce, it doesn't bite people for no reason.
"You must have done something to anger it. Stay away from it in the future and don't provoke it."
Chin-hee nodded, cursing the sycophantic system 1,000 times in his mind. He slowly stood up, leaning against the wall, and limped home with his parents. Back home, Chin-hee rushed into the bathroom to check his wound. Luckily, it was just a cut on the skin and there was no bleeding. He disinfected it with iodine, wincing in pain. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind, its tone tinged with schadenfreude.
Ding! Punishment ended.
That animal aversion buff has been removed. Host, please remember the system rules and refrain from performing cross-species operations again.
Otherwise, even more severe penalties will be triggered. I know. I won't do it again.
Chin-hee replied irritably, secretly vowing never to mess with this bizarre system again. He checked his WeChat balance on his phone and found that the 2,000 yuan reward he'd received that morning was indeed gone, leaving only the initial 1,000 yuan. What a huge loss. Not only was I chased and bitten by a dog, but I also lost 2,000 yuan. This system is a complete trap.
Chen He sat on the sofa, feeling dejected. His mother brought him a glass of warm water. Drink some water to calm your nerves. Don't mess with those cats and dogs anymore, they're too dangerous. Okay, Mom. Chen He took the water glass, took a sip, but was thinking about the simp system in his mind. Although he had been badly tricked this time, he had to admit that the system's rewards were indeed very tempting, and it could also improve his ability to interact with girls. As long as he didn't break the rules, it was still quite useful. From now on, I'll stick to using it on human girls. As for animals, I can't afford to mess with them, so I'll just avoid them, Chen He secretly resolved. After resting for a while, Chen He felt much better. He returned to his room, took out the ointment Lin Wan had given him, and applied it to his ankle. The cooling sensation relieved the pain considerably. He then took out his math textbook and began to preview the next day's lessons. Despite the terrifying experience that afternoon, Chen He's study habits remained unaffected. With the original system's focus enhancement buff, he was exceptionally absorbed in his studies, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. After dinner, Chen He continued studying until 10 p.m., following the original system's schedule. He took out his phone and tried using the information vision skill of the sycophant system to look at his mother who was washing dishes in the kitchen. Ding! Target detected as a relative, information viewing skill ineffective. The system notification sounded. It's quite intelligent, it knows that relatives can't watch. Chen He smiled and then looked at the female news anchor on the TV. Ding! Target detected as a virtual character on the screen. Information X-ray vision skill is ineffective. Okay, I can only see female relatives in real life. Chen He understood the limitation of the skill. Just then, the doorbell rang. Mom went to open the door, and Lin Wan's voice came from outside. Hello, Auntie, I'm Lin Wan, Chen He's classmate. I've come to deliver today's homework. Chen He's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly got up and went to the living room. Lin Wan, wearing a white dress and holding a notebook, saw Chen He and smiled, saying, Chen He, how's your foot? I heard from Wang how that you were chased by a dog. Are you all right? It's nothing, just a minor scratch, Chen He said with a smile, but in his mind he was secretly using his information vision skill. Lin Wan, favorability rating, 88 close friend, full of care. Seeing that his favorability rating had increased by 3 points, Chen He felt a surge of joy. It seemed that Lin Wan genuinely cared about him. This is today's math homework, an extension problem the teacher assigned. It's a bit difficult, so I've compiled some problem-solving strategies for you to refer to. Lin Wan handed over the notebook. Thank you, Lin Wan, you're so thoughtful. Chen He took the notebook, feeling a warm glow inside. You're welcome, we're classmates. Lin Wan smiled. Your foot isn't fully healed yet. If it's inconvenient for you to go to school tomorrow, I can help you carry your school bag. No need to trouble you, I can manage on my own, Chen He quickly refused, not wanting to bother Lin Wan. It's okay, we're going the same way anyway, Lin Wan insisted. Okay, thank you, Chen He said shyly. Lin Wan gave him a few more words of advice about getting some rest before turning to leave. Chen He watched her retreating figure, his heart filled with gratitude. He opened his notebook. The solutions were clear and concise, with numerous annotations, showing that Lin Wan had put a lot of effort into them. Lin Wan is such a good girl, Chen He thought to himself. He used his information perspective skill to look at Lin Wan's back again, and his favorability rating had risen to 90. It seems that as long as you treat others sincerely, your favorability will naturally increase. Chen He understood that the core of the lickspittle system was not to make him deliberately flatter others, but to teach him to get along better with people and show his charm. In the following days, Chen He dared not provoke the animals again and obediently followed the system rules. He used the charm halo of the simp system to become more relaxed and confident when interacting with girls at school, and many girls were willing to take the initiative to talk to him. He also used his information insight skills to learn about the interests and hobbies of many girls in his class. When chatting with them, he could always find common topics and won the favor of many girls. However, he did not abuse the system, he only used it as a tool to improve his social skills. Seeing Chen He's growing popularity, Zhang Yaqi was consumed by jealousy. She tried to cause trouble for Chen He several times, but Lin Wan inadvertently diffused the situation each time. Although Lin Wan was unaware of Zhang Yaqi's malice, she could sense Zhang Yaqi's hostility towards Chen He, so she always intentionally or unintentionally protected him. Chen He also sensed Zhang Yaqi's malice.
He used his information vision skill to scan Zhang Yaqi and discovered that her favorability rating was actually negative. Zhang Yaqi, favorability rating, 30, full of malice, filled with jealousy.
Negative number?
It seems she really hates me. Chen He understood, but he didn't take it to heart. As long as Zhang Yaqi didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered with her.
That afternoon, the class organized a basketball game. Chen He's ankle had fully healed, so he signed up to participate.
During the game, thanks to the physical fitness he had gained from running over the weekend, he performed exceptionally well on the court, making several steals and assists, earning applause from the entire class. Lin Wan sat on the sidelines, a bottle of mineral water in her hand, watching Chen He run on the court with admiration in her eyes. Chen He turned around unintentionally, saw Lin Wan smile, and felt a flutter in his heart. He waved to Lin Wan, and she smiled back.
Ding!
Detected good interaction between the host and the opposite sex, triggering a random reward. 1,000 yuan in cash has been credited to your account. The Simp system's notification sounded. Chen He was secretly delighted. It seemed that as long as he interacted sincerely, he could get a reward, which was much easier than deliberately provoking him.
After the match, Chen He's team won. Lin Wan handed him a bottle of mineral water.
Chen He, you played really well. Lin Wan, favorability rating, 95, ambiguous stage, developing feelings. Seeing that his favorability rating had risen to 95, Chen He's heart skipped a beat.
He smiled and said, "Thank you.
It's mainly because my teammates played well.